Many years later, as friends passed away one by one, Ro found that she was no longer aging. What was Wushu hiding? What did Ziyue's last lesson bring her? Chapter 0, Drawing a Prison. A teacup fell to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. Wushu, no matter what happens, please love the world and yourself like you love me. Okay? Ro said with tears in her eyes to Wushu, who had just come to join the afternoon tea. Oh, of course, I can definitely love Ponyland like I love you. After all, you love this world so much, Wushu said confidently. If you really could, I wouldn't. Ro murmured. What are you saying? I didn't hear clearly. Wushu felt something was off with Ro's emotions and was very worried. Nothing, we still have afternoon tea to drink. Did you bring cucumber sandwiches? Ro's sadness instantly vanished, replaced by a bright and gentle smile. Seeing Ro's mood recover, Wushu didn't ask further, thinking that she had just experienced something unpleasant. After all, Ro had always been so kind. Years later, the once young ponies bid farewell to their innocence. Sweet Apple Acres thrived under new leadership after Applejack's departure. Sugar Cube Corner was no longer as lively after Pinkie Pie left, and laughter in Ponyville faded, but there were always a few elderly ponies visiting the candy store to reminisce about the past. That on the wall of the Lightning Bolt Pegasus team headquarters, General Rainbow Dash, who made Sonic Rainboom a reality, had become an immortal legend in the hearts of all Pegasi. Just days ago, the world-renowned top designer quietly passed away. Her funeral was as beautiful and luxurious as her life, with countless ponies coming to mourn. Some even refused to believe this fact. After attending the rare funeral, Ro became more certain that Wushu must have done something. As time mercilessly passed, one friend after another left, and Ro had lost count of how many times she had cried. Despite witnessing so many friends' departures and understanding that death is the fate of every living being, she could never fully let go. At this moment, she had long surpassed the normal lifespan of a Pegasus. It seemed that since the year Applejack left, she could no longer feel aging and even felt younger. Wushu, on the other hand, sometimes seemed very tired and had become less clingy to her, even showing signs of aging, starting to resemble the way she first met him. On this day, the sky was clear, and Wushu, as usual, brought cucumber sandwiches and snacks to join the afternoon tea. Knowing that Ro must be sad about Jinchi's passing, Wushu specially chose a funny outfit to cheer her up, hoping it would help her regain a good mood. Wushu, you came just in time. Sit down, Ro greeted him with a smile. Wushu felt a bit at a loss usually. At this time, Ro was extremely haggard and sad, but now she was unexpectedly calm and gentle. You. Wushu awkwardly sat on the sofa. Wushu, no matter what you did, you must be very tired now. Ro's smile faded. Please stop it, okay? Life and death are the inevitabilities of nature. No, what are you thinking? What can I do? I haven't done anything. Wushu desperately argued, trying to keep Ro from knowing what he had done, fearing it would make her sad. I know, I shouldn't have lived this long. You must have done something, right? You used some special method to extend my life. I really appreciate everything you've done. You gave me more time to enjoy everything I love. But this isn't right. Ro gently soothed Wushu with the softest voice. But, Wushu tried to argue back. Whoa! Ro's voice suddenly became serious. No, Wushu shouted. Before his voice faded, Wushu disappeared from the treehouse. The empty treehouse was now incredibly silent in Ro's memory. This was the first time Wushu had shouted at her so loudly. Ro looked out the window and murmured, Wushu, please don't do anything foolish because of me. You must take care of yourself. For several months, Ro had not seen Wushu. She knew he was deliberately avoiding her. As she began to feel herself getting younger and younger, Ro realized that if she continued to be passive and didn't do something truly significant might happen. With the passing of one friend after another, the Friendship Council gradually ceased to hold meetings. Ziyue became obsessed with work, trying to numb her emotions through it. Ro took a train to Canterlot to find Ziyue for a solution to everything. Upon arriving at the castle gate, she was stopped by the guard on duty. Please show your invitation. I'm here to see Ziyue, it's important, Ro hurriedly said. Meeting Princess Ziyue requires an appointment, the guard said sternly. Since Ziyue established the Friendship Council, haven't I been able to come and go freely in urgent situations? Ro said anxiously. Currently, only the president of the Animal Protection Association, Ro, can exercise this right. The guard's gaze began to show caution. But I am Ro stammered, blurting it out. I've seen President Ro before. She has now entered her twilight years. How could a young pony like you impersonate her? The guard scoffed. Only then did Ro remember that her appearance was now like the first time she met Wushu, and there were few ponies left who knew her from that time. The guard had never seen her like this. Knowing that she could not enter the castle, Ro had to think of another way. With heavy thoughts, Ro strolled through Canterlot. Canterlot was still a prosperous metropolis. Shinshi's clothing store was packed with people, and the food street was always bustling with Apple's lightning bolt Pegasus team. Posters were plastered on every corner, and beings of various races moved through the streets without any barriers or conflicts. Not knowing how long she had walked, Ro was drawn to a clothing display case showcasing the dress they wore during their first participation in the Running of the Leaves Festival. It was Shinshi's branch store. Without realizing it, she placed her hand on the glass of the display case, tears streaming down her face. "Ooh, is that you? Ro, how did you change like this?" Suilong looked at the youthful Ro, resembling her from years ago, and was momentarily at a loss. "I can't explain it. Either this is probably because Wushu did something. I'm here to find Yue to resolve this matter, but the castle guards don't recognize me in this form and won't let me in." Ro explained. It's okay. I'll take you to see Yue," Suilong said with a smile. Yeah. The journey from the clothing store to the castle was bustling, but the dragon and pony accompanying her both felt a deep sense of loneliness. Inside the castle, Yue was elegant and noble, dignified and compassionate. Having been in office for many years, Yue had seen a lot, but seeing Ro like this again shocked her into speechlessness. "Yue, I need your help to find Wushu. He has been avoiding me lately," Ro said as she approached Yue. "I actually don't know either, but this is probably because Wushu did something," Ro explained again. "But isn't this a good thing?" Yue asked, puzzled. "Maybe it's a good thing, but it's not right, and we don't know what Chaos has done and what everything he has done will lead to." Ro's tone gradually became serious. But Ziyu tried to refute, but couldn't say a word no matter where she started. She couldn't place the safety of Ponyville in the hands of unpredictable factors. The group fell silent. Everyone understood that no one wanted to accept parting, but parting was the norm. Ro raised her hand, wanting to comfort Ziyu, but before she could speak, a minister accompanying her pushed the door open and began urging Princess Ziyu to head to the Crystal Empire for a meeting. "Your Highness, you have already delayed the meeting with the Crystal Empire for a quarter of an hour. If you don't set off soon, the matters for today may not be finished." Ziyu showed a serious expression and said to the accompanying minister, "You go out first. I need to prepare a little and will set off immediately." "I understand. I will find a way to contact Chaos to meet you." Ziyu turned around, unwilling to look at Ro, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Thank you. Let Chaos go to the Graceful Wings Sanctuary to find me. I will wait for him there. We still need to have afternoon tea." Ro also turned around and walked out. With each step, Ro walked decisively, without a trace of nostalgia, while the tears that had broken free fell all the way down. Seeing Ro's departing figure, Suilong, already in tears, called out, "Ziyu, how are you?" Ziyu raised her tear-streaked face and choked out, "Among the six of us, I only have her left. And now she's leaving too." Ro didn't know when Ziyu would be able to contact Chaos. She could only prepare everything needed for afternoon tea every day, waiting at the Graceful Wing Sanctuary. On a sunny afternoon, Ro was taking out the food and drinks for afternoon tea from the basket. "I'm sorry." Chaos appeared very uneasy. "I shouldn't have scolded you." Ro arranged everything and smiled as she walked over to Chaos, pointing at the food. "These are all your favorites. The crusts of the cucumber sandwiches have already been cut off." Ro tried to pull Chaos to sit down, but Chaos stood still, unmoving. After a long stalemate, Chaos clenched his fists and said firmly, "I will not lift the spell." "Can we have afternoon tea first?" Ro said helplessly. "Only if you promise me first that you won't let me lift the spell." Chaos's attitude remained incredibly firm. This was the first time Ro had seen such a serious and resolute Chaos. After a moment of shock, she spoke in an extremely gentle tone. "Just like all living beings in the world, aging and death are the norm. Every ordinary pony will eventually face death, and so will I. This is the law of nature. You're not like them. You are the kindest Ro in the world." Chaos argued excitedly. "I am the king of chaos. If I want you to live, you will live." Ro sighed helplessly. "It's precisely because you're the king of chaos that your lifespan is destined to be equal to the world. Even if the world is destroyed, you may not die. But I'm just an ordinary pony. I cannot live that long. You shouldn't put your entire life on me. This world is so beautiful, with so many wonderful things for you to discover and experience. Chaos, you should live well for yourself." Seeing the resistance on Chaos's face, Ro knew she couldn't persuade him this way. After hesitating for a long time, Chaos finally accepted the cup of tea. "I must travel to every piece of land." "Okay." Ro smiled in agreement. This afternoon tea was just like every previous one. The two chatted and laughed just like in the past. The next day, the two set off on a journey that would last 100 years. During this long journey, they climbed high mountains, visited the deep sea, and tasted delicacies from various places. Each time they arrived at a location, Ro would document her experiences in a few letters and drop them off at the local post office to be sent to ZU at specific times. This journey shouldn't have taken so long that Chaos's health was deteriorating, and Ro felt heartbroken watching Chaos's figure gradually hunch over and his fur starting to turn gray. Whenever Ro asked about it, Chaos would always smile and say, "We promise to travel to every piece of land." At this point, Ro began to worry that Chaos might pass away before he could appreciate the beauty of this world, before he could fall in love with it. The atmosphere in the treehouse was exceptionally heavy. Ro poured a cup of tea for Chaos and said calmly, "Let's go to the Graceful Wing Sanctuary for our last afternoon tea tomorrow." Chaos took the teacup, took a deep breath, and choked out a okay with difficulty. This afternoon tea was the most silent one they had ever had. The Graceful Wing Sanctuary. Ro hadn't been there for nearly 100 years. Most of the little animal friends she once knew had already passed away, and now the animals living in the sanctuary were mostly unfamiliar to her. The Ro of the past would have made new friends, but now she chose to keep her distance. In the final moments, Ro visited the graves of her old friends, said her goodbyes, recounted nearly 100 years of experiences, and wrote a farewell letter to ZU to be delivered in the future. Chaos, dressed neatly and brightly, brought cucumber sandwiches and snacks to attend their last afternoon tea. Ro, as usual, meticulously prepared what was almost a typical afternoon tea. The tea party lasted from noon until evening. Chaos seemed to have endless things to say, while Ro patiently listened. At tea one moment, both felt that it would be nice if time could stop right there. As night fell, Ro finished the last sip of tea, interrupting Chaos, who was still talking nonstop, and pointed at the cup. "The tea is finished." "How can that be?" Chaos was taken aback, reaching out a hand to conjure more tea, but Ro gently pressed his hand down. "We promised." Ro smiled gently, shaking her head lightly. Chaos's tears instantly streamed down, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and he choked out, "Ro. I'm here." Ro gently wiped away Chaos's tears. "In my lifetime, I've already lived longer than too many ponies. I've done enough, I'm already satisfied." With Ro's repeated comforting, Chaos recited the spell he had never wanted to say in his life. The moment the spell was completed, Ro felt all her strength being drained away. Instantly, breathing became difficult, her vision began to blur, and her body uncontrollably fell into Chaos's embrace. The surrounding sounds fell silent. Only Chaos's choked cries and the desperate repetition of Ro echoed in her ears, filling her heart with an inexplicable sense of peace. After a moment, Ro felt some strength returning. The previously blurry existence began to clear up a bit, and the passage of life seemed to slow down. Ro trembled as she raised her hand, gently helping to wipe away Chaos's tears. From his eyes, she saw an incredibly aged version of herself that she had never seen before, and she chuckled. "Don't cry, isn't this great?" Ooh. Hearing Chaos call her name over and over again, and seeing his desperate and sorrowful expression, Ro suddenly had so much to say to him, but didn't know where to start. "Chaos!" Ro softly called out, but felt breathless and powerless. "Chaos! Don't love me anymore. Go love this world. Love yourself." Her vision had completely blurred, and she couldn't hear her own voice, feeling utterly drained, unable to speak. Perhaps it was the instinct to survive at that moment. Ro suddenly wished to be together with Chaos forever and live well. "You must take good care of yourself." A single tear, carrying Ro's last breath, slipped from the corner of her eye. Chaos called softly for Ro over and over again, trying to wake her up, but Ro showed no response at all. In the end, Chaos couldn't help but deceive himself, telling himself that Ro was just asleep, and she would wake up soon. Ro. Ooh. You really are amazing. Later, a legend circulated among the animals at the Gentle Wings shelter. In the center of the shelter, a grave held an angel who cherished every little animal, and the monster who chatted and had tea with the grave every day was a sinner redeemed by the angel. Hundreds of years later, in the princess's castle. "Princess, your letter." The messenger handed a yellowed letter to Friendship Princess. "Aunt Ziyue, who sent you this letter? It feels a bit old." The Wind and Snow Heart, who was studying beside Ziyue in Canterlot, asked. "It's from your Aunt Ro." Ziyue opened the letter, smiling as she showed the photo of Ro and Chaos playing in the snow to Wind and Snow Heart. "Look how happy they are." "I know. I've always known." Sadness shone in Ziyue's eyes. "Since that day, I haven't seen her again. She sends me a letter every month. At first, I thought she wrote wherever she went. Later, I noticed some inconsistencies, but didn't mind. Then some letters were lost, some were sent at the wrong time, and some were so damaged that I couldn't tell what they said, like this letter where the photo is still okay. but the content is already blurred. Zue showed the letter to Wind and Snowheart. The yellowed letter spoke of the long passage of time, with a full page of text, none of which was clear, yet all neatly arranged. From the letter, you could tell the writer must have put in a lot of effort. Over the hundreds of years, letter after letter, Wind and Snowheart couldn't imagine how many letters Aunt Ro had prepared and how much effort she had put in. Aunt Zue, Aunt Ro prepared so many letters for you. She must not want you to be sad because of her departure. So, Aunt Zue, don't be sad. Urgent report, a mysterious force has appeared in the North Wasteland, causing a major disaster, with several ponies injured. Wind and Snowheart's words were abruptly interrupted by the messenger, who burst in. Gather all relevant personnel to the conference hall for a meeting. Send 5 squads of the Royal Guard to protect and evacuate the crowd. Send the Lightning Pegasus team for aerial support. Send. Zue issued commands in a royal tone, displaying her leadership style. In the conference hall, several groups were discussing back and forth, trying to find an optimal solution. What is the current optimal solution? After an afternoon of discussions, Zue asked. Everyone looked troubled. Please speak. This matter is truly urgent. Every second we delay puts the ponies of Equestria in danger. Zue said seriously. The evil force seems to come from ancient times. The only way to deal with it is to seal it, but sealing it requires a massive amount of magical power. Even if we combine our strengths, it won't be enough. Even you, who represent the source of magic, might die from magical depletion trying to seal it. A respected unicorn said. Then, let's do it this way. I will seal it. Zue announced immediately. No, you're a princess. There must be another way. Perhaps we could try some alternative methods. Everyone present began to dissuade her in unison. Can any of you come up with a better plan now? Zue retorted. Everyone was left speechless. I will handle everything. For the safety of the ponies, this matter cannot be neglected any longer. In an instant, Zue felt a bit relieved. After leaving the conference room, Zue quickly arranged everything. Just before setting off, Wind and Snowheart blocked Zue's path. And Zue, actually, you don't have to do this, that we still have plenty of time to consider this matter slowly. I have my own selfish reasons. Zue interrupted Wind and Snowheart with a smile. Right now, I feel unprecedentedly relaxed. Wind and Snowheart was stunned for a moment, trembling as she asked, why? Is a friendship princess without friends still a friendship princess? Zue smiled, sorrowful and desperate. Wind and Snowheart, you are more fortunate and unfortunate than most ponies. You were born a princess, a unicorn, possessing magical talents that many ponies can only dream of in their lifetimes. That is your fortune, but it is also your misfortune as a unicorn. You will constantly experience partings, step by step walking towards loneliness, but you still have many things you haven't taught me. Wind and Snowheart cried out. Wind and Snowheart, you have always been excellent. At this point, I actually have nothing more to teach you. Now, I must teach you the final lesson of friendship. Parting. Zue gently patted Wind and Snowheart's head. After comforting Wind and Snowheart, Zue used a teleportation array set up by the mages to go alone to the place where she would have to sacrifice her life. Upon arriving in the North Wasteland, Zue saw no disaster at all. Everything was far from what she had imagined. The grass was lush, the water flowed gently, the air was fresh, and the sunlight was just right. Everything was so beautiful that it was intoxicating, making Zue deeply doubt whether she had teleported to the wrong place. Zue, you really came. Chaos? Zue said in disbelief. What? After hundreds of years, has the friendship princess forgotten me? Chaos teased with a smile. What happened? How did you end up like this? Zue, and not caring about her royal demeanor, asked directly. What could happen? I merely stopped a disaster from occurring. Chaos waved his hand with a smile. Aren't you the king of chaos? Aren't you omnipotent? How did you end up like this? Watching Chaos's body become increasingly transparent, Zue's tears flowed out uncontrollably. But my power has long begun to weaken. My abilities are no longer as strong as they once were. Chaos laughed self-deprecatingly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to resurrect Ro. Why? Can you guess where my magic comes from? I was born from nothingness. All my magical power comes from the irregularities and disharmonies of the world. Seeing Zue in tears, Chaos wanted to pat her shoulder to comfort her, but found his hand passed right through her body. So because this world has become beautiful, your magic has weakened, and now that you've stopped this disaster, you've exhausted your magic and are going to die, right? Zue shouted in despair. No, what are you thinking? Chaos shook his head and waved his hand. How could such an ordinary disaster make me, the king of chaos, die? The real reason I have become like this is due to violating my own nature. Zue looked confused. The energy of this world is conserved justice and evil, light and darkness, both operate in alternation. Over these hundreds of years, you, the Friendship Princess, have led all the creatures of the world to create an unprecedented, glorious era. And I, as a product of chaos, irregularity, and disharmony, naturally have my magic weakened. When the entire world becomes extraordinarily beautiful, the evil energy hidden at the bottom of the world gets compressed together. When it accumulates to a certain extent, it will erupt, and from the moment it erupts, the light and darkness of the world will once again reach a balance. Of course, their reign won't last long. The forces representing hope, kindness, and light will soon create something capable of suppressing them. The source of harmony that was once used to seal me is such a thing. Theoretically, I exist as long as the world does, or I could even exist longer than the world. Because I was born from nothingness, my power comes from nothingness and chaos. So when the weakened me stopped a disaster that would have destroyed order, I violated my own nature of being without rules and without order. Everything happening to me now is a violation of my own cost, the embodiment of chaos explained in a calm and indifferent tone. You knew it would be like this. Why did you still do it? Ziyue cried out in confusion, not understanding why chaos would act this way. Because Ro deeply loves this world, so I cannot let it fall into danger. Chaos paused and continued. And if I don't do this, you will surely use all your magical power to seal it that I can die, but the Princess of Friendship must live well and protect this world. But this is not your responsibility, it's my mission, Ziyue shouted. That's why I said the Princess of Friendship is not Ziyue. Ziyue is just an ordinary pony, but the Princess of Friendship is the leader of Ponyland. She may not have friends, but she must spend her life spreading friendship throughout the world, guarding this world, and protecting every living being. Chaos looked at Ziyue very seriously and said, "You're the only one in this world, Ziyue, the Princess of Friendship, who has the ability to protect and guard this world. The Princess of Friendship will be the greatest leader in history. What about Ro? Ro wishes for this world to be well. Doesn't she want you to be well? Would she want you to die?" Ziyue tried to use Ro to persuade Chaos to find a way to survive. Ro, I do not love this world, but she has always loved it deeply, so I'm willing to love and protect the world she cherishes. But now I'm tired, really tired. Being alone is truly too lonely. Chaos revealed a look of loneliness. But Ziyue wanted to change something, but felt powerless. Isn't it good? After I, the embodiment of chaos, disappear for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, this world will not face any disasters, and all living beings will live. Better, just consider it a special experience, like every previous one. Parting is your last lesson in learning friendship, and loneliness is your final lesson as a princess. You should have understood this long ago. Chaos smiled, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, as if the one about to die was not him. Ziyue understood that she could change nothing. She had long been aware of the loneliness of immortality through repeated partings, but she had never thought that one day she would have to say goodbye to chaos. This existence that was as eternal as heaven and earth. How long has Ro been gone? Ziyue wiped her tears and forced a smile that looked like crying. I don't know, it's been a long time. Chaos said with some melancholy. I only know that today should have been my 219,886 tea party with her, and I can no longer have tea with her. Ziyue couldn't say a word, lowering her head as tears streamed down. I really want to see her one more time. Chaos also shed tears. That's enough, just being able to see her once more is enough. Chaos's cold heart suddenly warmed a little. But I need your help, I have no magic left. During the process of passing through, the soul may be torn apart. Ziyue turned her head, choked up. It's okay, I was going to die anyway. Chaos appeared remarkably calm. With tears in her eyes, Ziyue began to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared beneath Chaos's feet, slowly rising and enveloping him. Ziyue, please forgive my selfishness. Please protect this world well. Chaos sincerely thanked her just before disappearing. Thank you. So you know you were selfish too. Ziyue looked at the sky, tears quietly sliding down her cheeks, heavily falling to the ground. I will protect this world well. From then on, Ziyue never saw Chaos again. In a place like a tunnel, as if watching a lantern show, Chaos saw his entire life. The chaotic king who was reckless in his early years. The first time he met the kind Ro, sealed twice, turned into a statue. Having afternoon tea with Ro. Having afternoon tea with Ro. Having afternoon tea with Ro. Secretly using magic to extend Ro's life, later discovered. Ziyue, under the pretext of discussing important matters, sent him to meet Ro, accepting her death. Traveling with Ro, deliberately delaying time. Wanting to exchange his death for Ro's immortality, yet fearing that if he gained immortality, Ro would be lonely and sad. Ro departed, buried in the beautiful winged sanctuary. Having afternoon tea with Ro. Having afternoon tea with Ro-Ro. Having afternoon tea with Ro-Ro. Saving the world. Perhaps because time travel is not a reasonable thing, Chaos not only did not feel the tearing of his soul, but even felt his body starting to solidify. In the end, Chaos fell directly to the ground. With no magic left, his aging body hurt from the fall, and he couldn't help but gasp. Chaos, what happened to you? What happened? Seeing Chaos, who was hunched and had white hair, Ro-Ro hurried over to support him, asking anxiously. The treehouse, no longer cold since Ro-Ro left, became incredibly warm. Looking at Ro-Ro, who had tears in her eyes and a worried face, Chaos's tears rolled down his cheeks as he hugged Ro-Ro tightly. Ro-Ro, Ro-Ro, I miss you so much. I saved the world, Chaos choked out. How did you become like this? Ro-Ro asked patiently. Chaos fell silent for a moment, steadying his emotions and gently pushing Ro-Ro away. It's just that I haven't taken care of myself for too long since you left. Ro-Ro looked at him suspiciously. Chaos pointed at the afternoon tea on the table to change the subject. Can I have a cup of tea? I haven't had the tea you brewed for a long time. With worry in her eyes, Ro-Ro poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chaos. He took the teacup, sipped the tea, and the familiar taste warmed his heart. Chaos felt his vitality draining, and his body began to turn transparent. The teacup slipped through his fingers and fell to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. Are you sure you're okay? Ro-Ro pointed at the cup, looking at Chaos in disbelief. Just as the elderly Chaos turned into mist and disappeared, the Chaos who attended afternoon tea suddenly reappeared. Chaos, no matter what happens, please love the world and yourself as you love me, okay? Oh, of course, I can definitely love Ponyland as I love you. After all, you love this world so much. If you could really do that, I wouldn't have to see you like this. Although Chaos said nothing, Ro-Ro knew he was hiding something from her, for the loneliness and despair in his eyes were unmistakable. She couldn't imagine that her death alone could lead to Chaos being so despondent. Ro-Ro understood that immortality was destined to be lonely, and Chaos's life was vast and long, also destined to be lonely. If in the future Chaos would become like that, then from now on, let him have bonds with the world and the desire to live well. Several hundred years later, Ziwe received a farewell letter from Ro-Ro. From then on, the most outstanding leader in the history of Ponyland, Princess of Friendship Ziwe, was left with only the Cosmic Princess, Moon Princess, Melody Princess, and Heart of Wind and Snow among those she knew. Chapter 1. A call for help across time and space. We need your help. The sky was filled with fireworks, and the desperate cries echoed. Every little pony was in deep distress. Ziwe instinctively wanted to help them, but it felt as if she was frozen in place, unable to move no matter how hard she tried. After dreaming the same dream for 3 consecutive nights, Ziwe told Princess Luna about it, hoping she could assist her. Princess Luna, I've been dreaming of a place that seems isolated from the world, a land plagued by disasters and war. It resembles Ponyland, but is also somewhat different. I can hear many ponies calling for help there. Strangely, in all my dreams, whether good or bad, I haven't seen you at all these days, Ziwe said thoughtfully. So, it's really possible that someone is calling out for me. The disasters and wars there might actually be real, Ziwe said in disbelief. Princess Luna nodded. But how could this be? Ever since the chaos disappeared, there hasn't been a single disaster anywhere. How could such a situation arise? Ziwe paced back and forth, murmuring. Princess Luna gently held Ziwe, soothing her. It's okay, don't worry. We'll think of a way. There must be a solution. So what should we do? Ziwe asked tearfully. Those ponies might be living in dire straits. Seeing Ziwe's tears, Princess Luna was momentarily taken aback. Since Ziwe's succession, she had only seen Ziwe cry a few times, all due to the loss of friends. For many years, Ziwe had always shown resilience and reason in front of her. She almost forgot that Ziwe was the youngest one apart from Wind and Snowheart. Since you heard their calls for help in your dreams, it means I can connect with them through your dreams the next time they reach out to you. You can try to talk face to face with the one who contacts you, Princess Luna said softly. Let us do it tonight. We need to handle this quickly. Ponyland has many things to do, Ziwe said, looking a bit weary. All right. Princess Luna suddenly wondered if it was a correct choice to hand everything over to Ziwe back then. That night, after a long day of handling affairs, Ziwe was utterly exhausted. Climbing onto her soft bed, all she wanted was to fall into a deep sleep. After covering herself with the blanket, Ziwe turned her head to Princess Luna and said, I'll leave the rest to you. With that, Ziwe closed her eyes and fell asleep. Standing by the bed, Princess Luna began to use magic to clear Ziwe's dream. In her ears were the desperate cries of ponies, and in her eyes were fireballs flying from who knows where, forcing the ponies to flee. Unlike before, everything this time was no longer blurred. Everything felt so real. Ziyue conjured a protective shield with magic, but the shield failed to protect anyone. Ziyue felt a deep sense of helplessness. You are the one prophesied to save Ponyland from its peril, right? Or perhaps another youthful version of yourself from another world. Chapter 2. We are not friends. Ziyue stood speechless in front of everything. Hello. I am the great sorceress Ziyue from Ponyland. The great sorceress Ziyue bowed properly to Princess Ziyue, not realizing that this otherworldly pony was strikingly similar to herself. Merely knowing that she was a unicorn and a princess. Great sorceress? Princess Ziyue asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, said the great sorceress Ziyue, maintaining her decorum. Why did you become a great sorceress? What happened? Why did you summon me? What about Mom, Dad, Brother, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Applejack, Princess Celestia, Princess Luna, Princess Cadance, Wind and Snowheart, and the others? What about the source of harmony? Why don't we use the magic of friendship to fend off the disasters? In an instant, Princess Ziyue had many questions she wanted to ask this other version of herself. Why did I become a great sorceress? Because I wanted to do something for Ponyland. I worked hard step by step to achieve this, and it's my private matter, unrelated to the safety of Ponyland. About 100 years ago, numerous demons emerged, occupying their own territories and declaring themselves kings. We had no good way to resist them, and in the end, Princess Cadance, Princess Luna, and Princess Celestia worked together to create a protective shield that safeguarded Ponyland. The ponies inside the shield basically wouldn't suffer any harm. But now the shield is gradually weakening, and you are the pony determined by the astrologer to bring hope and change to Ponyland. Everyone you just mentioned is fine. Ponyland is still very safe internally. It's just those ponies and creatures at the borders. As for the source of harmony, it inexplicably disappeared after I, along with Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Applejack, and Fluttershy, purified Princess Luna. The magic of friendship? Friendship has no magic? The great sorceress Ziyue seemed somewhat helpless at this point. How is that possible? The source of harmony cannot just disappear. How can friendship have no magic? Even if King Sombra shattered the source of harmony, the magic of friendship would still manifest in another way, Princess Ziyue murmured. But it just disappeared like that. At that time, I wanted to stay in Ponyville, make friends, and learn about friendship, the great sorceress Ziyue said with some regret. So you and everyone else didn't become friends because of the disappearance of the source of harmony? Princess Ziyue exclaimed in shock. Who is everyone? The great sorceress Ziyue asked in confusion. It's Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Fluttershy, and Applejack. Princess Ziyue said eagerly, wishing the great sorceress Ziyue was lying to her. They were her most cherished friends. So how do you know they're all fine? Princess Ziyue continued to press. Everything seemed so similar to what Princess Ziyue knew. Her friends were still excellent, but in this world, her friends were missing one called Ziyue and had an additional great sorceress named Ziyue who had no friends. Unconsciously, Princess Ziyue was once again in tears. Chapter 3. You will be remembered. Looking at the little pony who was crying uncontrollably, the great sorceress Ziyue did not know how to comfort her. Everything she said seemed so far yet so close to her own experiences. She couldn't understand why she wasn't able to become best friends with them and why she was so sad. She only knew that the world shouldn't be like this. I know about King Sombra. He currently occupies the Crystal Empire, but he is also suppressed by other demons. The great sorceress Ziyue changed the subject. What do I need to do? What can I do? Princess Ziyue wiped her tears and spoke with a choked voice. Since everything has happened, let's start changing it step by step from now on. Ziyue and her friends shouldn't be like this. The world should be like that. Can this spell really work? Princess Ziyue, having read countless books and seen countless space teleportation spell formations, looked at the spell before her that resembled a tangled mess and couldn't help but doubt its reliability. There shouldn't be any problem. The great sorceress Ziyue also had some doubts about herself. Shouldn't there be? Princess Ziyue further confirmed the immaturity of the spell and couldn't help but worry about her upcoming teleportation. Although this teleportation array looks very immature, it is currently the most complete teleportation array found. I compiled and researched it from thousands of ancient texts. You can trust me. The great sorceress Ziyue chuckled awkwardly, trying to make herself sound more persuasive. If this time the great sorceress Ziyue couldn't convince this pony who could bring hope and change as prophesied, then the disaster in Ponyland might take longer to resolve, and the process would become even more difficult. The great magician Ziyue paused for a moment and handed the magic book to Princess Ziyue. But how can I contact you? Princess Ziyue asked as she received the magic book. I actually don't know either. The great magician Ziyue lowered her head slightly. I used a magic circle combined with several magic stones rich in magical energy to communicate with your dream, and it took me several months to reach you. The great magician Ziyue smiled apologetically. After copying the spell, Princess Ziwa stared at the incantation, feeling her head buzzing, and after a long time, she slowly spoke. Are you sure it can be transmitted? I'm sure. As long as no major events occur, you will definitely be able to teleport over, the great magician Ziwa said confidently. Looking at her former self, Princess Ziwa thought about how she was once so confident when she focused on magic research. And she was also the representative of the source of magic. This spell just seemed a bit chaotic. Why should she doubt it? Princess Ziwa nodded slightly. You just said that this magic circle needs to be activated simultaneously. When do you plan to do it? I know you must have other things in your world. So I plan to activate the magic circle tonight, 1 month from now, when the moon reaches its highest point, and then you can teleport over. The great magician Ziwa suggested cautiously. Okay, then see you in a month, Ziwa nodded, looking around. It was pitch dark all around, without a hint of light. But how do I get out? I just need to deactivate the magic, the great magician Ziwa said as she began to undo the spell. Everything around them started to shatter little by little, gradually collapsing. As the great magician Ziwa released her magic, Princess Ziwa felt a pulling force drawing her away. Your Highness, everything you have done for Pony Maria will be remembered by every citizen of Pony Maria. The great magician Ziwa solemnly bowed to Princess Ziwa. Goodbye. After the 2 words fell, Princess Ziwa vanished before the great magician Ziwa, and now all the great magician Ziwa could do was wait. Chapter 4. The Unknown Journey. Under the protection of the princesses, even as various demons declared themselves kings outside, constantly disturbing Pony Maria, the area around the princess castle remained stable, showing no signs of the turmoil outside. The great magician Ziwa walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, through which she could see the prosperity of Canterlot. Outside, people came and went, and vehicles flowed like water, creating a scene of stability and harmony. If one only looked from here, one could hardly be aware of the disasters and dangers. If Ziwa had not visited the borders of Pony Maria, she would not have become the great magician Ziwa and would not have known that Pony Maria was in turmoil. So, Ziwa, did you succeed? Asked Suelong, who was holding a pillow and keeping watch for Ziwa not far away. Yes, I succeeded. My magic worked, Ziwa excitedly said as she flashed in front of Suelong. Do you know? She is a princess from another world. That night, Suelong stayed up all night, simply because Ziwa was too excited and talked with him until dawn. On the other side, Princess Ziwa opened her eyes and saw the Moon Princess beside her. I think you already have the answer, the Moon Princess said gently. Princess Ziwa got out of bed and spoke eloquently. Yes, I have a basic understanding of the information. That place is similar to a parallel universe. Due to some changes, the source of harmony unexpectedly disappeared. A large number of demons emerged, declaring themselves kings in the absence of any suppression. At the same time, because of the large number of demons, they are also mutually restraining each other. Pony Maria in that universe is still relatively stable under the protection of you, my teacher, and Princess Inyan. Also, the me from that universe and everyone else couldn't become friends for some reasons. I am not a friendship princess. At this point, Ziwa didn't know whether to feel sad or fortunate for her counterpart in that universe. They should have been good friends, but due to a change, they became unfamiliar strangers. As a princess, you don't have to bear the eternal loneliness, the constant responsibility of protecting Pony Maria and the world, nor the loss of loved ones and friends one after another. So what do you plan to do next? The Moon Princess asked, changing the topic as she looked at the increasingly heavy Ziwa. I will follow the arrangements from that world and teleport over through the magic circle. Ziwa paused. She did not intend to tell everyone about the incompleteness of that spell. She didn't want any pony to worry about her. I will arrange everything in the next month. You don't have to worry. Just by listening to Ziwa's words, the Moon Princess knew that Ziwa must be hiding something from her. This matter must be related to crossing over, but since Ziwa didn't say anything, it must be within Ziwa's control. Therefore, the Moon Princess did not ask further, just responded to reassure Ziwa and prevent her from worrying unnecessarily. Even if she didn't trust the Ziwa from that world, she had no reason to doubt the Ziwa who had been with her day and night in this world. She believed that Ziwa would be able to arrange everything well. In the month that followed, Princess Ziwa quickly delegated her duties to various departments and ponies. The sudden increase in workload made Fengshua's heart realize that something was about to happen again. After all, if it weren't for the chaotic situation last time, her Aunt Ziwa would have sacrificed herself. Aunt Ziwa, is there something major about to happen again? Fengshua asked, bringing the recently processed documents to Ziwa, who was already busy to the point of losing direction. Not really. It's more like a journey, Ziwa replied, buried in organizing the mountain of documents on her desk. Is it dangerous? Ziwa asked herself, and she didn't have a suitable answer. saying it was dangerous, it was just a parallel universe. And it was under the protection of the Cosmic Princess, the Moon Princess, and Princess Inyan. Saying it was safe, there were still disasters and wars happening. After arranging everything, Ziyue took a rare break for a few days. She visited her friends and cleaned their graves. Finally, she set up the magic circle in her princess castle in Ponyville. There was no one there but her. She didn't dare let any pony who understood magic see the magic circle. If they saw it, they would definitely not let her leave with such an incomplete magic circle. Although there was no longer a trace of life there, every time Ziyue had time, she would come here to take a look. At the moment the magic circle activated, Ziyue felt lucky. She thought she would never see her friends again in this lifetime. But now she had another chance, even if the versions of them in that world were vastly different from what she knew. This unknown journey was full of gains for Princess Ziyue, but it was also much more arduous than she had anticipated. Chapter 5. The Consequences of Crossing. Princess Ziyue stood in the center of the magic circle, allowing the magic to wrap around her. Then, Princess Ziyue felt that all the magical energy around her was bound by something, and a powerful pulling force directly drew her into a massive vortex, which spun rapidly, causing the dinner in Princess Ziyue's stomach to churn. While Princess Ziyue felt nauseous, a magical energy like fine rain seeped through her skin and into her bones with the rotation of the vortex. Unable to exert any magic in the vortex, Ziyue could only let the vortex toss her aside. At that moment, Princess Ziyue began to regret why she had completely trusted that inexperienced version of herself. In fact, one could say she hadn't even stepped out of the hut. She only had a sufficient knowledge reserve. She didn't know how long she had been spinning. But Ziyue's consciousness began to become scattered and blurry. A powerful force abruptly threw Ziyue out, and at the moment she was slammed against the wall. She felt the binding of her magical energy lift. Ziyue saw the winged Ziyue flying out from the magic circle, then being slammed against the wall. How could this happen? Did the magic go wrong? How could it turn out like this? Princess Ziyue struggled to lift her head and saw sway along, with a worried expression, pulling the tail of the Grand Mage Ziyue with one hand, while the Grand Mage Ziyue was rapidly flipping through a spell book, equally worried. The two people in front of her were both illusions, but Princess Ziyue understood that the magic circle traversal was considered a success. Before Princess Ziyue could say anything, her vision went black, and she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was the pure white ceiling, followed by the kind-hearted doctor being pushed aside by the Grand Mage Ziyue. I'm sorry. The Grand Mage Ziyue heavily bumped her head against the nightstand, full of regret, mumbling her apologies. I didn't expect this to happen. According to my plan, there shouldn't have been any accidents. But I also didn't expect that an accident would really occur. I will definitely think of a solution. Princess Ziyue looked at the Grand Mage Ziyue, who was resting her head on the nightstand and apologizing to her, full of confusion, and couldn't help but start to wonder if she was like this back in the day. What happened? I feel fine. Before Princess Ziyue could finish her sentence, she noticed something was off with her voice. Unlike the royal tone she had used for many years when speaking with most people, it sounded more like her voice from many years ago. Quick, give me a mirror. Princess Ziyue commanded instinctively in a royal tone. The Grand Mage Ziyue and the doctor were taken aback, and the Grand Mage Ziyue quickly handed a mirror to Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue took the mirror, and what reflected back was her youthful self from many years ago. I'm so sorry, the Grand Mage Ziyue said, filled with regret. Have you considered a possibility? I always looked like this. I am Ziyue from that world, the you from that world. Princess Ziyue awkwardly scratched her face. The Grand Mage Ziyue was momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. At that moment, she felt that the end of the world might not necessarily be a bad thing. Chapter 6. Go Make Friends. After being kept in the hospital by the Grand Mage Ziyue for a few days, Princess Ziyue finally stepped out into the light again. Really, are you okay? The Grand Mage Ziyue asked once more. Just as the Grand Mage Ziyue was about to ask something else, Princess Ziyue cut her off. I'm very sure I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Shouldn't the immediate priority be finding a solution to the hidden dangers of Little Maria? Princess Ziyue said, slightly angrily. The closer they were to the princess's castle, the more stable the area was. The further they got, the more chaotic it became. Outside the protective shield were countless demons, led by the Dark Crystal King of the Crystal Empire, the Yellow Demon of the North Wasteland, the Cocoon Queen of the Western Hive, and the chaotic beings without a home. Although the Grand Mage Ziyue expressed doubts and concerns about whether Princess Ziyue could suppress these demons, Princess Ziyue seemed unfazed, showing no signs of worry. So what do we do next? The Grand Mage Ziyue asked, unsure. Of course, we should first go to the library to understand the current history and find reasonable countermeasures. Then go to the Eternal Freedom Forest to find the Tree of Harmony. And finally, the most important thing is to find our friends. As long as our friends are here, everything will be resolved smoothly, Princess Ziyue said confidently. The Grand Mage Ziyue didn't understand why Princess Ziyue was so confident. The source of harmony had disappeared. So did that Tree of Harmony still exist? Would having friends really save little Maria? Despite her many doubts, the Grand Mage Ziyue remained silent and quietly followed Princess Ziyue to the Cantlot Library. Aren't you going to find your friends? Princess Ziyue asked as she pulled out a few history books from the shelf. Even if I want to make friends, how can I be sure I can become friends with them? Would they want to be friends with me? The Grand Mage Ziyue hesitated for a long time before speaking. And the source of harmony doesn't necessarily need friends to activate it. When the Cosmic Princess sealed the Moon Princess, it was done by just one person. You can check the history books. So are you sure the Tree of Harmony definitely exists? What if it disappeared along with the source of harmony? The Grand Mage Ziyue asked unwillingly. For her, making friends seemed to have little significance. She didn't believe that making friends could save little Maria. You don't need to worry about this. Whether it's the source of harmony or the Tree of Harmony, they are merely vessels for the magic of friendship. As long as there is friendship, even without the source of harmony or the Tree of Harmony, the magic of friendship can still be cast, Princess Ziyue explained calmly. If that's the case, why don't you go make friends with them? In your world, you are already so familiar with them. The Grand Mage Ziyue asked in confusion. I will eventually leave. This is your world. Princess Ziyue's expression revealed a hint of sadness. Before I leave, I will pass on everything I know to you. Okay, I understand. I will try hard to figure out how to make friends, the Grand Mage Ziyue replied. The Grand Mage Ziyue vaguely guessed something. Princess Ziyue had a deep bond with her friends, while she didn't have much connection with those friends, and could even say she wasn't very familiar with them. So now she must be feeling pain and helplessness. But why was she so sad? For Princess Ziyue, being able to see them again was already a great fortune. Why ask for more? Since they would eventually part, there was no need to establish too many ties. Just like this, it was just right. Chapter 7. Brother. Long time no see. Since the day Princess Ziyue entered the library, she had been studying the magic and history here. Through her research, she discovered that the magical structure of this world was similar to the one she had lived in before, yet there were some differences. The root problem in this world was still the disharmony among the little ponies, and external turmoil further deepened the disharmony among them. The Grand Mage Ziyue agreed to help Princess Ziyue make friends, but soon found herself at a loss. Despite her efforts to make friends, it all seemed futile, and she eventually had to drag her brother over to fulfill her obligation. Although this result was not deceitful, it was better than nothing. This is my forever good friend. Big brother, the Grand Mage Ziyue said with a flattering smile as she introduced Shining Armor. He is also my best friend. Forever good friend, big brother, Princess Ziyue murmured, tears welling in her eyes. Ziyue, you really did it. I knew you could. Shining Armor praised the Grand Mage Ziyue, even though everything in front of him was so unbelievable. So you really are Ziyue from another world? Suddenly having a younger sister, and a princess from another world at that, was surprising. Although he had been prepared, meeting her in reality was still different from what he had imagined. Yes, brother. Long time no see. Princess Ziyue had lost track of how long Shining Armor had been away. She only knew it had been a long time. Poor Wind and Snowheart was destined to separate from their father early on. Don't cry. Is seeing me really that exciting? Shining Armor quickly comforted her. It's nothing. Just that I haven't seen you in a long time and I miss you a bit, Princess Ziyue said while wiping away her tears. What happened? Shining Armor asked anxiously. It's nothing. Just a small matter, Princess Ziyue reassured him. Regarding the incident of his death, there was no appropriate way to bring it up. I know you are very good friends, very close relatives, but you can't just have this one friend. Princess Ziyue turned to the Grand Mage Ziyue and said, I know, but who should I be friends with? Making friends is really hard. The great sorceress Ziyue argued. Do I really have to be friends with them? It's not that you must be friends with anyone, but being friends with them is the best option given the current situation. And I haven't said you can only be friends with them. You can have many friends, Princess Ziyue explained. Having Ziyue befriend others was both Princess Ziyue's personal wish and the best arrangement for the present. Princess Ziyue spoke with a firm and serious tone, and the great sorceress Ziyue understood that according to Princess Ziyue's plan to save the world, making friends was essential, so she did not resist. Where do I start? The great sorceress Ziyue asked. You can start with this fashion show, Princess Ziyue said, taking out a newspaper and showing the great sorceress Ziyue the promotional article about a rare personal fashion show. However, the great sorceress Ziyue wanted to say something. This is the closest and easiest to find, Princess Ziyue explained, noticing the great sorceress Ziyue's hesitation. but she is notoriously difficult to get along with. The great sorceress Ziyue murmured. Princess Ziyue seemed to hear the great sorceress Ziyue saying something but couldn't quite catch it. It's nothing. The great sorceress Ziyue expressed her concerns about the upcoming journey. Using her identity as a cosmic princess student, the great sorceress Ziyue easily obtained 3 tickets to the fashion show and went with Princess Ziyue and Suilong to attend. The fashion show was packed, but the attendees were not all wealthy. On stage, the host, Jinshi, dressed in luxurious clothing, was flamboyant and bright, true to her usual style. Chapter 8. Participation. It is a great honor for everyone to attend my fashion show. Though the journey may have been arduous, I believe you will find it worthwhile. And you will definitely find the piece you desire among the many outfits. Now, let me introduce all the outfits in this collection. Jinshi passionately introduced all her designs. The great sorceress Ziyue, who did not understand fashion aesthetics and had no particular obsession with beautiful clothes, was already drowsy. Suilong mostly kept his gaze on Jinshi, occasionally glancing at Princess Ziyue and the great sorceress Ziyue, his eyes revealing concern. Princess Ziyue felt that the fashion show was overly extravagant and flashy, lacking much substance. It felt more like a show for the sake of being visually appealing, which diverged somewhat from what she knew of Jinshi's habits, but she could understand, as this was not the world she was familiar with. Rather than a fashion show, it seemed more like a high society banquet. After Jinshi left the stage, many ponies went to pre-order outfits, while others mingled and conducted business. Princess Ziyue, Suilong, and the great sorceress Ziyue left their seats and headed to the pre-order area. The pre-order point was surrounded by ponies inside and out, making it impossible to get through. It's just a few outfits. Even if they're beautiful, it shouldn't be like this. The great sorceress Ziyue said speechlessly. Actually, Jinshi's clothing is a symbol of status in high society. If you don't have a new season's high-end outfit from Jinshi's store, you might be laughed at, Suilong explained to the great sorceress Ziyue. You mean Jinshi's store sells high-end fashion every season, but those outfits are usually sky-high prices. So ordinary ponies probably can't afford them. Princess Ziyue paused, and then continued. Doesn't she cater to the common folk? She does, but very few ponies go in and out. So every year those stores end up losing a lot of money. At this point, Suilong seemed to be reflecting on something sad. How do you know so much? I remember you were infatuated with her the first time you met her all those years ago. You two wouldn't still be in contact, would you? The great sorceress Ziyue teased Suilong. We actually don't have much contact. Suilong's face turned slightly red without him realizing it. Let's go, even if we wait. There's no need to buy anything, Princess Ziyue said to the two of them, then turned to Suilong and said, since you have some connections, you must know where we can find Jinshi, so please lead the way. I guarantee I will complete the task, Your Highness, Suilong said confidently. Princess Ziyue was taken aback. Although Suilong had referred to her as princess to distinguish the two, she still had not gotten used to it until today. Following Suilong, Princess Ziyue and the great sorceress Ziyue went through an inconspicuous small door, crossed a narrow path, and successfully arrived at the heavily guarded backstage. At this moment, both ponies were certain that Suilong had more to say and was definitely hiding something. Chapter 9. Noble? Both ponies secretly decided they had to extract any information he had. For some unknown reason, Suilong felt an increasing chill running down his back. At the corner, who do you think you are? Do you believe everything others say? I, Jinshi, the most outstanding fashion designer of our time, have my stores in every city in Ponyland. Even so, I won't easily engage in charity, okay? Even if I did, it's not like I would just throw money around because someone asked me. Especially for lowly folks like you. Jinshi held her head high, occasionally glancing at a noble pony beside her, who was dressed like a gentleman, holding his head high, and closing his eyes slightly as if he had seen something dirty. Across from them was a skinny earth pony, lying on the ground, hope fading from his eyes with every word Jinshi spoke. If you go now, not only will you not save him, but the situation for more ponies will worsen. Even if you save him, you can't save them, Suilong said, arms outstretched, his tone serious and resolute. If I can't save even one pony, how can I possibly save all of Ponyland? The great sorceress Ziyue argued. But not right now. Suilong was inexplicably agitated, yet he struggled to suppress his voice. Yes, just wait a moment, I'll talk to you in a bit. After saying that, Suilong crouched at the wall corner to peek over. The great sorceress Ziyue and Princess Ziyue exchanged glances and also crouched down with Suilong. Haha, I actually thought what they said was true. As long as I find you, my daughter can be saved. How foolish of me to believe you noble high-class people. You are all hypocrites and cold-blooded. The skinny pony's laughter turned to tears, his voice growing more desperate and filled with rage. Before he could finish speaking, Jinshi conjured many ribbons to tightly seal his mouth and body. He struggled desperately, trying to say something, but couldn't move or articulate a word. Duke Highway. I apologize for startling you. I will handle the following matters. Please allow me to escort you out, Jinshi said with a smile. Duke Highway, who had been frowning tightly, slowly relaxed his expression and replied with a smile. All right, let's go. The two ponies walked together towards the back door. Duke Highway, isn't he a well-known philanthropist? The great sorceress Siwa asked, looking at the two ponies walking away. Yes, in name only. Let's go help him untie. Suilong glanced at the great sorceress Siwa and Princess Siwa before running towards the bound pony. Before Suilong could reach him, the silk on the pony was slowly unraveled by two streams of purple magic. By the time Suilong arrived, the pony was completely free but stood there in a daze. In front of the pony, Suilong extended a hand and waved. Hey, are you okay? He then tried to help him up with his other hand. Just as Suilong touched the pony, he suddenly lunged forward. Greetings, Your Highness. You must be here to save us, right? The pony knelt before the tardy Princess Siwa, tears welling in his eyes, although he had never seen or heard of such a princess. The purple pony in front of him indeed possessed all the qualities of a princess and should be a true alicorn. In fact, I am not the princess of this world. Princess Siwa wanted to explain to him that she was not the princess of this world. I didn't notice you were hurt just now. Let me heal your wounds first. After saying that, magic overflowed from her magical horn, enveloping the little pony's entire body. The pony's eyes gradually became lonely and desperate. But she is the pony from the prophecy who can bring us hope and change, the great magician Ziua explained. After Princess Ziua finished her healing, the pony moved her limbs, and the old wounds no longer hurt. A glimmer of hope rose again in her eyes. Please, save my daughter. The pony knelt down once more. A few people hurriedly helped her up. What happened to your daughter? What could have brought you to this place? The great magician Ziua asked. Don't worry, everyone will help you. Suilong added somewhat heavily. If you had come at a different time, the situation might have been better, but you came at this time, which is indeed a bit untimely. Chapter 10, An Unusual Approach. Are you sure you don't want to report this to the authorities? Such matters are best resolved through reporting. Not only does he not have a ticket, but he also intruded into the fashion show and even entered the backstage area. So you need not worry about him not receiving the punishment he deserves. I still have some connections over there. As they approached the door, Duke Highway suddenly spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I can handle this. Jinshi smiled as she sent Duke Highway out the door. The moment the door closed, the smile on Jinshi's face faded, and she turned and ran towards the direction she had come from. After running just a couple of steps, she tripped over her long skirt. TSK, next time I wear a dress, I won't wear one with such a long hem, Jinshi said as she got up, her knee stinging from the fall. From a distance, she saw Suilong and Tuzius talking with the little pony who had come seeking help. As she got closer, she heard Suilong say, coming at this time is indeed a bit untimely. Does seeking help require checking the time? The great magician Ziua questioned Suilong. Yes, it does. Jinshi interjected from not far away. Looking at Jinshi's tattered dress, covered in dust, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Next, you take this letter. Bring your family to the Gentle Wings shelter, and when you get there, this letter will ensure that someone comes to receive and help you. Just remember not to make a fuss. Otherwise, even the slightest bit of assistance will be out of reach. Before anyone could react, Jinshi conjured a letter and placed it in front of the little pony who had come seeking help. The little pony hesitated, reaching out slightly and then retracting, uncertain whether to accept it. Seeing the pony's timid actions, Jinshi conjured her wallet and took out some money. This should be enough to support you in bringing your family over. Saying this, she stuffed the money and letter into the pony's embrace. The pony was still dazed when the letter and money were shoved into her arms. Once she came to her senses, she repeatedly bowed in thanks to Jinshi. Stop bowing. It only makes you seem more insignificant. Jinshi, feeling impatient as she listened to the endless thanks, urged, you should leave now. Don't stay here. If you go now, you might still catch today's last train. The pony got up, thanked everyone one by one, and then left. The security at Fashion Week is so strict. Are you sure no one will stop her? Princess Ziua asked in confusion. No, they won tea. Jinshi replied confidently. The ponies stationed here as guards are all my people. And those noble ponies rarely pay attention to someone like her. In their eyes, she is just a beggar coming to ask for alms. Wait, why does seeking your help have to check the time? The great magician Ziua countered, having realized something. Because if she comes at an inappropriate time, not only can I not help her, but I might even end up harming her. There was a faint chill in Jinshi's eyes. Why? What wrong has she done? And why don't you let her go to the hospital? What do you want her to do at the Gentle Wings shelter? The great magician Ziua questioned again. What is wrong? Coming at this time is already a wrong choice. This is a fashion show that even the upper class finds hard to get tickets for. And yet she, a commoner, has mixed in. No matter her reasons, she has already infringed upon the interests of the upper class. If she waits for my help, then what about the other ponies? Why not go to the hospital? Is going to the hospital useful? Nowadays, hospitals are monopolized by the upper class. Even if she goes, all I can do is pay the exorbitant medical fees. Whether her daughter can be treated is still a question. Jinchi directly retorted. And what right do you have to question me here? With your status as the princess of the universe's student, or this princess who looks exactly like you? We have previously purified the nightmare moon together, and Suilong often talks about you. I thought you were someone who understood the hardships of the world and was striving to change the situation in Pony Maria. But I never expected you to be just a high and mighty pony, detached from the world. Chapter 11. Conflict. She might think your method is wrong. Princess Ziyue attempted to persuade Jinchi. At this moment, her emotions were clearly a bit too intense. So what did I do wrong? What have I done wrong? I just hope every pony has the same rights. I just hope every pony can wear beautiful clothes. But have ponies like you ever considered their feelings? Have you thought about giving them some rights? Jinchi shouted in anger. Jinchi, calm down. They are here to discuss ways to save Pony Maria with you. Suilong soothed Jinchi. Just those two. A princess' great magician student and a princess from who knows where. Are you kidding me? Jinchi said in disbelief. Suilong was momentarily speechless and paused. Why not? After all, she is also a princess' student. She is also the legendary pony who can bring hope. Yes, she is a princess' student, so she cannot do anything against the will of the princess. Even if she doesn't have to maintain the interests of the nobility now, she will have to in the future, because she needs to have an overall perspective to ensure the unity of all of Pony Maria. Jinchi refused to budge, continuing to speak incessantly. And what about her? The legendary pony who can bring hope, right? But that is just a legend. Who can guarantee that it is true? Moreover, she is also a princess. Perhaps her awareness of the bigger picture is already quite complete, right? It's not like that. I have an overall perspective. But I will not give up on any pony. Princess Ziyue interrupted Jinchi. It may not be your choice. Sacrificing the interests of a small number of ponies to ensure the interests of the majority is the most rational and best choice you can make as a princess and a person in power. I do not think this is a wrong idea, but if the sacrificed small number of ponies increases, then it is no longer just a small number. Jinchi said with some sadness. If this is an unreasonable situation, shouldn't we change it? Princess Ziyue said sincerely. Then how do you suggest we change it? Jinchi suddenly became a bit interested. Clearly, this pair of twin ponies had not experienced much turmoil, and knowing that the situation in Pony Maria was not very good. They wanted to change it, but were overly idealistic. We can first find friends, and then use the magic of friendship to drive away the demons. Princess Ziyue confidently and sincerely explained her method. Jinchi suddenly felt her forced smile stiffen. What are you talking about? Jinchi barely maintained her fake smile, as if she had heard a joke. The great magician Ziyue and Suilong couldn't help but sigh secretly. If it weren't for the prophecy indicating that she was a little pony who could bring hope and change, they wouldn't believe her claims about using the magic of friendship to repel demons, nor would they have followed her here to try to make friends. Princess Ziyue explained the power of friendship again, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Jinchi. Dear, wait a minute. I think you don't quite understand the magical structure of this world. I suggest you read more magic books, Jinchi said with a forced smile. You don't believe me? According to this timeline, you should have used the source of harmony back then, Princess Ziyue said, slightly shocked. But the source of harmony has disappeared, and we can't rely on its power anymore. What you said earlier has no evidence to support it, the great magician Ziyue explained to Princess Ziyue. But the source of harmony is just a vessel for the magic of friendship. The true power comes from the friendship between ponies, Princess Ziyue countered, assuming. Instead of making me believe that you can repel those demons with the magic of friendship, you might as well tell me how you plan to use friendship to reform them, which would make me believe more, Jinchi sneered. Chapter 12. Ziyue's worries. Using friendship to reform is indeed a good approach. But why are you unwilling to believe in the magic of friendship? Princess Ziyue asked, looking at the skeptical little ponies in front of her. It's not that we don't believe. It's just that what you're saying is too outrageous, Suilong replied directly. Princess Ziyue was puzzled, but everything has a record in books. She was momentarily speechless, realizing that situations in different timelines were different. She began to ponder whether her approach from her original world was truly suitable for this one. Since there's nothing else going on, please leave. Jinchi smiled and issued an eviction order to the three. Then a few little ponies appeared out of nowhere and pushed them out. After being kicked out, the group was dumbfounded. It seemed like they had gained something, yet also nothing at all. We don't really understand the overall situation of this world, Princess Ziyue mumbled. So, what do we do next? Continue making friends? The great magician Ziyue asked, feeling that all of this was meaningless. However, listening to her was the only thing they could do now. If they didn't listen to her, she couldn't think of what else to do besides staying in the library and reading. Not what is recorded in books. Then how are you going to understand? The great magician Ziyue inquired. Right. Visiting and asking people. Once we've traveled all over Ponyville, we'll understand all the situations and problems in this world. Princess Ziyue said confidently. Travel all over Ponyville. Are you crazy? How much time will that take? And do you know how dangerous it is outside? The great magician Ziyue was shocked by Princess Ziyue's spontaneous ideas. But if you don't delve deeper and get specific, how will you know the true reality? Are the methods from my world really effective in this world? It's still uncertain, and if they don't work, what should we do? Princess Ziyue countered. The great magician Ziyue was taken aback. How could she not know everything Princess Ziyue was saying? Perhaps it was due to various reasons. Or perhaps because she was unwilling to accept the facts, or perhaps out of a deep-seated fear of facing the truth. For so many years, she had been desperately searching for a way to save Ponyville, but had never dared to delve into the grassroots and feel the lives of ordinary ponies. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to accept it, and also afraid she would give up. And this time, she had successfully used a magic circle to summon her other self from another world. She saw hope for Ponyville, but she couldn't help but doubt whether her other self from this alternate world could truly save Ponyville. There are always more ways than difficulties. Let's work hard together. And we will definitely find a way to save the world. Princess Ziyue comforted as she saw the great magician Ziyue lost in thought, her eyes gradually becoming vacant. Okay, the great magician agreed, secretly thinking, since there are no good solutions right now, I might as well listen to her. Everything must be arranged in the dark. Chapter 13, Friends' Choices. The great magician Ziyue and Suilong lived in the library, and after Princess Ziyue arrived, she also stayed with them in the library. Are you hiding something from us? The two Ziyus asked in unison, both smiling. Looking at their identical faces, Suilong wondered if she was hiding something from them. Suilong felt a chill run down her spine. Trying to escape, she found herself blocked in every direction. I'm sorry, although I don't know what I did wrong. I really haven't hidden anything from you. Suilong felt her knees weaken and involuntarily knelt down, crying out. The two Ziyus simultaneously cast spells to help Suilong up. No, don't cry. I just want to ask if you know that Jinshi. I feel like you know her quite well. I remember when I went to Ponyville with you. You were quite infatuated with her. You two must have kept in touch all these years, right? The great magician Ziyue gently brushed away the tears on Suilong's face with magic. Suilong's face flushed red, and steam began to rise from her head. Clearly, you understand this world and everyone in it better than we do, so we need you to tell us everything you know. Princess Ziyue explained when Suilong remained silent for a long time. Ahem, we do have some contact, and I do know some things that you don't. However, the story is a bit long. How about we drink tea and chat slowly? After confirming that the two little ponies had no ill intentions, Suilong took out a cushion and lay down comfortably. The two Ziyus exchanged glances and went to prepare snacks. The small dining table was filled with snacks, and the two Ziyus sat down at the diagonal sides of Suilong. Princess Ziyue gently picked up a cup of tea, took a slow sip, and leisurely asked. My timeline with her started from the disappearance of the source of harmony, which caused a deviation. So you can start from that point and focus on talking about our friends, namely, Beaky, Jinshi, Ro-Ro, Applejack, and Rainbow Dash. The great magician Ziyue watched the series of tea-drinking etiquettes exhibited by Princess Ziyue, reminiscent of her teacher, Princess Celestia. The great magician Ziyue secretly thought, a princess is indeed different. She is always so elegant. Suilong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. As for those who purified Princess Luna with Ziyue, they are still in Ponyville doing their own things. Since I parted ways with everyone, we've been in touch through letters. But over time, our communication gradually dwindled. Now, the only ones I still have contact with are Jinshi and Ro-Ro. At this point, Suilong looked a bit sad and took a big gulp of tea. In the early years, nothing really happened. Everyone was working hard to improve. Later, when the demons appeared, Ponyville was no longer stable, and a place as ordinary as Ponyville inevitably faced disasters. What was initially not an extremely wealthy Ponyville began to become impoverished. Suilong suddenly stopped and fell silent. Not just Ponyville, but the entire world is in disaster and suffering. The hearts of the group couldn't help but be tightened. At that time, the unique clothing business encountered repeated setbacks. Rarity was busy every day treating the injured and protecting small animals. Applejack was called to take charge and became a wandering vendor, seeking a way out for the Apple family. Rainbow Dash went to the border, saying that it was a place that suited her and needed her. Pinkie Pie followed along, saying that the little ponies there didn't know how sad they were every day, and she could make everyone a little happier. Suelong's voice became heavier and sadder. The cup held by Princess Twilight Sparkle, using magic, trembled slightly, and the great mage Twilight Sparkle stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. In later events, everyone seemed to know a bit, and they all became famous. Rarity stepped up step by step to the position of a top designer, although I felt she was quite sad and struggling. Rarity just hoped all the little ponies could wear beautiful clothes, and her designs could be recognized by everyone, but the situation was not good. To have her designs recognized by high society, she had to depend on and be constrained by the upper class. She wanted ordinary ponies to wear the clothes she designed, but the upper-class nobles did not allow themselves to wear the same clothes as ordinary ponies. If it weren't for coordinating with Rarity, she might have quit long ago. Suelong took a sip of tea, falling into a long silence. What role did Rarity play here? Seeing that Suelong had been silent for a long time, Princess Twilight Sparkle asked. Initially, Rarity was always working hard to treat the ponies, and later, with the help of Rarity and Applejack, established the Beautiful Wings Sanctuary. On the surface, the Beautiful Wings Sanctuary rescued small animals, but in reality, it was not just about helping small animals. It primarily housed and treated ponies in need from all over Ponyville. Rarity mingled among the upper-class nobles to obtain information, thus helping the ponies fight for their interests. Most of Rarity's profits flowed into the Beautiful Wings Sanctuary. Rarity is now a special model for Rarity's clothing shop and also the president of the Animal Protection Association, although both roles were created for her by Rarity. In recent years, I have hardly received any information about Applejack, Pinkie Pie, or Rainbow Dash. But Applejack sends a large sum to the Beautiful Wings Sanctuary every year, and Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash send some well-known information from the border every year. Chapter 14. 2 Friendship Failures. Suelong stopped talking and fell into deep thought again, sipping the tea in her hand until the cup was empty, continuing the action. Princess Twilight Sparkle finished the tea in her cup in one gulp, feeling a bitterness she couldn't quite describe, and after a long pause, asked, "Is this everything you know?" In fact, there was nothing more to ask. After spending these days in the library, Princess Twilight Sparkle already knew most of the information. But she was not familiar with the matters of friends in this world. They are indeed excellent, the great mage Twilight Sparkle murmured, seemingly talking to herself and the two of them. All these years, why have you never told me that you kept in touch with them? The great mage Twilight Sparkle suddenly asked. Did I? I didn't, did I? The great mage Twilight Sparkle asked incredulously. Although for so many years she felt that friendship and making friends were not as important as magic research and study, it shouldn't be like this, right? Was she really that cold-hearted? In the great mage Twilight Sparkle's own memory, Suelong had indeed mentioned it a few times, but that was it. Just a few times, fine. You did. You always have. Just like you didn't attend the moon dance banquet for the prophecy of Nightmare Moon. You were like this before going to Ponyville. And you were also like this after going to Ponyville. You have always been like this. Suelong's voice rose slightly, but her tone was light, as if stating a very ordinary fact. Moon dance. Who is Moon Dance? When did she hold a banquet? The great mage Twilight Sparkle questioned. In recent years, the great mage Twilight Sparkle had not left her home, studying and researching magic day and night, and she hardly had any basic social interactions, let alone remembering a friend and matter about friendship from many years ago. Hearing this, Princess Twilight Sparkle was taken aback. Back then, she could hardly remember going to a banquet. And Moon Dance was such a distant name that it wasn't until she learned about friendship after a long time that she thought of apologizing to her and wanted to make amends and change. She was your classmate at the Academy of Talented Unicorns. You had a pretty good relationship back then, although you and she spent every day studying. Knowing that Twilight Sparkle probably knew nothing, Suelong was still somewhat shocked that she didn't even remember the name. At least, in comparison, your relationship with Moon Dance, Shining Armor, Lemon Hearts, and Cool Mint should be much better than the friends you are currently eager to introduce. Seeing that the great mage Twilight Sparkle was silent, Suelong understood in her heart. She indeed knew nothing, but Suelong expressed understanding since Twilight Sparkle really intended to spend her life with books. Suelong sighed inwardly. Could this Twilight Sparkle learn about friendship? It felt unreliable. Turning her head, she saw Princess Twilight Sparkle in deep thought. You won't either. Cough, cough. Princess Twilight Sparkle awkwardly smiled, asking herself until today her relationship with those classmates in Canterlot was still average. Her years of friendship were even less than her relationship with Pinkie Pie. Suelong stood there in a daze for a long time before speaking with a slightly trembling voice. Wait, don't tell me that you, a friendship princess from another world, also have an average relationship with them in your world. After all, you have been classmates for many years. No matter how you stayed in Ponyville. That's right. She stayed in Ponyville. She's another Twilight Sparkle from another world. Learning about friendship in Ponyville. Given Twilight Sparkle's character, she made good friends with the ponies in Ponyville, which does not mean she would remember her friends in Canterlot. After all, studying and reading are more important. Sorry, I understand. She understood friendship, but a person's energy is ultimately limited, and her good friends are only that many. Suelong did not leave Ponyville. For her, the friends in Canterlot were more important than those in Ponyville, except for Rarity. Chapter 15, One Person or Six People. Later, I made amends. I sincerely apologized to them, and I salvaged our friendship. We are still friends. Seeing Suelong's expression darkening little by little, Princess Twilight Sparkle quickly added. Suelong's eyes brightened. So everyone is doing well, right? Everyone is still playing together, right? Moon Dance isn't like now, studying every day like Twilight Sparkle. Although they were just friends, it was enough for Suelong. Princess Twilight Sparkle nodded in approval. That's great. Suelong couldn't help but sigh. Next, we can first go find your friends in Canterlot to mend your broken friendship, and then continue to talk with Rarity. Princess Twilight Sparkle suggested. Okay. The great mage Twilight Sparkle, who was rendered speechless by Suelong's series of statements, nodded dazedly in agreement. No. Let's not rush to react to what Princess Twilight Sparkle said. The great mage Twilight Sparkle quickly shook her head. For her, making friends was already too difficult, let alone repairing friendships. They hadn't been in contact for many years. Wouldn't meeting be awkward to death? Don't worry, friends are all easy to talk to. Princess Twilight Sparkle comforted the great mage Twilight Sparkle, understanding that for herself, all of this was indeed a bit difficult. The great mage Twilight Sparkle met Princess Twilight Sparkle's sincere gaze, bumped her head against the table, and lamented, "It's really too difficult. I haven't contacted them in a long time. When we were classmates back then, we weren't particularly unfamiliar, right? How will they see me? What should I do? But if you don't do it, you won't have anything." At that time, like you, I took a long time to remember this matter. This friendship that had long been forgotten, and then I went to apologize and make amends. Later, my friends all forgave me. Princess Ziyue knew she had wronged them. Especially Yuewu. Is friendship really that important? Or is it because you are friends with them? Do you want me, who is you in this world, to also be friends with them? I know something must have happened in your world. You may have even lost your friends, but if all of this is meaningless, can you please end it now? The great magician Ziyue lifted her head from the table and slowly asked in a faint voice. For her, using the ethereal concept of friendship to shatter darkness and evil forces was ultimately too illusory. Back then, she purified Princess Luna by awakening the magic of the source of harmony through the outstanding qualities of each individual, and the source of harmony had long since disappeared, relying on friendship to fight. For the great magician Ziyue, who had studied magic for many years, this seemed a bit impractical. Yes, my friends and I have defeated one demon after another time and again with the magic of friendship, Princess Ziyue said firmly and confidently, relying on the source of harmony. But the source of harmony is not an element that only one person can use. A person can use six. Just like when the cosmic princess sealed Princess Luna back then. As long as you possess the elemental qualities rich in the source of harmony, you can use it. The only difference is that the size of the magic used by different people varies. One person has their own advantages, and 6 people have the advantages of 6 people. It is difficult for one person to reach the magic level of 6 people, and it is also hard for 6 people to use the source of harmony as conveniently as one person. The great magician Ziyue paused and continued. The source of harmony has disappeared in my world. You must understand that the magic of the source of harmony does not simply exist within the source of harmony. Its magic exists in every little pony. And the 6 of us correspond to the magic of the source of harmony. Even if the source of harmony is gone, as long as friendship exists, the magic of the source of harmony can still be manifested. Princess Ziyue explained once again. The great magician Ziyue was skeptical. You don't believe me? Why? Princess Ziyue asked in confusion. If it weren't just another version of herself crossing over from another world, she would definitely think he was talking nonsense. After all, everything he said so far was so ethereal. Although there are books to refer to, those books are all legends. But some things cannot be explained, yet they exist. Just like Pinky's Pinky Sense. Ziyue sincerely explained. I have never seen it, including the Pinky Sense you mentioned. You can't even find this in books. After years of researching and studying magic, the great magician Ziyue had never encountered this so-called Pinky Sense. Yes, you haven't seen it. The great magician Ziyue did not stay in Ponyville. There were many things she had not experienced. So what do you want to do? Rely solely on your own power. To single-handedly defeat those demons? If I could, I would indeed think like that. The great magician Ziyue smiled. It's just that my magic is simply too weak compared to theirs. You know that one person's power is too small, so we need friends. We need to unite everyone's strength to defeat them. Princess Ziyue comforted. Everyone. Where can we find everyone? The harmony among ponies has become increasingly strained over the years, okay? The class division between Earth ponies, Pegasi, and unicorns has become more severe, okay? You want to rely on everyone, but everyone is simply not harmonious, okay? The great magician Ziyue directly retorted, her tone stiff and sharp. Go find your friends. With friends together, there must be a way. Princess Ziyue suddenly became inexplicably excited. Is finding them really going to solve anything? What are we facing? Demons. What is the point of finding them? Just 5 more fearless cannon fodder? The great magician Ziyue's emotions also became agitated. In an instant, Princess Ziyue was stunned by the great magician Ziyue. Yes, recklessly pulling them into the situation would also be directly pushing them into danger, wouldn't it? The great magician Ziyue paused, took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and slowly spoke, her tone sincere yet tinged with sadness. And you've seen the attitude of Jinshi. It's very likely that my ideals are incompatible with theirs. Whether they are willing to be friends with me or willing to help us is still uncertain. Princess Ziyue was instantly speechless. Can they still become friends in this world? Can they save this world? Would they be willing to do these dangerous things? Chapter 16, The Remediation Plan. Jinshi is actually quite easy to talk to. Suilong interjected. She's just a little bit proud. A little bit. The great magician Ziyue's eyes showed shock. The great magician Ziyue remained silent, wanting to refute, but ultimately did not speak again. Regardless of whether they are still willing to strive to save Ponyville, Ziyue, at least you should mend your relationship with your friends in Canterlot, right? Princess Ziyue's voice sounded a bit heavy. Let me see if we have any other solutions to everything. You don't have to worry. Jinshi and the others will be willing to help. After all, they have been working hard for this for so many years. Suilong said with a smile, then paused. Just don't know if Ziyue can get along well with them. Suilong's gaze subtly glanced at the great magician Ziyue beside him. So I still need to make friends, right? The great magician Ziyue sighed deeply. I understand. Don't laugh. I'm not your socialite. The great magician Ziyue helplessly supported her forehead and shook her head. The great magician Ziyue often saw this smile during the Cosmic Princess's social events. It appeared bright, yet devoid of any emotion. Sorry, after so many years, I've gotten used to it. For diplomacy, maintaining at least 12 hours of smiling a day has become Princess Ziyue's long-standing habit. So much so that she had not even noticed her own smile. But I still suggest you think of ways other than making friends, just in case we cannot use the magic of friendship. The great magician Ziyue sighed, but felt helpless. Besides listening to her, there was no other way. I know. I will think of other methods. The principle that you can't put all your eggs in one basket is well understood by Princess Ziyue. But she never thought that one day she wouldn't be able to fully trust herself and her friends. Next, should I go find Jinshi? The great magician Ziyue probed. As I said before, you should first mend your relationship with your friends in Canterlot. Princess Ziyue looked at the somewhat uneasy great magician Ziyue and comforted her. You don't have to worry about failing. I will help you. Everyone is easy to talk to. Really? The great magician Ziyue expressed slight doubt. Really? I've said it before. I've experienced something similar. And I've also apologized and made amends. Princess Ziyue encouraged. So where do I start? The great magician Ziyue asked. First, find your friends, then apologize and make amends. And that's it. Princess Ziyue calmly outlined the plan. Just like that. The great magician Ziyue questioned. Exactly, just like that. Ziyue said confidently. Then I'll give it a try? Listening to Princess Ziyue's flow of words, the great magician Ziyue deeply doubted that she was being fooled. Princess Ziyue nodded, tidied up the table in front of her, and stood up. Next, I will start researching methods to defeat those demons without using the magic of friendship. I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, the great magician Ziyue quickly spoke up. Aren't you going to find everyone? Princess Ziyue asked in confusion. With her mouth full of snacks, Suilong suddenly looked up when she heard Ziyue calling her, mumbling, Me? Yes, it's you. I haven't been in touch with them for many years, but you still have contact with them, so I'm asking you to arrange a meeting with them now. The great magician Ziyue conjured a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the crumbs of snacks from Suilong's mouth. Before Suilong could fully react, the great magician Ziyue followed Princess Ziyue to the library, flipping through various books on magic. Suilong sighed quietly and stuffed a snack into his mouth. Chapter 17, Setbacks. Suilong acted quickly and went straight out after finishing his tea. By dusk, Suilong had arranged for Shining, Lemon Heart, and Cool Mint to gather at the Genius Unicorn Academy in 3 days at noon to discuss news. Unfortunately, Suilong couldn't reach Yuawu, and Shining, Lemon Heart, and Cool Mint didn't know where she was either. What should we do with no news of Yuawu? The great magician Ziyue anxiously paced back and forth. Although she didn't think she could reconcile with everyone, she couldn't help but worry about Yuewu's safety now that there was no news from her. You can look around the library. That's how I found her back then. Princess Ziyue was flipping through several magic books while taking notes on draft paper. Go and look for her. I'm here. The great magician Ziyue realized that she was determined to take matters into her own hands. Suilong, let's go. The great magician Ziyue sighed helplessly, calling Suilong to prepare to go out. Suilong, who was still struggling to get down, stopped at her words and obediently lay on the great magician Ziyue's back. Yes, Ziyue needs to do it herself. At this moment, the sun had set and the moon had risen. On the back of the great magician Ziyue, Suilong began to feel drowsy. After all, luck wasn't great. They had basically searched all the libraries in Cantlot before finally finding Yuewu in a little-known small library. The great magician Ziyue took a deep breath and walked quietly to Yuewu, who was engrossed in reading, and said softly, I'm sorry for not attending your banquet before. I'm here to apologize. Do you need me to make any compensation? Faced with the direct approach of the great magician Ziyue, Suilong awkwardly covered his face with his hands. Yuewu was indeed startled by the sudden appearance of Ziyue, but she quickly adjusted her state, expressionless as she pushed Ziyue's face aside, coldly saying, I don't think I need anything. It was just an ordinary banquet, and it's been so long. What does it matter now? But not attending your banquet back then was indeed my fault. Although the great magician Ziyue felt that making friends wasn't very meaningful, she still felt sorry for not attending Yuewu's banquet back then. After all, she owed her an apology, and it was reasonable to offer her compensation. I don't need anything. You can leave. I still have many books to read. Yuewu's tone remained cold, even without giving Ziyue a glance, her focus entirely on her book. What book are you reading? Seeing Yuewu unresponsive, the great magician Ziyue changed the topic. A book studying the magic of various pony races. Yuewu's tone remained cold. Oh, I know that one. This book is really well written. The great magician Ziyue spoke eloquently about her insights on this book. The library was very quiet, and Ziyue's voice could only be heard by one or two ponies nearby. Yuewu expressionlessly took out a notebook, recording everything Ziyue mentioned that she found meaningful. After talking for a long time, the great magician Ziyue felt dry in her throat, while Yuewu's pen continued to write on the paper. You agree with my insights, right? The great magician Ziyue felt she had found a kindred spirit. Yuewu nodded. Then, can we be friends? The great magician Ziyue felt a glimmer of hope for reconciling with Yuewu. No, I don't need friends. Yuewu coldly replied. I recognize your theory. We can communicate. But we don't need to be friends. But we've already communicated. Doesn't that count as friends? Suilong asked. Not at all. We're just having a normal conversation. Yuewu explained calmly. If you have normal conversations too much, then you become friends. Suilong's voice unintentionally rose a few degrees. Shoo. The nearby ponies simultaneously indicated for Suilong to keep quiet. Sorry. Suilong quickly apologized to the surrounding ponies. This is not easy at all. The great magician Ziyue complained as she watched Yuewu's retreating figure. Maybe we need to try harder. Suilong awkwardly smiled beside her. That night, the two returned late at night. Chapter 18, A Valuable Lesson. After a night of jostling, Suilong fell into a deep sleep even before they reached the library. After all, for a dragon, Suilong was still just a child. The great magician Ziyue quietly entered the room, gently placing Suilong in its little nest and carefully tucking in the blanket. Moonlight softly illuminated Suilong's peaceful face, and the great magician Ziyue felt a warmth in her heart. Over the years, the great magician Ziyue had hardly engaged in diplomacy. Suilong had always accompanied her. To the great magician Ziyue, Suilong was not just a pet, but an inseparable family member and friend. Suilong, you've worked hard. Good night. Sweet dreams. The great magician Ziyue quietly watched Suilong and murmured. After speaking, the great magician Ziyue left to find Princess Ziyue. I failed. The great magician Ziyue decisively admitted her mistake. It's okay. You should have some experience by now, Princess Ziyue said, shifting her gaze from the magic book to the great magician Ziyue with a smile. I should have. The great magician Ziyue couldn't help but doubt herself. Wait, why are you not surprised at all? Did you know I would fail all along? Suddenly realizing Princess Ziyue's unexpectedly calm demeanor, the great magician Ziyue immediately retorted. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Shouldn't you have experienced this already? The great magician Ziyue was puzzled. What benefit would it be to her not to tell her the solution? Looking at the great magician Ziyue's confused expression, Princess Ziyue suddenly felt the chaos from when she had just become a princess. Realizing that not telling her that the world was chaotic was due to the careful and mischievous nature of that seed from 1,000 years ago. Yes, it was indeed necessary and indeed interesting. Although I don't understand, I can only accept it. The great magician Ziyue sighed and said, "What should I do next?" Princess Ziyue pondered for a moment and replied, "Back then, I used a book to lead her to attend a banquet, making her realize that she never lacked friendship. Friendship had never been absent from her life. I really wasn't unaware of that. I had entrusted it to BG," Princess Ziyue said with an awkward smile. "BG? Are you sure?" The great magician Ziyue's pen froze, her mouth twitching as she asked. Yes, Princess Ziyue nodded. "Then what should I do? Where can I find BG?" "She is on the front lines and has no idea." The great magician Ziyue instantly felt defeated, the paper and pen she was using to record falling to the ground. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Why not hold a banquet first? Princess Ziyue suggested with a comforting smile. All right. The great magician Ziyue felt utterly defeated, but everything still had to continue. "So how do I hold a banquet?" The great magician Ziyue asked again. "You can look at some books." Princess Ziyue produced a few party planning books from somewhere and handed them to the great magician Ziyue. "Will you help me?" Seeing Princess Ziyue's look that suggested she should be self-sufficient, the great magician Ziyue couldn't help but ask. "I need to study the magic of sealing demons." "Good luck." Princess Ziyue smiled as she showcased a thick stack of notes. The great mage Ziyue deeply felt the unreliability of Princess Ziyue, and her heart unconsciously sank into despair. "No matter what, you must believe this will definitely become a valuable lesson in your life," Princess Ziyue suddenly said while flipping through a magic book. Hearing this, the great mage Ziyue, who had already begun to despair, silently adjusted her mindset. "Maybe it will. At least let's give it a try. After all, there's no harm in it. Let's treat it as learning a new skill." While thinking this, she opened the party planning book to study how to prepare a compensatory banquet. Chapter 19, The Strongest Support. Suilong. I've read so many books, but I still have no clue. The great mage Ziyue lamented after 3 full days of reading the party planning book with no progress. "I don't have a clue either," Ziyue said lightly, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes. "I see them organizing parties so easily." The great mage Ziyue buried her head in the pile of books, starting to feel hopeless. Suilong, holding a whole stack of books, spoke expressionlessly. "I actually don't know how to organize a party either, but your gathering with Shining, Lemon Heart, and Cool Mint is coming up soon." "When is that? How come I didn't know?" The great mage suddenly stood up, having completely forgotten about it amidst the busyness of the past few days. "I told you 3 days ago. I arranged a small gathering with Shining, Lemon Heart, and Cool Mint for today at noon at the Genius Unicorn Academy." Suilong paused while putting away books, looking at the great mage Ziyue, her expression gradually becoming numb as she spoke helplessly. "What should I prepare? Do I need to bring a gift? Am I going to be late?" The great mage Ziyue flustered. "If you're bringing a gift, what do you plan to give?" Princess Ziyue curiously asked what she could give. The great mage Ziyue was silent for a moment, then directly pulled out a few books from the shelf. "How about these? Of course they need to be new. I'll go buy new ones in a bit." As expected, gift books. Ziyue loved books the most. However, I feel like giving books again at our reunion isn't very appropriate. Although she had anticipated it, she still wasn't sure what to give. "It's okay, I've got everything ready." Seeing the two who were at a loss, Suilong proudly said, "You really don't need to prepare much. After all, it's just a small gathering among friends. If you really want to do something, just cover the bill at the end. I've already reserved the restaurant." In that moment, Suilong's originally petite and cute figure seemed to grow taller. "So I can just go directly?" The great mage Ziyue felt a weight lift off her heart, excitedly walking up to Suilong. "Not quite." Suilong feigned seriousness and said gloomily, "What's the problem?" The great mage Ziyue, who had relaxed, felt her heart lift again, looking worried. "Basic courtesy when meeting people. You should at least tidy up and wash up." Suilong reached out to smooth down the great mage Ziyue's messy hair. The great mage Ziyue smiled awkwardly. "I'll go right now." Saying that, she hurried off to the bathroom. "Remember to be quick. We need to arrive by noon." Although Suilong wasn't worried about Ziyue's speed in washing up, she still chose to remind her, fearing that Ziyue would be overly meticulous and delay their schedule. "Thank you for your hard work." Princess Ziyue expressed her gratitude. Once upon a time, Princess Ziyue's own matters were also managed entirely by Suilong, and she couldn't bear to think what it would have been like without him back then. "Princess, isn't this the Suilong who has been with you day and night?" "This is my Suilong, and I will never see him again." "What's wrong?" Seeing Princess Ziyue silent for a long time and now starting to tidy up, Suilong began to worry something had happened, wondering if he had done something wrong, and approached Princess Ziyue. "It's nothing. I've basically finished reading all the books here. Some I've read many times, but I still don't have many leads on sealing magic. I currently only have an opening, and that's far from fully sealing the demons. I want to go out and see if there's another way to improve it. Princess Ziyue continued to collect books, gently stroking Suelong's head, her eyes revealing subtle sadness. Where do you plan to go? Suelong asked, then explained, since the turmoil began. All the books from Pony Maria have flowed here, including the royal collection. This has now become the largest and most complete library in Pony Maria. I see. Princess Ziyue realized that this library was several times larger than what she remembered, with an abundance of books, including the top-tier collections she had seen in the royal library long after becoming a princess. After spending so long in the Canterlot library, Princess Ziyue had not found the few profound and advanced magic books she had seen in the castle of the two princesses, and she guessed those books were still in the castle. Furthermore, the Eternal Freedom Forest was so dangerous that usually no ponies would enter. Not even the princesses would casually go into play. She planned to take a chance to see if she might encounter a book that could solve her problems, as she still couldn't fully explain everything about that place in words. What? The Eternal Freedom Forest. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess used to live there? But it's really dangerous there. Suelong was surprised that the castle of the two princesses was in the Eternal Freedom Forest and worried whether it would be dangerous for Princess Ziyue to go there. It's fine, don't worry, it just looks a bit strange. I can take care of myself. Princess Ziyue noticed Suelong's concerns and reassured her. Alright, just be careful. Seeing Princess Ziyue's determined expression, Suelong could only silently accept. When you leave, how will I explain to Ziyue? Suelong then asked. Just tell her the truth. Just let her come to the Eternal Freedom Forest to find me, Princess Ziyue said calmly. Suelong was taken aback, trying hard to process the information, thinking about how to explain everything to Ziyue without affecting her mood. With her head buzzing, Suelong was completely unaware of when Princess Ziyue had packed her things or when she would leave. Today was another day of worry for Suelong. Chapter 20. Friendship among classmates. What about her? The great mage Ziyue gently nudged Suelong and asked. Where did she go? The great mage Ziyue asked again. The great mage Ziyue felt something was off with Suelong's demeanor. Let's hurry and go. We should get there early to avoid being late. Seeing the great mage Ziyue's suspicious expression, Suelong quickly changed the subject, pushing Ziyue outside. Do you think it's okay for me to meet them like this? Ziyue released Suelong's push, using magic to place Suelong on her back, asking as they walked outside. By the time they arrived at the Genius Unicorn Academy, they saw Shining, Lemon Heart, and Cool Mint chatting and laughing while leaning against the classroom window. Do you remember that time you mixed up the potion and blew up the classroom? Oh, that was an accident. Besides, it's much better than you turning yourself into a tree and staying outside for a day. Why are you still defending her? Have you forgotten how many times you copied my answers on the quizzes? It's not that I can't do it. I just didn't feel like reviewing. Even if I didn't copy you, I could write it myself. How come you all got here so early? I thought we would arrive first. Seeing Ziyue indifferent, Suelong jumped off Ziyue and greeted them. The three stopped chatting, and Ziyue and Suelong greeted each other, with the great mage Ziyue following Suelong toward the trio. We arrived early. After all, it's been a long time since we were here, Cool Mint explained with a smile. We didn't expect you to come so early either. We thought we would have to wait a bit longer. Lemon Heart added. I am here to apologize to you. After all, I hurt you back then. The great mage Ziyue said shyly. Although we have been classmates for many years, we can't really say we are very close. I thought it was a big deal. But we have never blamed you for such a small matter. Shining replied with a smile. After all, haven't you always been like this? I've long gotten used to it. Qingliangbo added. If you really feel guilty, then you can cover the bill after we finish eating. Lemon Heart joked with a smile. You really don't blame me? The great mage Ziyue asked, still in doubt. Of course not. Qingliangbo pretended to be mysterious. Really? If you feel guilty about this, we wouldn't mind accepting your compensation. Lemon Heart put on a cunning expression. Thank you all. Seeing everyone so warm, the great mage Ziyue bowed gratefully. The three quickly helped Ziyue up. After so many years of camaraderie, do you really need to do this? Shining teased with a smile. Yes. Qingliangbo and Lemon Heart echoed in unison. Still. Thank you all. The great mage Ziyue blushed and thanked them again. At that moment, the great mage Ziyue truly felt the warmth of friendship. And her reconciliation with them was no longer just for the sake of Princess Ziyue's plan to save the world, but because she sincerely wanted to make friends. Yes, back then, my relationship with her was the best. The great mage Ziyue placed a hand on the glass, recalling the time spent studying with Yuewu. How is your relationship with Yuewu now? Ever since that banquet, she has been reading all day and doesn't want to talk to us anymore, Shining asked. Not great. I'm trying to find a way to make it up to her. The great mage Ziyue said with a hint of sadness. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Yuewu. Clearly, their relationship had been so good. How could she not attend her banquet due to studying and research? That night, even attending the banquet wouldn't have affected the purification of a nightmare moon. Actually, we don't even know where she is now. Lemonheart pondered, given her personality. She might be in some library. A couple of days ago I saw her in a small library, and now I want to make it up to her. Ziyue glanced at the three and continued, I'm planning to hold a banquet, and I might need your help then. No problem. Qingliang both promised. At your service? Shining cheerfully agreed. It's no big deal, just call me. Lemonheart smiled in agreement. Thank you. The great mage Ziyue hadn't finished speaking when Lemonheart covered her mouth. If you want to thank us, just order a couple more dishes later. Lemonheart said with a smile. Suilong, where's the restaurant you've booked? I'm already getting hungry. Shining joked. Let's go. Qingliang Boa pretended to urge with a smile. Let's go. I will take you to the restaurant. Suilong acted like a seasoned tour guide leading the way. Ziyue was pulled along by the others to the restaurant, and when it came time to order, no one held back, including Suilong. After the meal, everyone was chatting and laughing. Although most of the time the great mage Ziyue couldn't join in, just listening felt like experiencing it herself, warming her heart. After eating, Lemonheart, Shining, Qingliang Bo, and Suilong decisively had Ziyue pay the bill. And Ziyue was happy about it too. Chapter 21, Banquet Planning. Suilong swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and said, she went to the castle of the Princess Sisters in the Eternal Freedom Forest. When did she leave? What is she doing in the Eternal Freedom Forest? When did a castle of Princess Sisters appear there? The great mage Ziyue asked in confusion. Is there such a place that has magical books? The great mage Ziyue doubted. That's what she said. She also said you could go find her directly. Everything sounds too mystical. Suilong couldn't help but feel guilty. How do I find her? The great mage Ziyue raised her eyelids and asked patiently. The great mage Ziyue fell silent, and after a long time, she asked with difficulty, so, I just go to the Eternal Freedom Forest to find her? It seems that's what she meant. Suilong put on a friendly expression to reassure her. The Eternal Freedom Forest is so big, where does she want me to look for her? The great mage Ziyue felt like her mindset was about to collapse. At this moment, she was in a near-crazy state. Seeing Ziyue's expression gradually distort, Suilong changed the topic. Actually, our current priority is to prepare the compensation banquet for Yuewu. Do you think I can succeed? Will Yuewu forgive me? The great mage Ziyue's expression gradually returned to normal as she asked. She should, Suilong said hesitantly. Although Suilong wasn't confident in Ziyue, she didn't have the heart to shatter Ziyue's hopes directly. What if she succeeded? Yuewu and Ziyue are actually quite similar, valuing learning, studying, and research much more than friendship. If it weren't for Princess Ziyue saying that friendship magic could save the world, the great mage Ziyue would probably never have made friends in her life, let alone put friendship before studying, reading, and researching. Now, in the great mage Ziyue's heart, learning, studying, and researching still took precedence over friendship. It seems you don't think I can succeed. The great mage Ziyue's tone instantly sank. No, Suilong quickly defended. Then what should I do? Seeing Suilong's panicked look, the great mage Ziyue couldn't help but smile. At this moment, she felt like she was at the end of the road regarding this matter. Since she didn't have a suitable solution, she decided to throw the problem to Suilong, who surely had better banquet organizing skills. What can I do about the banquet? I read your planning proposal before, and my feeling is that you took this matter too seriously, which made your banquet plan overly grand. But for a banquet among friends, being too grand can create a sense of distance. It would be better to have an ordinary small banquet. Suilong quickly offered her suggestion. Then could you please help me revise it? The great mage Ziyue put on a pitiful expression. Suilong was taken aback, took the drafts of plans that Ziyue had pulled out from who knows where, and inexplicably nodded. Thank you. I'll leave it to you from now on. Seeing Suilong nod, the great mage Ziyue smiled with satisfaction. I can help you with the banquet planning. What about the rest? Suilong felt like she had been tricked. But at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and continue. I'll take care of the rest. You don't need to worry, the great mage Ziyue said confidently. Without the banquet planning task, she felt a lot lighter. What do you plan to do? Seeing Ziyue so confident, Suilong realized Ziyue had a plan. I plan to do it as the princess said, use books to guide her, invite friends, and then let her understand that friendship has always existed. And friendship has always been by her side. The great mage Ziyue spoke confidently about her plan. At first, as Ziyue spoke, Suilong felt reassured, but the more she listened, the more anxious Suilong became. How much does Ziyue understand about friendship now? Suilong had no idea. To let Ziyue, a beginner in friendship, go and help others understand the true meaning of friendship, the princess really is at ease. So who do you plan to invite? Although Suilong was panicking inside, she still managed to maintain a calm demeanor. First, we definitely have to invite Shining, Lemonheart, and Qingliang Bo. those old friends, and finally, the most important ones are her mother and the librarians she has spent the most time with over the years. The great mage Ziyue listed the important people in Yuu's life. Hearing the names Ziyue mentioned, Suilong felt a bit more at ease, and asked, "Are you going to invite them next?" "No, wait until you finish the banquet plan and prepare everything needed, then go invite them. It's indeed a bit early to gather everyone now, and there are too many uncertainties before the banquet begins. Next, I will trouble you. I need to prepare for the moon dance to the banquet, and there may be books that interest moon dance." The great magician Ziyue smiled at Huilong as a gesture of comfort, then turned and began to browse the bookshelves. Huilong looked at the stack of Ziyue's planning drafts in his hand, shook his head helplessly, found a stool to sit down, and started to revise the plan. It might fail, but that's okay. We will succeed if we face it together. Chapter 22, The Guide and the Bystander. The castle of the two princesses is deep within the eternal Freedom Forest, and Princess Ziyue easily found her way there based on her memory. The castle is rarely visited and in ruins. The dust on the floor is several layers thick, and walking through it leaves a clear trail of footprints. In every corner, there are several spiderwebs scattered about. Weeds are rampant, the walls are cracked, and the roof occasionally drips with rainwater. Various small creatures reside here, making it their paradise. The desolation and decay before her eyes were somewhat different from what Princess Ziyue remembered. Although she had known early on that this place was desolate and ruined, she did not expect it to be this bad. Princess Ziyue sighed deeply and took out the mop, broom, bucket, and cloth she had prepared in advance, starting to clean, tidy up, and repair. After everything was in order, Princess Ziyue began to work on the sealing magic for the demons. She had essentially read all the books in the castle in her own world. Fortunately, in the remnants of a few ancient magic books, Princess Ziyue found inspiration and improved the sealing magic. Even if she could not use the friendship magic, she now had a way to seal those demons. As Princess Ziyue reluctantly left the castle of the two princesses, she had already stayed there for several days. At the moment she was about to close the castle's main door, she vaguely saw her friends smiling and waving at her. Instinctively, Ziyue pulled the castle door open wide, but there was no sign of her friends. The joy that had suddenly risen in her heart vanished without a trace. During these days, Ziyue had transformed the castle into the way it appeared in her memories, yet she had not once seen her friends in that haze. Ziyue gently and slowly closed the castle's main door, but did not see the phantom of her friends again in that moment of confusion. The disappearance of the source of harmony does not mean the harmony tree has vanished. As long as the harmony tree exists, the friendship magic must also exist. Princess Ziyue believed that the harmony tree still existed, and it was still protecting little Maria. As expected, the harmony tree was still there, tall and beautiful, just as she remembered. In Princess Ziyue's memory, the harmony tree had long been destroyed by the Black Crystal King, although the harmony tree continued to exist in another form. How could she not feel heartbroken about its destruction? It was a witness to their friendship. Ziyue walked step by step to the harmony tree, and before she knew it, tears filled her eyes. She gently wiped away her tears, and a few droplets fell perfectly onto the harmony tree. The tree began to glow from where the tears fell, gradually permeating throughout the tree, then converging from the branches to the trunk. Slowly, a glowing white substance floated out from the trunk, forming the shape of a celestial unicorn, which shimmered with white light but had no discernible features. Seeing the glowing celestial unicorn about to land, Princess Ziyue instinctively stepped back to give it space, but unexpectedly tripped over a stone behind her, losing her balance and falling down. Just as Ziyue was about to cast a spell to avoid injury, she was lifted up by a surge of white magic. Looking at the glowing celestial unicorn, Princess Ziyue was momentarily speechless and didn't know where to start. "How did you end up here?" asked the celestial unicorn, its voice androgynous yet ethereal and divine, as if every word spoken was the truth. "Isn't this world wonderful?" the celestial unicorn asked casually. "To my knowledge, it's not. Many ponies are suffering from war, plague, and corrupt rule. They are not happy," Princess Ziyue explained. Through the outline of the celestial unicorn, Princess Ziyue could see that although it was asking, it showed no expression, causing her heart to chill slightly. "Isn't it supposed to be a prosperous era by now?" As it spoke, the celestial unicorn began casting magic, extending a hand to touch Princess Ziyue's forehead, saying softly, "Don't move, you've worked hard." Princess Ziyue froze for a moment, obediently standing still. The branches of the harmony tree extended countless colorful magical chains that flew outward rapidly. In this situation, Princess Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Magic is still so wonderful." "What? Who is he? What did he do?" Upon realizing that she might have spoken about the truth behind this world's transformation, Princess Ziyue hurriedly asked. Chaos, you know him, right? The celestial unicorn replied calmly. I know. Is all of this because of him? If Princess Ziyue were to be told that this world had become this way because of the chaos she was familiar with, it would be hard for her to accept. Indeed, that's the case, the celestial unicorn replied in a still calm tone. How is that possible? He doesn't belong to this time and space. Princess Ziyue exclaimed in disbelief. At the same time, she began to suspect whether Chaos was not dead, but had faked his death to come to this world and meet Ro-Ro. The celestial unicorn explained unhurriedly. He indeed does not belong to this world, but in your world, he perished for some reason, leading to an imbalance between the forces of good and evil in your world, with the forces of good gaining an absolute position for various reasons. And the world entered an extremely harmonious and beautiful state. Today, I suddenly sensed you, a pony from another world who should not be here, so I awakened. Since you left enough power to deal with the destruction of the world, why has the outside world still changed like this? Seeing that the celestial unicorn had fallen silent, Princess Ziyue questioned angrily. The magic I left will only trigger in the event of sudden catastrophic events or when the world is on the brink of destruction. The celestial unicorn seemed like a bystander, as if this world had nothing to do with it. So your slumber indirectly led to the world reaching this state? Princess Ziyue's voice trembled. Before this, she had never thought that the transformation of this world was related to her own. I think so, the celestial unicorn said quietly, looking at Princess Ziyue and adding, and because this matter was triggered by your world, the you in this world sent out a call for help. And you came to this world. Then, what should we do now? Do you have a way to save the world? Can you give us enough power to fight against the demons? Princess Ziyue trembled all over, choking back her words. I can offer help, but saving the world depends on you. Besides, haven't you already researched a magic array that can temporarily seal the demons? The celestial unicorn seemed to know everything, appearing fully aware of the situation. But that's only a temporary sealing magic. It can only ensure the seal. Nothing else can be guaranteed. Shouldn't you be the one to protect this world? Princess Ziyue asked with tears in her eyes, feeling aggrieved. Princess Ziyue could not understand why the consciousness of this harmony tree was unwilling to help save this world, as saving and assisting the world had clearly been its purpose and responsibility since its birth. However, in this world, I am not even friends with them. Princess Ziyue said dejectedly. You have come, haven't you? You can teach everything you know to the you of this world, the Tianjiao beast said in a calm tone. What will happen after sealing those demons? The duration of regular demon seals varies, and some last less than a day. Princess Yue asked again. I can give you the source of harmony, which will provide you with the ability to deal with those demons, but whether you can use it depends on you. The Tianjiao beast cast a spell, conjuring the source of harmony and presenting it to Princess Yue. What use is it to me? One day, I will leave this world. A glimmer of hope arose in Princess Yue's eyes, only to be extinguished again. Here, I am your guide, and you are their guide. This world belongs to everyone and should be protected by all. You are the princess of friendship. You should understand this principle. The Tianjiao beast gradually enlightened Princess Yue. The princess of friendship should understand this principle, but Princess Yue has no friends. I will give it a try. I think I can do it. Princess Yue said as she took the source of harmony and stored it away. If it were the Yue of years past, she would never have thought she would fail because she had friends. Thank you. Princess Yue performed a standard princess etiquette to the Tianjiao beast. Well, you have been here for a long time. Go where you need to go. They need you, the Tianjiao beast urged in a neutral tone. Princess Ziyue did not hesitate, unfurling her wings and leaving the place. Watching Princess Ziyue's departing figure, the Tianjiao beast smiled faintly. What she did not tell Ziyue was that this was not only a disaster for this world, but would also become a test and redemption from the world for her. Chapter 23, The Friendship Banquet of Moon Dance. Upon arriving in Canterlot, the Moon Princess had already hung the moon high in the sky, and with the stars accompanying her along the way, it was not lonely. In the sky, one could see the entire layout of Canterlot at a glance. From here, one could find no flaws in the city, only prosperity and wealth. A winding path made of books, stretching hundreds of meters, caught Princess Ziyue's attention. At one end of the path was Moon Dance, picking up books, and at the other end was a crowded, brightly lit banquet, where a little pony was pointing in Princess Ziyue's direction as if saying something to others. Princess Ziyue cast an invisibility spell on herself and flew towards Moon Dance, wanting to see how the great mage Ziyue would handle the situation and whether she could reconcile with Moon Dance. Moon Dance picked up every book she saw along the way, carefully dusting each one. To her, every book was precious. She knew that books appearing out of nowhere on the road were unlikely, especially these rare collectible books. However, she could not accept that these precious books were carelessly left on the ground. Even if there was some trickery involved, even if everything was done with ulterior motives, she was unafraid. If it came down to it, she would face whatever came her way. Perhaps Moondance was too serious about picking up the books. Or perhaps because Princess Ziyue was so skilled in magic, Moondance completely failed to notice the invisible little pony following her. Following the direction indicated by the books, Moondance walked from a secluded, dark path to a bright and open place. When Moondance picked up the last book on the ground, wiped it clean, and stacked it on top of the previously collected books, she realized she had reached her destination. To her surprise, while picking up the last few books, she had not suffered any harm or encountered any accidents. The surroundings were brightly lit, and Moondance could be sure that the person who had guided her might have had a purpose, but it was not to harm her. With her head down, Moondance finally lifted her gaze to see what was happening. The moment she looked up, the melodious music and loud sound of fireworks rushed into her ears, and her eyes were met with a sky full of fireworks, delicious food, beautiful decorations, and the smiling faces of former classmates and friends. Moondance was momentarily stunned, and the magic she had been using to levitate the books dissipated. The books fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Instinctively, Moondance took a few steps back, wanting to escape. Moondance, welcome to the friendship banquet. The great mage Ziyue smiled and introduced herself to Moondance. Upon seeing Ziyue, everything suddenly made sense to Moondance. If it weren't for the Universe Princess's student, the little pony Maria's great mage, who longed to mend friendships, her former friend Ziyue. Who else could use such precious magical books to pave a nearly 100-meter path to invite her to a banquet about friendship? Is this meaningful? I don't need these friendships. Moondance shouted loudly at Ziyue while using magic to clean and stack the scattered books. Everyone at the banquet was startled, including Princess Ziyue, who was hiding nearby. Why is it not meaningful? Aren't we all friends? I hope you can rekindle friendship. The great mage Ziyue did not know how much effort she had put into this banquet. She did not seek Moondance's forgiveness, but hoped that Moondance could accept friendship again. Meaning? Tell me what is meaningful. I once gave friendship a chance. Among all these little ponies here, our relationship was the best, but on that day, I only invited you, Ziyue. My best friend, you didn't come. At that time, you showed me that only studying and research were important in life, and now you want to tell me that friendship is important and I should rekindle it. Why should I listen to you? Moondance scoffed twice, emotionally arguing back, tears unconsciously filling her eyes and slowly sliding down her cheeks. Her heart aching as if it had reopened wounds from the past. For a moment, the great mage Ziyue wanted to acknowledge Moondance's words. Indeed, learning and research had always been very important in her life, but now she felt she couldn't bear to lose these friends. I'm sorry at that time. I had no concept of friendship. I don't seek your forgiveness, but can you give yourself a chance? The great mage Ziyue sincerely apologized and lowered her head as a sign of regret. It's okay, but I don't need so many years. I've gotten used to being alone. Moondance replied coldly, turning to leave the banquet. Princess Ziyue's heart couldn't help but tighten as she began to consider how to assist the great mage. Mom, Dad, Mrs. Allen, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Ryan, what are you doing here? Moondance looked surprised at her parents and the librarians who had greatly helped her. Moondance was instantly rendered speechless, like a child who had done something wrong. It was I who invited them. The great mage Ziyue walked beside Moondance, facing her resentful gaze. I just wanted to tell you that you have never been alone. You have family and friends with you. They have always been watching you silently. The great mage extended her hand towards Moondance. You could give friendship a chance back then. Why can't you give it another chance now? We are all here now. Will you try again? Moondance looked at the librarians and her parents, who had expressions of hope and encouragement in their eyes, then at her classmates and friends, who were cheering and making noise, not knowing what they were saying, only that they wanted her to try again. It turned out she had never been alone. If everyone could become her family and friends, then trying again didn't seem so scary, as she had nothing to lose anyway. Looking at Ziyue, who had a smile on her face and guilt in her eyes, Yuewu smiled and placed her hand on Ziyue's hand. I'll try again. And I hope you won't let me down this time. You believe in me, and this time I won't let you return disappointed. The great magician Ziyue was overjoyed and pulled Yuewu to the center of the banquet. Sui Long, while laughing and expressing gratitude, led Yuewu's parents and the library director to join the banquet. Seeing all of this, Princess Ziyue knew that the great magician Ziyue had succeeded. She did not need her help here, as the great magician Ziyue could handle everything well. The banquet continued, with delicious drinks, sweet desserts, and pleasant music, all of which made this gathering even more lively and enjoyable. Chapter 24, The Source of Different Harmony. The banquet was a great success, in addition to Yu rekindling friendships. Many ponies who had gradually grown distant also became familiar again. Seeing everyone chatting and laughing, the great magician Ziyue understood that friendship truly has magic. It can make everyone more harmonious and beautiful. In such a distant and indifferent world, everyone needs friendship. When they returned to the library, it was already late at night. Suilong could no longer resist his drowsiness and had fallen deeply asleep at the banquet. Just before he fell asleep, he struggled to chat with everyone. As it had been a long time since he participated in such a lively gathering, and it had also been a long time since he played with so many friends. Did you find it in the Eternal Freedom Forest? The great magician Ziyue asked hurriedly, after the source of harmony disappeared. The great magician Ziyue had gone back to the Eternal Freedom Forest to search, but it had all been in vain. Did the harmony tree give it to you? Does it have self-awareness? The great magician Ziyue asked in confusion. Since it has consciousness, why did the source of harmony disappear? Why doesn't it protect the world? The great magician asked again, knowing that the power of the harmony tree could be used to protect the world. If it has consciousness, then it should protect the world. So why did the source of harmony disappear? So this world has become like this partly because of your world? The great magician Ziyue asked in disbelief. She couldn't believe it and didn't want to accept that everything was caused by Princess Ziyue's world being better. At the same time, she had no reason to resent Princess Ziyue. After all, Princess Ziyue was a princess, and it was her responsibility and duty to protect her subjects. That world had become better, and everyone there would live happier and more fulfilled lives. Wait, let me calm down first. I don't blame you. The great magician Ziyue was taken aback and stepped back a few paces, as a vast amount of information flooded her mind, making it difficult for her to make a correct judgment. Princess Ziyue stopped talking and silently looked at the great magician Ziyue. She was pleased that the great magician Ziyue did not blame her, proving that she had enough perspective on the bigger picture, and that even if she suddenly left one day in the future, she would be able to handle things well. So, can my friends and I use the source of harmony to defeat those demons and make the world beautiful again? The great magician Ziyue asked, now only wanting to know if they could break the current predicament in the future. In theory, yes. If friends work together, everything will be resolved. And we now have the source of harmony to assist us, Princess Ziyue said with a smile, moving the source of magic above the great magician Ziyue's head, which instantly transformed into a crown and landed on her head. So I can use its magic independently now? The great magician Ziyue exclaimed excitedly. If the source of harmony could be used independently, it meant that even if she couldn't become good friends with everyone, she could still deal with demons and protect Pony Maria on her own. Although the great magician Ziyue looked forward to being friends with them, if she couldn't, she would still find a way to protect Pony Maria. It should work. Give it a try, Princess Ziyue encouraged. Under Princess Ziyue's expectant gaze, the great magician Ziyue closed her eyes and began to try to establish a connection with the source of magic. In the depths of her mind, the great magician Ziyue felt an extremely powerful magical force within the source, but when she tried to use this power, she found it wrapped in a huge barrier. The great magician Ziyue gently tapped the barrier, but it didn't budge. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her strength and struck the barrier with all her might. With the great magician Ziyue's full force strike, a large crack opened in the barrier, but then it quickly restored to its original state, as if rebounding her own magic or that of the source. The great magician Ziyue was pushed backward by a powerful force and flew into the air. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the distance between her and Princess Ziyue was increasing. A powerful magical force surged toward Princess Ziyue, and the great magician Ziyue found she couldn't control her body or use any magic or strength. She could only shout with all her remaining strength, "Be careful," and then fell directly into the magical cushion conjured by Princess Ziyue. The great magician Ziyue closed her eyes, and in less than 2 seconds, a magical force shot out from the source toward Princess Ziyue. The great magician Ziyue's body was also pushed in another direction by the recoil of the magic. Princess Ziyue stepped back 2 paces and cast a spell to nullify the magic emitted from the source. "Be careful," hearing the great magician Ziyue's voice, Princess Ziyue spread her wings and flew into the air, conjuring a magical cushion behind the great magician Ziyue. "Are you okay?" Princess Ziyue asked, looking at the somewhat haggard great magician Ziyue. "I'm fine," the great magician Ziyue said as she climbed up from the magical cushion, but then lost strength and fainted directly. Seeing the great magician Ziyue faint, Princess Ziyue quickly used magic to check her body and confirmed that she was just exhausted, which made Princess Ziyue breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 25. The Test of the Source of Magic. The morning sunlight woke Suilong, who stretched and glanced at Ziyue's bed, confirming that Ziyue was still fast asleep before getting up to wash up. After washing and tidying up, Suilong prepared to go out to buy breakfast. Upon entering the hall, he saw a variety of breakfasts on the table and Princess Yue enjoying her meal. Suilong unceremoniously took a sandwich and took a bite, mumbling, "You don't know how well Ziyue and I hosted that banquet yesterday." "Huh, how do you know we did well? Were you there?" Suilong asked in confusion, as he hadn't seen Princess Ziyue from the start of the banquet until he fell asleep. So Cool Mint really saw a flying Ziyue in the sky. We all thought she was seeing things. Suilong couldn't help but burst into laughter. After finishing the sandwich, Suilong poured himself a cup of tea and took a piece of bread. "Is she still not awake?" Princess Ziyue asked with some concern. It wasn't until the afternoon that the great magician finally groggily got out of bed. Upon confirming it was already afternoon, the great magician Ziyue didn't bother to wash up and went straight to find Suilong and Princess Ziyue. As the great magician Ziyue stumbled into the library, a purple magic enveloped her, sweeping away her fatigue. Not far away, Suilong and Princess Ziyue greeted the great magician Ziyue with smiles. "Wow, what magic is this? I feel really comfortable now," the great magician Ziyue said, skipping lightly towards Suilong and Princess Ziyue in surprise. "So, Princess, you spent the whole morning researching healing magic because of Ziyue?" Suilong asked from the side. Princess Ziyue nodded. "Ziyue, are you okay? What happened yesterday?" Suddenly realizing that Ziyue might not be able to get up this morning because she was seriously injured last night, Suilong quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired from trying out the source of harmony yesterday," the great magician Ziyue reassured Suilong. "Really?" Suilong looked at Ziyue's face with suspicion. "She probably overexerted herself last night and just needs a few days of rest," Princess Ziyue explained. "Really? I'm not lying," the great magician Ziyue smiled. "Then what was that healing magic for?" Suilong asked Princess Ziyue. "I wanted to shorten her self-healing time," Princess Ziyue said seriously. "Our time is really tight." Suilong nodded, agreeing with Princess Ziyue's statement. "Were you okay yesterday? I didn't get a chance to ask about your condition before I passed out." The great magician Ziyue suddenly remembered that one of her purposes for coming to see Princess Ziyue was to confirm if she was injured. "I'm fine. If I were hurt, could I have safely landed you?" Princess Ziyue laughed. The great magician Ziyue awkwardly smiled. If Princess Ziyue had been injured, she wouldn't have been able to use magic to catch her and wouldn't be standing in front of her unharmed now. "So what happened last night? We're good friends. Can you tell me?" Suilong asked, confused by their back-and-forth conversation. Suddenly, the great magician Ziyue's stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Even though she had eaten well at the banquet last night, it was already the afternoon of the next day. "Uffed," Princess Ziyue chuckled, looking at the great magician Ziyue's frizzy hair. "You haven't washed up yet, have you? You go wash up first, and Suilong and I will prepare afternoon tea. We can chat while we eat." "Okay," the great magician Ziyue replied, blushing as she rushed out to wash up. "Let's go," Princess Ziyue said with a smile to Suilong. "Couldn't you tell me a bit earlier?" Suilong pleaded, genuinely curious about what had happened. "I want to tell you, but I don't know everything." Ziyue smiled as she led Suilong to prepare afternoon tea. "Just wait a bit, don't be anxious." When the great magician Ziyue finished washing up and arrived at the dining room, Suilong and Princess Ziyue had already prepared afternoon tea. "Hurry up, so what exactly happened?" Suilong handed a plate of snacks to Ziyue and asked. The great magician Ziyue took the plate and ate a piece of pastry. It's very sweet. Is the source of harmony the one I know?" Suilong suddenly realized there was a connection to the source of harmony and interrupted Ziyue. "Yes, go on." Suilong finally realized the core of the matter was the source of harmony. At that time, all his attention had been on Ziyue, and he hadn't noticed it at all. "After I settled you down, I went to find her. Then, at the princess's suggestion and out of my curiosity, I began to try using the source of magic. The source of magic contains extremely powerful magical energy, but it seems to be protected and constrained by a barrier. I tried my best to break a hole in that barrier, but it quickly restored, and then I was pushed back by a recoil and saw a powerful spell flying towards the princess. I shouted 'Watch out,' and then landed on a magical cushion. After getting up and confirming the princess was safe, I passed out." The great magician Ziyue continued. "It seems that using the source of harmony requires some conditions." Princess Ziyue pondered. "Conditions? What conditions?" The great magician Ziyue asked. "Is it just relying on myself?" The great magician Ziyue said, feeling a bit dejected. "Yes," Princess Ziyue smiled. "Can't you research it? Aren't you another version of me from another world? You should be able to use it too." The great magician Ziyue asked, feeling it was too difficult to explore these things alone. Just as the great magician Ziyue was about to continue asking, she suddenly realized that the other version of herself was a princess who had a long lifespan. When she first met her, she wasn't like she was now. She might no longer be a young pony, and her friends were just ordinary ponies, so the friendship princess might have lost her friends by now. As for yesterday, the source of magic enhanced your magic, and you just said that the source of magic is rich in extremely powerful magic, but is protected and constrained by a barrier. So currently, I suspect that the barrier is the source of magic's test for you, Princess Yua said, taking a deep breath to clear her gloom and speaking seriously. The great magician replied, knowing that some things must be done, and some responsibilities must be shouldered. Chapter 26. Let me do it. After several days of attempts, the great magician Ziyue had become quite familiar with using the source of magic. The enhancement limit of the source of magic seemed to have no fixed value. As the use of magic increased, the difficulty of magic also increased, and the doubling of magic correspondingly increased. At the same time, the source of magic had many extremely powerful magical permissions that the great magician Ziyue could not access. Princess Ziyue speculated that this might be related to the understanding of friendship. The great magician Ziyue could only smile at this. She had not made progress in her study of friendship for a long time, and Princess Ziyue did not want to get involved for some reason, choosing to let the great magician Ziyue develop her friendship freely. Friends, according to my inside information, this afternoon, Ruru will visit the unique fashion store to shoot promotional photos on the theme of nature conservation. Do you want to go with me to see it? It's a good opportunity to communicate about friendship. Suilong burst in through the door, excited. Suilong knew that only Ziyue, Jinshi, Ruru, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Pinkie Pie used the source of harmony best and most smoothly, and he also knew that Ziyue was eager to find a breakthrough for developing friendship. The loud sound of the door successfully drew the attention of both Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue. How do you know? The great magician Ziyue asked, her expression filled with doubt. Hee, who do you think I am? I'm the president of the Animal Protection Association and Ruru's exclusive photographer for nature conservation promotion. Suilong instinctively puffed out his chest, feeling extremely proud. Suilong, that's impressive. I didn't realize you were so capable before. The great magician Ziyue praised involuntarily, happy that there was now a breakthrough with Jinshi. Of course, Suilong became even prouder after receiving Ziyue's compliment. I'll go with you this afternoon, Ziyue said with a smile, following Suilong's words. Great, just leave it to me then, Suilong said confidently, patting his chest. Does Ruru often do such fashion shoots? Ziyue asked slowly after a long silence. In Princess Ziyue's memory, Ruru was not a pony who liked to be overly focused on. Suilong was very aware that Ruru did not enjoy being in the spotlight as a model, but she still worked hard to do her job well, which was unexpected and admirable to him. He had thought that given Ruru's personality, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I want to go see too, Ziyue said seriously, unable to imagine how much effort Ruru had put in to reach this point. She wanted to know what Ruru was like in this world. Okay, you all come with me this afternoon, and I'll arrange everything, Suilong said confidently, as if he were orchestrating a grand plan. Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue responded in unison. After lunch, Suilong grabbed his camera and took Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue to the luxurious fashion store. When they arrived at the unique fashion store, Suilong asked Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue to wait in the lobby while he went backstage to chat with Jinshi. Princess Ziyue and the great mage Ziyue strolled around the fashion store, and they had to admit that the designs by Jinshi were indeed beautiful. However, neither of them was particularly interested in the clothes, and soon they found a place to sit down and take a break. At that moment, Jinshi's fashion store was not bustling with customers. Only a few elegantly dressed ponies came and went. As a few knocks sounded at the door, a pony dressed in a dignified manner, wearing sunglasses that covered half her face, appeared in the hall. From a distance, one could sense the aura around her that made others instinctively retreat. Princess Ziyue felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing her for the first time, accompanied by a strong sense of incongruity. A few ponies in the store, who were trying on clothes, immediately rushed towards her, and one even pulled out a pen, notebook, and a huge camera to shove right in front of that pony's face. Surprisingly, the pony not only showed no intention of being angry, but also skillfully answered all the pony's questions and even gave out signed photos. The only downside was that her tone remained high and aloof. Listening to her cold voice, Princess Ziyue felt it somehow familiar, as if she had heard it a long time ago. After the pony finished dealing with the admirers, she strode into the fashion store as if she intended to find Jinshi in the back. For reasons unknown, Princess Ziyue, with a sudden impulse, stopped her as she passed by. The pony skillfully used her wings to pull out 2 signed photos from her bag, handing them to both Ziyues in front of her, still maintaining her aloof tone. You want signed photos, right? Here you go. Please don't stop me. I have to find store manager Jinshi. The signed photos prominently displayed a beautifully edited picture of Ro, who looked beautiful and gentle, sacred and noble, as if she were a savior. The great mage Ziyue was shocked to find that the pony was indeed Ro from the photo. Princess Ziyue was puzzled about how Ro could look like this. How had she transformed? Not far away, the announcement of a temporary closure and crowd dispersal could be heard, and the three ponies remained silent, not moving. As the silence lingered between them for a long time, Suilong suddenly appeared from somewhere and casually took off Ro's sunglasses, breaking the silence. At the moment the sunglasses were removed, Ro instinctively shrank back, almost curling up, but then immediately straightened her posture, turning her head aside in a high and aloof manner. "It's fine. They are our own," Suilong explained. "The other ponies in the store have already dispersed." Seeing Ro's state, Ro suddenly felt deflated, like a balloon losing air. "Suilong, did you know? Just now, there were ponies surrounding me, asking me all sorts of questions, and there were many I couldn't answer," Ro said. Looking up at Suilong and realizing that it was Princess Ziyue sitting next to her who had stopped her. With a face full of horror, Ro exclaimed, "Two Ziyus. Yes, you stay at the beautiful feather sanctuary every day and don't know what is happening. This is Ziyue from back in the day when you two purified the nightmare moon together. This is Princess Ziyue, the otherworldly pony princess who can bring hope and change according to the prophecy. She is the Ziyue from another world," Suilong introduced excitedly. After hearing Suilong's words, Ro instinctively prepared to bow to Princess Ziyue. Although she was a princess from another world, she was still a princess. Seeing this, Princess Ziyue hurriedly stopped Ro's gesture, saying, "What are you doing? We don't need such formalities between us. You can treat me like any ordinary pony." Looking at Princess Ziyue's sincere and earnest expression, Ro hesitated for a moment before nodding as if she had made up her mind. "Let us go to the back. Jinshi is waiting for us there," Suilong said, seeing that there seemed to be no more issues here and beckoning everyone to head backstage to find Jinshi. The three ponies nodded in unison and followed Suilong toward the backstage. "Ro, how do you feel about being a model in Jinshi's fashion store and being the president of the Animal Protection Association? Can you accept it?" Princess Ziyue couldn't help but ask on the way to the back. Hearing Princess Ziyue's gentle and concerned tone, Ro felt inexplicably warm and close, and she gently replied, "What is there to not accept? I think it's fine now. It should be considered a practice and a challenge for me." Upon hearing this, Ziyue fell silent. She knew Ro must have put in a lot of effort to reach this point, and there are always some things that need ponies to do. "If I don't do it, then who will?" Ro continued, her tone still gentle. Upon hearing this, Princess Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. She had been considering whether to involve Jinshi and Ro and whether to let them know about the source of harmony. But now she didn't need to think about it anymore. She knew they would come to their own conclusions about the source of harmony. "Ro, you've completely become independent now. However, everything has its traces to follow. After all, Ro had always been kind, not weak." Chapter 27, At least it recognizes you. Upon entering, they saw Jinshi with her eyes slightly narrowed, leisurely lying on an elegant sofa, as if she had been waiting for a long time. "Jinshi, Ro is here too," Suilong called softly. Jinshi opened her beautiful blue eyes, got up from the sofa, and walked in front of Ro, saying in surprise, "I didn't expect you to come so early this time. I thought it would take you a few more hours to arrive. I thought I'd come early to prepare in advance, to make the shooting effect a little better," Ro explained shyly with a smile. Jinshi smiled at Ro, then turned her gaze to the great mage Ziyue and Princess Ziyue. "Suilong has told me everything, so what do you want to do now? If you want to make friends, I would be very happy to be friends with the great mage and the princess," Jinshi said with a faint smile, her tone casual. Although Jinshi was smiling, both the great mage Ziyue and Princess Ziyue felt a slight chill. "We need your help," Princess Ziyue said. "Using magic to lift the source of generosity and the source of kindness, then directly place them in front of Jinshi and Ro without a hint of hesitation." Upon seeing the source of generosity and the source of kindness, both Ro and Jinshi were taken aback, exchanging glances. Hadn't the source of harmony disappeared years ago? Jinshi glanced at Suilong lightly. Suilong had told her a lot, including what kind of pony Ziyue was. Princess Ziyue wanted Ziyue to make friends. The otherworldly Ziyue was a princess. She always had some strange ideas. And both Princess Ziyue and the great mage Ziyue were working hard to save the world and make it better. But she hadn't mentioned anything about the source of harmony. "Sorry, I forgot to mention," Suilong said with some guilt. In their previous interactions with Jinshi, they had been focused on breaking Jinshi's stereotype of Ziyue, helping her understand that Ziyue was not a lofty pony who was aloof from the world, which led to forgetting the important matter of the source of harmony. "This world needs you too," Princess Ziyue said sincerely. "If there is anything I can help with, if what I do can really make this world better, Then I would be very willing to do something, Ro said excitedly, feeling that she truly saw a bright future ahead. As Ro spoke, the pink light emitted by the source of kindness gradually brightened. As if responding to a call, the source of kindness flew directly to Ro's chest, transforming into a necklace that was worn around her neck. This scene was reminiscent of years ago, evoking emotions among the ponies present. The source of kindness slowly faded away, returning to its original form. I think it has acknowledged you, Princess Ziyue explained, her tone carrying a faint choked feeling. Jinchi looked at the gentle one carrying the source of kindness, then at the source of generosity still floating before her. Reflecting on these years, she asked herself if she could truly be considered a generous little pony. And now she didn't dare to cut off her tail like she did back then to make whiskers for the dragon. Congratulations, Ro. You've always been so exceptional. You must be a bit braver in the future. Jinchi pulled herself out of her thoughts and sincerely congratulated Ro. Ro responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jinchi, what about you? Don't you accept the source of generosity? Suilong asked, a bit worried, noticing Jinchi's lack of action. Forget it. Saving the world feels too distant for me. I have the heart, but not the strength. Jinchi forced a smile. Participating in their plan wasn't something she couldn't accept. But Jinchi couldn't bear the thought of failure and couldn't let go of the hard-won progress she had made. The source of generosity is a representation of your virtues. Perhaps there are many little ponies in this world who possess this virtue, but since it chose you back then, it must have its reasons. So accept it. You probably won't find any pony more suited to use it than you, Princess Ziyue sincerely advised as she walked in front of Jinchi. As for the current source of harmony, it seems that besides those it acknowledges, no one else can use it. It has already gained sentience. Jinchi quietly looked at Princess Ziyue, fell silent for a while, and then used magic to pick up the source of generosity, smiling. Since you insist on giving me this beautiful little ornament, I will accept it. I will find a pretty box to put it in. Jinchi thought that even though saving the world felt too distant, it wouldn't hurt to help them as much as she could when they needed it. However, since I've accepted your little gem, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just come to me. I will definitely help you to the best of my ability. Jinchi smiled at Princess Ziyue while playing with the source of generosity, as if it were just an ordinary gem, though her cautious handling revealed her care. The source of generosity gradually became brighter as Jinchi played with it. Jinchi, it's getting brighter, Suilong exclaimed, accompanied by a soft blue light. By the time Jinchi realized what was happening, the source of generosity was already nicely around her neck, starting to lose its glow. This shouldn't be. I clearly can't be considered a generous person all these years, Jinchi murmured in a daze. At least it truly acknowledges you. Jinchi, even if you don't see yourself as a truly generous person. Seeing Jinchi's expression shift from shock to confusion and finally to daze, Princess Ziyue comforted her. Jinchi gently touched the source of generosity on her chest, secretly encouraging herself. Jinchi, it has acknowledged you. Why are you still doubting and worrying? You are already excellent enough. You can do this. You can join everyone in saving the world. Jinchi, you are the best fashion designer in Pony Maria. You can do it. Jinchi let out a long breath, feeling a sudden clarity in her heart, possibly due to the influence of the source of generosity. I still have my steadfastness, and I have things I need to do. Since it acknowledges me, I will do my best to protect this world with its power, Jinchi said seriously to everyone. Suilong led everyone in giving Jinchi a thunderous round of applause. Chapter 28, The Courage Guarded by Sunglasses. After Jinchi and Ro joined the plan to save the world, the great wizard Ziyue and Princess Ziyue felt that the hope of saving the world had increased. The shooting continued to progress at a rapid pace. Jinchi and Sussy Sato prepared several scenes inside the fashion store that were not inferior to those outside. Ro's grasp of the state needed for the shoot was perfect. Every movement came naturally, as if she was born to be a model. Wearing sunglasses casually taken from Ro and holding a camera brought from the castle, Suilong moved around, adjusting angles as the flash pulsed with her movements. The helpless Princess Ziyue and great wizard Ziyue could only quietly watch the busy crowd from the sidelines. This set of photos is good, Suilong said, flipping through the photos in the camera while giving Ro a thumbs up with one hand. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break. And then we'll prepare for the next set, Jinchi said with a smile, holding another set of dresses and makeup removal supplies. No need, I'm not tired yet. Let us keep shooting, Ro said as she stepped down from the background stage with a smile. All right, I'll touch up your makeup first. Jinchi looked at Ro suspiciously and led her to the dressing table on the other side. Seeing that Suilong had a moment to relax, the great wizard Ziyue walked over to her, who was flipping through the photos, and nudged her arm, exclaiming, I knew you were good at photography. But I didn't expect you to be this amazing. From now on, all the photography will be left to you. Under the influence of the great wizard Ziyu, Suelong's sunglasses suddenly fell off. When Suelong felt something drop from her head, she instinctively looked away from the photos and the camera, only to see Ro's sunglasses rolling a few meters away. Seeing the great wizard Ziyu approaching Suelong, Princess Ziyu arrived late. When she saw Suelong's tense expression rushing over, Princess Ziyu instinctively used magic to pick up the sunglasses that were a few steps away from her, examining them closely for half a second, and then noticed a faint trace of magic on the sunglasses. I hope it's not broken, the late arriving Suelong asked anxiously. These sunglasses aren't ordinary sunglasses, are they? Princess Ziyu handed the sunglasses to Suelong. Suelong took the sunglasses, paused for a moment, then nodded. Look, it should be fine, Princess Ziyu said immediately afterward. Suelong carefully checked the sunglasses and confirmed that there was no damage before putting them on her face, looking around as if she had discovered something incomprehensible, letting out a long sigh and slowly taking off the sunglasses. What's wrong? The great wizard Ziyu quickly asked. After Suelong rushed out, the great wizard Ziyu knew something was wrong. When she arrived, she heard Suelong and Princess Ziyu exchanging words in a way that sounded like a game of charades, leaving her confused. Now, seeing Suelong with an expression as if something incomprehensible had happened, the great wizard Ziyu felt a surge of guilt. It's nothing. I just realized I can't determine if it's good anymore, Suelong said helplessly. These sunglasses have magic attached to them. Under normal circumstances, they won't break unless the magic is exhausted, Princess Ziyu said, puzzled. From what she just saw, the magic on the sunglasses seemed quite abundant and wouldn't break anytime soon due to a lack of magic. No, I just can't tell anymore. You can try it on and see, Suelong said, handing the sunglasses to Princess Ziyu. Princess Ziyu took the sunglasses and put them on her face. The sensation of wearing these sunglasses felt the same as looking at ordinary things with regular sunglasses. But when Princess Ziyu looked through them at Suelong and the great wizard Ziyu, she only saw two purple figures, one large and one small, with indistinct features. A red Suelong floated above the smaller, hazy figure, indicating Suelong's identity. Princess Ziyu took off the sunglasses and looked silently at Suelong, hoping he could give her an answer. The purpose of these sunglasses was too bizarre, and she couldn't immediately grasp the significance of designing them this way. These sunglasses were given to Ro by Junshi shortly after Ro became a model. At that time, Ro was very timid. She not only did not dare to showcase herself in front of a large audience, but she also could not cope with her enthusiastic fans. Ro always felt the urge to escape. In the end, Junshi designed and made these sunglasses. Junshi told Ro, if you're scared, just wear these sunglasses. Don't look at them, and treat them as your closest little animals. Suelong explained to Princess Ziyu, who looked confused. Princess Ziyu glanced at the sunglasses in front of her. Ro indeed needed such sunglasses to take her first step. So, Princess, what do you see? Suelong asked when he saw that Princess Ziyu seemed to understand. You want to judge as good or bad based on my feelings, right? Princess Ziyu retorted. Junshi's design for the sunglasses is, everything normal does not speak, while everything that speaks is blurred. Those familiar and speaking will have red name subtitles as hints. Suelong explained. Neither of you is within the hint range of these sunglasses, so I can't determine if it's good or not. Let me try them on. The great mage Ziyu reached out to ask Princess Ziyu for the sunglasses. Just listening to the two of them, the great mage Ziyu couldn't imagine what the world behind the sunglasses was like. Princess Ziyu handed the sunglasses to the great mage Ziyu, who immediately put them on her face. It seems the sunglasses are fine. Suelong reached out to ask Princess Ziyu for the sunglasses. I'll hold on to them. The great mage Ziyu handed the sunglasses to Suelong. Come on, the last set of photos is ready. Junshi's voice called from afar. I'll go ahead, you all wait a bit longer. Suelong said goodbye to Princess Ziyu and the great mage Ziyu. After saying goodbye, he responded to Junshi, coming, and ran toward Junshi and Ro. Princess Ziyu and the great mage Ziyu exchanged glances and smiled. I didn't expect taking these photos to be so laborious. The great mage Ziyu felt a bit helpless. Yet she couldn't help but admire them for handling such a complicated task so orderly. Yes, but it feels just right this way. Princess Ziyu sighed. After being a princess for so many years, she knows this is the life of most little ponies. Busy yet fulfilling, complicated but orderly. Sometimes conflicts arise. But life goes on well the next day. Life is just right this way, and it should be this way. Chapter 29, Arrangements. Do you have any plans next? After dealing with the photo-taking matters, Junshi leaned in front of Princess Ziyu and blinked. It's pretty easy to find Yunbao. She's at the border. Junshi rested her chin on one hand, pondering. As for Applejack and Pinkie Pie, they're harder to find since they won't stay in one place for long. Even if we find Yun Bao, getting her to leave won't be easy. We still need a royal order. Otherwise, if Yun Bao comes with us, it could be seen as dereliction of duty or fleeing from the scene. Ro, who had already removed her splendid clothing and makeup, added from the side. All eyes in the room turned to the great mage Ziyu, who was taken aback by the sudden attention. If they wanted the princess's royal order, they would probably have to find the cosmic princess's student here. After receiving the great mage Ziyu's promise, everyone knew that obtaining the royal order would not be an issue. Ro, why don't you ask your mysterious friend for help? Jinshi suddenly had a bright idea and nudged Ro beside her. I'll ask him to help find them. Ro replied after a moment of hesitation. Mysterious? Jinshi, haven't you met him? The great mage Ziyu asked. I'm very busy, okay? I have to deal with a lot of things every day. This time I came with you all. I have many tasks to hand over. Jinshi looked helplessly at the great mage Ziyu, then turned her gaze to Ro and continued. Moreover, Ro's mysterious friend, she said he looks strange and has never let me meet him, so I haven't seen him until now. No, I just don't want you to be scared of him, Ro quickly explained. I like beautiful things, but under certain circumstances. I can also accept a bit of ugliness. Besides, your mysterious friend has helped us so much. Jinshi had never seen Ro's mysterious friend because Ro wouldn't let her, and although she cared about appearances, she understood that beauty isn't everything. If you all really don't mind, I could arrange for you to meet him. Ro lowered her head in thought for a moment, then seemed to have made up her mind and looked seriously at everyone. Everyone expressed that they wouldn't mind, no matter what Ro's mysterious friend looked like. They wouldn't care. I hope so, Ro said, avoiding everyone's gaze, murmuring, listening to Jinshi and Ro's conversation. Princess Ziyu felt a sense of excited suspicion rising. Could it be him? Have they once again become good friends in this world? Let's gather at Ro's feather sanctuary a week from now, Jinshi announced. Why a week later? If the royal order is urgent, I can ask the teacher for it today, the great mage Ziyu asked in confusion, as she thought it shouldn't take that long. We need to hand over work and pack our bags. Having a bit more time isn't a bad thing, Jinshi explained. The great mage Ziyu fell silent for a moment, choosing not to speak anymore. After all, they were going on a long journey, and it wouldn't hurt to bring more things and prepare more. Then let's invite him out. It's just right for us to meet. He has given so much help over the years, and I still haven't had the chance to thank him, Jinshi said to Ro. Ro replied lightly. Her heart already in a chaotic mess. She hadn't figured out how to introduce him to everyone in a way that would make them accept him without fear. After everything was arranged, everyone left Jinshi's fashion store. I wonder if going to find the cosmic princess now would disturb her. Sui Long looked at the darkening sky, worriedly twirling her fingers. Don't worry, when the sun sets, it means the teacher's work for the day is basically done. And the time after work is the princess's personal time. Princess Ziyu gently comforted Sui Long when she was learning how to handle state affairs with the cosmic princess. Princess Ziyu discovered that no matter how complicated the day's tasks were, the cosmic princess would complete them all by the end of the day. And the time after work was her personal time. After Princess Ziyu became a princess herself, she initially emulated the cosmic princess's habits during her tenure to leave herself a bit of free time amidst her busy schedule. However, later on, Princess Ziyu gave that up to numb herself, dedicating every day solely to work, with only eating and sleeping as her breaks, leaving no personal free time. Sui Long nodded at Princess Ziyu, thinking that as fellow princesses, their living habits should be somewhat similar. Moreover, this princess was also a student of the cosmic princess from another world, just like Ziyu. Chapter 30, Teacher's Protection. The great mage Ziyu easily led Princess Ziyu and Sui Long into the castle thanks to her identity as a student of the cosmic princess. And the guards arranged for them to wait in the reception room. The decor of the princess's castle wasn't much different from what Princess Ziyu remembered. She naturally found a place to sit down. Seeing Princess Ziyu sit down, the great mage Ziyu also invited Sui Long to sit down and wait for the teacher. The entire reception room was quiet, with the occasional sound of guards patrolling from outside. I thought you would feel out of place being here. The great mage broke the silence with a smile. I've lived in this place in my world for a very long time, Princess Ziyu replied lazily. Since you are a princess, you should have your own castle, right? The great magician Ziyu said in surprise. As a princess, having a castle of her own is normal. Even if she doesn't have her own castle, she should at least have her own residence, rather than staying for a long time in the castle of the two princess sisters. Yes, in Ponyville. But later I ascended to the throne, and since this is the center of Pony Maria, I've been living here ever since, Princess Ziyu explained. To be fair, She preferred the treehouse she used to live in Ponyville over a castle. The great magician Ziyue and Suilong looked at Princess Ziyue with respect. This was not just an ordinary princess. This was a princess who ruled over all of Pony Maria. The door to the reception room quietly opened, and the dignified yet kind cosmic princess walked in with a smile, gently calling out, Ziyue. The gazes of several people were instantly drawn to her. The great magician Ziyue ran over to the cosmic princess's side and smiled. Teacher, have you finished your business? Princess Ziyue knew that the name Ziyue was not directed at her, but out of respect for her teacher, she stood up and bowed to the cosmic princess, saying, Teacher. The great magician Ziyue fell silent for a moment, unsure of how she could help her teacher, as matters of state were something she had never been able to intervene in. You are also Ziyue? The cosmic princess bypassed the great magician Ziyue and walked to Princess Ziyue, asking, Yes, I am Ziyue, teacher. Princess Ziyue replied with a smile. Yes, she is Ziyue, just from another world, Suilong explained from the side. So how did you come here? The cosmic princess asked with a smile. After confirming that this princess was her student, she was certain that Princess Ziyue would not be a bad person, as she understood herself and her students. She is the pony from the legend who can bring hope and change. She was transported here from my legend. The great magician Ziyue answered eagerly. Princess Ziyue nodded with a smile, indicating her agreement. The cosmic princess's gaze lingered between Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue. She was aware of the great magician Ziyue's research on saving the world, and she trusted her student, so she silently supported Ziyue's choices. Now seeing her succeed, she felt mostly happiness and relief. I am very pleased that you can become a princess, and I am grateful that you are willing to come to this world to save it, the cosmic princess said with a smile, reaching out to pat Princess Ziyue's head. Princess Ziyue still admired and respected her teacher from the bottom of her heart, but since becoming a princess, especially after the passing of her friends one after another, the loneliness accumulated over the years had subtly distanced their once close relationship. Seeing Princess Ziyue instinctively avoid her hand, the cosmic princess understood. Ziyue was her student. She hoped for her excellence and success. If she could become a princess, she would inevitably become her heir, and as her heir, she must bear the responsibility of protecting all of Pony Maria. She had no doubt that Ziyue could manage that. But ruling is dull, and immortality is lonely. Time would wear away most things in the world, including memories and emotions. Ziyue, no matter how you grow, you will always be my most excellent student. The cosmic princess said with a smile, conveying this to the princess from another world and also telling her own student, no matter what, I will be proud of you. This was the cosmic princess, the greatest ruler of all Pony Maria, an idol whom she admired and pursued throughout her life. No matter which world, a teacher like this is worthy of respect. Princess Ziyue began to reflect on whether she should take the initiative to talk to her teacher and rekindle the bond that had been worn away by time. The great magician Ziyue listened with tears in her eyes. Over the years, she had truly been grateful for the cosmic princess's recognition of her. Just now, the guards told me you came to seek my help. What do you need me to assist you with? The cosmic princess asked the great magician Ziyue. The name Yunbao was already a distant memory for the cosmic princess, who had once sent Ziyue to Ponyville to make friends. So what is your plan? The cosmic princess asked. Our plan is to find our friends, use the magic of friendship to eliminate the demons one by one, and finally restore peace to this world. Princess Ziyue said with confidence and determination in her eyes. Your journey may be very arduous. Are you sure you can do it? The cosmic princess knew that it was dangerous outside without her protection, and the road to saving the world would definitely be twisted, torturous, and difficult. She feared that these little ponies might get hurt or even die during this journey. Teacher, please believe in me and them. We all have the heart to save this world, and we will all strive to do so. I believe none of us will give up. The great magician Ziyue said confidently, believing in herself and in the friends who had once purified Nightmare Moon with her. I have experienced and witnessed a lot. I will guide them on this journey, so please rest assured, Princess Ziyue promised firmly. The little ponies she had watched grow up had finally grown up and were now striving to save the world, which made the cosmic princess feel a bit emotional. Looking at the stack of royal decree paper used to issue commands in front of her, Princess Ziyue felt a mix of emotions during her time in politics. She had also issued commands using this kind of paper. I know you must have been a princess for many years and have enough ability to lead and take care of everyone. They are just starting out. It will be hard for you to lead and take care of them, the cosmic princess said with a smile, seeing that Princess Ziyue was slow to accept. You all just need to go ahead and do it. Leave the rest to me. Princess Ziyue was taken aback for a moment. She had also been protected by her teacher like this back in the day. Princess Ziyue took the stack of royal decree paper and said solemnly, "I will take good care of everyone." The cosmic princess nodded with a smile, then looked at the great magician Ziyue beside her, wondering if she could also grow up to be like this in the future. The great magician Ziyue felt a little envious as she watched her teacher and Princess Ziyue complete a handover, while also looking forward to becoming as excellent as Princess Ziyue in the future. "All right, I have some more matters to attend to. You can arrange the rest yourselves," the cosmic princess said before leaving the reception room to deal with the upcoming affairs. After the cosmic princess left, Suilong and the great magician Ziyue immediately approached Princess Ziyue and asked in unison, "Can this stack of paper solve the problem with Yunbao?" The great magician Ziyue and Suilong exchanged glances, both knowing full well that the significance of this stack of paper was that within the princess's jurisdiction, everything would go smoothly. The cosmic princess was doing her best to reduce unnecessary difficulties for them. Chapter 31, Heavy Luggage. With the royal decree paper in Princess Ziyue's hands, aside from Yunbao's transfer order and the travel passes for various checkpoints in Pony Maria, she found herself unsure of what else to write. She asked the great magician Ziyue and Suilong what else could be written. As the day to gather at the Soft Feather Sanctuary grew closer, the great magician Ziyue and Suilong were busy packing their things, while Princess Ziyue appeared quite relaxed. On the eve of their departure, the great magician Ziyue and Suilong fell silent as they looked at the several large bags of luggage in front of them and the two small cloth bags packed by Princess Ziyue. "Princess, are you sure that bringing just a little is enough?" The great magician Ziyue looked at the two small bags in disbelief. It's enough," Princess Ziyue replied. Princess Ziyue opened her small package and happily displayed its contents: a map of Pony Maria, a compass, several books on geography, history, and culture, some food and drinks, and a blanket. "I brought all these basic items. Did you not bring the source of harmony and the imperial order paper? I remember that day we went to the market together. You didn't buy anything?" The great mage Ziyue asked incredulously. "I did bring them. I actually bought quite a lot," Princess Ziyue responded, beginning to cast a spell and conjuring a small hole from which she started pulling out items. "These are medical supplies, these are food, these are drinks, and these are for protection." The great mage Ziyue looked at the array of items in front of her, which covered various basic needs, feeling somewhat shocked. "And here are the source of harmony and the imperial order paper." Princess Ziyue cast another magic circle and conjured a box, opening it to reveal the source of harmony and the imperial order paper for the great mage Ziyue and Suilong to see. Suilong watched as Princess Ziyue pulled out various items one by one, and it seemed she had more than their combined packages. Swallowing hard, she asked, "Princess, won't this be a hassle?" During Princess Ziyue's reign, travel for meetings and such was inevitable, although most items would be prepared by the relevant ponies. Occasionally, she needed small things that they might not be able to prepare in time, and she couldn't bring large packages to important occasions. So, she stored these items directly using spatial magic. Suilong glanced at the great mage Ziyue, hoping she would also use this magic to store items. Otherwise, she might have to carry everything along with the great mage Ziyue. "Don't look at me. I can't do it. I once saw this kind of magic in an advanced magic book, and not only is it difficult to use, but it also requires a high level of magical endurance. Overall, the cost-effectiveness is very low," the great mage Ziyue said helplessly. Suilong's eyes dimmed instantly, and she turned her gaze back to Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue admitted that this magic indeed lacked cost-effectiveness, but it excelled in convenience and safety. "I'm sorry, but I might not be able to either. This magic needs to maintain the space, and the larger the space, the greater the magical demand," Princess said with a wry smile, meeting Suilong's eager gaze. Princess Ziyue also couldn't guarantee that she could handle everyone's luggage alone. With hope dashed, Suilong clutched her small backpack and lamented. "Why can't you be a backpack that holds everything? It's just a backpack. Can you carry it?" The great mage Ziyue said, looking at Suilong, who was mourning over her backpack, feeling helpless. Listening to their conversation, Princess Ziyue pondered. Theoretically, changing the size and weight of the package seemed feasible. The dragon and the pony looked at their large bags with resignation, contemplating how to carry everything. Princess Ziyue rummaged through her pile of luggage and found 2 magic books to study, attempting to overlay the 2 spells onto her small packages. A flash of light indicated the magic was successful, and the gazes of Suilong and the great mage Ziyue were instantly drawn to her. Princess Ziyue calmly stuffed her prepared items into her 2 small packages, and when she finished, the packages still seemed to have plenty of extra space. She placed the packages on her back and remarked, "The weight is just right." Perhaps everything was too shocking. After witnessing it all, neither Suilong nor the great mage Ziyue spoke for a long time. "Try this. I think it's fine," Princess Ziyue said. handing the 2 magic books to the great mage Ziyue with a smile. Just combine this spatial magic with this levitation magic, Princess Ziyue explained. The great mage Ziyue repeatedly examined the 2 spells, her expression turning troubled. Suilong, bring your backpack over, Princess Ziyue called out, sighing at the great mage Ziyue's troubled face. Suilong hurriedly handed her backpack to Princess Ziyue. Watch closely. With that, Princess Ziyue began to cast her spell, overlaying the 2 spells and attaching them to Suilong's backpack. At the moment the 2 spells overlapped, they fused together, emitting a bright light upon collision. The great mage Ziyue reviewed the 2 spells again, memorized them, and began to imitate Princess Ziyue's spellcasting. Princess Ziyue handed Suilong's backpack back to her, and Suilong cheered, "Oh yeah?" as she started to stuff her large bags of luggage into her backpack bit by bit. Next, Princess Ziyue used magic to summon a magic circle, storing the box containing the source of harmony and the imperial order paper. "Princess, why don't you just put them directly into the backpack? Wouldn't that consume a lot of magic?" Suilong asked, her hands still busy packing. "True, it might consume some magic, but this way of storing is very safe," Princess Ziyue instinctively explained, though her gaze was drawn to the light that flashed by the great mage Ziyue, indicating a successful spell. Once the magic was confirmed successful, the great mage Ziyue joined the packing crew again. Although all the luggage had been packed, the great mage Ziyue and Suilong were still busy until midnight, repacking items that previously seemed unnecessary. The next day, the great mage Ziyue and Suilong set off, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Chapter 32, I Want to Live Well. Halfway through their journey, they spotted a grand convoy stretching for hundreds of meters heading in a certain direction. Princess Ziyue and her companions looked at the luxurious convoy, all marveling at its grandeur. Even when Princess Ziyue attended foreign events, she had never had such a lavish convoy following her, always adhering to a style of simplicity and dignity. Suilong paused, looking at the convoy with a somewhat familiar design, deep in thought, until the great mage Ziyue called him, prompting him to hurriedly catch up with Princess Ziyue and the great mage Ziyue. To maintain a low profile, Princess Ziyue and her group opted out of the royal carriages arranged by the Cosmic Princess and chose to take the train instead. Aiming to catch the first train of the day to reach the Gentle Wings shelter as early as possible, they quickened their pace toward the train station. In recent years, the great mage Ziyue rarely traveled, and when she did, it was mostly arranged by the Cosmic Princess. She was well aware of the suffering at the borders, but had never imagined that there would be refugees begging at the train station in a metropolis like Canterlot. The train station, situated far from the city center and with weak local oversight, was once a necessary place for most ponies to travel, but now it served more as a refuge for the homeless. Compared to the myriad worries of the great mage Ziyue, Princess Ziyue and Suilong appeared quite calm. Suilong had witnessed much worse situations while following Jinchi, and seeing a few ponies begging here was within his expectations. Previously, at Jinchi's Fashion Week, there had been poor ponies seeking help from Jinchi, but Princess Ziyue had not seen such poverty in the corners of Canterlot. Learning from Suilong that many ponies in Pony Maria were in similar situations, she was not surprised to see them here. At that moment, she only worried about the dire conditions in less developed areas. "Kind-hearted people, please give me something," a young and frail pony stumbled up to the great mage Ziyue, pleading. Looking into the tired and helpless eyes of the young pony, the great mage Ziyue felt a sharp pain in her heart. Without a second thought, she took out a large bag of money and a large bag of food from her pocket and stuffed them into the young pony's arms. The speed was so fast that neither Princess Ziyue nor Suilong had time to react. The surrounding refugees saw the great magician Ziyue stuffing 2 large bags into the little pony's embrace, and like bears catching a whiff of honey, they all got up and rushed towards the great magician Ziyue, pleading for her to give them something and recklessly trying to snatch her packages. Princess Ziyue looked at the swarm of little ponies and instantly cast a teleportation spell, transporting herself, the great magician Ziyue, Suilong, and the little pony directly to the waiting area. As they disappeared in a burst of purple light along with a group of little ponies, the refugees in the train station displayed expressions of terror. They knew that the little ponies were not to be trifled with. Once they landed, Suilong immediately knelt down, weak in the legs, clutching his head and murmuring in relief, "I thought I was going to be robbed again." The little pony and the great magician Ziyue were stunned by the sudden teleportation. Suilong got back up, dusted himself off, and gave Princess Ziyue a thumbs up. "Well done. You're not just pretending to be a princess. You really are one, right?" The little pony timidly asked, seeming to have seen her wings move during Ziyue's magic. In Pony Maria, where many little ponies admired princesses, quite a few would dress up as alicorns when going out. The little pony, seeing hope, rushed to kneel before Princess Ziyue, speaking incoherently. I didn't expect you to really be a princess, and I didn't expect to meet you. I'm so excited, you know. She trailed off, unsure of what to say next. I know. We just need some time. Please wait a little longer. I believe we will give you a happy and beautiful world back. Princess Ziyue gently helped the little pony up and reassured her. Thank you. The little pony kept saying while crying, as if she saw hope for a good life. Then why did you teleport us here? The great magician Ziyue asked, puzzled. They came rushing at us, and we couldn't hurt them, so I just used magic to bring us here. Princess Ziyue tried to keep her emotions stable. The great magician Ziyue still looked confused. She had never thought that her moment of kindness would lead to such consequences. Everyone really has no choice. After all, we have to wait a long time for the next little pony who comes to give things away. The little pony weakly defended, glancing at Princess Ziyue. She didn't want the princess to misunderstand them. Humph, but after just that one time. You've made it so that Jinshi no longer wants to directly help you, but only dares to do so indirectly, Suilong said coldly. The little pony averted her gaze from Suilong. And today, you came to ask Ziyue for something, knowing she would be soft-hearted, right? Suilong pressed. The little pony remained silent. Are you saying she is using my kindness? How would she know I have a kind heart? The great magician Ziyue argued, not believing that such a small pony could have the cunning to scheme against her. Although it's hard to understand, you should know that little ponies like them will judge whether you're a soft-hearted pony by the way you look at them, and then they will beg, Suilong explained helplessly. Feeling that Ziyue had been overly protected, the great magician Ziyue paused and looked at the little pony, who appeared as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her face full of grievance and bitterness. As everyone fell silent, Princess Ziyue timely tried to ease the situation, but she was interrupted by the little pony. Do you think we want this? We don't want to. We just want to live well. Is it that difficult? You all can wear beautiful clothes, eat delicious food, and enjoy life to the fullest. What can we do? What do we have? We have nothing. We can do nothing. The little pony cried out, as if she wanted to shout out all her grievances in this life. Ziyue and her group fell into silence, realizing that compared to this little pony, their lives could be considered blissful. The little pony choked out her thoughts. I want a beautiful dress. I want to taste what those legendary cupcakes are like. I want a heater so that everyone won't be cold in winter. I don't want to eat grass and tree bark every day, never getting enough. I wish my dad and mom could come back to life. The great magician Ziyue was already in tears. Princess Ziyue made up her mind in silence. No matter what, she had to change the situation. Suilong, with tears in his eyes, hugged the sobbing little pony. I'm sorry, believe us, everything will be all right. The little pony's tears flowed freely, her cries echoing throughout the waiting area. Chapter 33, The Nameless Hero. Under Suilong's comfort, the little pony gradually calmed down. A train whistle sounded in the distance. Let's take her to the Gentle Wings shelter. It's where refugees are taken in, Suilong said seriously. Okay. As long as Ruru is fine, that's good. The great magician Ziyue agreed, while wiping her tears. Princess Ziyue handed a few pieces of paper to the great magician Ziyue, who took them and wiped her tear-streaked face. Taking in a few more little ponies should be fine, right? Princess Ziyue asked with a smile. I heard everything you just said. I deeply sympathize and mourn the loss of your parents. Do you have any other relatives? It would be good to go with us. Princess Ziyue gently said as she leaned closer to the little pony. The little pony wanted to ask them to take everyone with them, but she had also heard Suilong's words. Now they really were unable to help. So this little pony was now an orphan, without parents or siblings. And it was hard to imagine how she had survived until now. Why don't you come with us first? Settle down at the Gentle Wings shelter, okay? We will go to the front lines and help you look for your brother. Only when you are safe and doing well can your parents and brother rest easy, right? Princess Ziyue earnestly comforted her. The little pony nodded. She wanted to escape from her current predicament. She did not enjoy living alone and being bullied. Sometimes there were little ponies who would help her, but in this era where resources were not abundant, everyone was more concerned about their own well-being. Your brother is a hero. Pony Maria will remember every citizen who fought for her. Princess Ziyue spoke passionately. Suilong remained silent, not speaking. Yes, a hero. An unnamed hero not known to the world, who couldn't even protect his own sister. No one has asked him if he wants to be this hero. The little pony's heart was ignited by the great magician Ziyue, her eyes instantly brightening. Yes, my brother is a hero, the hero of Pony Maria. The train arrived with a sharp whistle and came to a stop. Princess Ziyue led everyone onto the train. Inside, the train was spacious and quiet, with very few passengers apart from the staff. As the train traveled long distances, Princess Ziyue, Suilong, and the great magician Ziyue prepared food, drinks, and toys for the little pony. After the little pony was well fed, hydrated, and played out. She fell into a deep sleep on the train. Suelong wrapped the little pony in a blanket. Most of the Pegasi must have been conscripted, right? The great magician Ziyue asked after confirming that the little pony was really asleep. No wonder, the great magician Ziyue murmured. What? Suelong asked, puzzled. Princess Ziyue also looked confused. Years ago, the teacher arranged for me to go to the border to observe the people's situation. There were many refugees on the streets, but most of them were earth ponies, with a few unicorns and even fewer Pegasi. The least common were the Pegasi, represented by the great mage Ziyue, who sighed sadly. After understanding what the great mage Ziyue was struggling to comprehend, Princess Ziyue spoke softly and began to explain. As you have said, the class division among ponies is very severe, primarily manifested in wealth discrimination among the same kind of ponies and racial discrimination among different kinds of ponies. Among earth ponies, Pegasi, and unicorns, earth ponies are the most basic, ensuring food production and grassroots operations. Most earth ponies spend their days farming and planting. If they encounter a year of famine or social unrest, earth ponies, who cannot fly and have no magic, will completely fall to the bottom of society. The greatest advantage of Pegasi compared to earth ponies is their ability to fly. In combat with earth ponies, their ability to fly gives them an absolute advantage. The sky belongs to the Pegasi. In the sky, Pegasi have an overwhelming advantage over any land-based creature. Unicorns, on the other hand, are the most polarized race, with some having maximum attack and defense capabilities, excelling in all 10 skills, while others possess no magic and are weak and unable to care for themselves. Thus, in today's structure, you can see many unicorns in power at the top of the country, while many new unicorns at the bottom are struggling with low magic abilities, living even worse than earth ponies. How do you know so much? After getting the answer, the great mage Ziyue asked incredulously, as not long ago. Princess Ziyue was not very knowledgeable about these issues. Because I heard you say that the contradictions among ponies are very significant and class division is severe. I took the time to understand these matters further. I argued with you at that time because I did not consider the situation in your world. I habitually projected my world's situation onto yours, Princess Ziyue said, somewhat apologetically. The great mage Ziyue paused, then nodded. Actually, I was thinking about another question. Is the situation you see in this world really true? Princess Ziyue looked deeply at the great mage Ziyue and continued. I feel that the world's difficulties are much greater than what you have seen and known. But I have really been to the border. I have genuinely seen their suffering. Everything was witnessed by the great mage Ziyue. So how could she not trust her own eyes? Seeing is not necessarily believing, and hearing is not necessarily true. Princess Ziyue said lightly. Ziyue, you are a student of the Cosmic Princess. Your journey is arranged by the Cosmic Princess. Suelong suddenly spoke up, directly pointing out the reason for the great mage Ziyue's cognitive error. Yes, no matter who it is, everyone has to give the princess some face. Princess Ziyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging that identity can sometimes isolate one from a world. So this makes sense. How could someone arranged by the Cosmic Princess see the most essential truths of the grassroots and war-torn areas? How could local areas lay their corruption and societal darkness directly before the eyes of the highest leaders? The great mage Ziyue could only see the most authentic status that they had carefully packaged. So, because I am the teacher's student, everything I see is packaged and beautified? The great mage Ziyue could hardly believe it and slumped back into her train seat. The train was quiet, with only the silence agreed upon by Princess Ziyue and Suelong in response to her. The train continued toward its destination. History would not remember that on this day. A little pony named Ziyue had an epiphany on the train, as it would continue to move forward in its fixed direction. Chapter 34, Not Hungry Anymore. The train arrived at its destination, and Suelong led everyone to the Beautiful Wings shelter. The geographical location and style of the Beautiful Wings shelter were quite similar to what Princess Ziyue remembered. On the way to the Beautiful Wings shelter, they were blocked by a familiar white luxury carriage that obstructed their path. The little ponies instinctively shrank behind Princess Ziyue, having encountered overbearing nobles many times before. A white unicorn dressed in luxurious clothing and sporting a finely styled mane elegantly and slowly emerged from the carriage. Do you need a ride? Jinchi asked cheerfully. Looking at Jinchi's splendid attire and the hundreds of identical luxury carriages behind her, everything was unexpected yet reasonable. This was something Jinchi could pull off. Are you going on a trip? The great mage Ziyue asked in shock as she watched Jinchi step out of the carriage with the hundreds of luxury carriages behind her. After confirming that the newcomer was not a bad person, the little ponies peeked out and looked at the luxurious carriages with envy, unable to help but fantasize about whether they could ride such a luxurious carriage one day. What are you thinking about? These are just some necessities of life. Jinchi explained calmly. The great mage Ziyue's expression shifted from shock to speechlessness in just a few seconds, considering the endless convoy carrying basic necessities. Even in all of Ponyland, it would be hard to find a few little ponies. Initially, the great mage Ziyue was worried that she had prepared too much. But upon seeing that Jinchi had several times more than her, Princess Ziyue and Suilong combined, she instantly felt relieved. The great mage Ziyue expressed her respect and support for this, and silently nodded. What about your luggage? Did you give it to someone to check? Jinchi asked, looking at the two who were traveling light. It's all in the bag. Suilong proudly pointed to her backpack. Jinchi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. A small backpack was enough for an unknown duration of a long trip, and she found it hard to understand, even doubting whether they were crazy. Are you sure? Jinchi asked again, wondering if she had misheard. This pocket might hold, Suilong said, weighing her backpack enthusiastically, wanting to share the convenience of her backpack with Jinchi. Seeing Suilong lift a seemingly light backpack, Jinchi helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking, no worries, they didn't bring enough. I brought enough. And I can just share some with them later. The little pony's eyes sparkled as she quietly stared at Jinchi's luxurious carriage, her hand hovering in the air, wanting to touch it but not daring to. If you want to touch it, just go ahead. Beautiful things can only reach their maximum value when used, Jinchi said gently. The little pony placed her hand on the carriage and gently stroked it, as if caressing a rare treasure. She is a little pony we met on the way here. Seeing her parents have passed away and her brother has gone to the army, she is all alone and quite pitiful. Hearing Suilong say that the beautiful wings shelter accepts refugees, we brought her along. The great mage Ziyue suddenly realized she hadn't explained about the little pony to Jinchi and hurriedly clarified. The little pony stood in front of Jinchi, allowing her to clean her dusty face with a wet towel. You all wait a moment. Once I get her cleaned up, we can set off, Jinchi said while wiping the little pony's face. Now that you are here, you are part of a big family. Work hard in the future to help change this world. Jinchi smiled. The little pony nodded, feeling a strong premonition that from now on, her life would be different from before. What is your name? If you don't have one, and if you don't mind, I can give you a name. I'm quite good at naming, Jinchi said, continuing to clean the little pony while directly asking about her name. In times of war and famine, many little ponies do not have names, only a unified term. Jinchi heard the great mage Ziyue say that foals without parents cannot be sure if their parents really gave them names. Princess Ziyue, the great mage Ziyue, and Suilong were all taken aback. After spending so much time together, they hadn't had the chance to ask her what her name was. Bubao? The little pony said a bit awkwardly and shyly. Don't worry, baby. That's a nice name. Your parents must hope you'll always be their steady little treasure, Jinchi said with a smile, noting that a child's name often reflects their parents' earnest hopes and beautiful blessings. No, it's not Bubao, the little pony explained with some difficulty. My parents are land ponies. The year I was born was a year of famine. And my parents hoped that every year in the future would be a year of harvest, that we could eat our fill every year. Princess Ziyue, the great mage Ziyue, and Suilong were once again taken aback and felt a bit sad. Jinchi, who was wiping the little pony's body with a towel, suddenly paused. Such a simple wish and beautiful blessing, yet now she was in such a state, perhaps it had not come true. You know, Bubao is a blessing from your parents. And it's a lovely name. Bubao nodded seriously. After Jinchi had cleaned Bubao up, she called everyone to board her carriage and took them directly to a place where Ro often stayed. By the stream, 2 or 3 little deer were drinking water. Beautiful butterflies invited the most beautiful flowers in her heart to dance together. A group of little birds gathered together, playing a lovely tune. A giant brown bear was curled up sleeping in a tree hole. Fish jumped out of the water, curious about what the world outside looked like. A spider admired the artwork it had spent hours weaving. The gentle breeze whispered to the little ponies who had come from afar, telling them that this was a paradise. Here was a haven for little animals, a sanctuary of gentle wings. Chapter 35, Sisters. The carriage slowly came to a stop. One by one, everyone got off. And not far away was a huge round table filled with sweets and drinks. Ro stood in front of the round table, smiling and warmly greeting everyone. Apple Lily and Xingmu Lulu sat on stools, munching on snacks while greeting Ziyue. A hint of barely noticeable disappointment flashed in Apple Lily's eyes. Sweetheart Baby took out a napkin and methodically wiped the crumbs from her mouth, then jumped off the stool and trotted over to Jinchi, her pace unconsciously quickening. When she reached Jinchi, she jumped up and directly pounced into Jinchi's arms, complaining sweetly, Sister, I haven't seen you in so long. Why did it take you so long to come visit me? Jinchi smiled and gently patted Sweetheart Baby's head, saying, Look, I'm here now, aren't I? The two sisters playfully teased each other, enjoying themselves. Angel, however, stood at the round table with an unhappy expression. Her two front paws crossed over her chest in a huff. She glanced at the arriving ponies. The ones coming were all familiar faces, except for the two Zeus and one unfamiliar little pony. Angel's eyes widened in shock as she realized the two Zeus were identical twins. She stared hard at the two Zeus, who looked exactly the same, except one had a pair of wings. Curiosity got the better of her. An Angel jumped off the table, running towards the winged one. Seeing Angel rushing towards her, Princess Ziyue asked in confusion, "Angel, what's wrong?" Before Ziyue could finish her sentence, one of her wings was pulled aside by Angel for a closer look. "It's real," Princess Ziyue said helplessly, lifting Angel up with her wing. Most little ponies would assume her wings or magical horn were fake due to the rarity of the celestial unicorn, which had actually brought Princess Ziyue considerable convenience. She wouldn't be besieged by other ponies because of her identity. However, when even the ponies she knew began to doubt her, it gave her an inexplicable strange feeling. Angel released Princess Ziyue's wing and turned to Ro with a resentful look, expressing in frustration, "Why didn't you tell me about this?" "I'm sorry, Angel. But you never wanted to listen to me, so I never got the chance to tell you." Ro apologized sincerely. "Just indulge her," Suilong said helplessly, having long gotten used to it. No. Angel is just worried about me. She just doesn't want me to leave. It's my fault for not calming her down and explaining things clearly," Ro defended Angel. Suilong nodded in agreement. Bu Bao looked around at everything, taking in the beautiful and peaceful scenery, a sight she had never seen before in her life. She had seen this animal sanctuary, representing love and peace, on the towering screens, and had envied the animals for having such a paradise. Now, thinking that she could stay here for a long time, Bu Bao felt her heart swell with happiness. Seeing the unfamiliar faces, Ro gently smiled and asked, "She will be staying here, right?" "Yes, hurry up and arrange it. I'm looking forward to meeting your mysterious friend," Jinchi urged, curious about what kind of friend could make Ro so secretive. Ro didn't know how to explain that he was a reformed demon. "Sister, he just looks a bit strange. Although his personality is a bit quirky, it's still acceptable." Sweetheart Baby reassured her sister. "You all must have a lot to do, right? Leave her to us to settle." Xingmu Lulu volunteered. "Hello. From now on, the cute brigade will arrange everything for you at the Gentle Wings Underground Pony Sanctuary," Apple Lily said, extending a hand towards Bu Bao in invitation. Bu Bao hesitated, unsure whether to place her hand in Apple Lily's, leaving it suspended in midair. "Go on, you have to trust them. They can handle it well. Many ponies like you have been taken care of by them before," Suilong encouraged. Bu Bao's hand finally landed in Apple Lily's, who pulled her towards the direction of the Gentle Wings Underground Pony Sanctuary. "We'll take care of her first. You can relax and catch up with your sister," Xingmu Lulu said to Sweetheart Baby before chasing after Apple Lily. Watching the retreating figures of Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily, Sweetheart Baby sighed quietly, burying her head deep in her sister's embrace. "What's wrong?" Jinchi noticed Sweetheart Baby's unusual emotions and quickly asked, "Sister, I know you have a lot of things to do, and they need you more than I do, but when you're not here, I really miss you." Sweetheart Baby stepped back 2 paces to create distance from Jinchi, choking back tears. Jinchi was taken aback. Over the years, she had probably neglected her family the most. After this time, "Can you spare a little more time to be with me?" Sweetheart Baby wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, asking with a choked voice. Regardless of the outcome this time, she felt she had already given her all for Pony Maria. No matter what, she could not let down Pony Maria and her family. Hearing Jinchi's promise, Sweetheart Baby smiled sincerely. Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily were nowhere to be seen at the moment. Sweetheart Baby pondered for a moment and said, "Sister, when you see Apple Gile, please help me tell her that Apple Lily hasn't seen her for several years and that she misses her very much now." "I will pass the message to her," Jinchi replied. "Sister, I'm going to catch up with them. The cute legion must be complete. Not a single one can be missing." Sweetheart Baby turned and faced the direction where Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily had disappeared. "All right, you go ahead," Jinchi responded. Sweetheart Baby dared not stop running. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear seeing her sister leave, and she didn't want her sister to see her tear-streaked face. Fearing that her sister would hesitate to go, Sweetheart Baby's sister was not just a legendary figure in history, but also Sweetheart Baby's dearest sister. Chapter 36. The Heart's Direction is the Mission. Just halfway down the road, Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily heard Sweetheart Baby shouting from afar, "You guys walk a bit slower." Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily exchanged glances and stopped in their tracks. Wasn't she supposed to be catching up with her sister? Not long after stopping, Sweetheart Baby rushed up to them, panting, and complained, "Why are you walking so fast? What are you in a hurry for? We didn't expect you to come." Why aren't you with your sister, but coming to keep us two lonely souls company? Xingmu Lulu teased sweetheart baby. Aren't you supposed to be catching up with your sister? She'll probably leave tonight, and once we settle her in, you definitely won't see her again. Aren't you going to spend more time with her? Apple Lily asked in confusion. We are the cute legion, and of course, we need to be complete with not a single one missing. Look, I came to accompany you two lonely souls instead of being with my sister, didn't I? Sweetheart baby said with a smile. Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily exchanged glances, somewhat doubtful of Sweetheart baby's words. Facing their skeptical looks, Sweetheart baby directly pushed them toward the pony shelter under the beautiful wings. By the way, what's your name? Sweetheart baby suddenly remembered to ask the new pony. Buhuang Bao Bao. The pony introduced herself again. That's a nice name. Your parents must hope you grow up to be a steady baby, Sweetheart baby said with a smile to Buhuang Bao Bao. During Sweetheart baby's conversation, Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily broke free from Sweetheart baby's push. No, that's not what the name means, Xingmu Lulu corrected. She just said that her name means to never encounter a year of famine in this life, to eat well and be full every day. Apple Lily explained Buhuang Bao Bao's words. Sweetheart baby was taken aback, surprised yet understanding. That's a good name. Simple and plain, and it carries a blessing. Sweetheart baby said with a smile. Xingmu Lulu and Sweetheart baby nodded. No matter what kind of name it was a blessing and expectation from parents, right? We can't guarantee that there won't be disasters every year. After all, this is something beyond the pony's control. However, since you have come here, we can guarantee that you will have enough to eat, enough to wear, and you can find your mission and value here. Sweetheart baby said confidently as she leaned in closer to Buhuang Bao Bao. Yes, our cute legion is dedicated to helping every pony find the meaning of their life. Xingmu Lulu said excitedly, flapping her wings a few times and jumping up. Buhuang Bao Bao felt a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of Sweetheart baby and Xingmu Lulu. Her small face turned red involuntarily as she shyly said, I believe you. Just a moment ago, when Sweetheart baby wasn't there, Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily had been calm while asking questions. You don't have a cute mark yet, do you want one? Apple Lily asked, looking at Buhuang Bao Bao's empty flank. That shouldn't be rushed. When I discover the meaning and mission of my life, it will naturally appear, Buhuang Bao Bao said, gazing at her empty flank in confusion. Before this, she had been through years of bumps and couldn't see any future or hope, let alone the meaning and mission of life. You don't need to worry. Helping ponies find their talents and missions is the innate talent and mission of our cute legion. Xingmu Lulu encouraged, looking at Buhuang Bao Bao's bewildered eyes. This is what we are good at. We can help you quickly find your talents and mission. You can completely trust us, Sweetheart baby reassured. If you have a cute mark, we might be able to arrange things for you a bit better, Apple Lily explained. Although it wasn't polite to urge a pony to quickly get a cute mark, they indeed needed her to have one so they could better arrange her future. Why? Do I have to have a cute mark? What if I can't get one with your help? Buhuang Bao Bao asked, curious as to why it was essential to have a cute mark, even though she had already sensed that they preferred her to get one. No, you don't have to have one. It's just more convenient for us to arrange which department you go to, Xingmu Lulu quickly explained. The biggest issue with the pony shelter under the beautiful wings was the resource problem. Although the shelter already had a complete living system, the continuous increase in the number of ponies meant that it could only guarantee basic needs like food, clothing, and shelter. Apple Lily paused and glanced at Buhuang Bao Bao, and this guarantee of food, clothing, and shelter is the result of the efforts of many ponies helping each other and all the ponies in the shelter. So what should I do next? How can I get a cute mark? Buhuang Bao Bao asked, realizing that the pony shelter was not just about aid, but more about helping ponies become self-sufficient and well-fed. Do you have any wishes? Apple Lily asked with a smile. What does that have to do with my cute mark? Buhuang Bao Bao asked in confusion, as the cute mark represented talent and mission, not wishes. Generally speaking, your innermost wishes are often linked to your talents and missions, Sweetheart baby patiently explained. Buhuang Bao Bao thought for a moment and said, I want to eat delicious food, drink good drinks, wear beautiful clothes, and live that ordinary, simple, and free life with my dad, mom, and brother. She expressed all her thoughts, but nothing changed in her body, and the cute mark didn't appear. Sweetheart baby, Xingmu Lulu, and Apple Lily exchanged glances, confirming that Buhuang Bao Bao's wishes were not her most sincere and yearning desires, but rather the simplest needs shaped by years of experience. Do you have anything you are particularly good at? Sweetheart baby asked next. Or have you felt guided by something in a strong, obsessive way? Xingmu Lulu followed up with another question. No, I don't, Buhuang Bao Bao answered apologetically. It's okay. Didn't you say you can do a bit of everything? When the time comes, you can see where you want to go, and we will arrange it for you. Apple Lily quickly comforted, noticing Buhuang Baobao's mood was gradually sinking. Seeing that they couldn't help Buhuang Baobao find her talent and mission at the moment, the cute Legion decided to take her to the pony shelter under the beautiful wings to see if she could gain some insight once she got there. The cute emblem represents talent and mission, and it often appears due to certain opportunities, a moment of sudden understanding of one's life's meaning and direction, or doing something outstanding that aligns with one's mission and talent. The reason why Buhuang Baobao from the Cute Brigade cannot find a breakthrough is simply that she does not know what she truly wants, for now. She believes that everything she needs is just to live. The Cute Brigade takes Buhuang Baobao from the main road to a smaller path, eventually stopping in front of a large tree in a hidden spot. Lifting a patch of grass in front of the tree reveals a small wooden door. An opening it leads to a dark staircase that descends into the unknown. Sweetheart Baby casts a spell, and the magical light just illuminates a few meters ahead while enveloping each little pony. At the end of the staircase, a brightly lit scene unfolds, a vibrant yet ordinary beauty that, while not comparable to Canterlot, is still striking. Rather than calling this gentle winged pony shelter a shelter, it is more accurate to call it a shelter city, a bustling city underground. The ponies in the shelter do not appear particularly wealthy. They all have simple styles. The ponies coming and going express their busyness through actions, while the smiles and satisfaction in their eyes speak of happiness. The Cute Brigade arranges a place for Buhuang Baobao to stay, which has no luxurious decorations or unique designs. Just a simple room like all the other ponies living here. The room is furnished simply with a table, chairs, a bench, a bed, and some basic living items. Although these things are simple, they were once what Buhuang Baobao longed for. The houses were built by earlier ponies who came here, with each room housing ponies from all over Pony Maria. After settling Buhuang Baobao in her accommodation, the Cute Brigade starts to show her around the gentle winged pony shelter, introducing her to everything there. Although they don't yet know what she is good at or suited for, they can help her find something she wants to do. Since she will be living here in the future, she will eventually need to contribute to this place in some way. Along the way, Buhuang Baobao listens to their introductions about the underground city and sometimes lends a hand to help the working ponies in need. That's Uncle Guzi, whose family has been growing rice for generations. His rice smells wonderful. That's Sister Ollie. If your clothes or handkerchiefs are torn, you can find her, and she will help you mend them. That's Brother Juice. You can try the juice he makes. It might taste good. That's Grandma Loer. She has many stories and jokes, and you can chat with her when you're bored. Mrs. Cake's desserts are among the best tasting, second only to Pinkie Pie. You must try them. If you get sick, be sure to go to the medical point. The doctors are very gentle. The shelter is great. And the ponies living here are wonderful. Everything is just perfect. Buhuang Baobao's heart is unknowingly filled with happiness bit by bit. This kind of life was once unimaginable for her, but now it is all hers. Suddenly, a strong thought surged in Buhuang Baobao's mind. I want to protect this place well. I want to help those ponies in need. And I want all of Pony Maria to become this good. In an instant, Buhuang Baobao suddenly understands her deepest desire. It stems from the despair of being unable to cope with suffering and the hope of wanting to make the world a better place. A desire to change the world with her own strength. A surge of power fills every corner of her body, and she unconsciously levitates. Her consciousness blurs in an instant, and when she opens her eyes, she sees the comforting smiles of Apple Lily, Sweetheart Baby, and Waking Lulu. What's wrong? Buhuang Baobao, confused by the three smiling faces, asks. I think you've found your mission and talent, Apple Lily says with a smile, pointing at Buhuang Baobao's cute emblem. Help? Sweetheart Baby asks, puzzled. Yes. I just suddenly realized that my most essential wish is to make this world better, so my mission is to use my power to make the world better. And my talent should be. I'm not particularly bad at anything, but I have a little knowledge of everything. So I can help everyone in various ways with what I know, Buhuang Baobao explains enthusiastically. Wow, that is so cool. Waking Lulu exclaims, feeling excited. From a certain perspective, Buhuang Baobao can be considered a polymath. Facing the sudden compliment, Buhuang Baobao shyly smiles. Since you want to help everyone, you must first get to know them. So let us continue exploring, Sweetheart Baby suggests. Everyone nods in agreement. And the Cute Brigade resumes their previous exploration and introduction of the gentle winged pony shelter, taking a long time to finish touring the entire place. Aren't you living here? Buhuang Baobao asks in surprise as the Cute Brigade prepares to leave the gentle winged pony shelter. The Cute Brigade walks up the staircase and exits the gentle winged pony shelter. Although there should be no illusions, they really are leaving. And the Cute Brigade bids farewell to each other as they embark on their journey home. The moonlight is cool, the gentle winged shelter is quiet. The little animals sleep peacefully, and the hearts of the returning ponies are filled with melancholy. Chapter 37. Departure. Sweetheart Baby looks at the receding figure of Sweetheart Baby and thinks her sister is still a child, a grown-up child. They are all good and excellent. You don't need to worry about them. Roro gently pats Zhenqi's shoulder and says softly. Zhenqi nods and sighs. They shouldn't be so sensible at this age. Sweetheart Baby's figure completely disappears from Zhenqi's view, and Zhenqi turns her gaze to Roro, who is quietly watching her. Roro pauses for a moment, sighs, and slowly speaks. Chaos. Come out. Chaos. Princess Ziyue feels some relief. Fate has arranged for them to be together once again. A hole appears in the air next to Roro, as if time and space have been torn apart, and a strange creature with a pony head, deer and goat horns, one claw of a lion and one of an eagle, a mismatched pair of wings on its back, and a dragon body with a snake tail steps out, moving with one leg of a sheep and one of a crocodile, dressed in a clearly well-prepared formal outfit. Sui Long stands there in shock. He did not expect Roro's mysterious friend to be a dragon pony. Zhenqi feels a lump in her throat. Unable to breathe, her eyes becoming unfocused, her head throbbing, and her body instinctively tilting backward. Noticing Zhenqi's distress, Princess Ziyue quickly uses magic to catch her before she falls to the ground. Zhenqi can accept that Roro's friend is any pony, regardless of appearance or form, or even an animal, but suddenly having to accept a dragon pony that looks like this is something she cannot handle at the moment. The great wizard Princess Ziyue sees Zhenqi fainting and immediately enters a state of readiness, while Roro silently protects chaos behind her. Roro, he is a demon. The great wizard Princess Ziyue says with righteous indignation. Although he was once a demon, he has not committed any heinous acts, and besides, he has changed. He is now a very good dragon pony. Roro defends Chaos seriously and solemnly. Chaos obediently transformed himself into an angelic appearance following Roro's words, making himself seem small, innocent, and kind. You must believe in Roro. Princess Ziyue gently patted the shoulder of the great mage Ziyue, signaling her to relax. Although it was somewhat hard to believe, the great mage Ziyue still followed Princess Ziyue's instructions. She had to admit that although Chaos had brought chaos to the world, he had indeed never harmed the little ponies. After finally calming her breath, Zhenqi stood up again. Making friends with a dragon horse was unexpected yet reasonable. After all, it was Roro, the Roro who dared to invite a scorpion-tailed lion for afternoon tea. Regardless, isn't a dragon horse also an animal? Zhenqi took a deep breath to relax, then encouraged herself with a few pats, walked gracefully in front of Chaos, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your help over the years." Chaos's reaction surprised everyone present. Roro was very pleased. Her previous reminders had been heard by Chaos. So, how should we find Applejack and Pinkie Pie? Princess Ziyue directly asked the main question, knowing that with Chaos's abilities, even the impossible could become possible. Just look at this. Chaos smiled and directly pulled out a parchment map from his left hand with his right hand. The map clearly displayed many versions of friends, with every action and expression visible. At the location of the beautiful wing shelter floated an inverted red triangular prism, from which countless routes extended toward the locations of the friends. Princess Ziyue focused on it and asked, "Real time?" "Yes, unless you find them. The map will reflect their status and location in real time," Chaos said with a playful smile, rolling up the map and handing it to Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue took the map, glanced at everyone's locations, rolled it up, shook it, and smiled, saying, "Sisters, if there's nothing else, we can set off." Princess Ziyue acknowledged that this was a great tool and would greatly assist in finding everyone. Upon hearing this, Chaos gently placed the package on the table onto Roro's back. "I know that if you really find yourself in a dangerous situation, I will definitely come to rescue you," Chaos said with a slight smile as he pinned a butterfly hairpin into Roro's hair. "Is this all your luggage?" Zhenqi looked at Roro, who seemed to have only 2 packages on her back as her entire luggage. "Yes, just these," thinking that her 2 packages had been magically packed by Chaos, and the one she had packed herself already contained everything she might need for the journey. While the one Chaos helped her with had no idea how much it contained, Roro nodded. Even if the 2 packages were stuffed with money, it might not be enough for the journey. Let alone they weren't even full, Zhenqi exclaimed, feeling that Princess Ziyue's group was unprepared. But why was Roro like this? In fact, these 2 packages had been magically enhanced by Chaos, and the interior was very spacious and not heavy at all. Seeing Zhenqi's incredulous expression, Roro explained somewhat sheepishly. Zhenqi's expression gradually turned to shock as her gaze shifted from Roro to Princess Ziyue's group. They wouldn't have. Princess Zu's group also avoided Jinchi's gaze somewhat sheepishly. So I just packed my luggage in the usual way. Jinchi gradually lost her expression management, exclaiming in surprise. Princess Zu cleared her throat twice and said apologetically with a smile. So do you need help with the spells? Yes. How could I not need help? Jinchi gritted her teeth in frustration. Then where do we start? Princess Zu asked. These 3 cars. Jinchi pointed to the first 3 cars in her convoy. Then took out a bag she used for herself from the car she was in. And this one. Princess Zu cast a spell on the bag in Jinchi's hand while snapping her fingers. A magical aura enveloped the 3 cars Jinchi designated. Everyone simultaneously looked at Chaos, who had snapped his fingers. I should do my part as well. Chaos glanced at Ro and explained. Jinchi nodded and called her attendants to help carry the luggage. I think this bag is enough. Why do you need 2 more cars? The great mage Zu couldn't help but ask. Life needs a sense of ceremony. These are all necessary. Jinchi smiled and explained. The great mage Zu would get used to Jinchi's sense of ceremony one day in the future. But she certainly wasn't used to it yet. Jinchi's belongings turned out to be more than she had expected, and hundreds of attendants were busy moving for an entire afternoon before everything was finally moved. When Jinchi arranged the extra attendants and unnecessary cars, the moon had risen to the center of the sky. How about we leave tomorrow? Night had fallen, Ro suggested. Applejack and Pinkie Pie's locations are not fixed. It would be better for us to set off early. Jinchi smiled and winked at Ro, adding that she had specifically left these 10 or so attendants to drive day and night. And now her car only had 3 left, which was convenient. And the speed should be a bit faster than a train. Seeing Jinchi determined, Ro and Chaos bid farewell and then got into Jinchi's carriage. Watching Ro get into Jinchi's carriage, Chaos smiled and quietly snapped his fingers. Chapter 38, Childish Chaos. As the carriage gradually moved away, a colorful sphere of light emerged and spoke with a sacred and ethereal voice. It's so dangerous outside. I thought you wouldn't let her go. No matter what. This is Ro's mission, and she is so kind. If I don't let her go, she will definitely regret it, Chaos said, raising a gentle smile. Aren't you afraid she will get hurt? The light sphere asked, its tone calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Of course, I am afraid. But this experience is very important for Ro. I believe she can take care of herself. Chaos's expression and tone suddenly became serious. If there is real danger, I will save her, and if worse comes to worst, isn't there the Princess Zu from another world? When did you know? The light sphere asked candidly, sensing that Chaos had likely not just learned this recently. When she arrived, the magical fluctuations were quite significant, Chaos explained openly. The light sphere fell silent for a moment before speaking. Aren't you afraid that when that princess brings them and eliminates all the demons along the way, after sealing them, she will come to seal you? Firstly, Ro won't harm me. Secondly, being sealed by Ro isn't such a bad choice. Finally, if I really fear that, I could just eliminate you now, couldn't I? Chaos smiled as he grasped the light sphere in his hand. You won't. You can't bear to. She is the embodiment of kindness and is connected to my bloodline. If you eliminate me now, she will also be affected, the light sphere said calmly in Chaos's hand. Sigh, you slept for quite a long time. The world has changed this much. It's not fun at all, Chaos said, shifting the topic. Yes, if not for my long slumber, this world shouldn't be like this. Rather than making this world chaotic, it would be happier to have afternoon tea with Ro. Let us coexist peacefully, Chaos laughed. Good, the light sphere silently agreed. If Chaos were to go all out, he truly might not be able to defeat him. But Chaos has never been particularly serious about anything. Most of the time, he has a playful attitude. In a world of extreme prosperity, you will be worn down. Although he and Chaos have different positions, they have coexisted for many years, and the light sphere offered a few words as a gesture of peaceful coexistence. I am the king of chaos. What does a little wear and tear matter? At worst, I can find a place to seal myself and sleep for a few hundred years. After all, I won't age or die, even if this world is destroyed. I might not even die, Chaos laughed heartily. The light sphere responded, powerful, confident, and playful, which is chaotic. Please take good care of Ruru. After Wushu finished this sentence as a request to the light sphere, he walked towards the direction of the beautiful winged sanctuary. The light sphere was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect the king of chaos to make such a request. As Wushu's figure receded, he instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Who would have thought that the king of chaos, capable of stirring up storms, would listen to a little pony's words? Perhaps even Wushu himself never imagined that one day he would treat a little pony so gently, often putting himself in her shoes to think for her. Well, take care. The light sphere disappeared from midair. Wushu no longer had to worry about doing anything unforgivable since he now had a little pony he cared about and a pursuit of beauty. Now, he was more concerned about Ziyue and her companions. After all, the hope of saving the world rested on them. Wushu held a carrot. Standing in front of Angel's small nest, trying to speak as gently as possible, Ruru has already set off. Angel shrank her head, refusing to listen to Wushu. Just then, the cute army, which had just come out of the beautiful winged sanctuary, passed by the line of sight of Wushu and Angel. Wushu pointed at the cute army and said seriously, whether it's us or them, everyone will worry about their safety on this journey. But some things won't help just because we are worried. They're going to save the world, and we cannot stop them. Angel's body trembled slightly. Ruru asked me to tell you not to worry about her. She will take good care of herself, and the journey may not necessarily be dangerous. Wushu conveyed Ruru's words to Angel in his gentlest tone. Angel suddenly sat up, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, expressing with her expression and actions that she did not trust Ruru's words. I know, so I gave her a hairpin. If she encounters any danger, I will rush to save her immediately. Wushu smiled and said, so don't be mad at her. She is very worried about you. Wushu handed the carrot to Angel. After thinking for a moment, Angel's stomach unfortunately growled twice. She took a bite of the carrot, indicating that they could talk. You have to believe that this experience is incredibly important for Ruru. No matter how difficult the journey is or how hard the road is, it will definitely become an invaluable experience in Ruru's life, and she needs this experience to grow further. Wushu explained his perspective on Ruru's journey to Angel. Angel was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She understood that Ruru would definitely go because it was her mission. Ruru would surely encounter some dangers along the way, but she would definitely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Looking at the bright moon, Angel put her two paws together to pray for Ruru's safety. The magically enhanced carriage looked several times larger from the inside than it did from the outside, and the living supplies inside were abundant. One would think that Jinchi had moved her entire home into this carriage. The carriage began to move slowly, gradually increasing speed without any bumps. Ruru couldn't help but exclaim, your carriage is really stable. Of course, all my carriages are custom-made. Jinchi couldn't help but boast. Do you feel that this carriage is even more stable than when we came? The great magician Ziyue said thoughtfully. It seems so, yes. Jinchi, who had just been refuting, also suddenly realized that it seemed to be more stable than when they came. Princess Ziyue slowly cast a spell, placing her hand on the carriage wall, quietly feeling the flow of magic inside the carriage. Will this magic cause any hidden dangers? Jinchi hurriedly asked. Although she had chosen to trust Ruru's judgment, she still couldn't fully trust that dragon pony. What if that dragon pony was deceiving Ruru? Every time she thought of Ruru's habit of being defenseless towards any pony, Jinchi felt a bit exasperated. It's fine. I just feel like there seems to be another kind of magic hidden within this layer of cushioning magic. You don't have to worry. I can assure you it is harmless. Princess Ziyue quickly explained, seeing Jinchi's expression filled with animosity. Jinchi glanced at Princess Ziyue skeptically, then smiled and asked Ruru, how did you meet him? I feel like he seems unreliable. Are you dying? Suilong interjected. Ruru felt a bit guilty. Back then, Wushu had only suffered a minor injury. He could snap his fingers and recover from it. Dear, do you know? Wushu definitely has ulterior motives. Jinchi said seriously. I know, but what could he gain from me? Ruru said. In her view, what she had, Wushu had. What she didn't have, Wushu also had. Ruru truly couldn't understand what Wushu could possibly scheme from her. Friendship. Princess Ziyue spoke up. Are you saying a powerful demon pretended to be injured to get close to Ruru just to be friends with her? The great magician Ziyue said incredulously. Princess Ziyue nodded calmly and explained. In my concept, Wushu can be considered a very special existence. Rather than making him do things like ruling the world, he prefers to have fun. Although he has lived for thousands of years, he still behaves like a child, playful, because of his playfulness and pursuit of fun. Perhaps even he himself doesn't know how many times he has played himself away. Wushu's initial curiosity about Ruru has turned into friendship. At first, he approached Ruru because she did something that he found interesting. As for now, he must truly regard her as a good friend. After listening to Princess Ziyue's explanation, everyone present was somewhat shocked. Princess, how do you know him so well? It feels like you really understand him. Suilong asked in confusion. Because in my world, I am also friends with him. Princess Ziyue explained with a light laugh. You mean you made friends with a demon? Jinchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Since you have reservations, why would you still be friends with him? Ruru asked, puzzled. If it was unacceptable, why be friends? Because of you. Princess Ziyue chuckled. Me. Ruru was somewhat shocked, but quickly accepted it. It wasn't strange for the version of herself in this world to be friends with Wushu, just as the version of herself in another world was friends with Wushu. That year, you used kindness and friendship to change Wushu. You became friends with Wushu because of your kindness. Because of you, we all became friends. Princess Zus smiled gently and explained, it is also because of you that everyone understood that besides sealing and expelling, there is another path called redemption. Redemption is a path that can minimize losses and is full of infinite possibilities. Everyone in the carriage was contemplating the feasibility of redemption. Wushu is special. Are there other demons who are also special? Can we persuade them and coexist peacefully, becoming friends? Chapter 39, Distrust. After several days of travel, Ziyue and her group finally arrived at the village where Applejack was located. Fortunately, the supplies prepared by Jinchi were quite sufficient, making the journey relatively comfortable. Although this was not the border, it was almost indistinguishable from the border in the great magician Ziyue's memory. Seeing is not always believing. Princess Ziyue was the first to jump off the carriage, opened the map, took a look, and surveyed her surroundings. According to the map, this is it. Applejack should be nearby. The others followed and got off the carriage one after another. Yellow sand swirled, and broken walls were the scene here. Wow, this place is so dilapidated. What is Applejack doing in such a place? Jinchi complained, but her tone was unexpectedly sorrowful. Ruru gently patted Jinchi's shoulder to comfort her. Not far away, desperate and sorrowful curses echoed, immediately drawing Princess Ziyue and her companions over. How can you do this? This is a life-saving thing. An aging Pegasus was clutching something and cursing in despair. An old mare sat against the wall of a house, holding a faintly breathing little Pegasus in her arms. Next to her was a ragged bag containing several wilted weeds, perhaps due to the intense emotions. The old mare didn't notice when Princess Ziyue and her companions arrived by her side. Granny, Roro gently called out. Who are you? What do you want? Don't try to deceive me again. Hearing someone call her, the elderly Pegasus instinctively hid the faint little Pegasus closer to her chest, warily scrutinizing the circle of little Pegasi surrounding her, full of hostility. Tears still stained the old mare's face, and every wrinkle on her face spoke of her hardships. Don't worry, we just want to ask you what happened, Roro hurriedly explained. Seeing Roro's gentle expression, the old mare's guarded demeanor gradually softened. Could she seek help from them? The old mare's expression softened for just a moment, but then grew wary again. Those two deceivers had worn such friendly and gentle faces. Using a few weeds to trick her out of the last of her money, the money meant to save her grandson. Under the old mare's forceful drive, everyone took a few steps back, exchanging glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps the old mare's resistance was too vigorous. As the little Pegasus in her arms emitted a series of coughs, the old mare, heartbroken, anxiously called out, "Be good." After the coughing subsided, the little Pegasus breathed heavily, each breath more labored than the last. I know some healing magic, Granny. How about you let me try? Seeing the little Pegasus gasping in pain, Princess Ziyue couldn't help but feel heartache. The old mare hesitated for just a moment before becoming alert again, firmly rejecting Princess Ziyue. She couldn't take that risk. Let her try, Granny. My condition isn't getting any better anyway, is it? The little Pegasus tugged at her grandmother, gasping for breath, speaking in a broken voice. The old mare gently stroked the little Pegasus's head, choked with tenderness. Why don't you learn your lesson? The little Pegasus knew there were many bad Pegasi in the world. She had seen them before, like the little Pegasus who was beaten to death for breaking a tiny trinket. But she knew her time was short. She couldn't continue to burden her grandmother. Otherwise, her grandmother might leave this world first due to the sleepless care for her. Let that sister try? Granny, look at that sister. She even dresses like a princess. How could a princess-believing Pegasus be a bad Pegasus? The little Pegasus weakly wiped away the tears from her grandmother's eyes with a trembling hoof. Be good, listen. The risks of healing magic are too high. Ordinary unicorns can't even use it. We must have other ways. Let us find a great benefactor. They will definitely help us. You must believe in Granny. The old mare sensed the little Pegasus's intentions. She knew the little Pegasus wanted to recover quickly, but she couldn't let her granddaughter rush into seeking help. The threshold for healing magic was very high. If it were a common ailment, ordinary healing magic could easily solve it. But this was not a small condition. Great Mage Ziyue, the Great Mage whispered with concern. Are you confident you can cure her? Princess Ziyue nodded. She had been studying magic for so many years, and a healing spell was something she could easily handle. It was just that the old mare was unwilling to let the little Pegasus receive treatment, making it inconvenient for Princess Ziyue to proceed directly, while Great Mage Ziyue was still organizing her words. Considering how to persuade the old mare to accept Princess Ziyue's treatment for the little Pegasus, Jinchi took the initiative to pull out a bag from her backpack and directly tossed it in front of the old mare. Through the slightly opened bag, One could see that the contents were high-quality food. This is a bag of food, very good food. You don't need to worry that I will poison it. I wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. I don't know what you've been through, and I don't need to know. We are here partly out of curiosity and partly out of pity. Since you want to accept other help, surely you will take this bag of food. After all, judging by your appearance, you probably can't even fill your stomach. If you want that little Pegasus to have a chance at survival, you must accept this bag of food. Jinchi's tone was filled with pride mixed with a hint of exasperation. Everyone present was taken aback. The old mare felt humiliated and desperate as she took the bag of food into her hands. She knew that such an aloof little Pegasus wouldn't stoop to poisoning. And right now, she indeed needed this bag of food to nourish her granddaughter. Watching the old mare accept the bag of food, everyone else was momentarily stunned. Unexpectedly, this time you're not giving away money, but food instead? A familiar and steady voice came from not far away. All eyes were drawn toward the source of the voice. Dressed in a burlap shawl and wearing a cowboy hat, Applejack approached with a smile. Chapter 40. The Merchant. A small fry like me can't compare to the head of the Apple family. Watching Applejack stride over, Jinchi smiled slightly, maintaining her noble demeanor as she teased. Though her eyes couldn't hide the joy of reuniting with an old friend. You are one of the top fashion designers in all of Equestria. I may not understand the ins and outs, but how many ponies in Equestria don't know you, Jinchi? It was a playful exchange, a bit of mutual flattery. Ultimately, just the small banter of good friends. Seeing how well Applejack and Jinchi got along, the old mare confirmed they were acquaintances, perhaps even very good friends. But for her, the most important thing now was that everyone had lost money to flim and flam. For an old mare like herself, dying would be fine. A perfect rest, but the little Pegasi needed to live well and grow up healthy. They needed to eat well and drink well. And they needed an old mare like her to protect them. She had to live well herself, at least until they could take care of themselves. The great benefactor. The old mare hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to ask. The harmonious atmosphere between Applejack and Jinchi quietly disappeared in the unfinished words of the aging mare. Hearing the old mare refer to her as a great benefactor, Applejack immediately gestured for a stop, indicating that she knew, and softly comforted her, "Don't worry. We've already had a round of talks with them. Trust me, the food issue will be resolved soon. Just an ordinary merchant." She didn't engage in unethical business practices, occasionally making some unprofitable deals to help those little ponies who couldn't even afford a meal. Applejack believed she truly didn't deserve the title of great benefactor. She had already refused that title many times. But the little ponies called her that with such enthusiasm that she had even grown accustomed to it now. Jinchi chuckled softly and then teased Applejack. "So it's you, great benefactor." Always high profile and fond of attention, Jinchi, while a bit envious, was more appreciative of Applejack earning the title of great benefactor. In Jinchi's and everyone's eyes, Applejack deserved that title, but only Applejack herself thought it was an exaggeration. Applejack lowered her hat to avoid Jinchi's gaze. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, "I really haven't done much. I just did what an ordinary merchant should do." "Dear, you need to be a bit more confident. Everything you do is seen by everyone, and everyone is willing to believe in you, but she alone is unwilling to accept help from anyone other than you." Jinchi glanced at the old horse and the little horse, smoothly steering the conversation toward them. If the little horse doesn't go to the hospital, she might really be beyond saving. Since no one can persuade her, let's have Applejack try. After all, they believe in Applejack. Applejack adjusted her hat and said that Granny Silver's granddaughter, Xiaoyama, is seriously ill. The village chief had mentioned it to her. Granny Silver spent all her savings to buy several extremely precious medicinal herbs from merchants for Xiaoyama. Seeing Xiaoyama's current state, Applejack was sure that Granny Silver had been deceived. "Granny, who did you buy the medicine from? What is the situation now?" Applejack asked. Granny Silver gritted her teeth and fell silent. Once again, she had been fooled, just like before by those two scammers. Last time, they tricked everyone into exchanging their food money with some spoiled grain from the village chief, and this time they used similar sweet talk to deceive her of her savings. The money meant to save her granddaughter. "Applejack, don't blame Granny. She was just too worried about me and got tricked by those two big brothers again," Xiaoyama said, gasping for breath. Xiaoyama's labored breathing tugged at everyone's hearts. Everyone feared that she might stop breathing at any moment. When faced with such a situation before, Applejack felt angry, frustrated, and confused, but now she could handle it with a stable emotion. Applejack no longer knew whether it was the cunning tricks of the merchants that were too deceiving or if the little horse was too easily fooled while doing good deeds. "Jinchi, please take them to the hospital," Applejack immediately requested. Jinchi paused and nodded. Although she really disliked the old horse's attitude, The little horse was innocent after all. Excuse me, where's the hospital? Looking at the desolate surroundings, it didn't seem like there was a hospital anywhere. Jinchi then realized why Applejack wanted her to take the little horse to the hospital. Applejack fell silent as well. An ordinary small hospital couldn't treat Xiaoyama's condition, and she didn't know where the big hospital was either. Plus, the journey was a problem. If they weren't careful, Xiaoyama might die on the way. The scene fell silent. Granny Silver tightly held her granddaughter, thinking, even if the great benefactor came, was there nothing they could do? Let me try. I know some healing magic, Princess Ziyue said, looking at the awkward situation. Ziyue, healing magic is not just ordinary magic. Are you sure you can do it? Applejack asked. Puzzled. Had Ziyue really become that capable after not seeing her for a few years? Princess Ziyue nodded, glancing at the little horse in the old horse's arms, and affirmed. I have been learning magic for many years. Please believe me. Applejack confidently nodded to Granny Silver. Although she couldn't be 100% sure that Ziyue would succeed, it was worth a shot. Then let's treat this little horse as a live horse. Granny Silver hesitated for a moment before carefully placing Xiaoyama in front of Princess Ziyue, earnestly saying, I'm sorry I misunderstood you earlier. Please take care. Xiaoyama is afraid of pain. Before Granny Silver could finish her words, Princess Ziyue had already begun to cast her magic to heal Xiaoyama. Do you think it will be successful? Applejack asked, standing beside the great magician Ziyue. Her magic is very strong. I think she will be fine. She told me she has no problem, Ziyue replied. Looking at the two identical little horses, Applejack felt that they had purified the nightmare moon together back then. How could Ziyue not tell everyone that she had a twin sister who looked just like her? Ziyue was really not being fair. Is she your sister or your younger sister? When we were in Ponyville, she never mentioned you, Applejack asked. As she spoke, Applejack realized she might have upset Ziyue's sister and quickly shut her mouth. I guess she should be considered an older sister since she has already grown into a princess. Ziyue said, when I was in Ponyville, I never expected that in the future I would summon my parallel self from another world to save this world. I am Ziyue. She is not Ziyue. I am the Ziyue who purified the nightmare moon with you back then. She is also Ziyue, just from another world. Hearing the great magician's continuous output, Applejack felt a bit dizzy and finally grasped a few key points. Ziyue can save Xiaoyama. Ziyue is a princess. Ziyue is not the same Ziyue, and the Ziyue in front of her is indeed Ziyue. So she is Ziyue, and also a princess? Applejack asked in confusion. The great magician Ziyue nodded. You are also Ziyue, you are too? Applejack was still a bit confused. How could there be two identical little horses in the world? The great magician Ziyue was momentarily speechless, unsure where to start. Seeing Applejack's still confused expression and Ziyue's speechlessness, Suilong volunteered to explain the relationship between the two Ziyus and everything that had happened. Princess Ziyue quickly completed the treatment for Xiaoyama, and Xiaoyama had already recovered. With Suilong's efforts, Applejack soon understood all the causes and the relationship between the two Ziyus. When Princess Ziyue finished treating Xiaoyama and walked over, Applejack, due to Ziyue's status, gave her a big bow, startling Princess Ziyue, who hurried to help her up, making the scene very joyful. Roro saw a few hungry squirrels and refused to go directly with Applejack to the temporary meeting hall arranged by the village chief to discuss the next matters. Roro asked Applejack to take them first while she went to feed the squirrels some acorns before joining them. Will you be able to find your way? Applejack said helplessly. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I can ask the little horse and the little animals. They will gladly show me the way. Roro replied. All right, see you in a bit. Seeing that Roro was focused on the squirrels, Applejack didn't force her and turned to lead everyone to the temporary meeting hall prepared by the village chief. Chapter 41. The Reason. The meeting hall in the broken village was also in ruins, but it was clear that it had been carefully tidied up. It's rare to see a meeting hall that can be simplified like this, Jinchi said somewhat helplessly. Although it had been cleaned up, Jinchi still didn't think it was a place suitable for living. It was really too dilapidated. Just as Jinchi finished speaking, a shaky window fell to the ground, covered in dust. Watching the dust flying in the air, Jinchi's cleanliness obsession kicked in, and she took out an air freshener from her backpack and sprayed it around her. Complaining, Suilong, hurry up and bring me my entire set of cleaning supplies. Then go find a renovation team to fix this place and the village inside and out. Okay, Suilong answered and was about to go out, but was stopped by Applejack. Even if it would help, you should know that you are going to save the world. In the future, you will travel all over Ponyland. There are many more places within Ponyland that are poorer and more dilapidated than here. If you handle each place like this, even if you spend all your savings, it would just be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, your method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Jinchi stopped spraying the air freshener and smiled at Applejack, saying, Someone has to do these things, right? Maybe it really is just a drop in the bucket, but it is still better than nothing. Jinshi paused for a moment and then said, such futile efforts. Although you don't admit it, aren't you still doing the same? If you hadn't done those futile efforts, they wouldn't be calling you a great benefactor, would they? Applejayer was taken aback, realizing that she had been persistently holding on to the same thing without realizing it. Accumulating soil can form a mountain. Accumulating water can create a deep abyss. If you do nothing, the result will ultimately be that nothing changes. If you take action, no matter how long it takes or how many times you do it, the result will ultimately change. Princess Ziyue took the source of honesty out of her space and directly stuffed it into the still-dazed Applejayer's arms, then went to find a place to sit. Applejayer instinctively caught the item handed to her by Princess Ziyue and, upon taking a closer look, realized it was her own elemental gem, the source of honesty. Why did Princess Ziyue give it to her so directly, without even asking for her opinion? Honesty. Talking about integrity with a traveling merchant. Is that something a normal merchant should possess? Before Applejayer could react, the source of honesty transformed into a necklace and placed itself around Applejayer's neck. Although Suilong had already told her that the elemental gem would transform into a necklace and wear itself on the neck of the little pony it recognized, she felt that she did not possess the qualities to be recognized by it at that moment. The source of honesty has recognized you, Princess Ziyue said lightly, gently stroking the table in the meeting hall. Although it wasn't spotless, it was clean enough to be considered well-maintained. After experiencing Ro, Jinshi, and the great mage Ziyue, Princess Ziyue had basically confirmed that the source of harmony recognizes her and her friends. It has its own standards of evaluation. Even if some of her friends' choices differ from the elemental quality she represents, this difference is still within the tolerance of the source of harmony. As long as it does not violate the essence of harmony, there will not be any errors. In an instant, Applejayer understood why Jinshi and Ro would follow them, relying on the source of harmony to save the world. It was destiny, driven by mission. How do you know I will definitely follow you to save the world? Applejayer asked, even though she had already made her decision. Looking at everyone's silent reaction, it seemed as if they had tacitly agreed on a certain outcome, and she was still curious about the reason. We don't know if you will come with us. That is your freedom, the great mage Ziyue said, somewhat surprised. Then why are you giving me the source of honesty? Applejayer looked at Princess Ziyue with some confusion. The source of honesty is your elemental gem. It belongs to you. Besides you, others probably can't use it. Giving it to you is just returning it to its rightful owner. Princess Ziyue paused, and then continued, since you've decided to come with us. Let us first resolve the food issue you've been mentioning before we leave to find the other friends. What exactly is the problem? Princess Ziyue sat upright on the chair in the meeting hall. Although she wasn't in the main seat, she gave an impression of authoritative persuasion. Thinking about the whole situation, Applejayer couldn't help but sigh deeply, her tone carrying a hint of numbness. The situation is actually quite simple. They were also deceived by the brothers Fulum and Fleam. Really? Repeat offenders? Great Mage Ziyue asked in confusion. You actually don't know? Jinshi said, somewhat surprised. To put it simply, years ago I bought several hundred bolts of silk from them, and they sent me several hundred bolts of moldy hemp instead. When I went to confront them with the moldy hemp, they had already vanished without a trace. I really went through a lot for that batch of material. Jinshi couldn't help but get angry at the end, her resentment obvious. Ro, carrying a small squirrel on her back, knocked a few times on the door and then gently pushed it open to enter the meeting hall. Suilong had already tugged on Ziyue's tail twice and leaned close to her ear, saying helplessly, that fake notebook by the white-bearded Xingxuan was sold to you by those two brothers. In an instant, the great mage Ziyue understood Jinshi's anger and resentment. She had been overjoyed thinking she had obtained the notebook of her idol, but upon opening it, she discovered it contained only a few pages of scrawl, with the rest being blank. Who could understand the despair of a scholar who had spent a fortune on a book from their idol only to find it was fake? Applejayer nodded and said, I have mentioned many times in various places that the Fulum and Fleam brothers are untrustworthy, yet I still got deceived in several instances. The village used to buy food from me every year, but this year I don't know why the village chief chose to buy food from Fulum and Fleam. How could those two brothers possibly sell good food to the village chief? Except for a few bags of good food they allowed the village chief to inspect. The rest were all bad, spoiled food mixed with sand. The village chief is an honest person and only realized there was a problem with the grain when he started distributing it, but by then, it was too late. I think I understand why the village chief didn't buy food from you this year, Ro said, while soothing the now slightly frightened squirrel. Relaying everything the squirrel had just told her to everyone. The squirrel told me that Silk Flower Village specializes in handicraft textiles, but sales have been poor in recent years. with little profit. Moreover, the village's young labor force has been conscripted, so even though the food you, Ageless, sell is very affordable, they still can't afford enough food for everyone. To ensure the village has enough food, the village chief had no choice but to give up on purchasing food from you this year, and chose to buy from the Fulham and Fleam brothers, who had the very cheap food. Because of your previous instructions, the village chief knew those two would not sell good food, but he didn't expect that the food was inedible and even mixed with sand. The village chief feels very guilty about the current situation. He feels he has let you down and also let down the trust of the villagers. You just said this is Silkflower Village, the one known for making the best handicraft textiles? Jinchi exclaimed. How is that possible? She murmured. This place did not resemble the best handicraft textile village depicted in magazines at all. After being in the village for so long, Jinchi had not seen a single pony making textiles. If the village has no money to buy grain, how could that old lady still have money to be deceived into buying medicine? Suelong wondered. It's possible that your application letter never reached Granny Injung. And Silkflower Village also doesn't know you want to collaborate with her, Ageless said somewhat helplessly. Silkflower Village used to be considered moderately prosperous, but now they have fallen back into poverty. Jinchi wanting to collaborate with them unknowingly touches on the interests of many fabric businesses. How could they possibly let Silkflower Village have a piece of the pie? At this moment, Jinchi finally realized that she should have thought of this earlier. How could an ordinary small village not want to collaborate with her unless there was a pony obstructing it? Chapter 42, Negotiation Matters. Earlier you said you could solve it, which means you already have a plan. What do you intend to do? Princess Ziyue asked again. Of course. It's also very clear that my actions go against the source of harmony's requirement for me to be honest. Ageless gently stroked the source of honesty around her neck, lost in thought. What exactly made it recognize her? Next, as long as they could get them to sign the contract, it would be fine. We have already negotiated with them. And the two of them will come to the reception hall tomorrow morning to sign the contract. We will exchange money and goods simultaneously. The only worry now is that they might suddenly change their minds tomorrow. Ageless' tone was somewhat heavy. Trickster's signing of an unequal agreement is also a form of dishonesty. What if they really change their minds? Ro asked with concern. Then I'll bear everything. After all, I promised them I would handle everything well. Ageless said solemnly. You say I'm squandering wealth, but you're helping one village after another. You probably squander more than I do. With this operation of yours, there is nothing left for me. At least after I finish dispersing the wealth, I feel good. And everything around me is pleasing to the eye. Jinchi couldn't help but complain, saying that having money doesn't mean one should waste it like this. It really benefits them, but not oneself. Don't think I don't know. The grain prices in your area have always been steadily losing money. Jinchi sneered and continued to complain. Jinchi snorted coldly, no longer rebutting. She knew that Ageless was stubborn and would never think she had done any great good that everyone should be grateful for. She would gladly accept gratitude, but also feel undeserving. So how can we prevent them from changing their minds? The great mage Ziyue asked. I have a great candidate to recommend. Jinchi pointed at Ro. Me? Are you sure? Ro was taken aback, surprised. Among so many ponies present, why did Jinchi choose the somewhat timid her? Sure? Jinchi affirmed. Are you sure Ro won TB stage fright? Ageless gently nudged Jinchi and asked. Has Ro grown enough to handle things on her own after not seeing her for several years? Don't worry. She definitely won TB stage fright when the time comes. Ro has her own set of negotiation methods, and moreover, Ro's control over her gaze can transcend species. Jinchi glanced at Ro and confidently reassured Ageless. Having witnessed Ro's cold-faced verbal duels before, Jinchi felt that her presence was formidable. Ro, I'm counting on you. Ageless said seriously. Ageless believed in Jinchi. She had also seen Ro deal with beings she found daunting. She should trust Ro's abilities. Ro had her own way of handling things. No, I don't think I can do it. Looking at Ageless' serious expression, Ro couldn't help but feel scared and repeatedly denied. Jinchi chuckled softly and said to Ro, do you remember that batch of very poor quality pet snacks? Many small animals at the Mayfeather Sanctuary got sick with diarrhea after eating them. That batch of snacks was sold to you by those two brothers. So it was those two rascals. Ro's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. All right, Ro will definitely be able to negotiate tomorrow, Jinchi said softly. Ageless nodded. She knew that when Ro got angry, she was not easy to deal with. Since there is nothing else, let us take a break and prepare for tomorrow's negotiations. Princess Ziyue suggested. You can stay in the house arranged by the village chief. Ageless proposed. No way. I don't want to lose my beauty sleep tonight and my energy tomorrow morning. Jinchi immediately refused, then asked everyone, I'll continue to stay in the car. What about you? Everyone expressed that they could stay wherever and would follow the arrangements. Changing places might not suit you, and since we have negotiations tomorrow, you should all stay in the car with me. Jinchi directly arranged. Do you have something to say to me? Jinchi smiled slightly. Why? Jinchi wrote, puzzled. Is there a problem with me doing charity? Doesn't he? Everything Applegyre does have no issues? Granny Ainjun is old, and Xiao Yima is a sick little one. This year is not a good harvest year, and there's a group of ponies eyeing them hungrily. If I'm not here, how will you let them deal with such a large bag of grain? Applegyre sighed and said helplessly. Jinchi was taken aback. She had never thought that bag of grain could become their death warrant. When survival is extremely difficult, no one will talk to you about morals. All right, I understand. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time, Jinchi said with some guilt. Applegyre nodded. She was glad that Jinchi listened. I also have one thing to tell you. In the future, if you have time, spend a little more time with Apple Lily. She misses you. After saying that, Jinchi left the conference hall. Applegyre stood there in a daze. She hadn't seen her dear little sister for many years, and didn't know if she had gained weight or lost weight, or if she had grown taller. Chapter 43 Negotiation. The next day, after a good rest, everyone arrived early in the reception room prepared by the village chief. It's already this time. Why haven't they arrived yet? The great mage Zuf frowned, looking at the wall clock. The agreed time was in the morning, and it was almost noon now. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Wait, we can only wait now. At this rate, they'll probably arrive by noon. Applegyre seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Sitting steadily on the stool. No way, do they have some issues? What about the spirit of the contract? This is really excessive. Jinchi couldn't help but grumble. She had never been treated like this before. She had been looked down upon by the upper-class ponies before, but she had never been made to wait an entire morning like this. What if they have something going on? Let us wait a bit longer. After an entire night and morning, Ro-Ro's anger had completely dissipated, and she unconsciously began to consider others. Don't think about it. They're obviously deliberately leaving us hanging. The great mage Zue said earnestly. She knew Ro was kind-hearted, but she didn't understand how Ro could still consider others in this situation when those others were not good people. Isn't it about being cautious? Ro lightly retorted. Everyone present felt somewhat helpless, except for Princess Zue, who was organizing the goods for exchange. The other ponies repeatedly told Ro that they were not good people, urging her not to have any excess goodwill towards them. In the end, it was Jinchi's words that persuaded Ro. That time, Angel was in pain for several days after eating those things. With everyone inciting her, Ro-Ro's anger reached a small peak. As soon as the Flim-Flam brothers entered, Ro shot them a glare. Receiving Ro-Ro's glare. Although the Flim-Flam brothers had been in the market for years and had deceived countless ponies, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Miss Apple brought someone to sign a contract with us today. It's different from yesterday. It's no longer your brother and the people from your caravan. You didn't even notify us in advance, so we could prepare, Flim said with a merchant smile, taking the initiative to speak. Given that it's still just the two of us, but you've brought a group of unknown ponies, based on the principles of fairness and justice, you should give us a little more profit, Flim quickly added, his face wearing a merchant smile, just like his brother S. The ponies in the room looked at the two newly entered ponies, smiling silently. These two swindlers actually talked about fairness and justice here. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Give us a little more profit. Excessive, very excessive. We are honorary family members of the Apple family, here to observe. This pony is another negotiator besides Applegyre. Other than her and Applegyre, you can consider the rest of the ponies as non-existent. Princess Zue gently pulled Ro. Her gentle tone mixed with a hint of sharpness, giving a strong sense of trust and pressure. Our Apple family is the family with the widest industrial coverage in all of Ponyville, and I, Applegyre, am known for my integrity. What are you worried about? I should actually be the one worried about whether I'll be deceived by you. Applegal's imposing demeanor was serious and sharp. Of course, we believe you, said Flim. But one should still be cautious. Flim and Flam, the two brothers, looked at Applegal with flattering smiles. They indeed could not afford to offend the Apple family. Please take a seat. Let's sign the contract quickly and settle the payment. Applegal gestured for them to sit across the table. The Flim-Flam brothers leisurely conjured up a sofa and red wine, then reclined on the sofa, sipping the wine. They glanced at the contract Applegal handed over, but showed no intention of signing. In the end, they couldn't help but comment, this place is really run down. Ruru, sitting next to Applegal, said coldly, are you going to sign or not? The low pressure around them made the Flim-Flam brothers shudder. Flam stood up, placed the wine on the table, and with his hands behind his head, smirked, this price is still a bit high for us. We hope you can lower it by 50. Flim, lounging on the sofa, leisurely swirled his wine glass, saying, "We're not in a hurry. We can take our time. Are you being a bit excessive?" Applegal sneered. The villagers were willing to buy their grain precisely because it was cheap. Now to demand a further 50 reduction on the price they were already paying was simply unreasonable. Jinshi was so furious she could hardly breathe, and if it weren't for Suilong constantly soothing her emotions and Princess Zua holding her back, she might have rushed forward to scold them. Manners and demeanor didn't matter. Jinshi had disliked the two from the start. This is a perfectly normal price. I hope you can consider it seriously, Flam smiled. Bang! Ruru slammed the table, leaving the surrounding ponies momentarily stunned. Ruru had somehow stood on the table, glaring down at Flam, coldly saying, "Who do you think you are? Showing up late and complaining about this place. It's our privilege to negotiate with you here. What are you so proud of?" Flam was left speechless, and Ruru shifted to hover over Flim, looking down at him as well. Feeling proud? Profiting from disasters? Relying on deceit to fill your empty hearts? What good is earning more money? You will ultimately be despised. The world will abandon you. The other ponies nearby were equally taken aback, and Princess Zua timely supported the stunned Archmage Zua, who almost dropped her jaw in shock. Eventually, the Flim Flam brothers, for reasons they could not understand, signed the contract, not knowing what had persuaded them to do so. Just after signing, the Flim Flam brothers regretted it. But the contract was firmly in Ruru's hands. As their gazes shifted towards her, hoping to negotiate further, Ruru immediately shot them a glare, making them instinctively shrink back, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 44. Pit and be pitted. The contract was signed, the deal was done, and the matter had become a foregone conclusion. But it was not in the Flim Flam brothers' nature to pass up an opportunity for profit or to overlook flaws, so they prepared to inspect the goods for faults. Flim conjured up a huge black suitcase and opened it for Applegal and the others to see before closing it, saying, "This is the money we prepared. Now we want to inspect the goods." With just one glance, everyone saw it was filled to the brim with gold coins. The problem was, their goods had issues. "The goods we carefully prepared are over there. You can take a look for yourselves. Just leave the money and take them away." Zua pointed to a pile of bags in the corner, speaking calmly. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Flim and Flim exchanged glances before heading towards the bags in the corner. Princess Zua's voice quietly echoed in their minds. "It's fine." Hearing her voice, everyone looked at Princess Zua in surprise. She gave them a confident smile and made a shushing gesture. Flam opened each bag in the corner, and every bag was filled with plump, high-quality grains. If there was a problem, he truly could not find one. Although the prices of these grains were far higher than the money they had prepared, they had already made a profit. However, Flam wanted to struggle for more benefits. Clearing his throat, he said, "I think your grains." Flam was interrupted coldly by Ruru. "Do you have any more questions?" Flam instinctively shot a glance at Ruru, only to receive a fierce glare in return, sending chills down his spine. Realizing Ruru was not someone to mess with, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, she was actually a tough opponent. This time, they had to accept defeat. There was no way to gain more profit. Flim quickly got up, packed away the sofa and wine, and placed their large black suitcase on the table, presenting himself politely. "This transaction was very pleasant. We look forward to our next deal." After speaking, Flim politely bowed to Applegal and the others, then smoothly followed Flam out, even closing the door behind them. Watching the door of the reception room close, everyone fell silent. Judging by this operation, who could have guessed these brothers were scheming merchants? Princess Zua gently nudged the aggressive Ruru and said softly, "They've already left." With a motion that resembled a deflated balloon, Ruru slumped to the ground, and the low pressure around her instantly disappeared. "That was really scary. I think I did pretty well, right? They didn't see any flaws, did they? I hope I didn't give them any psychological trauma," Ruru fretted. Princess Zua smiled and reached out a hand to help Ruru up. "You did great, really great." Ruru smiled happily, grasping Princess Zua's hand to stand up. "How did you make them not notice the issues with that batch of grain?" The Archmage Zua leaned closer to Princess Zua and asked, "I must admit, dear, your maneuver was truly excellent. Jinshi couldn't help but praise." Watching Princess Zua, who handled everything with ease as everyone surrounded her, Applegal felt a bit emotional. The princess must be a very good leader in her world. Applegal picked up the large black suitcase left by Flim. It was heavier than she had expected, which felt a bit strange. "I'll take the suitcase to the village chief. You all can move around freely," Applegal said, turning to head towards the reception room's door. "I'll go with you. I need to discuss cooperation with the village chief." Jinshi quickly followed Applegal. The village was small, and before long, Applegal brought Jinshi to the village chief's house. After a few light knocks, The weary and slightly aged village chief opened the door. Apple Gal smiled as she handed the suitcase to the village chief. Mission accomplished. We succeeded. The village chief was incredibly excited to receive the suitcase and warmly invited Apple Gal and Jinshi inside to sit for a while. Although the house looked a bit more run down than the reception room or the conference hall, it was still relatively clean, being a place where ponies lived. Jinshi called out to the village chief, wanting to talk about cooperation, but was cleverly interrupted by the village chief saying, "Please wait a moment, miss." The village chief's mind was completely focused on the box, so Jinshi could only sit across from him with Apple Gal, waiting for a while to chat. The village chief carefully placed the box on the table and opened it with an incredibly devout expression. Apple Gal and Jinshi watched as the village chief's expression changed from initial joy to confusion and bewilderment after taking out a few gold coins, then to shock and despair after pulling out a piece of black cardboard from the box, and finally to disbelief as he pulled out a few stones from the box. Choking back tears. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jinshi hurriedly asked, noticing the village chief's unusual behavior. Truly a cunning merchant. Using a partition and even filling it with stones underneath for weight. No wonder he was so eager to close the box, and no wonder he left so smoothly. Afraid we would discover that the money placed on the partition was less than a tenth of the agreed amount. Chapter 45, Cooperation. Seeing the village chief in tears. Apple Gal sighed, "This matter is up to me." Before Apple Gal could finish, Jinshi gently tugged at her to signal her to stop. Without waiting for Apple Gal to understand her meaning, Jinshi cleared her throat and spoke first. "I am Jinshi, the owner of Jinshi Fashion Store. I really like the handicrafts and textiles from your village, and if possible, I would like to establish a long-term cooperation with your village." Upon hearing this, the village chief rushed to Jinshi, grabbing her hand that was suspended in the air with excitement, and said, "We can cooperate. We are very willing to cooperate. Our handicraft textiles are excellent, and were once renowned nationwide. If you trust us, we will not disappoint you." Seeing the village chief's snot and tears, Jinshi couldn't help but blink twice, trying to pull her hand away, but found that it was firmly held by the village chief. Watching the village chief's excited expression and listening to his incessant chatter, Jinshi felt a bit overwhelmed and said, "Please let go of my hand, and we can talk slowly." Hearing this, the village chief quickly released Jinshi's hand and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was rude." Looking at the unknown sticky substance on her hand, Jinshi's mindset momentarily collapsed. She immediately took out her disinfectant spray and thoroughly cleaned her hands. "It's nothing serious, just relax." Jinshi forced a gentle smile and said softly. But her cleaning actions did not stop. She cleaned with disinfectant spray, dried with a silk cloth, disinfected again, and cleaned repeatedly several times. Looking at her hands, which were now shining, Jinshi let out a long sigh of relief, finally clean. Under the gaze of Apple Gal and the village chief, Jinshi cleared her throat twice, took out the contract and a handwritten letter she had prepared in advance, and handed them to the village chief, saying, "This is the contract I drafted. If you find no problems, you can sign it. And this is my handwritten letter. Once your handicraft textiles are ready, just bring your goods and this letter to one of my fashion stores, and the staff there will receive you." The village chief carefully examined every clause in the contract and found no issues or loopholes. In fact, the contract even had a tendency to offer benefits. He couldn't help but glance at Jinshi. Capturing the village chief's gaze, Jinshi arrogantly said, "What are you looking at? If there are no issues, hurry up and sign. I'm not the kind of pony who likes to take small advantages. Sign quickly so I can give you the promised subsidies." Hearing this, the village chief no longer hesitated. With a flourish, he signed the contract, which was to belong to Jinshi, and handed it to her with both hands. Jinshi took the contract and carefully put it away, casually saying, "Next time, don't get cheated, and keep your contract safe." The village chief nodded repeatedly. Jinshi glanced at Apple Gal and said, "Let us go. Help me send the supplies." Apple Gal nodded slightly and followed Jinshi out of the village chief's house, not doubting that the supplies Jinshi carried were insufficient to meet the needs of the village. Not long after they exited, Apple Gal directly asked, "Did you plan this from the beginning?" "No, it was a last-minute decision." Jinshi smiled and continued, "After all, I wouldn't let my friends be complete losers." Apple Gal was taken aback, saying softly, "Although you're not much better than me, still, thank you." Jinshi tilted her head towards Apple Gal, intrigued, and said, "I accept your gratitude. However, I still hope you can learn from your mistakes and not be so stubborn." "Where am I being stubborn?" Apple Gal immediately retorted. "Where aren't you?" Jinshi chuckled lightly. "We are both merchants, and merchants should prioritize profit. But you insist on complete honesty in your dealings, and even cover for them, and you haven't even reached a deal with them yet. While I may be generous, I don't mind charging those nobles a bit more. You are honest and fair, and under good trading conditions, that is a very good choice. But in the current environment, you're being taken advantage of by nobles above and commoners below. It's obvious that you're having a hard time. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't be willing to tell some white lies. This time, you were willing to deceive those two brothers out of necessity, right? Your assets are probably not much left after all those years of loss. Applegile was left speechless by Jinxi's words. In this environment, her honesty had indeed become a double-edged sword, bringing her a lot of trouble. Sometimes, she even had to tell some white lies to protect the interests of most ponies. Although she currently did not lack assets, the assets she could mobilize were limited. Behind her was the entire Apple family, and while helping others, she also had to protect the family's interests, ensuring that every apple was well taken care of. Due to Jinxi's high standards of aesthetics, in the following days, no pony was free. Jinxi assigned corresponding tasks to every pony in Silkflower Village. Even Princess Ziyuet didn't get a moment of leisure at Jinxi's place. With everyone's efforts, Silkflower Village was completely revamped, and Jinxi felt greatly satisfied looking at the newly refreshed village. Applegile transferred all her authority to ManeSix, letting him lead the caravan onward. Sometimes, Applegile had to admit that in this era, ManeSix seemed more suited to be a merchant than herself. However, ever since the incident with the magic apple in their childhood, ManeSix had not only spoken less, but also showed no inclination to vie for power. Granny Smith had entrusted her with authority because of her honesty, and the Apple family followed her because of her integrity. But in this era, honesty seemed to have become less important. Not upholding the trust of everyone who believed in her made it hard to find a balance sometimes. After sending ManeSix and the others off, Applegile left to meet up with Jinxi and the others to go to their next planned destination. Perhaps they would give her a suitable answer. Chapter 46. The Source of Optimism with No Response. The farewell line was long, with every pony in the village spontaneously coming out to send off Princess Ziyue and her group, grateful for Jinxi and their help. The villagers prepared handmade wreaths unique to Silkflower Village for each pony. By the time the delayed Applegile arrived, every pony was adorned with various wreaths around their necks. The villagers are really enthusiastic. Before Applegile could finish her thought, the villagers placed wreaths around her neck as well. We've been waiting for you. Let us go. Jinxi was in a good mood, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being adored by the ponies. Upon determining that Applejack had arrived, and hearing Jinxi's words, Ro directly slipped into the car. She did not enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. The crowd exchanged smiles and got into the car one after another. Xiao Yema was pushed out of the crowd by her mother-in-law. Watching Jinxi about to get into the car, she held up the handkerchief her mother-in-law had given her and called out, "Beautiful sister, please wait a moment." Xiao Yema thought Jinxi was beautiful, so she had been calling her beautiful sister from the beginning. "You guys take your time to chat," Princess Ziyue said, winking. Applejack lightly patted Jinxi's shoulder and got into the car. By the time Xiao Yema ran up to Jinxi, everyone except Jinxi had already entered the car. "My mother-in-law might have run too fast," Xiao Yema gasped, unable to say a complete sentence. "No rush, take your time." Jinxi gently patted Xiao Yema's back, helping her catch her breath, and said with some concern. Although Xiao Yema had fully recovered, she was still weaker than other ponies due to her previous serious illness. After a while, Xiao Yema finally caught her breath and presented a neatly folded square handkerchief to Jinxi, saying joyfully, "This is a gift from my mother-in-law. Please thank her for me." Seeing Xiao Yema's lively demeanor, Jinxi gently took the handkerchief from her hand, held it in her own, and smiled. "No, we should thank you. If you don't mind, you're always welcome to come here to play. The door of Silkflower Village is always open for you." After saying that, Xiao Yema turned and ran back into the crowd, eventually disappearing among the people. Jinxi nodded, waved goodbye to all the villagers, and directly got into the car. As soon as Jinxi got into the car, she was met with the curious gazes of everyone inside. It was not strange for Granny Injun to give Jinxi a handkerchief. After all, Jinxi was the one who managed most of the affairs in the village. From house renovations to caring for the injured and sick, from daily necessities to living utensils. Anything Jinxi thought they might need, she had prepared for them. The handkerchief truly lived up to Granny Injun's craftsmanship, with exquisite patterns and designs. After noticing the beautiful patterns on the handkerchief, Jinxi was instantly inspired and immediately pulled out her sketchbook to design a series of elegant outfits. Jinxi believed that this series of outfits would shine brightly, and using the materials from Silkflower Village to create them would be simply perfect. Initially, everyone thought Beaky wouldn't stay in one place for long, and they might spend some time chasing after her, but unexpectedly, Beaky remained in neighboring town. As soon as Princess Ziyue and her party stepped into neighboring town, Beaky descended from the sky with fireworks, smiling as she landed in front of everyone. excitedly saying, "Welcome Jinchi, Applejack, Ro, Zua, Princess Zua, and Swailong to your welcome party." With that, Beaky tossed a firework into the air, which exploded. And the little ponies in the town sang a cheerful welcome song as they approached from all directions. "Welcome, welcome, my friends. Welcome from afar. Please, don't refuse our enthusiasm. We have been looking forward to your arrival." After hearing Beaky lead the townsfolk in song, everyone felt good except for Princess Zua, who discovered that the source of optimism she had taken from her space was unresponsive. Sensing Princess Zua's not-so-good mood, Beaky approached her curiously and asked, "Your Highness, is there something making you unhappy?" No. Here, take this." Princess Zua quickly handed the source of optimism to Beaky, denying any unhappiness. "How did you know she was a princess?" The great mage Zua asked in confusion, as everyone had just arrived, and Beaky had certainly never seen Princess Zua before. "Did you dream it?" the great mage Zua said in disbelief. Beaky animatedly recounted what had happened, saying excitedly, "Yes. Yesterday morning, when I was ringing the bell at the clock tower, I saw 3 very luxurious cars coming this way, and I immediately guessed they were Jinchi's. Thinking about Jinchi coming over made me so happy that I told every little pony in town. While preparing for the party, I suddenly thought that Jinchi's visit must have a reason. Her party must be different from ordinary ones. So I did some investigation, and I was shocked by what I found. Based on the silk flower decorations hanging on the cars and the direction you were coming from, I guessed you came from Silk Flower Village." Everyone looked at Jinchi, who thought the decorations on the car were pretty. "Last night, I took out my long-preserved horror novel, and unsurprisingly, I fell asleep right after I opened the book. The nightmares came as promised, and the Moon Princess indeed came to save me. As soon as the Moon Princess arrived, I asked her to take me to my friend's dreams in Silk Flower Village. Then my friends told me that there were more ponies than just Jinchi coming, but also 2 Ziyus, one of whom is a princess. A super surprise." Except for the great mage Ziyue, everyone else accepted Beaky's outrageous words calmly, as Beaky had always had a penchant for the magical and the absurd. Just as the great mage Ziyue was about to refute, she was quietly stopped by Princess Ziyue, who whispered to her, "The world is magical. There are always some inexplicable existences. What you need to do is to accept their existence." Seeing that everyone around was unfazed, the great mage Ziyue had to give up. "As soon as I woke from the dream, I started preparing for the welcome party and invited every little pony in town to help out," Beaky said, bouncing around everyone. "What you need to do now is to enjoy this party to the fullest." Beaky led everyone to the center of the party, and in comparison, the great mage Ziyue admitted that her previous party preparations were indeed somewhat immature compared to Beaky's. Beaky, feeling exhausted, took out the source of optimism she had put away, which lay quietly in her hand like an ordinary gem. With a wry smile, Beaky murmured, "You discovered something, didn't you?" Chapter 47, The Bell Ringer. The first ray of morning sunlight, accompanied by the crisp and melodious sound of the bell, awakened the travelers from afar. Princess Ziyue, who had long since developed a habit of waking up early, set the breakfast she prepared on the dining table to the sound of the morning bell. "Good morning, Princess." Applejack, who had finished washing up and was preparing breakfast for everyone, looked at the spread prepared by Princess Ziyue in surprise. Applejack was also used to waking up early. Generally, she would rise as soon as it got light. She knew that Princess Ziyue had a habit of waking up early. But the current situation was that not only had Princess Ziyue gotten up, but she had also prepared breakfast. In Applejack's traditional view, this was not something a princess should do. "Good morning," Princess Ziyue smiled, and said, "There's a kitchen here, so I made a little something. It certainly can't compare to what you make, so feel free to point out any issues." Applejack looked at the array of breakfast on the table. Feeling somewhat at a loss, she felt unworthy to evaluate a princess's cooking, especially since it was from another world. Ro, the great mage Ziyue, Swailong, and Jinchi all arrived successively at the dining room. With 2 early risers in the group, the rest chose to wake up upon hearing the bell. "How rare. Applejack, you didn't make any apples." Jinchi, the last to arrive, noticed that among the many dishes, there was not a single one made with apples, which was quite uncharacteristic of Applejack. "I didn't make it. The princess did." Applejack awkwardly pointed at Princess Ziyue. Jinchi suddenly paused in the action of bringing the sandwich to her mouth, looking at Princess Ziyue in disbelief. "You, a princess, can cook?" "Since we set off, we've been rushing through the schedule and have only been eating dry rations on the road. No one has shown whether they can cook or not." Everyone in the room was equally shocked. The cosmic princess can actually cook. The great magician Ziyue was choked by the bread she had just swallowed, letting out a series of coughs, while Ro hurriedly patted her back to help her catch her breath. "The teacher can cook too." Before she could recover, the great magician Ziyue gasped and asked, "Well, I only found out later, Princess Zeus smiled awkwardly. After all, a princess is just a little pony. Yes, even a princess is ultimately just a little pony. The dining table suddenly fell silent, with everyone except Princess Zeus digesting the information from this morning. Realizing that no matter how powerful the princess is, she is still just a little pony. Just as everyone was finishing their breakfast, the doorbell rang. Opening the door revealed an elderly pony who said, "This afternoon, Beaky and Cheese Sandwich will hold the annual joke contest in the central square. You mustn't miss it." The joke contest, in Princess Zeus' memory, deepened her understanding of happiness through Beaky's participation in this grand event. What is the reason for the annual competition? What kind of wonderful bonds have formed in their world? Thank you for coming to inform us. Princess Zeus said with a hint of curiosity and smiled at the old pony. It's no trouble at all. I just came over to inform you after ringing the bell. You are Beaky's friends, and she specifically asked me to let you know. The bell ringer waved his hoof and said, "Moreover, if it weren't for Beaky, we wouldn't have such good days now." Ringing the bell. Shouldn't it be Beaky who does that? Isn't she the bell ringer? If she's not, why would she go to ring the bell? It seems Beaky has made a significant contribution to the town. Princess Zeus changed the subject and asked, "But shouldn't Beaky still be the bell ringer here? Yesterday, she said she found out we were coming when she went to ring the bell. But why is it you ringing it today?" No. I'm the bell ringer here. Beaky is not. It's just that for the past year, Beaky often wanted to ring the bell, and whenever she wanted to, she would cover for me for a few days," the bell ringer said somewhat embarrassedly. "Hasn't Beaky been staying in one place for a year? Ringing the bell? Why would Beaky want to do that? It's not something she would enjoy." Beaky is really enthusiastic. She has helped the town a lot this past year. Princess Zeus smiled. Yes, Beaky is a very good little pony. She has helped me a lot. After last year's joke contest, she didn't leave, and everyone was quite happy. The bell ringer sighed sincerely. "Do you know why Beaky stayed?" Princess Zeus asked. "I'm just a bell ringer. How would I know so much?" The bell ringer said apologetically. "I only know that in previous years, no matter what, we couldn't keep Beaky in our town." After some polite exchanges, Princess Zeus sent the bell ringer away. The smile on Princess Zeus' face faded little by little as the door closed. As heavy doubts drew Princess Zeus completely into her thoughts, she suddenly remembered the anomaly of the source of optimism. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Princess Zeus was silent and had a somewhat heavy expression, Ro asked with concern. "Do you think Beaky is the kind of pony who likes to ring the bell and often helps the bell ringer cover shifts?" Princess Zeus abruptly pulled herself out of her thoughts and asked without context. "What does that have to do with anything? What did that pony outside say?" Jinchi asked in confusion. "This afternoon is Beaky and Cheese Sandwich's annual joke contest. The pony who just knocked on the door is the town's bell ringer. He came to remind us after ringing the bell." Princess Zeus paused and continued, "I wonder if I'm overthinking it. Beaky seems a bit unusual. What if something happened to Beaky?" Ro said. "But yesterday, in such a cheerful environment at the source of optimism, she didn't react at all. The party Beaky threw was really too joyful. The music, food, and dancing captivated almost all my attention. I just suddenly remembered this matter," Princess Zeus added. "Are you saying the source of optimism has failed?" The great magician Zeus said in shock. "Dear, could it be that you just didn't notice?" Jinchi asked in confusion. "It shouldn't be. Then why would Beaky want to stay?" Princess Zeus was puzzled and asked again. "Ringing the bell often and giving up bringing joy to various places is indeed somewhat unusual and doesn't align with what everyone perceives of Beaky's habits. Why don't we go check the clock tower?" Applejack suggested. Everyone nodded. Since they didn't know the reason, they might as well go out and look for clues. Perhaps they would find an answer. After finishing breakfast, everyone walked together towards the clock tower, hoping it could provide some answers. Chapter 48, The Writing in the Corner. Neighboring town is clearly closer to the border than Silkflower Village, but from the outside, it looks much more prosperous than Silkflower Village. Deflated balloons tied at street corners and scattered remnants of confetti from Beaky's party are left behind. Compared to the flashy and festive decorations in the small town, the clock tower, a landmark building in this town, appears solemn and ancient. Climbing up the long staircase, reaching the top brings one to the highest point of the town, where an ancient clock is placed in the center. Upon arriving here, Zeus and her companions immediately understood why Beaky could see them rushing over. Because the view here is vast, and at a high altitude, one can not only see the entire town, but also distant places beyond it. "Have you seen Jinchi's car?" Suilong asked, making a binocular shape with her hands and looking around. "Isn't my car parked at the town entrance?" Jinchi said seriously, sketching in her notebook without looking up. The town entrance," Suilong exclaimed, leaning halfway out of the clock tower and squinting to carefully observe the parking area. No matter how many times she looked, the parking spot was still empty. Suilong finally looked at Jinshi helplessly and hesitantly said, Jinshi, your car is gone. It can't be. I still have my attendants watching the car. Jinshi suddenly looked up in surprise. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the town entrance, and indeed, there was nothing left. But your attendants are also missing, Suilong said helplessly. Really, we haven't even resolved Biki's matter, and now Jinshi's car is gone. Most of our supplies are in the car. The great magician Ziyue said helplessly. Could it be that Biki put it away for you? Roro comforted. I hope so, Jinshi said, leaning against the window and looking out but finding nothing. Look, I found something. Applejack, who had been carefully observing the wall of the clock tower, trying to find some clues about Biki, exclaimed. Did you find my car? Jinshi exclaimed, her sad feelings rising to a layer of joy. No. It's just that the writing here looks a bit like Biki's, Applejack said, pointing to the faint writing on the corner of the wall. You can even find this. Jinshi looked in amazement at the jumbled and dense writing in the corner. Princess Ziyue leaned closer, squatted down, and read the shocking words slowly with a heavy tone. I feel like I won't cry anymore. He's coming. Can I win against him this time? Can it really stay this quiet? Their smiles aren't even sincere. Seeing them cry makes me want to cry too. What should I do? Can I give up? My smile has muscle memory. I'm a bit tired of smiling too. Can I bring them joy? My smile isn't sincere anymore. It's so quiet. In the end, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It can't be written by Biki, Suilong said in disbelief. If this is written by Biki, I'm a bit worried about her mental state. Roro said sadly. But how could a little pony like Biki be in this state? Jinshi said somewhat incoherently. From how she was yesterday, I think she's fine. Even if there's a problem, she wouldn't say it, the great mage Ziyue said thoughtfully. At this moment, she might need family and friends to help her, Applejack said seriously. We might need to find Biki and talk to her, Princess Ziyue said heavily. Everyone agreed and decided to first go see where Biki lived, then adapt as needed. When they arrived at Biki's place, they found that the door was unlocked. Gently pushing the door open, they saw it was filled with various party supplies. But there was no sign of Biki. Princess Ziyue and the others called out Biki's name, asking, Biki, are you there? As they walked inside. Before they reached the center of the room, a firework exploded in midair, and the fireworks flew freely, coating every pony in confetti. Surprise! Biki's amazed voice came down from the beams. Everyone looked up to see Biki, wrapped in colorful ribbons, joyfully hanging from the beams. What are you doing here? Biki flipped down from the beams and excitedly said, You should have come to the central square this afternoon to see me compete in the joke contest with Cheese Sandwich. Looking at Biki's lively appearance, no one dared to associate the gloomy words from the clock tower with her. Jinshi's car is missing, so we came to ask you what to do, Princess Ziyue smiled, trying to divert attention. Yes, I found my car missing at the clock tower. Jinshi quickly echoed. Who could be so despicable? I'll help you find it right now. Biki paused for half a second, her tone slightly angry. Saying that, she was about to walk out. Did they discover something? Jinshi quickly grabbed Biki. I'm not in a hurry. You should go take care of your contest first. But your car might really be gone, and I still have next year for my contest. Biki glanced meaningfully at Jinshi. I don't intend to go with you. Biki said somewhat apologetically. Everyone was taken aback. Why? Isn't this what she wanted to do? Why? The great mage Ziyue exclaimed. After saying that, Biki bounced out the door. Watching Biki's gradually disappearing figure, the ponies inside fell into silence. This is her freedom. Princess Ziyue was the first to speak. Biki must have her reasons. We need to take the time to understand, Applejack pondered. But Biki doesn't seem like someone with problems at all. If Biki really has issues, how would we know what they are? The great mage Ziyue rubbed her slightly aching temples. Perhaps we can ask the town's ponies. Hasn't Biki lived here for a long time? Roro suggested. But she doesn't seem like someone who would talk. She acts this way in front of us. Are you sure the town's ponies would know? The great mage Ziyue countered. Just as everyone was debating more and more heatedly, a stallion carrying a screaming chicken walked in and asked with a smile, Is this where Biki lives? Do you know where Biki is now? Chapter 49, The Burdened Faith. Looking at the suddenly appearing stranger, everyone instinctively closed their mouths, eyeing him warily. He is the cheese sandwich who will compete with Biki today, Princess Ziyue explained. Looking at everyone's wary expressions. Upon hearing this, everyone greeted Cheese Sandwich, apologizing for their earlier rudeness. They shared a common goal. His whole life had been devoted to her, as a belief. Princess Ziyue asked tentatively with a tried-out attitude. How do you think Biki is doing right now? Cheese Sandwich smiled, but remained silent. Princess Ziyue sighed. Even if she learned something, she couldn't believe it. The collapse of faith is a denial of a lifetime of choices. How could he possibly know? Even if both sides understand each other extremely well, they might not even know this. Applejack patted Princess Ziyue on the shoulder earnestly. But they must be more than just rivals, Princess Ziyue murmured. Applejack was taken aback. Does Princess Ziyue know something? You are also friends with Beaky, right? Cheese Sandwich suddenly spoke. I don't know the details, but I just know that over these years, day after day, year after year, she is tired. Please elaborate. Applejack said, as a party planner who brings joy to the border ponies, every time he reaches a new place, he faces the sadness and despair of all the ponies there. When you bring them joy, to maintain that happiness, they will try every means to make you stay. If you can't stay, they will resent you for giving them only fleeting joy. Those ponies who have waited for you for so long, but still can't see you will hate you for spending so much time with other ponies and staying so briefly with them. Beaky wants all ponies to be happy, but what they want is far more than Beaky can give. Being consumed like this, her mental state will eventually break down one day. The last time I saw her, although she hid it well, I could see that she wasn't in a good state. So Beaky's poor condition is due to emotional repression, and now she needs a breakthrough point to find a way to let her express her negative emotions. Applejack, Jinchi. Roro, you should go find Beaky and have a good chat with her. It would be best to let her cry it out and vent her emotions. Ziyue said directly. Upon hearing Princess Ziyue's words, Applejack, Roro, and Jinchi nodded and walked towards the door. After sending off Applejack, Roro, and Jinchi, Princess Ziyue turned her gaze towards Cheese Sandwich. She wanted to give Beaky another layer of assurance. The last time was your joke contest from a year ago, right? Princess Ziyue pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. Cheese Sandwich nodded. A year? Who knows what her mental state was like a year ago? If she wasn't overwhelmed, how could she have stopped? Princess Ziyue fell into thought again. Then how did you manage to keep going? The great mage Ziyue asked. Me? My aspirations are different from Beaky's. I just want to be a party that brings joy to ponies. I have always followed my belief and want to be influenced by their retention or resentment, Cheese Sandwich said cheerfully. And you told us all this today because you want to help Beaky, right? After all, if Beaky falls, your belief will also fall. Princess Ziyue asked. Cheese Sandwich was taken aback and smiled. Although I don't know how you found out, I admit that Beaky is indeed my belief. From the first time I saw her, I decided to follow her for life. We need you to help Beaky now, Princess Ziyue said seriously. How can I help you? We are rivals, annual contest rivals. Cheese Sandwich laughed, as if mocking himself. Even if I want to help, do you think Beaky would accept it? Cheese Sandwich seemed a bit conflicted. After a steady look from Princess Ziyue, Cheese Sandwich solemnly agreed to her request. Letting her recognize him was far less important than her well-being. After witnessing Princess Ziyue's wave of output, the great magician Ziyue and Suilong were left speechless. Not long after leaving, Applejarl spoke up. The princess has quite a significant information gap compared to us. I can tell, otherwise she wouldn't have asked us to find Beaky and comfort her. Jinchi added. Isn't it because we're a bit more familiar with Beaky? Ruru asked, puzzled. No, relatively speaking, the princess should be a bit more familiar, Jinchi corrected. But Beaky isn't familiar with the princess. Ruru insisted. Well, that's why she sent us. Jinchi laughed. If the princess isn't with us, she probably has other arrangements. Ruru said. But where should we look for Beaky? Applejarl asked. It was a good question, but the three little ponies fell silent in unison. Let's split up. That'll be faster, Jinchi suggested. But how will we contact each other? Ruru asked. Use this. Just set off fireworks when you find out, Jinchi said, pulling out a firework launcher from her bag. You actually carry that around. Applejarl exclaimed in surprise. So, do you want it or not? Jinchi handed the firework launcher to Applejarl. Applejarl paused for 2 seconds and said, yes. Ruru, this is yours. Jinchi smiled as she handed another firework launcher to Ruru. Thanks. Ruru replied. After distributing the firework launchers, the three ponies bid each other farewell and headed off in their chosen directions. Chapter 50. The Happiness of Coercion. Under the tree, Ruru was resting after running a few laps, while a crow stood proudly on a branch above her. Mr. Crow, hello. I can't find my friend. Have you seen her? Ruru softly inquired, looking at the crow in the tree. The crow cawed loudly, asking who Ruru's friend was. Then the crow cawed again, signaling Ruru to follow him, spreading its wings and leading her in a certain direction. Ruru followed the crow around several alleyways and, upon turning a hidden corner, discovered Beaky. Just as she was about to go in, Ruru heard and saw. In the corner, Jinchi's attendant was tied up. That group of adult ponies shrank back like quails, listening to Beaky's reprimands without uttering a word in rebuttal. The crow flapped its wings, urging Ruru to hurry inside, as Beaky was in there. Mr. Crow, it seems Beaky still has things to do. It might not be good to interrupt her now, Ruru said with a smile, pressing her back tightly against the wall. So you're just not going in? The crow asked, seeing that Ruru had no intention of moving. Of course not, Mr. Crow. Let's wait a bit for a suitable moment before I go in, Ruru replied with a smile. What moment would be suitable? The crow asked. Let's wait for my friends to arrive. Ruru took out the firework launcher Shinchi had given her and aimed it at the sky, pulling the trigger. A dazzling firework exploded in the air with a thunderous boom. Hearing the sound of the firework, Applejarl and Jinchi quickly changed direction and ran towards it. Ruru stood there, stunned by the sound of the firework. She had anticipated it would make noise, but not this loud. Mr. Crow, are you all right? Fists came flying towards Ruru one after another, all of which she cleverly dodged. Seeing Mr. Crow tumble from the wall to the ground, Ruru gasped. In a flash, she donned the source of kindness around her neck. Although she didn't need to use the source of kindness to attack the ponies, Ruru had to ensure both her and Mr. Crow's safety. The crow trembled, shook its wings, and called out softly to reassure Ruru that it was okay. After confirming Mr. Crow was unharmed, Ruru sighed in relief. Stop it. She's my friend, Beaky shouted. The group of adult ponies froze, their attacking motions suddenly halting. And they looked at Ruru with sycophantic smiles. Sorry, miss, I thought you were a bad guy. Ruru felt a chill at their obsequious smiles. Ruru, I'm sorry, Beaky said, looking somewhat downcast. It's okay, Ruru quickly waved her hoof. But what exactly happened? Is it inconvenient to say? Ruru sensed that Beaky seemed to want to conceal something. Asking Beaky to hide something was tantamount to torturing her, given her inability to keep secrets. Ruru gently helped Mr. Crow up from the ground and used the magic of the source of kindness to heal him. Mr. Crow, are you all right now? Does it still hurt? After the treatment, Ruru hurriedly asked. The crow told Ruru that it was fine while shaking its wings and twisting its body. I'm glad you're okay, Ruru said, feeling happy to see Mr. Crow lively again. Wow, can the source of harmony be used like this? Beaky changed the subject. Ruru fixed her gaze on Beaky and said, yours can too. Beaky was taken aback, then smiled and said, yeah, how did I forget? Mine can too. Watching Beaky bounce around joyfully, Ruru thought that all of this was just an act put on by Beaky, and a term appeared in her mind, performing artist. I already know, I want to talk to you about what I've noticed. Ruru decided to prod Beaky a bit to see if she could squeeze anything out. What are you talking about? What do you know? We can chat slowly, Beaky said in a fluster, subconsciously wanting to hide something, her body instinctively leaning back, retreating several steps silently. The bell tower, the source of optimism, and the ones appearing here. Ruru sighed inwardly, stepping closer to Beaky with a serious and cold tone. You know everything? You all know. Beaky's bright smile suddenly froze on her face, retreating step by step as Ruru approached. Yes, I do. Seeing signs of Beaky's emotions shifting, Ruru pressed on. Beaky's smile gradually crumbled, and the group of strong adult ponies stood in front of Ruru, blocking her from advancing further. Why are you stopping me? Ruru asked suspiciously, looking at the wall of ponies in front of her. Beaky is the joy-bringer of our town. She needs to maintain her smile. We suspect you want to ruin Beaky's spirit, one of the ponies in front of Ruru said coldly. What? Ruru's face was filled with disbelief. She clearly wanted to help Beaky. Voices from the wall of ponies pleaded earnestly. Don't listen to her. She might be tricking you. We didn't mean to. We just want to live a little better. Aren't you supposed to bring us joy? You need to smile. So many ponies want to see you smile. Hurry up and smile. You need to help us. Otherwise, we really won't be able to be happy anymore. You have a competition this afternoon. You need to pull yourself together. Don't you want to make us happy? If you help us sort this out, we'll be happy. Aren't they your friends? Don't be expressionless. You need to smile and bring us joy. She's just an ordinary pony. What do you all want? Ruru shouted angrily. The voices from the other side suddenly stopped, and the adult ponies froze for a moment. Ruru glared furiously at the crowd in front of her, reprimanding them. If you make a mistake, you should apologize. Why should Beaky solve this for you? Participating in the competition is Beaky's business. What gives you the right to interfere? Whether it's smiling or bringing you joy. It should be Beaky's choice, not something you coerce her into. Beaky is not your possession. She is just an ordinary pony with her own thoughts. Now get out of my way. Under Ruru's fierce gaze, the crowd parted, leaving Ruru a clear path to Beaky. Beaky's hair was still in a wild explosion style, but her face showed no expression, her eyes vacant and lifeless. Oh my gosh! Ruru exclaimed in pain and rushed towards Beaky, tightly embracing her in her arms. This hug later became for Beaky a divine redemption that dispelled the darkness. Chapter 51. Those Trapped by Love. You're tired, you can cry. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Their lives are their own responsibility. You don't have to be responsible for them. Watching Ruru gently patting Beaky's back and listening to her soothing words, a few little ponies suddenly reacted and charged towards Ruru. They couldn't let Ruru continue comforting her. What they wanted was for Beaky to remain numb like this, bringing them benefits. Ruru glanced at the little ponies that were pouncing over, conjuring a magical shield with the source of kindness, coldly watching as the group of ponies repeatedly crashed against the shield, which remained unmoved. Ruru knew they had done something excessively wrong to Beaky, but she still couldn't bring herself to punish them with her powerful abilities. Ruru's comforting actions towards Beaky never stopped, her tone as gentle as water. You are first Beaky, and then their party planner. Only when you are well can you bring joy to everyone. One gentle word after another flowed from her heart like warm water, gradually reviving Beaky's numb heart. Her frizzy hair slowly straightening out as tears streamed down her face. Watching Beaky, who was already in tears, Ruru stopped speaking and gently patted her back, knowing that she just needed to wait for Beaky to vent her feelings. Inside the shield, the little ponies were piled on top of one another, dark and gloomy, while a crow perched on Ruru's head, looking ready for battle at any moment. A rope cut through the darkness, directly pulling several little ponies away from the shield. Through the shield, Ruru saw Applejack skillfully using a rope created from the source of honesty to tie up the little ponies that had been pulled down from the shield and throw them into the corner. In no time, Applejack had knocked out all the little ponies that had attacked the shield. Ruru removed the shield, pointed at Beaky, and nodded at Applejack. Beaky belongs to our town. Even if she dies, she cannot leave our town. A little pony suddenly charged out from the shadows, brandishing a knife and lunging at Beaky. Are you all okay? A breathless Shinchi arrived late, panting heavily. It's fine, Applejack replied. Confirming that everyone was safe, Shinchi sorted her hair, which had been blown out of place by running too fast, and slowly walked towards everyone. Hearing Shinchi's voice, Beaky lifted her head from Ruru's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, Shinchi, I'm sorry, their car was secretly sold off by them. Who are they? Why did they sell my car? Shinchi asked, confused. Beaky's gaze shifted to Ruru, her expression complex. Ruru, feeling a bit helpless, quickly apologized, stammering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. I just wanted to test things out. We know a little, but not much. The rest depends on you to tell us. Seeing Ruru's flustered demeanor, Applejack added, Beaky, don't worry, I'm not angry. They are the townsfolk of this town. Beaky pointed to the corner where a few ponies were tied up and unconscious. Looking at Shinchi, they stole your car last night, and then secretly sold it. I have followers. They are quite capable. Shinchi exclaimed, shocked. Beaky, who had been ambushed in the dead of night, felt helpless. Are you sure they are townsfolk? Shinchi's eyes twitched. Which townsfolk would not only steal, but also attack someone as followers? It's a bit of a stretch, Beaky admitted shyly. Doesn't this still relate to you? Ruru asked, recalling their earlier brainwashing words to Beaky. It's my indulgence, Beaky said quietly, a layer of guilt covering her face. Your indulgence? How did you indulge them? Applejack asked. This isn't the first time. They've begged me before, and I helped them resolve things, Beaky said, feeling a bit guilty. When did you become like Ruru, so compassionate? Shinchi exclaimed in surprise. Ruru chuckled silently, wondering if she really was like that. She didn't think she had reached that point. It's not like that. They said that only if I help them can they feel truly happy inside. If I didn't help them, they wouldn't be able to live and would never be able to smile again. Beaky's voice gradually grew smaller. Now, saying it out loud, she didn't even believe it, but at that time, she had believed it wholeheartedly, repeatedly going against her own heart to help them settle matters. You believe them just because they said that? Are you silly? Shinchi said with a bitter expression, helplessly questioning why Beaky, who was clearly quite smart, had believed it. Well, a high pedestal is often also a grave for the gods, Applejack pondered. The townsfolk, for some benefits, elevated Beaky to the highest pedestal, repeatedly and subtly telling her, you must smile, you must make everyone happy, you must do whatever it takes to make everyone happy. In such an environment, if there's no external help, Beaky might remain trapped in the mission they assigned her for a lifetime, muddling through as their so-called goddess. The little pony tied up by Shinchi struggled more vigorously unnoticed by everyone. But Beaky didn't stay here all along. Didn't she just start staying here a year ago? Shinchi wondered. This is just a breaking point. How do you know other places aren't treating Beaky this way? Moreover, every place she passed through, she invested great emotions in. Isn't that also a kind of harm to her spirit? Applejack explained. Shinchi paused, realizing yes. Beaky has always been putting her heart into organizing parties. How could doing things with emotions not trap her within those emotions? No matter how much the little pony struggled, the silk ropes remained unmoved, even showing signs of tightening. Until finally, a loud bang attracted everyone's attention as Applejack knocked it out cold. Chapter 52. The Recognition of the Source of Optimism. Looking at the unconscious little pony in front of her, Beaky couldn't help but ask the initial question. Shinchi, Aren't you worried about the fate of your car? Aren't you afraid of losing the things inside the car? There are only a few mattresses in her car. Everything else is stuffed in my bag. Applejack glanced at Jinchi. The car is insured, and I signed contracts with those followers. If the car is lost right under their noses, they will be fully responsible, Jinchi said helplessly with a smile. They aren't ordinary folks. They just couldn't withstand the surprise attack. Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from around the corner, and Biki and Ruru looked sympathetically in that direction. Applejack and Jinchi exchanged glances and walked towards the corner. Jinchi's followers were not only tightly bound, but their mouths were also stuffed with cloth. Tears of bitterness sliding from the corners of their eyes, making them look very pitiful. The followers gestured to Jinchi, then scattered to look for Jinchi's car. They seem unreliable, Applejack observed as Jinchi's followers dispersed. Then who will drive? Ruru asked again. Everything is in my bag. So where did you put your bag? Be careful it doesn't get stolen too, Biki cautioned. Jinchi pointed to the bag on her back, saying, Just this. Just this. Shouldn't you have several hundred bags of luggage? Biki exclaimed. A princess's magic, Applejack explained. So, are you interested in coming with us? Not only can it help you get rid of your current situation, but it can also let you take all your luggage with you. Jinchi blinked and recommended. However, it seems that it does not recognize me. Biji took out the source of optimism she carried with her, her expression shifting from anticipation to helplessness. Don't mind it. Just come with us. Applejack lied. Didn't the source of honesty still recognize her? You are not recognized right now. Maybe it's just malfunctioning. Don't worry about it. Jinchi said with a smile. Yeah. The publicly executed Applejack paused, smiled, and echoed. Applejack silently nodded, firmly believing that being honest is a lifelong commitment. If you give up your integrity for some reason at any moment, you might gain temporary peace, but it will definitely lead to a series of problems later on, with endless repercussions. Biji was taken aback and nodded. As long as you are genuinely happy, the source of optimism will definitely recognize you, Jinchi pressed on. So come with us. No matter whether we can change this world or not, we should take a look at the beauty and ugliness of this world. Genuine happiness to see the beauty and ugliness of this world. A bright smile appeared on Biji's face, and tears of freedom burst from her eyes. Embracing the earth after kissing Biji's cheek, a flash of light passed, and the source of optimism had settled around Biji's neck. Congratulations, Biji, you have gained its recognition. Ro exclaimed excitedly, as if she were the one being recognized. It is indeed very strange, Biji said with a smile. Brushing away the tears from the corner of her eyes and glancing at the source of optimism around her neck. Biji pretended to ponder. I need to go to the central square to find Cheese Sandwich to resolve our competition, but it shouldn't take much time. Then we'll go with you. When we came, the princess, the magician, and Swailong were still with Cheese Sandwich. They should still be together now, Applejack said. Together, Ro echoed. Cheese Sandwich is already there? You've met him, Biji said in surprise. How else would we know that you weren't in a good mood? Jinchi said lightly. But he shouldn't know about the source of optimism. It's about the clock tower. Biji said in confusion. It can't be that Ro knows everything. The problem with the source of optimism was discovered by the princess before she gave it to you. And the clock tower matter was when you entrusted the bell ringer to notify us to participate in your competition with Cheese Sandwich. The princess noticed something was wrong. And we found out at the clock tower, Ro explained. But I didn't ask Grandpa Lu to notify you, Biji said, a little confused. Then he did it on purpose, Jinchi said. He might want to help you, Biji. Did he notice too? Is he the same as them? Biji murmured. What? Jinchi asked. Not hearing Biji clearly. By now, it was already close to dusk, and the competition would end the moment the sun set. Biji and the others hurried towards the central round platform. At the center of the central square, Cheese Sandwich had been waiting for an unknown amount of time. Surrounding the platform were ponies from various places, resentful for being stood up by Biji. When Biji arrived, the ponies cheered and made a path for her directly to the platform. Applejack and the others followed the path opened by the ponies and met with Princess Ziyue and the others in the front row of the audience. Seeing the source of optimism around Biji's neck, Princess Ziyue knew that Biji had come to terms. She was willing to leave with us. As soon as Jinchi reached in front of Princess Ziyue, she spoke. Looking at Biji on the stage, full of hope, Princess Ziyue realized that this night would definitely be grand and unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 53. Your excellence is because of you, not me. Biji's hair was not the messy curls everyone imagined but smooth, straight hair. Her face no longer bore the familiar bright smile, but rather a somewhat indifferent, faint smile. Is it strange? But I feel like I'm doing a little better than before, Biji said with a faint smile. Not strange. You've always been great, Cheese Sandwich quickly retorted. Biji looked at Cheese Sandwich suspiciously. He seemed a bit oddly off today. Aside from the voices of BG and Cheese Sandwich, there was no other sound in the entire venue. The ponies watching were all eagerly waiting to see if BG or Cheese Sandwich would do something interesting. This might be our last competition, and thinking that I might lose makes me really sad. A hint of regret flickered in BG's eyes. You are the best party planner in Ponyville. You will win, Cheese Sandwich quickly said, feeling like the star he was chasing had fallen to the ground and gotten dusty. Isn't that your self-proclaimed title? I've never claimed to be the best party planner in Ponyville. Since it's a competition, we should show our full strength now, right? BG laughed. Yes, but I don't want you to lose or have regrets. Everything I'm doing now is for you, Cheese Sandwich said excitedly, his voice a bit choked. Me? But your excellence is because of you, not me. BG laughed, thinking if he had been poisoned by them too. Ponyville was about to lose an excellent party planner. I wasn't like this when I was a child. I was introverted and sensitive. Because of my personality, I distanced myself from my hometown. One day, I passed by Ponyville and participated in an unforgettable super happy party, and that made me decide to become a party planner who spreads and creates happiness. The cute party mark was earned by you, BG, and it was that day that I decided to follow you for the rest of my life, Cheese Sandwich said sincerely, his eyes reflecting BG's figure. BG was momentarily stunned. She realized how much impact her happiness could have on a pony. Everything she did was meaningful. It wasn't just a fleeting smile, as they said, that it would be better not to smile at all. The ponies in the audience were all moved, and Jinchi, holding a handkerchief, felt like she wanted to fall in love. Thank you, BG said repeatedly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes down her cheeks. No, BG, it should be me thanking you, Cheese Sandwich said, feeling a bit flustered upon seeing BG's tears. BG chuckled lightly, wiping away the tears on her face, and said with a smile, though I don't want to admit it, you should know that you are indeed a bit better than me in party planning. You may have started on the path of party planning because of me, but don't give up because of my temporary pause. Your excellence is because you are born excellent, not because of me. I can only be considered an important guide in your life. Don't listen too much to others' demands, or you will end up like me, trapped in endless expectations and demands from others. In the end, I hope you become a party planner because it brings you joy, not for any other reason. BG's face wore a bright smile. Cheese Sandwich was taken aback at this moment. BG's smile perfectly overlapped with the happy BG he was most familiar with. Seizing the last ray of sunlight, BG took out a small hand-pulled confetti cannon, aimed it at Cheese Sandwich, and excitedly shouted, "A big surprise." With a bang, a firework shot into the sky and exploded into a comical ghost face, instantly filling the central square with the sound of ponies screaming and cheering. The comical ghost face fireworks burst one after another in the sky, coloring the night that had just taken over the sky into a colorful spectacle, as if the night had not yet fallen. Joyful music began to play from somewhere, warming the hearts of every guest who felt disappointed by the content of today's competition. Candies, snacks, cupcakes, and juice were sent to the audience through a slide. Hundreds and thousands of glowing balloons quietly rose into the sky, illuminating the small town. Truly, it is Pinkie Pie? Princess Twilight Sparkle picked up a cupcake and exclaimed. Although she had anticipated it, she was still moved by Pinkie's party. Yes, she is Pinkie Pie? How could she let you down at a party she organized? It was unclear who was expressing this sentiment, but it was a shared feeling among everyone. Coming towards them were the fireworks bursting from the cannons, accompanied by the sounds of fireworks exploding and the delighted cheers of the ponies. The light of the fireworks reflected Pinkie's bright smile, and her frizzy curls indicated her joyful mood at that moment. This is the Pinkie Pie, the one she believes in and follows. Sorry, but you lost this round, Pinkie said brightly as she handed a cupcake to Cheese Sandwich. Yes, you truly deserve this win, Cheese Sandwich replied, taking the cupcake from Pinkie and gazing at the fireworks in the sky, his expression turning playful. Of course, although my preparations weren't perfect, I worked hard for this party for a whole year, Pinkie declared confidently. Pinkie, we must organize the best party together someday, Cheese Sandwich said, managing to regain his excitement and speaking sincerely. All right, I have to go now. Cheese Sandwich looked around, taking in everything around him, knowing that such a perfect party could only come from Pinkie. Take care. Pinkie was not surprised at all by Cheese Sandwich leaving just as the party reached its peak. It was his habit, just as she would always fully participate in the party she organized. And here is this for you. Cheese Sandwich pushed a box towards Pinkie. Pinkie opened the box he had pushed over and was surprised to see the rubber chicken inside. Why did you give me your special friend, the rubber chicken? It's not the only one, Cheese Sandwich said, placing another rubber chicken on his back. Let's go, rubber chicken number 2. Just like every other time he left. Cheese Sandwich departed amid the cheers of the crowd. Pinkie knew that when they met again, they would definitely organize the best party together. The party continued, And Pinky once again threw herself into the festivities, singing, dancing, and telling jokes. It seemed she was born to be joyful. Chapter 54. Townsfolk Before Friends. As the party came to an end, ponies from all directions dispersed happily, each heading their own way. With a new day ahead, everyone had their own things to do. Though there was reluctance, tomorrow would be just like any other day. Being able to steal a moment of leisure and joy here was already a blessing in life. Sui Long hesitated for 2 seconds, sighed, and opened the door, asking, "Is there something you need? Why come find us so late?" At the moment the door opened, a powerful force pushed against him, slamming Sui Long against the wall, and the other ponies couldn't help but grimace in empathy. Several rose pink, round packages rolled in one after another, and everyone cautiously stepped back until the last package revealed Pinky's smiling face, at which point they relaxed. "Princess, I only have this much luggage. I heard from Jinshi and the others that you have a super amazing magic that can help me take it all away easily. Can I see what kind of magic it is?" Pinky bounced over to Princess Twilight Sparkle, dancing and smiling. Sui Long, sliding down the wall, kicked the open door shut in frustration. Everything that needed to be said had already been exchanged at the party. Princess Twilight Sparkle handed Pinky a prepared backpack and said with a smile, "Just pack it directly. This tiny backpack can fit everything directly," Pinky exclaimed, lifting the backpack high with exaggerated expression. Princess Twilight Sparkle nodded. "Super amazing backpack," Pinky shouted, starting to pack her luggage into the bag. Sui Long finally managed to straighten his tail, which had been bent by the door, when there was another knock. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the door, wondering who it could be this time. Sui Long opened the door unhappily, ready to complain, only to find an elderly pony carrying a lamp. "It's the bell ringer," Princess Twilight Sparkle said as soon as she recognized who it was. Pinky paused her packing, wondering what he was doing here at this time. Wasn't he supposed to be a protector of the town's interests as well? With many questions in mind, the other ponies, except for Pinky, walked toward the door to find out. "Sorry, I heard the bell ringer's abrupt comment, and everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled." Seeing everyone approaching, the bell ringer stopped speaking, and Sui Long looked completely at a loss. "May I ask what's the matter?" Princess Twilight Sparkle inquired. "It's just a small matter. If you're in a hurry, you can leave tonight. Just remember to take Pinky with you and tell her, 'I'm sorry. Everything is due to the greed of our townsfolk. We owe her an apology.'" The bell ringer sighed, repeating what he had just said. "Grandpa Lu, if you want to apologize, you can just say it directly to me." Pinky's cheerful voice came from behind everyone. Naturally, everyone made way for Pinky as she walked up to the bell ringer with a smile. I'm sorry. We owe you an apology." The bell ringer's voice began to choke as he spoke, until it became inaudible. Pinky quietly watched with a smile until the bell ringer's emotions calmed down a bit. Then she asked in a calm tone, "Grandpa Lu, when did you realize I had a problem with my mindset?" From the moment she learned that Grandpa Lu had informed Princess Twilight Sparkle about her, Pinky had known he must know something, but when did he find out? If he knew, why didn't he help her? And why let her get so deeply trapped? If he didn't know, why give her friends information about her to help her? And why was he now so eager to have her friends take her away? The clock tower was indeed a great place to vent emotions. It was quiet and spacious, and hardly anyone else would go there. After hesitating for a moment, the bell ringer spoke. "I saw the words you wrote in the corner after you first wanted to ring the bell, and then I guessed. The first time?" The chosen place was noticed. Pinky smiled bitterly and asked, "Why?" Noticing that Pinky's mood seemed off, Roro gently tugged at Pinky and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Pinky smiled and nodded at Roro, saying, "I'm fine." "Why tonight?" "We don't have a car, and it's unsafe to travel at night," Roro pointed out. "If you don't leave tonight, they definitely won't let you go tomorrow," the bell ringer explained. "At the very least, they will spare no effort to keep Pinky." "Am I really that important?" Pinky smiled and said, shaking off her earlier gloom. She had nothing left to ponder. "Of course you are. Your presence this past year has not only brought us joy, but has also boosted our economy. Many ponies have traveled from afar to visit our town just to see you. Because of you, our town has developed to this point," the bell ringer said. Seeing Pinky's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a bit helpless. "Thank you," Pinky said with a smile. The bell ringer was taken aback. He hadn't expected Pinky to thank him, especially since he felt he hadn't done anything good. "Regardless, I still want to thank you for taking care of me all this time and for everything you're doing now." Pinky continued, "You have done a lot, but you just don't realize it. You were scared by my attitude just now, right? I knew you would be scared." Beaky leaned closer to the bell ringer and revealed a bright smile. After a series of operations from Beaky, the bell ringer was suddenly at a loss. "So when are we leaving?" Jinshi asked. "If you are in a hurry to leave, you can go first. I will chase after you later. Trust me, I will catch up soon," Beaky said confidently, as if chasing a car was an easy task. But Beaky indeed had a bit of magic about her. Girls, since we are not in a hurry anyway, let's leave together later, Zus suggested when she saw that Beaky had no intention of leaving right now. Everyone present nodded in agreement. After all, there was really no rush, and if something happens tomorrow, we can break through together. It's much better than leaving Beaky here alone. Moreover, what they wanted to keep was Beaky. Chapter 55, Leaving the Town. Isn't it better to leave today? Tomorrow you might not be able to leave at all. Seeing that Princess Zus and her group decided to stay with Beaky until tomorrow, surprisingly, the bell ringer couldn't hold back and said anxiously, "Then do as you wish." Seeing that Beaky insisted on this, the bell ringer knew he couldn't persuade her, sighed deeply, and forced himself to accept this potentially worst outcome, planning to find an opportunity to let her go later. After this incident, how could the ponies in town ever give Beaky freedom again? They would probably just make her a lucky mascot. The bell ringer nodded, stared at Beaky for a while, then turned and disappeared into the night. Tomorrow, he would do everything possible to keep Beaky. Beaky smiled as she closed the door and hugged her friends behind her. "I'm so happy that you are willing to stay with me. Of course, that's what friends are for. Good friends are always your strongest support, and no matter what difficulties you face, they will stand by you. Because you are my friend. You naturally enjoy my favoritism." The repeated knocking on the door made everyone wide awake, so they wrapped themselves in blankets and chatted in the living room. Although various misunderstandings and even some arguments occurred in the conversation, friends grew closer through deeper understanding, and overall, the chatting that night was joyful. When the attendants requested Jinshi to reimburse part of the ransom, they were directly refused and told that they needed to take responsibility for their actions. After expressing their gratitude, the attendants left under the cover of night, knowing that every step closer to the border meant more danger. Although they were well trained, they were still far from the soldiers who killed enemies at the border. The attendants' figures disappeared into the night, and the door closed once again. "Jinshi, you really haven't changed at all over the years. Still so generous." Beaky cheered for Jinshi with a sparkler. "Your tip is several times more than the ransom they asked for. Was that intentional?" The great mage Zus said with slight confusion. "Did you plan this from the beginning? After all, when we really get to the border, it will be dangerous." Princess Zus asked. Jinshi nodded. "Now that the attendants have left, who will drive the car?" Suilong asked. "Applejar," Jinshi said confidently. Jinshi, but Applejar hesitated to speak. The two who spoke at the same time looked at each other. "Aren't you able to drive?" Jinshi said in disbelief. "I haven't really used this type yet," Applejar admitted somewhat helplessly. Although Applejar could drive most vehicles, she hadn't used one powered by magic before. After all, such cars were flashy but impractical with low cost-performance ratio. Jinshi fell silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Then I will do it. If it bumps on the way, don't blame me." "How could we blame you? Having Jinshi drive the car is such a meaningful thing. Something we never even dared to think about before," Beaky said excitedly. The others smiled and echoed Beaky's words. The chance of bumps was quite low. After all, there was still chaotic magic left in the car. The next day, the morning bell rang as it did every day, heavy and mournful, as if narrating unspeakable suffering and helplessness. Listening to the morning bell, it wasn't just Princess Zus and her group who got up early, but also the townsfolk. Every day after the end of the joke contest could be Beaky's last day in town, before heading to another place. If they wanted to keep Beaky, they should have sent ponies to watch her and brainwash her beforehand. Now, wanting to keep her was clearly much more difficult. Yesterday, the ponies in town had clashed with Beaky's friends, and based on the reports from the ponies who clashed with Beaky's friends, it was learned, 1. Beaky's friends helped her break through the brainwashing that the town's ponies had imposed on her for nearly a year. Given Beaky's words and attitude at the party, this should be true. 2. Beaky's friends were not to be underestimated. Jinshi drove the car slowly towards the town gate, and everyone in the car, except Beaky, was on high alert. As the car approached the town gate, a group of ponies, as expected, suddenly emerged from both sides of the entrance, forming several rows to block the gate and obstruct the car's path. Ruru, Applejar saw several familiar faces among the rows of ponies from yesterday. "You friends of Beaky have come from afar, and we apologize for our poor hospitality. We are specially here to see you off." A middle-aged pony slowly walked out from the crowd with a forced smile. At some point, the car was surrounded by ponies with ill intentions. "However, Beaky is an important pony in our town. She cannot leave with you." The smile on the leading pony's face instantly disappeared, turning into seriousness. "Is Beaky in the car? If she isn't, we will send you out immediately." The expressions of everyone in the car turned vigilant. But Beaky somehow climbed onto the roof of the car and said excitedly, "I'm here." The gazes that had been fixed on the car turned to Beaky on the roof. The friends in the car were momentarily stunned upon hearing Beaky's voice, only to realize that she was no longer inside the car. Princess Ziyue immediately conjured a protective shield that enveloped both the car and Beaky. Beaky quietly looked at the sudden appearance of the shield. Her movement space had shrunk, and she wondered if the princess was overreacting. Was it really necessary to protect herself like this? What do you mean by this? Are you protecting yourselves from us weak townsfolk? The leading pony said with some indignation. No, we are just protecting ourselves. After all, some ponies currently have ill intentions toward Beaky, Ziyue said slowly. The face of the leading pony instantly turned pale, and he stubbornly defended. We are doing this for Beaky's good. For Beaky's good, you brainwash her every day? Jinchi said with slight anger. Stop arguing, stop arguing. I am fine now, aren't I? Beaky tried to mediate. So can you stay? We need you. The leading pony said sincerely, but a trace of greed flickered in his eyes. We need you. We need you. The townsfolk surrounding the car echoed loudly. You do not need me, and I really have to leave this time, Beaky said, her smile fading and her expression turning serious. The scene suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence, as if they were shocked by Beaky's words. Next, you can continue to develop the tourism industry. After all, I have been here for a year and have held several joke contests with cheese sandwiches here. As long as you are willing, there will be enough topics. Beaky continued. The surrounding ponies began to murmur in sparse discussions. In the future, you can no longer deceive and trick others. I have already resolved the compensations and apologies you needed to make, and I will not, nor can I, help you anymore. Please take care of yourselves. Beaky scanned the surrounding ponies with a wary gaze. From now on, we are even. Beaky's previously calm tone suddenly turned serious. At this point, Beaky felt a sense of relief as if she had shed a heavy burden. The discussions among the crowd reached a climax, and the leading pony sneered. You have distanced yourself completely, without any regard for our feelings. Without you, we can indeed survive, but we will never live as well as we once did. Beaky instinctively took a step back, thinking to herself, how greedy and unsatisfied. At the order of the leading pony, the surrounding ponies rushed towards the protective barrier. Under the purple magical glow, the car suddenly disappeared in front of the rushing crowd. In an instant, Beaky realized that the town was now far behind her. Jingqi, hurry, Princess Ziyue urged. Jingqi, unable to react in time, quickly drove the car at full speed upon hearing Princess Ziyue's words. Chapter 56, Bienrong. The moment the car started moving, Beaky was thrown against Princess Ziyue's protective barrier by the immense centrifugal force. After running for a while, Jingqi finally slowed the car down when she felt fatigued. We should be safe now, right? Jingqi asked anxiously as she stabilized the car. Everyone had overestimated the chaotic magic and underestimated Jingqi's driving skills. Chaotic magic does prevent bumps, but it can't withstand strong inertia. It's fine. When can we do this again? Beaky fell from the protective barrier, her face filled with anticipation as she jumped in front of Jingqi, her messy hair sticking out in all directions, smiling eagerly. Jingqi looked shocked. The last time she saw hair this messy was when Princess Ziyue first arrived in Ponyville for inspections, driven by her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Jingqi immediately took out a comb to tidy up Beaky's hair. Don't ask why she didn't use magic to avoid it. Just try being thrown against the car walls dozens of times in a few minutes, and you'll understand, let alone using magic. You wouldn't even be able to think of a spell. Sui Long, holding onto the car wall, struggled to climb outside and started to vomit. Sui Long, are you okay? Jingqi rushed to Sui Long's side, gently supporting her while patting her back and offering tissues. Sui Long wiped her mouth with a few tissues, waved her hand to reassure Jingqi, saying, it's fine, I'm okay. Then she couldn't help but continue to vomit. Inside the car, the dizzy Applejack and Princess Ziyue tried to stand up but couldn't withstand the dizziness and fell back down. Ruru and the great magician Ziyue were already unconscious, slumped there. After several struggles, Applejack was the first to stand up, walking somewhat unsteadily to Jingqi with a smile, self-recommending, I've seen you drive. I basically have a sense of it now, so I'll take over from here. Applejack, who had never experienced motion sickness before, was now a bit scared of feeling this way. At this rate, she wouldn't even be able to defeat the demon, let alone not faint. Although we ran fast, we went the wrong way. Unable to control her dizziness, Princess Ziyue gave up resisting and laid down to open the chaotic map. Next, let's take this road. Princess Ziyue showed the map to Applejack and Jingqi, pointing to the most convenient route that avoided the neighboring town. At this moment, only a mini version of Rainbow Dash remained on the map, and it was about to lose its function. They didn't know if the map would disappear afterward. Okay. Applejack nodded. Next, it's up to you. Jingqi also nodded, seriously entrusting Applejack. Seeing her friends, except for Beaky, looking unwell, Jingqi didn't dare to drive anymore. Wow. The map shows Rainbow Dash in 3D. Beaky suddenly popped up, examining the map in Princess Ziyue's hands. Princess Ziyue nodded, looking worriedly at Biki and asking, "But are you okay now?" "I'm great. What are you worried about?" "Worried that I might be sad because they didn't listen to me?" Biki smiled brightly, her expression warm and cheerful. Princess Ziyue nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Princess Ziyue's dazed expression, Biki said with a smile, "I anticipated this result from the beginning. I want to talk to them just to see if they had any chance of repentance, seeking a clear conscience. Although it may seem a bit unrealistic. Now that I understand, why would I stay in such a small place? I want to travel the world spreading joy." Biki smiled warmly. She has always been a little sun that can warm people's hearts. Princess Ziyue's worries were ultimately unnecessary. Applejack, after some attempts, was able to skillfully drive Jingqi's car. Everyone was happy about the reduced bumps. Jingqi also accepted this result that saved her a lot of trouble. She really wasn't cut out for this type of service work. The border area where Rainbow Dash was located was the region closest to the Crystal Empire, where the most wars occurred. Princess Ziyue and her group took several days to arrive here. Without the hand decree given by the Cosmic Princess, they might have been turned away before they even entered. This place was filled with soldiers patrolling with strict discipline, and everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Even the disaster victims were well taken care of. Although the poverty here was visible, it must be acknowledged that it still broke away from your traditional concept of war-torn areas, giving a refreshing impression. A whistle sounded, and the patrolling soldiers quickly dispersed, directing the disaster victims to take shelter underground. Soldiers rushed out from the city wall's gates without hesitation, risking their lives in search of victory rather than returning. A loud explosion accompanied by rainbow-colored light erupted outside the city walls. Even though Princess Ziyue's group was far inside the city, they could still feel the aftermath of the sound waves. One soldier, upon seeing Princess Ziyue present the Cosmic Princess's hand decree, stood in front of the car, politely persuading them to drive with him to the underground shelter. "Sui Long and I will stay behind. You all go help them." Princess Ziyue looked at the heavy city gate with a solemn expression. "Okay," her friends replied in unison. Seeing Rainbow Dash, Princess Ziyue took out the source of loyalty from her space and threw it to the great magician Ziyue, then instructed everyone, "The battlefield is dangerous. So be careful. We are the support sent by the Cosmic Princess. Please let them out of the city to face the enemy." Princess Ziyue and Sui Long flew out of the car, showing another copy of the Cosmic Princess's hand decree to the blocking soldiers in front of them. Although they didn't know when Pony Maria had gained another princess, the words of a princess holding the Cosmic Princess's imperial order had to be heeded. The soldiers bowed to Princess Ziyue and cleared a path for the car, relying on the Cosmic Princess's imperial decree and her own princess status. Princess Ziyue escorted Jingqi and the others out of the city gates to join the battle. The city gate closed heavily shortly after Jingqi and the others exited, and the soldiers inside were the last line of defense for Pony Maria at the Crystal Empire's border. They could die for their country, but the city gate must not be breached. Chapter 57, Battle. Princess Ziyue and Sui Long flew directly to the towering city walls, where the soldiers outside were engaged in bloody combat. This was her first time witnessing the brutality of the battlefield so directly. Applejack drove the car along the road opened by Princess Ziyue and reached the battlefield. The towering protective walls separated them from a world filled with slaughter, bloodshed, wails, fighting, and suffering. "Let us go." Applejack jumped out of the car, joining the fray. The chains summoned by the source of honesty instantly bound several black-armored soldiers that Applejack had locked onto. The vehicle continued to rush forward, and seeing Applejack jump out, Jingqi quickly slammed on the brakes, stopped the car, and jumped out after her, with Biki closely following. Faced with such a brutal battlefield for the first time, Ro instinctively shrank back, unknowingly retreating to the innermost part of the vehicle. "If you can't accept it, just stay behind. We need someone to guard the car." Noticing that Ro seemed to be scared, the Grand Sorceress Ziyue comforted her and also jumped out of the car. "The battlefield is so dangerous. Why are you all here?" Yunjin kicked two black-armored soldiers who were trying to ambush Applejack, glanced at Biki and Jingqi, who followed closely behind, and asked with a tone mixed with reproach and surprise. "We're here to help you," Applejack said, binding several more black-armored soldiers while speaking. "Be harsher. They're no longer just little ponies. They're now merely unconscious combat tools controlled by Sembula." Saying this, Yunjin quickly flew to the bound little ponies and knocked them all out. Although her harsh words ended with a sense of sorrow. Hearing Yunjin say to be harsher, Jingqi was taken aback, looking at the silk ribbons she had conjured. After hesitating for a moment, she transformed the ribbons into a spiked club. "Princess, wouldn't it be better for you to help them?" Sui Long, lying on Ziyue's back, said with concern for those soldiers fighting fiercely. Compared to charging the front lines, I am more suited and should be on the last line of defense. Guarding is far more important than fighting. Princess Ziyue stood quietly on the city wall, looking like she was strategizing, but her eyes always followed her friends' figures. Aren't you going to help everyone? This is their first time on the battlefield. Can they handle it? Suilong couldn't help but continue to persuade Princess Ziyue with worry. No, they need this experience to enhance their strength and teamwork. We can just watch from here and save them at a critical moment. Princess Ziyue said calmly, believing that only through sufficient experience could her future friends still have the ability to protect this world after she leaves. Seeing Princess Ziyue's serious expression, Suilong knew the princess was also worried, but she had more considerations. Yunjin continued. As soon as the Grand Sorceress Ziyue got out of the car, she saw Yunjin fighting and immediately threw the source of loyalty towards her. Feeling something flying towards her, Yunjin quickly dodged, leaving a rainbow-colored afterimage in the air. While the source of loyalty seemed to sense something strong and chased after Yunjin, leaving a red afterimage in the air. The event happened so quickly that none of them reacted. In an instant, all the friends except for Ro, who had not yet gotten out of the car, were stunned. Yunjin, stop. That's your source of harmony, just like the one around our necks that we use. Applejack shouted. Actually, I think it would be better for you to give the source of loyalty to Applejack. Suilong glanced at the shocked and helpless Princess Ziyue and said. Princess Ziyue certainly knew that it would be best to hand the source of loyalty to Applejack for transfer. But she had her own selfish reasons for wanting to pass it to herself, hoping to strengthen the bond among everyone. Unexpectedly, it backfired and turned out like this. Ro hesitated for a long time before finally stepping out of the car, although she still dared not charge into battle. She at least wanted to contribute a little for Little Pony Maria, at least save some injured ponies. Everyone had jumped in. She couldn't fall behind. Do you want to eat cupcake? Cupcakes are really super delicious. Beaky smiled as she took out a cupcake and offered it to a few black-armored soldiers. One black-armored soldier swatted away the cupcake that Beaky handed over and then led a few soldiers to pounce on her. Beaky dodged the pounce of the black-armored soldier and caught the swatted cupcake in her mouth. If you don't want to eat it, you can just tell me. There's no need to throw it away. What a delicious cupcake. The black-armored soldier failed in the first attack and then launched another round of attacks on Beaky. However, unfortunately, before they could even touch Beaky, they were blasted away several meters by energy bombs from a firework cannon that Beaky had pulled out from who knows where. If it were an ordinary firework cannon, it wouldn't have such power, but this was a firework cannon enhanced by the source of optimism, so its power was naturally extraordinary. Plus, with Beaky's incredible accuracy, the black-armored soldiers hadn't even gotten close before being blasted away. The black-armored soldiers that were blasted away hit the ground, twitched a few times, and then passed out. The Grand Sorceress Ziyue, using the vast magical energy from the source of magic, swept through every enemy like a machine gun with endless bullets. Get away, all of you get away. Jinshi shouted as she swung the spiked club indiscriminately at every black-armored soldier that charged at her. Are you okay? I'll treat you right away. Ro utilized the power of the source of kindness to heal an injured ally. A few black-armored soldiers, seeing Ro treating the wounded, charged straight at her. Thinking she looked weak. Seeing the enemies rushing over, Ro instinctively shielded the injured soldier in her arms, crying out in fear. Help. Hearing Ro's cry for help, Yunjin was just about to rush to save her when she saw several thick vines glowing pink rising from the ground around Ro, directly trapping the few black-armored soldiers rushing towards her. Yunjin froze in her motion to assist, watching helplessly as the thick vines also bound several nearby allied soldiers, launching an indiscriminate attack. When did they become so fierce? Yunjin stared at the trembling Ro on the ground, surrounded by protecting vines, while Jinshi, who prided herself on being a lady, swung her spiked club at the enemies without discrimination. Applejack, stepping on boots enhanced by the source of honesty for strength and speed, kicked a black-armored soldier and smiled wryly, shaking her head. I really don't know. Maybe it's an explosion of hidden personality. Beaky casually threw a firework bomb, blasting a group of black-armored soldiers away. Chapter 58, Chaotic Little Magic. Yunjin stared intently at the source of loyalty around her neck. At the moment the source of loyalty settled there, it resonated with her, and she instinctively understood how to use it. By expressing her wishes and seeking the magic within the source of harmony, she could use its magic. After thinking for a moment, Yunjin upgraded her armor, ensuring her defense was absolute, making her fearless against any opponent. Some black-armored soldiers noticed that Ro had helped the injured onto the vehicle, but could not approach her due to the vines. So they immediately abandoned their attack on Ro and began a fierce assault on the vehicle carrying the injured. At this moment, The friends had completely scattered. Ro successfully used her mind to control the vines, trapping a small part of the black armored soldiers, but could not stop another group from pouncing onto the vehicle. No, Ro shouted, but her voice was too small to attract her friend's attention. Ro skillfully manipulated the vines to pull down the black armored soldiers that were attacking the vehicle one by one. Under a barrage of attacks from the black armored soldiers, the vehicle began to emit a grayish light, which suddenly pushed away the black armored soldiers attacking it. After not being attacked further, the grayish light gradually solidified into a gray protective shield enveloping the vehicle. It's another layer of magic from the chaotic stacking. Princess Ziyue observed the gray protective shield surrounding the vehicle with some surprise. Princess Ziyue felt inexplicably relieved that even in chaos, there was a protective shield set up. The black armored soldiers that were struck by the gray light howled a few times, and their forms began to change. Eventually, the small pony disappeared, and only a frog jumped out from under the helmet. In an instant, Princess Ziyue suddenly remembered the map that should now be useless. Taking a deep breath, she took out the map and slowly unfolded it. The triangular prism representing her current location on the map opened its mouth wide and swallowed the mini version of Yunbao at the same location. After swallowing the mini Yunbao, the map began to grow larger little by little, eventually breaking free from the magic Princess Ziyue used to hold it. Suilong, seeing the increasingly enlarged map, hid behind Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue cast a spell, summoning several golden chains that bound the map from all directions. The map transformed into a monster with a lion's head, a crane's body, pony legs, and a whale's tail. Several soldiers, upon seeing such a monster, quickly rolled and crawled away to call for reinforcements. What kind of monster is this? Suilong asked, having never seen such a creature before. The monster, which had intended to soar into the sky, found itself firmly trapped in midair by Princess Ziyue's golden chains. With a roar, the monster suddenly flapped its wings, and several of the golden chains binding it broke apart. Princess Ziyue took a step back, exerted force to tighten the remaining chains, and with one strong pull, dragged the monster directly to the ground. The monster still wanted to struggle, but was tightly bound by the new chains created by Princess Ziyue, unable to move. Princess Ziyue strode towards the monster. Suilong hesitated for a moment, steeled herself, and carefully followed behind Princess Ziyue. Princess Ziyue looked into the monster's eyes, which were blank and pupilless. Unsurprisingly, this monster was a soulless entity created by the chaotic magic. Princess Ziyue coldly cast a flame spell on the monster. The city walls were empty. If not for Princess Ziyue and Suilong, there would be nothing to prove that a monster had just appeared here other than a pile of ashes. The monster is right here. A soldier's voice called out from behind Princess Ziyue and Suilong. It's already dealt with, no need to worry. Princess Ziyue turned around and said lightly, Ziyue, is that you? A familiar voice rang in Princess Ziyue's ears. Princess Inyun's heart skipped a beat. Ziyue now called her sister. Although Princess Ziyue was a princess and so was she, it still felt a bit awkward. Confirming that the pony in front of her was Ziyue, although she didn't know when Ziyue had become a princess or why she addressed her as sister so skillfully. It was enough that she was Ziyue. The lazy sun ladybug princess happily exchanged secret signals with Ziyue. Hearing Princess Inyun say the secret phrase and seeing her perform the corresponding actions, Princess Ziyue smiled and followed her lead in the next signals and movements. Left clap. Right clap. Wag your tail. Princess Ziyue knew that Princess Inyun had taken her as the Ziyue of this world. And the reason she followed the actions was simply because the one exchanging secret signals with her was her pony caretaker, Princess Inyun, and she was Ziyue. That was all. How did you get here? It's very dangerous here. Princess Inyun ran directly in front of Princess Ziyue, looking worried. I'm here to help my friends save the world. Princess Ziyue's tone became serious. You're just a child. Why are you pretending to be an adult here? Seeing Ziyue's indifferent expression, Princess Inyun said angrily, Sister, I'm not the Ziyue you know. I'm the Ziyue from another dimension. Where's the Ziyue you know? Princess Ziyue pointed to the black-armored mage Ziyue on the battlefield. Looking sincerely at Princess Inyun, realizing that there was another Ziyue fighting on the battlefield, Princess Inyun was momentarily stunned. Suilong cleared her throat and stepped out from behind Princess Ziyue. This is when you need me. I'm Suilong, a participant from start to finish in this matter. Let me explain everything to you. Suilong explained the whole situation to Princess Inyun, while Princess Ziyue quietly stood on the city wall, watching her friends below. They seemed to know some way and were working hard on something. Chapter 59, The Innocence of the People. Watching the black-armored soldiers being transformed into frogs, Ro hurriedly ran onto the carriage to see how the injured were doing. As soon as she boarded the carriage, She saw that all the injured had turned into frogs identical in color to their skin. "Gentlemen, ladies, are you all okay?" Ro asked in a fluster. "Ribbit, ribbit. Woof, woof, woof. Quack, quack, quack." The injured cried out desperately, trying to say something normal, but they couldn't utter a word. Their emotions were so intense that they didn't even hear Ro speaking. Occasionally, 2 or 3 disheartened frogs jumped in from outside, looking confused. Listening to their chaotic voices, Ro couldn't make out what they were saying. Having narrowly escaped death only to become frogs, and unable to speak like normal ponies was already unfortunate enough. And now they couldn't even croak properly. After struggling to no avail, the injured felt hopeless. They would rather die honorably in battle, at least leaving their innocence behind. As heroes forever remembered, the gray protective shield did indeed attract the attention of her friends. But when they saw the black armored soldiers bump into the shield and automatically shed their armor to become frogs, they didn't intervene too much. After all, this was a battlefield. Since Ro was fine, they decided to first deal with the enemy. Listening to the injured lamenting their fate, Ro hurriedly consoled them. "You can tell me anything. I can understand animal language. Let's not panic. We can still find a way to solve this. If it's magic, it can definitely be broken. 2 of my friends specialize in magic." One injured frog asked. "Really?" Another frog questioned. "Then why didn't you turn into a frog?" "Me?" Ro, suddenly realizing, looked at her body, still a pony, even after passing through that strange protective shield. The source of kindness emitted a faint pink light into Ro's eyes. And she excitedly said, "Let me try using the source of kindness. Let's see if it can help you not turn back." A brown frog hopped in front of Ro, signaling, "Let me try. How about we go outside and give it a shot?" Ro suggested with a somewhat awkward smile, having seen frogs turn back into ponies. The injured frogs urged Ro to hurry and take everyone outside to solve the magic. The outer perimeter of the protective shield was filled with many restless black armored soldiers. Although they all looked fierce, Ro noticed they had yet to attack the shield. The injured accepted Ro's words. Although the situation was hard for the ponies to accept, with the enemy present, they couldn't gamble with the lives of other ponies for what might be meaningless. Woo, goo. While Ro was still contemplating how to get out, a weak, almost whisper-like plea for help sounded in her ears. Ro lowered her flying height and leaned down to listen closely to the voices of the frogs lying on the ground. Seeing Ro, who seemed to be looking for something almost touching the ground, a little pony who had turned into a frog due to an accident while protecting a vehicle said, "Don't you know they are all controlled by that devil Symbula? They are enemies without any consciousness or reason. What are you doing?" Although he knew that this Pegasus probably wouldn't understand him, he couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. "They should be conscious. I heard their cries for help," he said, scolding himself in anger. Ro found a place to land next to the frog and gently explained, "I heard them calling for help." The frog, somewhat shocked, asked, "You can understand me? Who do you want me to save?" Ro carefully held the sobbing frog in her hands and asked with concern. Seeing Ro treat an enemy who had just fought her so gently, the frog grumbled, "How can the people of Pony Maria help the enemy?" But the innocent civilians were victims of the war controlled by the Dark Crystal King. Ro glanced at the angry frog and said sadly. The frog's anger suddenly dissipated, and he fell into deep thought. Who wants to fight? If it weren't for the Dark Crystal King, everyone could coexist peacefully. The pleading frog's face was filled with pain, beads of sweat trickling down from his forehead. "Don't worry. Take your time to think," Ro softly comforted. After struggling for a long time, the frog shook her head helplessly, unable to remember anything. More and more black-armored soldiers surrounded them, and Ro carefully placed the exhausted frogs lying on the ground into the vehicle, asking the more alert injured to take care of them. Although the injured were unhappy, they were persuaded by Ro's words about the innocent civilians and reluctantly accepted her suggestion to temporarily watch over these enemies who had freed themselves from Symbula's control. Just a barrier away, Ro stood in front of the black-armored soldiers, filled with regret, and said, "I'm sorry, my apologies." The source of kindness flickered, and several sturdy vines rose from behind the black-armored soldiers, binding all the soldiers surrounding the protective shield. The bound black-armored soldiers screamed desperately, trying to break free from Ro's vines. Ro sighed softly and began her experiment. If the black-armored soldiers could be turned into frogs by the protective shield and regain some consciousness, then this war wouldn't result in so much bloodshed. Ro skillfully manipulated the vines towards the protective shield. The closer they got, the more the black-armored soldiers struggled. At the moment the vines carried the black-armored soldiers through the protective shield, the helmets and armor of the soldiers were expelled by the shield, a grayish light gently enveloping the black-armored soldiers. Their bodies shrank little by little until they finally turned into frogs, slipping down through the wide gaps in the vines. Ro caught the falling frogs, hearing faint chirps expressing gratitude. Inside the protective shield, she conjured grass mats and continued to manipulate the vines to continuously throw the black-armored soldiers into the shield. Chapter 60, Victory. Ro flapped her wings and flew high into the sky with the frog in her hands. Feeling a bit scared at such a height, she took several deep breaths before speaking. Friends, throw the black-armored soldiers into the protective shield. They will regain some consciousness while being turned into frogs and break free from Symbula's control. Unfortunately, Ro's voice was too soft to attract any attention from the ponies. Reluctantly, she shyly used the source of kindness to create a loudspeaker and repeated her previous statement. The loudspeaker amplified her voice throughout the battlefield. Hearing Ro's words, all the ponies on the battlefield were taken aback before quickly returning to the fray, where life and death could be seen in moments. Startled by her own voice, Ro softly apologized. "Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't scare you." Whether it was friends on the battlefield or soldiers of Pony Maria, they all followed Ro's instructions and began tossing the black-armored soldiers into the protective shield. The soldiers obeyed Ro not because her words were particularly convincing, but because the black-armored soldiers were too difficult to deal with, and her suggestion was worth a try with low risk. As long as the black-armored soldiers weren't killed, they would still fight fiercely when they woke up again, completely lacking consciousness and reason. If what Ro said was true, the crazy black-armored soldiers would turn into weak frogs and break free from the Dark Crystal King's control, regaining some consciousness, which would reduce unnecessary troubles and casualties in the war. If what Ro said was false, it didn't matter. They could just fight to the end, as in every battle before. Everything went as Ro described. The black-armored soldiers transformed into frogs with almost no fighting ability and a lack of spirit. The mysteries of magic had always been beyond the understanding of ordinary ponies. Just like this group of ponies who seemed to have descended from the heavens, using the protective shield to turn their enemies into frogs. For convenience, the friends conjured nets or chains to toss the black-armored soldiers one by one into the protective shield. The soldiers fought while trying to drive the black-armored soldiers toward the protective shield. As more and more black-armored soldiers were thrown into the shield, it gradually expanded. With the help of the source of harmony, the unity of friends, and the soldiers giving their all, this battle ended earlier than any previous one. Every pony's face was filled with the joy of victory. All the black-armored soldiers sent by Symbula had been thrown into the protective shield and turned into frogs. And since the vehicle could accommodate all the transformed frogs, the protective shield appeared vast and empty at this moment. This protective shield was strange. Vastly different from the protective shields I knew, the great magician Ziyue pondered. Although she had studied magic for many years, she had never seen such peculiar magic before. The soldiers who had turned into frogs were either sent into the vehicle by Ro or accidentally encountered the protective shield. It should be possible. I almost succeeded the first time, Ro said softly. Yinju quickly directed the soldiers to notify and evacuate the crowd. The tightly shut vehicle doors opened again, and the soldiers, well trained, entered the city one by one to carry out the tasks assigned by Yinju. Applejack, Ro, Yinju, Jinshi, Biji, and the great magician Ziyue followed at the end of the line. "Sister, we can go down and meet them now," Princess Ziyue said, watching the soldiers gradually enter the city. That protective shield still doesn't know what kind of big trick it's holding. It needs special attention. Although she didn't know what her friends intended by transforming the enemies into frogs using the protective shield, since they did it, there must be a reason. Princess Inyun nodded, still digesting the information Suilong had told her. Although Princess Ziyue smiled gently, she indeed felt a hint of strangeness. Through Princess Ziyue, Princess Inyun seemed to see what Ziyue would look like in the future. Future Ziyue would surely be outstanding. Although she still wasn't quite used to this otherworldly Ziyue calling her sister, since she was a princess, it was only natural for her to call her sister. The soldiers quickly evacuated the crowd, and by the time Princess Inyun and Princess Ziyue arrived with Suilong, the city wall was already empty. Princess Ziyue, who had suddenly come from another world and was unknown, and Princess Inyun, who was one of the three great princesses known to all Pony Maria, saw Princess Inyun coming, and everyone bowed. Just as Princess Ziyue was about to say no need for formalities and let everyone go about their own business, she suddenly realized that this bow was not for her, but for Princess Inyun, and she had yet to bow to Princess Inyun herself. As the princess of friendship who had been in power for many years, she was already at the pinnacle of power, representing Pony Maria, and did not need to bow to any being. Even if it's another princess, another country's ruler is treated as an equal, and there's no need for bows. In Princess Ziyue's eyes, The only one worthy of her respect and greeting is her teacher. This is her unique form of respect, even if they become somewhat estranged later. These basic courtesies have never been discarded. After the greeting was waved, the great magician Ziyue hesitated for a moment in the crowd, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and walked through the crowd to stand in front of Princess Yinyun, saying, "Sunshine, sunshine, lazy ladybug. Clap left, clap right, wag your tail." Princess Yinyun followed suit. This was the second time she had responded to the signal today. Who would have thought that she would encounter two Ziyus in one day and respond to the signal twice? The two little ponies moved in perfect harmony. And it wasn't surprising that Ziyue was this familiar with Princess Yinyun since Ziyue was a student of the Universe Princess. What surprised everyone was that a somewhat serious magician and a down-to-earth princess could engage in such childlike signals in public. The great magician Ziyue and Princess Yinyun embraced each other as if long-lost relatives had 1,000 words to share. Chapter 61, The Protective Shield. I'm not very clear either. Anyway, whenever little ponies encounter the protective shield, they turn into ugly frogs. Jinchi said helplessly, with a hint of disdain in her tone. They aren't ugly. Ro softly retorted and then added, after the black-armored soldiers encounter the protective shield, they not only turn into frogs, but also regain some awareness and break free from control. The protective shield also inexplicably grew larger. It wasn't this big at first. Yunbao gestured around the protective shield. Because when not using the source of harmony, everyone encounters the protective shield and the source of harmony glows, causing magical fluctuations. So everyone should be safe due to the protection of the source of harmony. So far, no effects of the protective shield on us have been discovered, Applejack added. Then have you tried using the source of harmony to break the magic? Princess Ziyue asked. I tried, but at first, it only lasted a few seconds. Initially, I thought it was because I was inside the protective shield, but later when I tried outside the shield, not only did it not succeed, but I didn't even get a few seconds again, Ro explained. Now that it's this big, an ordinary little pony might accidentally touch it and turn into a frog, Ro said with a worried expression. No matter what, we should think of a way to resolve it. Otherwise, it might cause other troubles, Princess Yinyun said thoughtfully. But we need to experiment first to ensure the magic will succeed. What if something unexpected happens? The great magician Ziyue said. Experiment, experiment, experiment. All you bookworms know is to experiment, and in the end, it's still the same result, right? Yunbao said impatiently. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Until there are definitive results, everything should be treated with suspicion, the great magician Ziyue insisted. We still need to understand the principle of this protective shield first. That will help us solve the subsequent series of problems. Seeing the tension between the great magician Ziyue and Yunbao, Princess Ziyue quickly interjected. So what do you plan to do? Yunbao's tone softened a bit. Although she didn't know when Ziyue had a twin sister who liked to dress as a unicorn, she still felt it was appropriate to give her the respect she deserved in the absence of conflict. Let's try and see, Princess Ziyue said as she walked toward the protective shield. Since there are only 6 sources of harmony, Ziyue's sister must not have a source of harmony to protect herself. So Yunbao instantly teleported in front of Princess Ziyue, blocking her way and said in disbelief, Applejack just said that we didn't turn into frogs because we were protected by the source of harmony. Are you not afraid of turning into a frog as an ordinary little pony? Unexpectedly, before she could explain everything to Yunbao, Applejack pulled Yunbao's tail, bringing her to her side and explained helplessly, she's a bit more powerful than you think. She is a real princess from another world. Yunbao, who was originally flying in the air, slowly landed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Applejack. Princess? Another world? Looking at Yunbao's expression, the shock among those present who knew everything was comparable to hers. Here's how it is, Applejack began a long explanation. Princess Ziyue glanced at Yunbao, who had been pulled away by Applejack, surrounded herself with magic, and stepped directly into the protective shield. Passing through the protective shield, a thin layer of gray light enveloped Princess Ziyue, crazily devouring the magic surrounding her, causing the protective shield to grow larger bit by bit. Princess Ziyue retracted her magic, allowing the gray light to envelop her, and without any magic being consumed, she instantly turned into a purple frog. Princess. Watching Princess Ziyue transform into a purple frog, Ro exclaimed, I'm fine. I need to understand how the magic operates, Princess Ziyue said as she re-extended her magic to envelop herself, transforming back from the frog to a pony, reassuring Ro. More and more gray light spread over Princess Ziyue, and with a flap of her wings, she flew high into the sky from the protective shield. The gray light clung to the magic enveloping Princess Ziyue like a sticky plaster, and she tore a hole in the magic surrounding her, shedding it like clothing. The gray light quickly devoured the magic Princess Ziyue had used for protection, transforming into a gray cloth that flew toward her. Princess Ziyue shot a laser at it, which penetrated the gray cloth. And after the gray cloth absorbed the magic that pierced it, it shrank into a small clown toy, falling to the ground. Princess Ziyue landed steadily, warily watching the clown toy. A clown toy created by chaotic magic was definitely not an ordinary toy. What a cute clown, Pinkie Pie exclaimed, leaning over to the clown with delight. Pinkie, that clown might have a problem. Princess Ziyue explained in a bit of a panic. It's just a clown toy. What is there to be afraid of? Yunbao said, picking up the clown dismissively. I don't see anything wrong with that clown. What is the situation with the protective shield? Princess Inyan asked. Princess Ziyue looked deeply at the clown toy, since she had already turned into a frog. The clown should be fine, right? The gray light emitted by the protective shield can devour magical energy. Once it has consumed all your magic, it will turn you into a frog. If you can keep it supplied with magic to devour, then you can ensure your safety. So Roro's first brief success in turning the frog back into a pony inside the protective shield was because there was magic to be devoured, while the second failure was outside where the protective shield could not devour any magic. The great magician Ziyue stated clearly, and the black-armored soldiers regaining awareness is also because the magic controlling them from Symbula was devoured by the protective shield. In theory, yes. Princess Ziyue nodded. At this moment, Princess Ziyue had to admit that regarding the black-armored soldiers, it was indeed a case of chaos doing good. Chapter 62, The Clown Toy. So how do we solve this problem? Our comrades are still frogs. Yunbao asked urgently. Once the protective shield is broken, the magic will naturally be dispelled. Since that protective shield can devour all magic, there is a very simple and crude method. Use magic to blow it up directly, Princess Ziyue said, stating the quickest and simplest method. The clown toy that Yunbao had casually thrown into a corner stood up, dusted itself off, and stared at the city wall with a faint smile. How much magic do we need to blow this protective shield up? Jinchi asked, glancing at the massive protective shield. If we want to burst it, it has already absorbed a lot of Symbula's control magic. It won't take much more magic to reach the critical point and explode. The great magician Ziyue pondered. But are we sure we want to use this method? Princess Ziyue thought of that clown toy and still felt a bit hesitant. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to use magic to burst the protective shield, with Princess Ziyue executing it. Sighing quietly, Princess Ziyue, adhering to the principle of being prepared for the worst, first set up another layer of protective shield around the outer edge before bursting the main shield. As Princess Ziyue continuously injected magic into the shield, it gradually enlarged, eventually bursting like a balloon, but without making a sound. As expected, at the moment the shield burst, all the little horses that had turned into frogs transformed back into little horses. Surprisingly, the additional protective shield that Princess Ziyue had set up also burst after the gray shield was destroyed, but it wasn't shattered by the impact of the gray shield's explosion. Rather, it was broken by the hundreds of clown toys that burst out at that moment. Watching the clown toys flying around and destructively targeting buildings, Princess Ziyue felt an inexplicable sense of calm, as if the truth had been revealed and the dust had settled. Before they had time to regret their recent decision, everyone began the project of capturing and eliminating the clown toys. The clown toys were not difficult to catch, but their sheer numbers and destructive power caused significant damage throughout the city by the time they were all dealt with, including a massive hole in the city wall created by one of the clown toys. At this moment, the only fortunate thing was that there were no additional injuries. The clown toys were very focused on attacking buildings. What was supposed to be a relaxed day, having ended the battle easily, became busy due to this incident. Princess Ziyue and her group threw themselves into the post-disaster reconstruction work, believing that the common people were innocent and that the black-armored soldiers were merely ordinary citizens controlled by Symbula. They chose to take in these citizens of the Crystal Empire who had escaped the control of the black-hearted king and appeared to be in poor spirits. Sadly, the black-armored soldiers included the old, weak, women, and children. Donning masks and armor, one might think they were just smaller in stature, but who could have imagined that such fierce and ruthless individuals were merely children? TSK, they don't even spare children. Seeing that the scars on those few children were more numerous than her own, Young couldn't help but express her anger. It was unclear whether she was angry at that demon Symbula or at herself for being so ruthless on the battlefield. Who could have imagined that Symbula could be so brutal, not even sparing the old, weak, women, and children? Moreover, on the battlefield, blades and swords are blind. It's either you die or I live. Everyone has no choice. Applejack handed a cup of apple juice to Young to comfort her. Besides, your identity doesn't allow you to be soft-hearted. Absolutely not. I know who I am. Upon seeing the apple juice, Young's eyes instantly lit up, and she eagerly took the cup, saying, "You remembered to bring me apple juice. How thoughtful. I thought of you when deciding to come to find you. So I specially prepared a barrel for you," Applejack said. "Oh yeah, that's awesome. I should be able to drink my fill this time," Young exclaimed excitedly. The soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit emotional seeing their usually stern leader so happy over a cup of apple juice. "So what about Suelong? Did you see him?" After finishing the repairs on the building she was responsible for, the great magician Ziwa suddenly noticed that Suelong, who had been following her, was missing and hurriedly asked everyone. Young was clearly in a good mood at this moment. "I haven't seen him either. Do you need me to help look for him?" Applejack said with some concern. "If I'm not mistaken, Suelong should have followed Jinchi after helping her finish her part to assist with disaster relief," Beaky said as she descended from the sky and landed among her friends. "Disaster relief? But we are doing fine here. Where is she going for disaster relief?" Young asked in confusion. "I think what Beaky means is that Jinchi took Suelong to make donations here," Ro explained, arriving late. Jinchi's generosity in donating money and goods for disaster relief is not an exaggeration. "Oh, I know about that. Every year, Jinchi donates a lot of money and food to the war zone, and aside from the little that reaches us, everything else is pretty good," Young said with a hint of sarcasm. "Then you shouldn't worry this time. Jinchi is donating directly here, so there won't be any middlemen profiting from it." Beaky pulled Young into her embrace, gently patting her back. "That's right. Jinchi has prepared a lot this time," Ro added. "Don't hold me like that," Young said, pushing Beaky away with an unhappy expression. "Got it. Don't do that next time." Beaky, who was pushed to the ground, looked up at the blue sky and smiled. "Do you know? I saw Jinchi smiling at me," Beaky said joyfully, looking at Jinchi in front of her. "I think they all know now." Jinchi smiled and reached out a hand to Beaky. Beaky flipped over, using the strength of Jinchi's outstretched hand to stand up. Chapter 63, The Rescue Plan. Just after finishing the repairs on the city wall, Princess Ziyue and Princess Inyun walked over, chatting and laughing. "Young, do you want to join us in saving the world?" Princess Ziyue asked with a smile. "I can't go with you yet, at least not now." Young hesitated for a moment and then firmly stated, "Saving the world has been my dream for many years. It would be impossible to say I don't want to. However, this place still needs me. I cannot abandon my comrades who have been through life and death together for years, nor can I leave behind the country and people who need my protection. We aren't asking you to leave with us right now. At least we need to deal with the Black Crystal King and restore a flourishing and clear appearance to the Crystal Empire," Princess Ziyue said with a slight smile. "Princess Ziyue has already talked to me about you. I support you leaving with them after this matter is resolved. The salvation of this world still requires your contribution," Princess Inyun said cheerfully. Young was taken aback and then smiled broadly. "If we can really end the war and restore the Crystal Empire to a state of prosperity, I will immediately go with you and show those demons the strength of Young." "Great. Then everyone will follow my plan," Princess Ziyue said, pulling out a scroll, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered together, listening carefully to Princess Ziyue's plan, word by word. "To avoid alarming the enemy, we will implement the plan during Sembla's next military campaign. If the injured are sent over, I will hand them over to the medical office for treatment. If black-armored soldiers are sent over, I will hand them over to my sister to awaken their minds. Our goal this time is to end the war and help the citizens of the Crystal Empire break free from Sembla's control. For the convenience of action, I will divide you into 2 groups to act independently. Jinchi, Applejack, Ro, and Beaky will sneak into the Crystal Empire to cut off the supplies to the black-armored soldiers. Once the controlled ponies inside the Crystal Empire are sent over, you will go to the Crystal Castle to meet up with Young and Princess Ziyue." "Understood," Jinchi, Applejack, Ro, and Beaky replied. Young and Princess Ziyue will lead the soldiers to confront the enemy directly from the front line. Princess Ziyue's words were interrupted by Young. "Why do I have to be in the same group as her? I can confront the enemy myself with the soldiers. I don't need a weak scholar accompanying me," Young complained, looking at the great magician Ziyue with displeasure. Although Young had experienced the previous battle and knew that the great magician Ziyue was powerful, she still thought of her as merely someone with strong magic. The next battle is likely to be the final one. Who knows if that demon Simbula will act out of desperation? At that time, it's uncertain whether we can protect ourselves. And now I have to take along a little pony who might need my protection, which is indeed quite dangerous. Ziyue is just an ordinary little pony. She shouldn't be fighting in such dangerous places. You should know that you will not only be facing the crazed, battle-crazed soldiers controlled by Simbula, but you may also have to confront Simbula herself. You are the most experienced fighter among the 6 of you, and Ziyue has the strongest overall combat capability among you. I specifically arranged for you to be together so that in case of an unexpected situation, you would have the strength to cope and buy time for your friends to come and rescue you. Princess Zus said with a cold expression and a serious tone. This arrangement indeed has a personal motive. Princess Zus needs to quickly build a deep friendship between the great magician Zus and Yunbao to utilize the power of harmony against Simbula. But at the same time, this is also the best arrangement. Are you crazy? Knowing how dangerous it is, you want to take someone like her, who has little rapport with me and lacks combat experience, to face the battlefield. Yunbao exclaimed in disbelief. If it really comes to that, I might not be able to protect her. Yunbao, I'm not crazy. I know it's dangerous, but this is the best arrangement, Princess Zus said sincerely. The best arrangement? It could be me going alone to confront Simbula instead of taking her into danger with me. Yunbao crossed her arms and said stubbornly. Just follow the arrangement, Applejack said as she tugged at Yunbao's tail in a comforting manner. Why do you have to lead the charge against Simbula by yourself? Shouldn't it be about teamwork? Dealing with Simbula and saving the Crystal Empire is not just a matter for you alone. Princess Zus found Yunbao somewhat unreasonable and said with slight anger, protecting little ponies and the citizens of Little Pony is my responsibility, and it is the responsibility of every soldier here. We have the obligation to rush into the most dangerous places, but you don't. You should be living safely under our protection. You shouldn't blindly go to the most dangerous places. Yunbao said emotionally. No one expected that the root of the conflict would ultimately be responsibility. It was the soldiers' duty to protect, even at the cost of their lives. If I take her and end up not being able to protect her, how can I face my comrades who have passed away? Yunbao's agitation slowly turned into guilt. Are you sad? Here, have a cupcake. Pinkie Pie directly stuffed a cupcake into Yunbao's mouth, lifted her face, and said with a bright smile. Now smile and get rid of the unhappiness. Yunbao, you're a little pony destined for great things. Yunbao, you have to believe in everyone, believe in your friends. If there's danger, we'll face it together, Rarity said gently. Yunbao, you should know that you are worthy of all the little ponies. You are the hero of Little Pony, Twilight said earnestly. You've already done great. Applejack casually lowered her hat a bit. The sweet taste of the cupcake in her mouth and the generous compliments from her friends made Yunbao lift her chin with a confident smile. It's good that things are clear now, Princess Melody said, perfectly controlling the situation. So what's your remaining plan? Yunbao and Zus will be in a team. I stand firm in my decision, as this is the best arrangement, Princess Zus stated firmly. Yunbao wanted to refute Princess Zus, but was preempted by her. Yunbao, you need to trust Zuz's abilities. Zus can protect herself. I guarantee it, as the great magician Zus. Yunbao looked at the great magician Zus, who gave her an affirming look and reluctantly said, all right, I'll plan to protect her a bit more. Zus, Yunbao, you two need to remember that your mission is the most dangerous. You need to draw the firepower and attention of the black-armored soldiers and Simbula. Please stay vigilant and be safe at all times. Once the black-armored soldiers are dealt with, you'll also go to the Crystal Castle to meet up with Applejack and the others. After gathering, please directly strike at Simbula's lair for the final showdown. Directly go to the final showdown? Can we really do that? Rarity couldn't help but feel a bit restrained upon hearing this. Please believe in yourselves. Please believe in the power of harmony. You can do it. Princess Zus reassured them. Lastly, the most important thing is that you must always pay attention to safety and protect yourselves. Princess Zus pointed out the most crucial point, that the safety of friends is the top priority. Understood, the friends said solemnly and seriously in unison. The road ahead may be dangerous, but it is worth taking. Chapter 64, Seeking Justice. That night, Discord was carefully organizing the area under his rule to leave a good impression on Rarity's friends. A colorful orb of light appeared in Discord's domain, determined to demand an explanation for the trouble caused by Discord's little magic. The sky was a deep blue and black. The grass was its own green. There were no strange things flying in the air, and there were no bizarre animals on the ground. Everything seemed terrifyingly normal. The colorful orb of light was still pondering why everything here was so normal when Discord casually took out a clown toy from his storage cabinet and placed it on top of the orb of light, saying nonchalantly, "It's quite fun, I'll give it to you." The colorful orb had no physical form, so only Discord could place things on it. The orb helplessly removed the items that Discord had placed beside it. It was a clown toy, which was also one of the reasons it had come to find Discord. I came because the reason for the orb's arrival hasn't been fully explained, but before it could finish, the clown toy exploded, showering colorful confetti into the air. If it were just ordinary confetti, the orb wouldn't have cared. The confetti would simply pass through its body without leaving any impact. However, this confetti was produced by the clown toy that Discord had given, and before the orb could react, it was directly pressed to the ground by the magically heavy confetti. The confetti flew in the air, light and fluttering, slowly landing on the orb, completely not resembling the weight of 1,000 pounds. Discord, unhurried, pushed his storage box filled with various odd items into a black hole. The orb used magic to wrap up all the confetti still flying in the air and destroyed it all in one go. Now I really doubt whether your abilities can support Rarity in saving the world, Discord said, looking at the wobbling and slowly floating orb with some skepticism. Discord had actually begun to regret letting Rarity save the world. He hadn't had tea with her in a long time, and he missed her. At this moment, seeing the orb handle the toy he had carelessly transformed into such a mess, even though he knew the spirit of the Tree of Harmony was not to be underestimated, he couldn't help but doubt whether he had overestimated her power. Is it really safe for Rarity to rely on her power to save the world? As long as you don't act up and don't get stuck, I don't think there's any problem, the orb said with great helplessness. The only thing the entire world needs to be wary of is this chaotic king who ignores rules and common sense. Every day is just about being strong, and it has nothing to do with me. I'll walk another path. Clearly, in terms of magical strength, he could also fight. I'm not your enemy. So what are you afraid of? Discord said with a nonchalant smile. You say you're not my enemy, but how do you explain the maps and those clown toys? The orb replied sternly. Life is much too dull when it's plain. Life always needs a bit of fun to be interesting, doesn't it? And didn't the maps and shields help Rarity and the others? Discord said cheerfully, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. But they also caused them a lot of trouble. The orb countered. If they can't even solve these problems, how can they save the world, right? Chaos chuckled. Besides, aren't you here to protect them? Everything seemed reasonable, but the light sphere felt that Chaos was being shameless, not only adding trouble to their world-saving mission, but also morally binding herself. After a long silence, the light sphere spoke again. I know I will protect them with all my strength, so please stop doing these so-called interesting things. It will really cause a lot of trouble. I have high hopes for you. Chaos smiled encouragingly, her eyes filled with mischief. You believe my promises just like that? You think I will keep them? Chaos replied with a mocking smile. In that moment, the light sphere felt that her thousands of years of wisdom and nearly 1,000 years of growth were suddenly insufficient. The little ghosts couldn't compete with the big ghosts. It was simply impossible. A cluster of flames appeared in the air, igniting a letter, and with a snap, a large mouth opened in the space, swallowing the letter. The light sphere, stunned, seemed to show signs of coming back to reality upon hearing the sound. Chaos smiled and changed the subject. Come and see what I still need to change here. I feel like it's already quite similar to your so-called normal world. This thing is quite interesting. Although it definitely can't replace Ruru, it can still serve as a distraction. The light sphere, in a half-dazed state, asked, What are you doing all this for? This place is already normal to the point of being bizarre. Once Ruru and the others deal with that little minion, the next stop is to come to me. Since they are coming to me, I have to leave a good impression on Ruru's friends. I don't know if the substance can pass, but at least the appearance should be acceptable, Chaos explained with great calmness. Seeing Chaos look so fearless even if the appearance doesn't pass, the light sphere knew not to have too many demands on Chaos. It was already quite remarkable that she could achieve this. That's right. She didn't destroy the world. She did well. That night, the spirit of the Tree of Harmony maintained a half-dazed state, helping the King of Chaos make his normal dominion normal. It was yet another peaceful and wonderfully strange night. Chapter 65, War. I thought that Symbula would need a few days to regroup after losing a large number of black-armored soldiers before launching another attack on Little Maria. The battle horns sounded before dawn, dust filled the air, war drums beat, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. On the city wall, Princess Ziyue and Princess Inyun hurriedly arrived, their eyes firm and expressions serious as they watched the movements of the enemy army. The black-armored soldiers, clad in black armor and wielding sharp weapons, surged like a tide, recklessly charging towards the city wall. The magical control array quickly spread out, centered around Princess Ziyue, covering the entire city, with the massive formation slowly descending from the sky, leaving behind purple magical patterns. Yunbao leaped over the city wall fully armed, charging to the front lines of the battle, leaving a rainbow-colored afterimage in the air. Symbula's sudden mobilization disrupted Princess Ziyue's plans. The great magician also couldn't follow Yunbao to the front lines immediately. The friends hurriedly got up, donned their armor, and prepared to join the battle. But they were always one step behind the soldiers. With a sharp explosion, a rainbow exploded around Yunbao, the force of the sound waves sending hundreds and thousands of black-armored soldiers flying. Was that the legendary rainbow sonic boom? Can it be used like this? The great magician Ziyue was somewhat surprised to witness a legend being used in such a way. No need to be too surprised. For Yunbao, this is just a toy she can easily use, Biki explained, wrapping her arms around the great magician Ziyue. The friends who arrived late were all fully armed. And when the armor of the great magician Ziyue collided with Biki's, it produced a crisp sound. You all arrived just in time. Seeing her friends arrive in a critical moment, Princess Ziyue couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Just like many years ago, in times of trouble, friends were always there to accompany her. Understood. The great magician Ziyue took the bag and said seriously, "Next, let's go find Yunbao." "Be careful," Princess Ziyue instructed. "Yes." After saying that, the great magician Ziyue immediately used magic to teleport into the midst of the battling horses. Just as she completed the teleportation, the great magician Ziyue dodged a spear that came stabbing at her and heard a voice from the city wall, instinctively looking towards that direction. Her friends were peering over the city wall, and Biki was saying something while lying on it. After that, the great magician Ziyue completely merged into the crowd of horses, heading to find Yunbao and the vanguard soldiers who were always at the front lines. "Great magician Ziyue, be careful. Stay safe. Find Yunbao. If you see Simbula, don't be afraid. We will definitely come to rescue you. Remember to run slowly, or you might trip over stones by the roadside. If you want to laugh, don't laugh too hard, or you might dislocate your jaw. Don't pick up things off the ground to eat, or you might end up like my friend," Biki shouted from the city wall. Initially, Biki's heartfelt warning to stay safe instantly brought everyone's emotions to a sorrowful farewell atmosphere. Everyone unconsciously leaned over the city wall, shouting to stay safe. Slowly, everyone stopped shouting, and only Biki continued, her tone gradually becoming absurd, turning the originally sad atmosphere into a comical one. Princess Ziyue cleared her throat, signaling Biki to stop so she could continue her seemingly endless speech. Ruru, Jinshi, Biki, and Applejack exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Yes, they can definitely do it. Princess Ziyue gently patted Suelong's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Sister, some little ponies have been controlled and entered the battle." Ziyue turned to Princess Inyun and said, Although your magic is very strong, you still need to be careful. Using magic for days and nights. Even if you are a princess, you can't withstand it," Princess Inyun replied. I understand. I will be careful," Princess Ziyue said. "This level of exhaustion is much easier than when you used magic for more than 10 days without rest to maintain the love and hope of the Crystal Empire." Seeing Princess Ziyue looking confident, Princess Inyun no longer fussed about it and asked, "So where do I go to awaken the controlled little ponies?" A wide-range dispel might alert the enemy. Princess Inyun and Simbula each controlled Little Maria and the Crystal Empire, maintaining a fragile balance without attacking each other. Simbula had no way to retreat from failure, for any reason, as long as his strength weakened. The demons who longed for his downfall and tried to swallow the Crystal Empire would immediately swarm and destroy everything he claimed as his own. And Little Maria could not lose a princess for any reason. There were too many demons outside watching her. For many years of war, neither side had achieved a crushing victory, so both Simbula and Princess Inyun, despite their mutual disdain and hatred, had never rashly attacked each other. Simbula believed he could not bear the consequences of failure. The consequences of failure should not be borne by the citizens of Little Maria. Chapter 66. Both sides. "I will teleport them directly to the central square. It's spacious there," Princess Ziyue suggested. "Okay, then I'll go over. You take care," Princess Inyun replied. In just a few minutes, the great magician Ziyue arrived at the front lines of the battle, where the defenses were the most robust, the armor the heaviest. And the most dangerous position was occupied by the vanguard. "What should we plan? What should we do?" Princess Ziyue had already made arrangements yesterday. Yes. The sounds of agreement rose and fell on the battlefield. Hearing the sound, Yunbao instinctively turned towards the direction of the voice, and with a swift motion, she knocked several black-armored soldiers away. How could she arrive so quickly in such a dangerous situation? Turning back, she immediately saw the great mage Ziyue shooting a laser towards her. The laser whizzed past Yunbao, directly taking down a black-armored soldier that was about to ambush her from behind. Perhaps she really didn't need to worry. She was indeed powerful enough. In that instant, Yunbao didn't even realize she was starting to acknowledge her. After all, she never expected to be saved by her first. In times of adversity, forming a bond through life and death is indeed a quick way to strengthen relationships and friendships. The teleportation spell wasn't difficult. It was just the most basic setting for the teleportation range. In just a few glances, the great mage Ziyue figured out the principles of the spell and mastered it thoroughly, watching Ziyue teleport away a dozen or so black-armored soldiers in one breath. Yunbao couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that?" "You can first sketch out the patterns of the spell in your mind. Then use the magic of the source of harmony and finally project it accurately onto the black-armored soldiers. Ziyue excitedly shared as she directly demonstrated the teleportation spell in front of Yunbao, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Really, you should try it. It's super useful. No thanks. At this point, Yunbao was already starting to regret asking that question. To avoid being pressured by Ziyue to perform the spell, she quickly distanced herself from her. Seeing Yunbao pull away, Ziyue had to give up on persuading her to learn the spell, while also feeling regretful that Yunbao missed the opportunity to learn a brilliant magic. As the number of black-armored soldiers dwindled, Yunbao and Ziyue bid farewell to the soldiers fighting alongside them. The soldiers knew they had no right or ability to intervene in the final battle, so while dealing with the last of the black-armored soldiers, they shouted encouragement and blessings to Ziyue and Yunbao. Amidst the cheers and blessings, Yunbao and Ziyue hurried towards the Crystal Empire, where they would face Sinbula in the final showdown. Fortunately, they did not teleport directly in front of Sinbula. Unfortunately, they ended up in the midst of the enemy's black-armored soldiers. Apple Jewel, Jinshi, Biki, Ro, and thousands of black-armored soldiers looked at each other, both sides momentarily stunned and hesitant to act. Jinshi forced a smile and quietly said, "This situation is really not good. So we take the initiative." Biki charged straight at the black-armored soldiers, only to be immediately met with their attack, slamming her against the castle wall. Biki, Apple Jewel, Jinshi, and Ro exclaimed in alarm. Apple Jewel jumped up, shaking off the black-armored soldiers surrounding her, and used the momentum from stepping on a black-armored soldier's face to leap over to Biki's side, forming a defense. Biki slid down from the wall, rubbing her face where she had made contact with it, and said, "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my face." "That is good to hear," Apple Jewel replied. "Is it just me, or do there seem to be more black-armored soldiers here than outside?" Biki remarked as she looked at the mass of black-armored soldiers in front of her. The silence among them stemmed from their unwillingness to accept the reality of the situation. Jinshi displayed a somewhat resigned attitude, saying, "Actually, it seems like we've already reached the rendezvous point. Now we just need to wait for them to come find us. And they can support us as well. Think positively. If most of the Crystal Empire's forces are here with us, then maybe Yunbao and the great mage Ziyue are safe?" Biki suggested. "They might indeed be safe, but our situation is quite passive." Chapter 67. On the utilization of Biki's magic. Biki's approach was one of being elusive, appearing right in front of you one moment, and then suddenly showing up behind you, smiling as she greeted you with a poke, or startling you by appearing right in front of you and poking you again, or just a single hand appearing in the air. You never knew where Biki was. And often before you could react, you would be poked and firmly controlled within the control array of Pony Maria Castle. In the end, Apple Jewel, Biki, Jinshi, and Ro did not receive support from Yunbao and the great mage Ziyue. By the time they had dealt with all the black-armored soldiers in the castle, they were left with 3 exhausted ponies and 1 overly excited pony. If you're not tired, go check outside the castle and see if there are any black-armored soldiers left. If there are, take care of them, Apple Jewel said weakly as she lay on the ground. "Okay, just remember to stay safe and be wary of Sinbula," Biki replied, bouncing off and jumping into a hole that appeared out of nowhere, vanishing along with it. After taking down so many black-armored soldiers, how could she not be tired? Was there such a big difference between ponies? I can't imagine how powerful Biki's magic would be if she were a unicorn. Jinshi sighed sincerely as she lay on the luxurious sofa. But even if Biki isn't a unicorn right now and doesn't have the power of the source of harmony, she is still very impressive, Ro remarked. Indeed. Just Biki's intuition alone could probably take down countless ponies without even considering anything else. Ponies are coming. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Apple Jewel became alert and conjured a rope using the source of honesty. Jinshi and Ro couldn't help but tense up. A flash of rainbow color appeared before Apple Jewel. Ro and Jinshi. Just as that rainbow color was about to pass directly over Jinshi and Ro's heads and disappear, Apple Jewel's rope shot out, pulling that rainbow color down to the ground. The heavy armor collided with the ground, producing a dull thud. Preparing for a fight. Yunbao saw that it was Apple Jewel who had pulled her down, and she immediately deflated, saying helplessly, "You can just call me. You don't have to pull me down directly. You were too fast. In situations like this, usually, you wouldn't hear me," Apple Jewel explained. Although that was true, Yunbao didn't want to admit it right now. The hurried footsteps grew closer. Since the one in the air was Yunbao, the urgent footsteps must belong to the great mage Ziyue, who was slightly slower than Yunbao. "What are you all doing here resting? Shouldn't we be going to face Sinbula? And where is Biki?" Yunbao asked, puzzled. Apple Jewel replied, "Biki is full of energy. We sent her to check elsewhere for more black-armored soldiers and to take care of them. We just took down thousands of black-armored soldiers. We're really tired now. You have to give the beautiful girls a moment to rest, Jinshi said casually as she lounged on the luxurious sofa, with the surroundings empty. Jinshi's words sounded particularly unconvincing. Seeing the disbelief and suspicion on Yunbao's face, Ro assured her, what Jinshi said is true. We just got here and ended up in the middle of the black-armored soldiers' ranks. Are you all okay? Yunbao asked again, her disbelief and suspicion turning into concern. For Yunbao, a single pony's word might be doubted, but 2 familiar friends would generally be enough to confirm the truth. Are you all alright? Let us wait a bit before we head out. I need to catch my breath, the great mage Zus said, panting heavily as she stopped in front of everyone. Running alongside Yunbao all this way was indeed a challenge for a pony who usually spent her time in the library. We're fine. We're all good, Jinshi said with a smile. Apple Jewel and Ro nodded in agreement. A hole appeared in the ceiling, and Beaky fell through, landing steadily. You surely couldn't have guessed that we dealt with Sombra's reserve army. You all arrived so quickly. Although you didn't make it in time to help us deal with those endless black-armored soldiers, Beaky said excitedly upon seeing Rainbow Dash and the great wizard Ziyue. Why do you say we dealt with Sombra's reserve army? Is that all the remaining combat power here? Applejack asked. Of course. That's not all the remaining combat power of the Crystal Empire, Beaky explained with a bounce in her step after we dealt with them. There were no other ponies left in the entire Crystal Empire except for some guards at the top of the Crystal Castle and Sombra. How do you know that? Rainbow Dash asked in surprise. Of course, I went to check. I went all around the Crystal Empire, Beaky explained. You saw Sombra? Jinshi asked in astonishment. I did. I sneaked a peek, and he should still be sitting on his throne, rambling about his grand plans to unify the world. Beaky said. She had seen Sombra in person, heard what he was saying, and managed to retreat unharmed. How did she accomplish such a feat without anyone noticing? So now, as long as we deal with Sombra's guards, we can confront Sombra directly? Applejack said. There's no need to go through all that trouble. I've already taken care of Sombra's guards, Beaky said. You dealt with the guards? Those are Sombra's elite guards. So we just need to rest for a bit before going to confront Sombra? Applejack suggested. The friends nodded in agreement. 1 for resting to be in their best condition to face Sombra, and 2 to digest the shocking news that Beaky had brought. Within Pony Maria, the place was already filled with the ponies of the Crystal Empire. Princess Zus stood on the city wall, watching the large crowd of crystal ponies who had mostly regained their sanity and the empty battlefield outside. It had been a long time since any ponies had been teleported into the control array, and since her friends hadn't returned yet. Princess Zus couldn't help but feel worried about their situation. Princess, didn't you say they would definitely make it? Suilong said, looking at Princess Ziyue's worried expression. What should we do? Suilong asked anxiously. Chapter 68, Hero Suilong. Can we help them? Suilong asked. I need to maintain the magic circle here at all times. Princess Inluin can't act recklessly and alert the enemy. The soldiers don't have the ability to assist, Princess Ziyue said, feeling disheartened that she really couldn't help. Well, okay. Seeing that Princess Ziyue was also at a loss, Suilong changed the subject. Princess, considering the Crystal Empire has thousands of years of heritage, how did it fall to this state? If there is no way to resist external forces, how can it have a heritage of thousands of years? That's because of the Crystal Heart. Princess Ziyue paused, suddenly realizing she had been so focused on how her friends were training and dealing with Sombra that she had forgotten about this matter. Originally, she had planned to wait until Sombra was dealt with, and the Crystal Heart would naturally reappear, restoring peace and prosperity to the Crystal Empire. Suilong, I'll send you to the Crystal Empire. You go find the Crystal Heart, Princess Ziyue said excitedly. It didn't matter whether the Crystal Heart existed or not. But since her friends had not returned for so long, sending Suilong to find the Crystal Heart was indeed the best strategy. After all, in her world, the Crystal Heart was brought out by Suilong, and now sending Suilong to find it would not alert the enemy, and it was also fate. Huh, what? Suilong looked at Princess Ziyue in confusion. You go find the Crystal Heart in the Crystal Castle, Princess Ziyue said. Me? Suilong said in disbelief. Yes. Princess Ziyue said confidently. Princess, are you sure? Suilong asked. I'm sure, Princess Ziyue confirmed. Why don't you think it over again? Suilong said desperately. Compared to everyone else, Suilong believed he had neither powerful magic nor a strong physique, and he felt unworthy of rashly infiltrating the enemy's territory to help. He worried that he might not only fail to help, but also drag everyone down. You're hesitating. What are you afraid of? Princess Ziyue asked curiously. Princess, do you really think I want to just cause trouble by going now? Suilong said, clenching his fists, his voice trembling. So he was afraid. Afraid of causing trouble. Afraid that his friends would get hurt because of his mistakes. afraid that the citizens of the Crystal Empire wouldn't be redeemed because of him. Princess Zeus smiled slightly. In my world, you are the great hero of the Crystal Empire, the noble Suelong. Great hero, noble Suelong. Suelong murmured his own name, his eyes revealing longing. Was he really the hero who saved the Crystal Empire in the princess's world? Could he also be the hero who saved ponies from peril? So I really can save the world, the Crystal Empire? Suelong finally asked tentatively. Really? So now I want to ask the great hero of the Crystal Empire, the noble Suelong, to bring the Crystal Heart, which represents hope and love, to the oppressed ponies of the Crystal Empire. Princess Zeus said sincerely. Okay, I'll go. Suelong's gaze gradually became resolute. Then I'll teleport you over now, Princess Zeus said. All right, Suelong replied, as the purple magic just covered his vision. Suelong found himself in front of the crystal castle from the city wall of Pony Maria. Looking at the magnificent crystal castle before him, Suelong couldn't help but swallow. The castle looked delicious. Suelong slapped his own face. He was here to find the Crystal Heart to save the Crystal Empire. How could he think about eating the castle? Even though it looked really tasty? Suelong pondered where he should look for the Crystal Heart, only to immediately realize one problem. No, two problems. What does the Crystal Heart look like? Where's the Crystal Heart? Suelong instantly felt dejected and knelt on the ground, regretting why he hadn't asked for clarification before coming. At this moment, the Crystal Empire was empty, and Suelong's heart felt desolate. He couldn't help but begin to doubt whether he had been fooled by Princess Zeus. As the name suggests, the Crystal Heart should be a heart-shaped crystal. Princess Zeus said that he had brought the Crystal Heart out from the top of the Crystal Castle. So the Crystal Heart was likely at the top of the Crystal Castle. Suelong jumped up and carefully pushed open the large door of the Crystal Castle. The inside of the Crystal Castle was as empty as the outside. All the ponies of the Crystal Empire were currently in Pony Maria, and Suelong sincerely gave a thumbs up for Zeus and the others. Suelong wandered around the hall of the Crystal Castle, found the staircase, tidied up his appearance a bit, and ceremoniously shouted, "For the Crystal Empire! For my friends! Fluttershy! Charge!" With great ambition, Suelong ran up the stairs. However, ideals were beautiful, but reality was harsh. The staircase was much longer than he had imagined. 15 minutes later, Suelong's speed slowed down. Half an hour later, Suelong was breathing heavily. For the Crystal Empire. For my friends. 45 minutes later, Suelong leaned on his trembling legs, gritting his teeth, and struggled step by step. For Fluttershy, for my friends. An hour later, Suelong was crawling instead of walking. He truly couldn't stand up anymore. Looking at the endless staircase ahead, Suelong's vision had started to blur. I don't have magic. I don't have capable friends. I can't even climb a staircase. I really am not suited to be a hero. The staircase behind him was also endless. Had he really climbed this far? Suelong despised himself for wanting to give up. I can't give up. Everyone needs my help. Even if this little bit of help is insignificant. In the end, he could only rely on his conscience to finish climbing the stairs. Unknowingly, a long time had passed, and Suelong's eyes had completely blurred. He supported his body and climbed the last step of this floor, preparing to move on to the next level. At that moment, the endless staircase came to an end, but Suelong lost his direction because there were no more stairs ahead. What should he do next? Where should he go? A golden magic circle lit up beneath Suelong's dazed eyes. Chapter 69. Be prepared for danger. With a sudden upheaval, Suelong fell out of a hole in midair. His consciousness suddenly cleared, and he immediately realized one thing. His face was about to crash into the black crystal wall in front of him. Ah, help! Suelong hurriedly protected his head. He still had things to do and couldn't afford to become a fool now. However, the anticipated impact did not come. Suelong was lifted by a warm force, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a light blue magic gently placing him on the ground. As Suelong landed and moved his body slightly, he found that all his fatigue had vanished. Aside from some soreness that proved he had almost exhausted himself climbing the stairs, there were no other abnormalities. How did you get in here? An ethereal and sacred voice sounded behind Suelong. I'm sorry, I don't know either. Suelong turned around and began to apologize and explain, but he was instantly shocked by the scene before him. A light blue heart-shaped crystal was floating steadily in midair, emitting a soft blue glow. Countless light blue magic particles danced freely in the air, swirling like stars entering the water, brilliant and beautiful. Just one glance filled Suelong with a genuine sense of awe. Is that a crystal heart? Suelong stared at the crystal heart in a daze. According to your definitions, I am, the crystal heart replied. Its voice was ethereal and sacred, yet not lacking in warmth, giving an absolute sense of trust. You can actually talk. Suelong exclaimed in surprise. It was at this moment that Suelong realized that the ethereal and sacred voice came from the crystal heart. There's nothing surprising about it. Artifacts have a certain probability of gaining intelligence, the Crystal Heart said calmly. Then hurry and save the Crystal Empire. Everyone needs you, Suelong urged. I cannot save them. I cannot even leave here, the Crystal Heart replied, a hint of helplessness in its tone. Why? Didn't you say you were an artifact? Aren't artifacts generally very powerful? Suelong asked in confusion. In Suelong's understanding, artifacts are extremely rare, either born of heaven and earth or created by humans. Regardless, each one is extraordinarily precious. The reasons for their preciousness are scarcity, power, and rarity. Now, there are no little ponies who believe in me, the Crystal Heart said. Belief? Aren't artifacts inherently powerful? Suelong questioned. Artifacts are indeed powerful, but not to the point of being omnipotent. Each artifact has different abilities, just like me. Only when little ponies sincerely believe that I can bring them love and peace can I use the power they give me to protect them. This act is sincere belief for you. But for me, it's the collection and transformation of energy, the Crystal Heart explained. So you need the little ponies to believe in you? Suelong asked. Yes. Only when little ponies sincerely offer me their love and hope can I maximize the power they give me and combine it with my own strength to protect them in all aspects. The Crystal Heart replied. Since believing in you can gain your protection, why do you say there are no little ponies believing in you now? Suelong inquired. Because prolonged stability can make little ponies lose their awareness of danger, thinking the world should be peaceful and beautiful, without disasters or worries. I was born to protect. And before my intelligence was born, I instinctively collected the power of love and hoped to protect a group of little ponies. Although at that time, it was merely to ensure that they would not suffer harm from outside forces within my protective range. This decision facilitated my collection of power and promoted the birth of my intelligence. After my intelligence was born, my power was enhanced again, and my protection of the little ponies became comprehensive. I no longer just ensured their safety, but began to create a perfect living environment for them. From the weather and climate to the emotions of each little pony and every blade of grass and tree around them. As I hoped, the Crystal Empire eventually became a harmonious, beautiful, and prosperous place where all the little ponies living there enjoyed the beauty of life. However, this good fortune only lasted for a few hundred years. The little ponies began to forget my role. They became accustomed to a harmonious and stable world. Although they still held love and hope in their hearts, their belief in me weakened, and the energy I could collect decreased. I initially did not care about the decrease in collectible energy, because the power I contained was enough to maintain the internal environment of the Crystal Empire for millennia. What I did not anticipate was that Sombra broke through my defenses and directly controlled the thoughts of the little ponies, turning all the little ponies in the Crystal Empire into his servants. The little ponies had long been under my protection and had lost any ability to resist outside forces. After I completely lost the power of the little ponies' belief, I could not defend against Sombra either. It was my failure to protect them. Then why are you trapped here? Suelong asked. Sombra wants to devour my power for his own use, and I still have enough power to resist his consumption, so he trapped me here, waiting for my magic to deplete and my intelligence to disappear before he devours me, the Crystal Heart explained. You have the ability to resist Sombra's devouring. Why don't you break out of here? Instead, you stay here, waiting to be devoured by Sombra? Suelong questioned. Because I was born to protect. I am not good at using attack magic. If I want to get out, I must forcibly break through. To forcibly break out, I need to consume a lot of magic power. Therefore, after going out, I need to quickly collect energy. Otherwise, my intelligence will disappear. At the same time, the moment I leave here, Sombra will surely hunt me down with all his might. Moreover, I cannot use the beliefs of beings from other places to save the Crystal Empire, as that would be unfair to them. And I may not be able to last long enough to collect their power. If I am devoured by Sombra, his power will undoubtedly surge, and at that time, it will not just be a problem for the Crystal Empire, it will be a problem for the whole world. The voice of the Crystal Heart suddenly became serious. The issue of the Crystal Empire should not be borne by the whole world. Everything should end within the Crystal Empire. That is why I have been waiting here. Waiting for an opportunity to strike down Sombra in one blow, the Crystal Heart said. Chapter 70, Dawn. I'm sorry, I didn't expect there to be so many issues involved. Suelong apologized for his earlier tone. It's okay. You are also doing this for everyone, the Crystal Heart replied. If I say that the little ponies of the Crystal Empire have basically broken free from Sombra's control, and my friends are currently fighting Sombra, could this be the opportunity you have been waiting for? Would you be willing to come with me to help everyone? Suelong asked. If this is truly the opportunity I've been waiting for, I would be very willing to go out with you to help everyone. But first, you need to prove to me that what you're saying is true, the Crystal Heart said. How do I prove it? Suelong took a deep breath. preparing to face the challenge that the crystal heart would give him. You at least need to shatter the crystal wall that Sombra used to trap me, the crystal heart said. As long as I break it, you'll come with me? Suilong looked at the tightly fitted black crystal wall around him. Yes, if you break it. I will go with you, the crystal heart confirmed. Also, if you can't break it, you can't leave here, the crystal heart added. Suilong looked at the crystal heart with some helplessness, picked up a stone from the ground, and began to strike the crystal wall again and again. Originally, he wanted to bite it. After all, a dragon's biting power is much stronger than that of a stone. However, due to the smooth surface of the wall, it was difficult to bite, and with a powerful artifact watching from behind, he felt it was too degrading, so he gave up. Suilong kept striking, and with each blow, a faint golden light emanated from his body. It turned out to be her. No wonder he could enter so easily. Now he still needed to find a breakthrough, the crystal heart thought. With such weak power, does it even make sense to hit it like this? The crystal heart said. This question should be enough, right? Although my power is weak and I can't do much, everyone needs my small strength right now, and I should give it all. Suilong said firmly. The golden light shifted from Suilong's body to the stone tightly gripped in his hands. Suilong struck the wall with all his might using the stone, and golden magic seeped into the crystal wall at the contact point. The crystal heart calmly watched as the golden magic spread to every corner of the crystal wall in an instant, destroying the wall from within. With a loud bang, the crystal wall shattered into pieces before Suilong, who hadn't even lifted his hand again. Suilong stared blankly at the shattered black crystal on the ground, then glanced at the stone in his palm. After dozens of strikes without leaving even a small hole, this one had completely destroyed the wall. Could it be a divine stone? No, there was no reaction from the previous dozens of strikes. Could it be that I have awakened a superpower? It's possible. Very possible. Isn't it normal to awaken superpowers in times of crisis? Stop thinking. This is the power contained within you. Although Simbura has your friends, and those two watching, they won't personally intervene to deal with Simbura. We need to leave quickly. The resolution of this matter still depends on us too, the crystal heart said. At the moment the crystal wall shattered. Simbura's blockade of the crystal heart's perception of the outside world also disappeared. Everything the crystal heart needed to know, it now knew. Suilong said in confusion. How does she know what I'm thinking? Just a guess, the crystal heart replied. There was no need to use magic to probe. This dragon's thoughts were half written on its face. Oh, then let's hurry and go, Suilong said. Was it that obvious? The crystal heart floated in midair, waiting for Suilong to head to the border city of Little Maria to collect the power of love and hope from the crystal ponies. Suilong looked down at the land of the crystal empire from the wall. The view is vast, quite nice, but I don't know how to get down. Although he had been severely battered by the stairs earlier, now he couldn't even find a staircase. Oh no, there isn't even an exit. Let's go? The crystal heart urged from the air. How about I guide you, and you go on your own? Suilong forced a smile as he looked at the crystal heart, who seemed eager for him to catch up. Is it that easy to follow? I'm neither a Pegasus nor do I have wings. I can't fly, not at all. I know where they are, but I need you to come with me, the crystal heart said. Why? Suilong asked, puzzled. An intelligent artifact in a country that is in dire straits is very dangerous for both the artifact and the country. The crystal heart replied helplessly. Sorry, I can't fly. And there are no other exits here. I can't go with you, Suilong said with resignation. It's okay. You broke the crystal wall and successfully rescued me. I just happen to have a gift for you as thanks, the crystal heart said. A sky-blue magic enveloped Suilong's entire body and seeped into him. Suilong felt an itch on his back, and before he could scratch it, the itching sensation disappeared, revealing a pair of wings. I've grown wings. Suilong exclaimed in surprise. There are no side effects. It saves you from the troublesome metamorphosis, the crystal heart said. So let's go now? Okay, let's go. Suilong bravely took a step forward, flapping his wings like a Pegasus. However, things did not develop as he had hoped. Suilong flew wildly east and west, constantly dropping down. The crystal heart quickly caught him with magic and pulled him back up. Sorry, I don't know much about dragons. I thought they could fly immediately after the metamorphosis, the crystal heart said apologetically, floating in front of Suilong. It's okay, but what do we do now? Suilong said, lying comfortably in the crystal heart's magic. Just now, he almost thought he couldn't master flying in such a short time and would fall to his doom. How about you hold me? I'll use magic to take you over, just to create the impression that you are bringing me to the Crystal Empire. The crystal heart suggested. Suilong hesitated for a moment, rubbed his hands on himself, and carefully placed his hands on the crystal heart in front of him. Remember to flap your wings a few times to look convincing, the crystal heart said. Suilong nodded repeatedly. The crystal heart then took Suilong and flew out like an arrow. Before long, Sui Long found himself hovering over the border city. The crystal heart's voice echoed in Sui Long's mind. Let them light me up with love and hope. Sui Long cleared his throat a couple of times and raised the crystal heart high above his head. Please use your love and hope to light her up and end Sinbura's evil reign that has lasted for many years. Princess Zeus stood on the city wall, watching Sui Long with satisfaction. He had indeed succeeded and even grown wings. Although it seemed that the crystal heart had gained intelligence and brought him here, the outcome was just as he had hoped. Sui Long, along with the crystal heart, saved the crystal empire. A bewildered crystal pony looked at the crystal heart and the dragon that brought her, respectfully bowing its head to the ground and sincerely praying for love and peace. Soon, countless crystal ponies in every corner of the city bowed their heads in prayer. Before Sinbura's rule, they didn't know how many times they had performed such rituals. Although their hearts were full of love and hope back then, their sincerity couldn't compare to a fraction of the hollow souls of today. Countless points of magical light rose from the ground before the praying ponies and floated toward the crystal heart. We're leaving. The crystal heart's voice echoed in Sui Long's mind again. When Sui Long finally reacted, he saw thousands and thousands of magical light points closely following him, forming a winding and bright river. Why are you still with me? Sui Long asked. A good deed should be carried through to the end. You need to take me to the center of the crystal empire, the crystal heart replied. Sui Long pondered for a moment and then asked, those behind me, are they the power of faith? Yes. I haven't seen such pure power of faith in many, many years, the crystal heart said. After you deliver me, do I need to do anything else? Sui Long asked. Okay, I understand now. I will keep my mouth shut, Sui Long said. Thank you. Now you can let go. We have arrived, the crystal heart said. Without saying a word, Sui Long let go, and the crystal heart's magic gently set him down on the ground. The crystal heart paused between the two crystal pillars in the center of the crystal empire, then began to spin, and the countless points of magical faith also swirled around, eagerly seeping into the crystal heart. After the last point of magical light entered the crystal heart, it emitted a dazzling light. A powerful sky blue magical force shot into the sky, piercing a hole through the hazy sky, and then rapidly expanded outward from the center of the light column, dispelling all the darkness over the crystal empire. As the magic swept over Sui Long, he felt his body being baptized by a warm current. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into a bright, sparkling crystal texture. The sky was blue, with a few clouds, no longer shrouded in mist, gloomy, and lifeless. The dawn had arrived. Chapter 71, Observation. Only I, the great King Sinbula, can rule the world. One day, the world will bow at my feet. After listening to Sinbula's mad ramblings for several hours, the light orb helplessly glanced at the side where Wushu was, who was also in an invisible state in midair, shielding himself from others' perceptions, yet leisurely sitting on a sofa wearing sunglasses and eating popcorn, looking quite interested. If asked why it was here, it was simply because after experiencing the map and shield incident, it followed Wushu to prevent the latter from causing trouble due to boredom, allowing for the quickest response to minimize losses when Wushu decided to act up. As for why Wushu was here, his reason was that this was Ro-Ro's first important battle, and he should accompany her. Although, did he really need to come so early? After listening to Sinbula's world domination quotes for several hours with Wushu, the light orb felt quite annoyed. Noticing Wushu's gaze, Wushu generously offered the popcorn. Want some? No thanks. I don't have a physical form and can't eat. The light orb replied coldly. Even if it had a physical form, it wouldn't want any. Who would want popcorn that explodes like a bomb? Bang bang. Two crisp sounds came from Wushu's mouth as he calmly exhaled a puff of black smoke. In the castle, apart from the sound of Wushu chewing popcorn and Sinbula's arrogant ranting, the light orb suddenly heard some sparse other sounds. Ro-Ro's friend is here, Wushu said while puffing out black smoke. Ro-Ro's friend is here. The final battle is about to begin. 1. The light orb decisively used magic to cut off Sinbula's perception of the outside world. No matter how incompetent Sinbula was, he was not someone who could be directly confronted by a small pony with a source of harmony. What relieved the light orb immensely was that after Biki finished dealing with the soldiers, she left without directly declaring war on Sinbula. You've worked hard. If you don't want to stay here, you can just leave. I don't need you to accompany me, really. Seeing the light orb breathe a sigh of relief, Wushu sincerely said. Wushu certainly knew that the light orb was here to follow him to prevent him from causing trouble. Although if he really wanted to do something, she wouldn't be able to stop him, but she was somewhat of a hindrance. Every time he dug a pit, she buried it after him, and even if she knew, she would still bury it. It was clearly not Ziyue and the others who were in trouble, but she treated everyone equally. wanting to manage things as long as they were under her watch. It's not hard. I'm very willing to do these things. But why did you come here so early to listen to Simbula's world domination quotes? You don't have any great aspirations for world domination. The light orb asked. I'm just here to listen to him ramble as a side note. Don't you think his ramblings are interesting? Arrogant and self-conceited. Wushu then smiled and posed as if he wanted to rule the world. What if I want to rule the world after listening? Well, if you want to rule the world, if I don't stop you, you could complete your conquest in about a minute, bringing chaos to the world. After that, the world would become uniformly chaotic, and your fun would become uniformly boring. In a few days, you would lose interest in a completely chaotic world. What would you do then? Just like every other time, find a random unfortunate soul to defeat you, and then escape without a second thought? Enjoying the proud look of that unfortunate soul who defeated you? The light orb coldly looked at Wushu and said, Oh, how could that be? Every time I'm defeated by you, it's because I've been sealed for real. Wushu laughed and paused, then curiously asked, Are you really proud and complacent because you sealed me? I'm different from them. I know you're pretending. The light orb said through gritted teeth. How could I be proud and complacent? I would only fall into self-doubt. Who gets sealed and doesn't resist at all? Still posing for the occasion. Isn't it just that I feel tired of playing, that there's no fun left, and I take the opportunity to sleep, well, while sealed? Every time I leave a mess to deal with. But every time they see me running away, they think they are invincible, Wushu said with a playful smile. And then they start causing big trouble, only to be wiped out by me or the forces I disperse. The light orb said helplessly. For many years, this has been the cycle. You've always been a hands-off manager, happily watching us fight every day. The light orb stared at Wushu. If I don't watch you fight, should I join in? I still don't have the idea of destroying the world and returning to chaos. Wushu said. The light orb fell into silence. Wushu had a point. Fortunately, Wushu didn't want to return to chaos. Otherwise, it would all be over. The light orb felt that over the years, it had changed countless carriers, and saving the world until now was not easy at all. If it weren't just a consciousness entity, the light orb would have shed a couple of tears, lamenting the hardships and labor it had endured over the years to protect and save the world. After a long time, Wushu handed a cup of red juice to the long silent light orb. Black coffee-flavored orange juice. Ro and her friends are about to arrive. Want some? It's just right to perk you up. No, I can't drink. The light orb refused again. Really? Don't you want to manifest a physical form for a bit? Wushu smiled as he held the cup out in front of the light orb. This cup of orange juice, if she drank it, should lead to something quite fun, right? Really, no need. The light orb kept retreating. At this moment, she looked at the red coffee-flavored orange juice in front of her and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Would Wushu not add anything extra to this red coffee-flavored orange juice? How about just a little? No need. Unconsciously, both sides were politely pushing and shoving, one insisting on making the other drink, and the other resolutely refusing. Sensing an extremely subtle energy field, the magically fluctuating Simbula suddenly broke away from his fantasy and shouted, Who? We are. The great magician Ziyue, leading her friends, perfectly appeared at the palace's main door. Wushu excitedly took a sip of the orange juice. The biggest show of the day was finally about to begin. The light orb immediately lifted the shield blocking Simbula's perception. Simbula looked in astonishment at the 6 small ponies with sources of harmony suddenly appearing in front of him, aggressively stepping towards him. They had surprisingly taken out all the guards around him in an instant. They were not to be underestimated. Simbula warily watched the small ponies standing about 10 steps away from him. Girls, we can do it. The great magician Ziyue said. She was encouraging her friends and also encouraging herself. She truly regarded everyone as friends. Yes, we can. Yuna, Biki, Jinshi, Ro, and Applejack said in unison, placing their hands on each other's shoulders. Simbula warily watched the small ponies encouraging each other. Could this be some kind of mysterious ritual? Would attacking now lead to any bad consequences? Let's observe first. The light orb had been closely watching Simbula since the moment the great magician Ziyue spoke, being cautious of him attacking early and catching Ziyue and her friends off guard. Magic flowed from the sources of generosity, loyalty, honesty, optimism, and kindness, eventually converging in the source of magic. After absorbing the powers of the other harmony sources, the source of magic emitted colorful magic, wrapping around Yuna, Biki, Jinshi, Ro, Applejack, and the great magician Ziyue, lifting them all into the air. Sunbra immediately sensed something was off and immediately cast a dark spell with half his strength towards the great mage Ziyue and her companions. If he didn't act now, he feared he might never have the chance again. Sunbra's dark magic collided head-on with the rainbow magic coming from the great mage Ziyue's side. At this moment, A smile crept across the entire face of Chaos. Hiss, not good, the light orb exclaimed in horror. The friendship magic cast by the great mage Ziyue was far weaker than she had anticipated. The great mage Ziyue and her companions also realized that the magic they had combined was not powerful, even less than a small pony using the pure full-force harmony magic. The rainbow magic gradually fell into a disadvantage, and Sunbra, with an evil grin, increased the power of his own magic. Chaos stood up from the sofa, stretched lazily, and prepared to do something. I thought you were stronger, but it turns out you're just like this. Simbra's arrogant laughter echoed through the palace. It must be my problem. My view of their friendship is not particularly pure. I've always treated friendship like a task, but I truly want to be friends with them. Guilt, self-doubt, and insecurity transmitted through the source of magic to the light orb. You didn't know from the beginning, did you? The light orb asked Chaos, who was eager to try something. Realizing that the rainbow friendship magic weakened again, the great mage Ziyue decisively extricated herself from the rainbow magic, magically pushing her friends behind her, murmuring, "Since it's my problem, then let me handle it." Hearing the great mage Ziyue's seemingly nonsensical words, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Rarity, Fluttershy, and Applejack were all taken aback. What does she mean? What does she mean by her problem? Shouldn't problems be handled together? Just as the great mage Ziyue extricated herself from the rainbow magic and hadn't yet landed, an attacking spell was hurled directly at Sunbra from the side. Sunbra, who thought he was about to win, suddenly saw a purple pony emerge from the encircling rainbow magic and fiercely cast a spell at him. Sunbra hurriedly ended his magic and dodged the spell that the purple pony shot at him. The unsupported black magic and the remaining rainbow magic exploded in the air, and the residual force from the explosion made the great mage Ziyue stagger back several steps. Sunbra looked at the deep mark left on the ground by the purple magic he had dodged, realizing that its power was no less than that of the previous rainbow magic. They have only known each other for a short time, making it impossible to understand deeply and establish a very strong friendship. So the friendship magic naturally wouldn't be very strong. That purple pony, from the very beginning of making friends and learning about friendship, aimed to save the world, which was purposeful. Once the friendship magic did not perform as she expected, she would immediately fall into self-doubt. Although it was not his fault, from the moment she began to doubt herself, she lost confidence in her friendship with her friends. Lacking confidence in their friendship, the friendship magic would weaken again, leading to a vicious cycle. Suddenly realizing what she had overlooked, the light orb hadn't grasped it yet. And Chaos teased the light orb with a smile. Shouldn't you, the spirit of the Tree of Harmony, understand this better than I do? It was indeed a lack of consideration, having overestimated the speed of their friendship development and being overly confident in herself and them. The thick smoke from the two opposing magic explosions had yet to dissipate. What do you mean? Rainbow Dash broke through the great mage Ziyue's magic and rushed directly in front of her to question. The great mage Ziyue was silent for 2 seconds, bit her lip, and said, "All along, being friends with you has been my purpose." "What?" Rainbow Dash asked in confusion. "I worked hard to be friends with you. My purpose is not pure," the great mage Ziyue shouted with a sob. Rainbow Dash pushed the great mage Ziyue away, causing her to fall directly to the ground. "Is she venting?" The great mage Ziyue lay on the ground staring at the ceiling. "I already told you that you're a frail scholar with no combat experience. The attack has come, and you don't even try to dodge it," Rainbow Dash said angrily. The great mage Ziyue glanced at the place where she had just stood, where a huge black crystal stood resolutely. The smoke had mostly cleared by now. "We can solve problems together." Applejack reached out a hand to the great mage Ziyue. "Yes, we are all your friends. You have to believe us." Pinkie Pie bounced over to Applejack's side and also extended a hand towards the great mage Ziyue. The great mage Ziyue grasped the hands of Applejack and Pinkie Pie, using their support to stand up. Rarity stood beside Rainbow Dash, soothing her. It's okay. Don't be angry. We have a problem. Let's solve it." Fluttershy used magic to build a wall of vines to temporarily fend off Simbra's magic. Unbeknownst to her, her friends had all gathered around, and the great mage Ziyue felt inexplicably warm inside, as if they were always behind her. Chapter 72, The Final Battle. "You don't blame me?" the great mage Ziyue asked in confusion. "Why should we blame you? And what exactly are you feeling guilty about? Working hard to be a friend to us is a perfectly normal thing among friends, isn't it?" Rainbow Dash replied, puzzled. "Although I've been reinforcing it. This wall made of vines doesn't seem to hold for long, so please chat quickly." Fluttershy softly interjected, unsure how long her defense could last. "But I worked hard to be friends with you to use friendship magic to save the world, and the friendship magic was weak just now, which is likely my fault," the great mage Ziyue explained. "In that case, so am I. Because I have the desire to save the world, I got to know you and became such good friends. But you should know that saving the world is just an opportunity for us to become friends, not a necessary factor. I want to be friends with you because of some of your qualities that attracted us, not just because of your efforts, Rarity said seriously. Yes, Fluttershy agreed. In fact, if you seriously feel it, you should sense that the friendship magic we cast this time is much stronger than the last time we purified Nightmare Moon. Pinkie Pie said, so our friendship has improved a lot compared to before, no matter what the purpose is or the reason is. As long as in the end we genuinely treat each other as friends and empathize with each other, that's enough. Applejack said, MHM, MHM. Fluttershy nodded repeatedly. MHM. I understand now. The great mage Zua wiped away her tears at the corners of her eyes, touched. I really can't hold on much longer. What should we do next? Fluttershy asked anxiously as the great mage Zua seemed to be fine now. Dozens of black crystals had already penetrated Fluttershy's vine wall. Through the vine wall, one could hear Sunbrom mocking from the other side. After all, it's just a bunch of turtles that only dare to survive behind defenses. Let's go directly. Can't 6 of us take on one? Fluttershy withdrew the defense. Everyone be careful. The great mage Zua said immediately. Yes, everyone echoed in unison. Fluttershy pointed her toes, flew into the air, took a high position, and withdrew the vines, causing those black crystals stuck in the vines to tumble to the ground. Pinkie Pie did a backflip into a space portal and disappeared without a trace. The final blow to Sunbrom must be mine. Do you believe it? Rainbow Dash rolled up her sleeves. Then let's see. It's still uncertain now. Applejack replied. Yunbao and Applejack exchanged glances and then launched their attacks from both sides towards Symbiola. Seeing the 2 little ponies attacking from the left and right, Symbiola quickly erected a crystal wall for defense. The defensive crystal wall shattered instantly under Applejack's hooves and Yunbao's fists. Symbiola hurriedly raised both hands to grab Applejack's foot and Yunbao's fist, then pushed them apart. Just as Symbiola had pushed Applejack and Yunbao away, he was suddenly kicked in the head by Pinkie Pie, who had jumped out from a space portal behind him. After flipping through the air a few times, Applejack and Yunbao stabilized themselves and landed safely. Symbiola, with a throbbing head from the kick, angrily grabbed Pinkie's foot and flung her away. The powerful mage Zua's attack spells flew directly at Symbiola from the front, forcing him to prioritize dealing with the spells that would cause him the most damage. Jinchi conjured various weapons that rained down on Symbiola from above. Symbiola summoned a protective shield to withstand the barrage of weapons falling from the sky. Ro created a massive vine net to catch the flung Pinkie Pie and asked with concern, Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Look how great I am. Pinkie replied cheerfully. She jumped out of the vine net created by Ro and leaped into a space portal, disappearing from sight, confirming Pinkie was unharmed. Ro magically conjured several transparent raptors and directed them to attack Symbiola. Symbiola summoned countless black crystals and shot them at the ponies. The ponies defended against Symbiola's magic while continuously attacking him. Observing the vibrant colors and flying magic and weapons in the castle, Wushu casually sipped orange juice and remarked, It's quite a sight. The light spheres skillfully dodged an incoming orange magic attack and helplessly watched as Wushu split his head in half to dodge a red magic attack. How can it not be beautiful? A normal person would die just being here. How long do you think they'll keep fighting? Wushu asked, waving his hand boredly while subtly redirecting a few stray spells aimed at Ro. The 2 sides continued to exchange blows. From what it looked like, they were currently fighting quite conservatively. If we don't intervene, they might be at it until nightfall, the light sphere noted. With the source of harmony, it would take them until night to defeat whoever it is. That makes you seem quite weak, Wushu teased. It really is boring to think it will last until night. But we can't leave now. What if Ro is in danger? What if she accidentally gets hurt by whoever? The light sphere silently accepted Wushu's judgment of herself, as it was clear that she did seem quite weak from this perspective. The battle continued, with Wushu and the light sphere aimlessly dodging occasional attacks. From a corner of the palace stairwell, a trembling purple little paw reached out and gripped the first step of the stairs, followed by another purple paw, a head, a body, and 2 short legs. Suelong, why is he here? The light sphere instantly teleported to the stairwell and found Suelong staring blankly at the wall. His eyes glazed over. The light sphere couldn't tell how much effort he had expended to climb this far, but his exhaustion was evident, and emotionally, she sensed his desire to save the Crystal Empire and help his friends. At some point, the light sphere suddenly realized that Suelong had an inexplicable deep connection with the Crystal Empire, and he would become a dragon of great faith in the future. The battle within the palace remained intense. The light sphere first injected a surge of power into Suelong to help him break through Symbiola's control over the Crystal Heart. then set up a teleportation array to send Swaylong to the location of the crystal heart. Finally, considering his current state, he might not be able to do anything. She cast a healing spell to relieve his fatigue. When they can finish this depends on you, the light sphere murmured as she watched Swaylong disappear. Yeah, I see he has a very deep connection with the Crystal Empire. He will become a dragon of great faith in the future, the light sphere explained. Have you thought that maybe because you sent him there, he became a dragon of great faith in the Crystal Empire? Wushu chuckled. So what? That's also a matter of fate, and do we really have to watch them fight until night? It's too dangerous. It's better to let Swaylong take another route to end this all early, the light sphere said. Well, that's true. Just sitting here watching them fight is pretty boring. Wushu yawned. That little dragon is quite fast, Wushu laughed. The scene was about to become interesting again. Just as the battle was going well, Symbiola inexplicably surged with power. His emotions erupting as he roared, trying to end the fight quickly. The crystal heart is mine. Who broke my seal? The ponies noticed something was off with Symbiola and quickly distanced themselves. The light sphere observed as Symbiola's magic seemed to grow stronger. Defeating him now appeared slightly more difficult than before. Symbiola looked at the 6 little ponies opposing him in the palace and chose the one flying in the air, who looked weak, deciding to deliver a fatal blow. A powerful dark magic shot straight at Ro-Ro. Wushu immediately stood up and raised his hand to conjure a massive sphere of destructive energy. If he harmed Ro-Ro, he would be nothing but ash. Calm down. With the source of harmony protecting her, Ro-Ro won't be harmed, the light sphere said. Noticing Wushu's cold expression and the unhidden killing intent in his eyes, she decisively bound the growing destructive energy sphere with magic to prevent it from expanding further, from becoming a sphere capable of leveling the Crystal Empire. There were 6 little ponies in the arena, and Symbiola had chosen to target Ro-Ro specifically. His keen eye was impressive. Was he preparing a fatal blow for Ro-Ro or for himself? Ro-Ro, be careful, the friends called out in unison. Before Ro-Ro could react, she was pulled away by Yunbao, and then saw a massive dark magic blast whizzing past just inches from Yunbao, hitting the castle wall and leaving a huge hole. Confirming that Ro-Ro was safe, Wushu glanced at the light sphere, who was fully ready to take on his magic, and silently released his own spell. The light sphere couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, emerging from her alertness. Who knew if Symbiola would get emotional and casually conjure more energy spheres to level the Crystal Empire? Although catching and destroying those energy spheres wasn't difficult for her, she couldn't withstand Wushu's desire to directly obliterate the Crystal Empire. No one, except for these 2, knew that the Crystal Empire had just avoided a catastrophe. The ponies gathered together, looking at Symbiola with righteous anger. Aside from Ro-Ro's inexplicable good luck, the other ponies had some minor scratches. It's great to stand together. I can just take you all out at once. Symbiola laughed maniacally as he unleashed a full-force attack on the ponies. The friends exchanged glances, holding hooves and creating a massive protective shield. The light sphere immediately recognized that the protective shield wouldn't withstand Symbiola's attack, but the friendship shared among them was enough to trigger a friendship spell rebound, directly obliterating Symbiola, while the friends were completely unaware of her, standing ready for battle. A rainbow-colored light began to emanate from them. Wait, what was that thing that just flashed by? At the moment the shield shattered, a slender figure stood in front of the ponies, using her body to block the dark magic that was about to hit them from Sombra. The dark magic instantly sent the chaotic body flying, and it passed over the heads of the friends. All the ponies clearly heard the emotionally charged Ruru. The chaotic body landed heavily, twitching on the floor behind her friends, blood flowing from her mouth, looking extremely pitiful. Ruru was the first to react, rushing towards the chaotic figure with tears in her eyes, crying out in deep sorrow, "Chaos!" The great magician Ziyue and Jinshi quickly followed, surprised that Chaos was able to go this far, blocking Sombra's attack with her body. Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Pinkie Pie were a bit slower to react and arrived last. It was their first time seeing Chaos. Although they had heard about her before, they didn't even know who had just saved them until Ruru called out, "Chaos!" The orb of light watched as Chaos appeared in front of Sombra's attack, controlling Sombra's magic to send herself flying, then silently nullifying Sombra's magic in midair. Throughout the entire process, the orb noted that Chaos, aside from possibly feeling some pain when landing, did not suffer any other injuries. The orb sighed, wondering why there couldn't be a heads-up before such dramatic performances. Had the standards for demons become so high these days? This control over Sombra's magic should easily score a 95, leaving the remaining 5 points for Sombra's pride. Why hadn't it occurred to the orb before that the orange juice looked so much like blood? As the orb was seriously critiquing the scene, Sombra's voice came from behind. "Is this the King of Chaos?" So easily defeated. Sombra laughed arrogantly. As soon as Chaos appeared, Sombra recognized her as the King of Chaos who inspired fear in countless demons. Initially, Sombra was somewhat afraid upon seeing Chaos. But he never expected the King of Chaos to be so weak, to be knocked back so easily, and even spit blood. Sombra's expression at this moment mirrored those demons who reveled in defeating Chaos. Forget it. Let him perform. If he doesn't finish, he might hold back other tricks. Chapter 73. The acting that couldn't erupt in time. The orb sighed helplessly and mercilessly sealed Sombra's magic, voice, and body with magic. As he couldn't afford any accidents now, watching the ponies gather around Chaos, Sombra prepared to take them all out at once and end everything, only to find himself seemingly trapped within his own body, unable to speak or move, even his magical perception fading away. Sombra's pupils constricted. Was this the power of the King of Chaos? Amid Ruru's desperate calls, Chaos struggled to open her eyes and choked out, "Ruru, I'm fine. As long as you're okay." Chaos initially wanted to close her eyes again, but hearing Ruru's voice made her heart ache. "You scared me to death." Ruru cried as she threw herself onto Chaos. "It's okay. I'm fine, don't cry." Chaos slowly propped herself up, gently cupping Ruru's face and carefully wiping away her tears with her fingers. The great magician Ziyue and the others stood by, dumbfounded by the scene. Full of emotions they didn't know how to express, as they were indeed not very familiar with each other. Ahem. Chaos coughed a couple of times, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and shakily beckoned Ziyue and the others to come closer. "I have something to say to you." The great magicians quickly gathered around. Knowing that a dying person speaks the truth, especially when it's their savior, Chaos had a barely noticeable smile at the corner of her mouth, thinking about how to convey her thoughts so that they would understand everything at once. A wave of water-blue, magical light swept over them. The magic washed away Chaos's carefully brewed emotions and the blood at the corner of her mouth. Ziyue's words were suddenly cut off. The timing was impeccable. "I had just gathered my emotions. Why did you wipe away the blood I specifically spat out? Couldn't you wait until I finished my performance? How am I supposed to continue now?" The ponies' bodies and minds were quickly refreshed. Their previously heavy feelings and physical weariness and pain instantly vanished under the effect of the magical wave, their bodies turning crystalline. Jinchi looked at her crystalline body, unable to contain her joy. Seeing the water-blue magic, the orb quickly released its control over Sombra. As Sombra realized his body could move again, he was effortlessly dispersed like smoke by the water-blue magic, leaving only a heart-wrenching and despairing "no" echoing through the castle. The castle was completely renewed. Every wall was not only flawless, but also sparkling with light, showing no trace of the previous battle. Ruru, whose thoughts were still on Chaos, suddenly noticed that Chaos's expression had darkened a few shades, and her previously slightly cheerful emotions vanished in an instant. She worriedly asked, "Chaos, are you really okay?" Chaos smiled and stood up, patting her chest confidently. "I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly alright. That magic even cured my depression." Ruru flew up to meet Chaos's gaze, sighing, "I'm so glad you're okay." "Yes, so glad." Chaos smiled, while appearing extremely happy on the surface. Chaos secretly began to plot how to trick the oblivious Crystal Heart. "I'm so glad you're okay. Did you have something to say to us?" The great magician Ziyue asked. Hee. Chaos chuckled lightly to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, then braced herself to explain, "In the face of life and death, there are always some insights, and now that we're not in that situation anymore, there's nothing much to say." What could she say? What could she say? In a crisis, if they listened, they might gain enlightenment. But now that the threat was gone, what was there to gain? Chaos silently placed her hands behind her back and magically collected the last remnant of Sombra's soul. Seeing this, the orb quietly lit a candle for Sombra, who had died without peace. If Sombra had shared the same stance as herself, both striving to save the world, she would have undoubtedly helped him, but alas, they were on opposing sides. The orb could only say he brought this upon himself. As for Chaos, whatever she planned to do, she would deal with it when the time came. The ponies nodded in acceptance of Chaos's words. So Sombra was just eliminated by that magic? Rainbow Dash asked. Yes. Chaos replied. So what happened? Jinchi inquired, puzzled. I think he can give you the answer, Chaos said, leading the ponies to the window and pointing at the dragon standing beside the crystal heart in the central square. Sway long, darling. The ponies looked in astonishment at the dragon, who seemed to be saying something. Chapter 74, The End. The crystal heart, do you see it? The sky is really beautiful. Sway Long exclaimed, full of emotion. Crystal heart? Sway Long called out again. The scene fell into a deep silence, making Sway Long feel as if everything was so dreamlike and unreal. Sui Long quietly watched the crystal heart spinning in circles, as if it were a lifeless object. Quiet and beautiful, Sui Long felt a sense of emptiness in her heart, as if she had just lost a friend who could speak. Do you know? My experiences today have been truly magical. I came because I wanted to save the Crystal Empire, to be a hero of the Crystal Empire, Sui Long said, stepping closer to the crystal heart, her tone heavy with emotion. Of course I know. From the moment you appeared before me, I knew you would become the great hero of the Crystal Empire. Crystal Heart suddenly spoke. Sui Long instinctively took 2 steps back at the sound and accidentally fell to the ground. Be careful. The hero of the Crystal Empire can't be too clumsy, Crystal Heart said. Sui Long nodded and smiled. What Crystal Heart didn't tell Sui Long was that she had also conveniently ended the antics of a certain drama-loving Longma. Listening to Crystal Heart's serious tone, Sui Long felt a surge of respect. He was mourning the potential loss of his friendship with her, while she was striving to save the Crystal Empire. Seeing Sui Long's expression, Crystal Heart thought he was overthinking, but she didn't want to explain further. As the atmosphere threatened to fall silent again, Crystal Heart paused and shifted the topic. If you have time to come to the Crystal Empire in the future, you can come and see me, talk to me, but I suggest you not come when there are little ponies around, otherwise they will treat you like a fool, and I won't pay attention to you. I understand. Sui Long nodded solemnly. Why are you being so serious, Sui Long? Crystal Heart thought she was about to run out of things to say, just in time to sense that some little ponies seemed to be coming, so she hastily added, someone is coming. If fate allows, we can talk again later, and then stop talking. Sui Long shifted his gaze away from Crystal Heart and looked around. Who was coming? Jinshi and the others were quickly running towards Sui Long. And there was one more, an unruly following at the very back. How did he get here? Did you do all this? The great magician Ziyue was the first to arrive, glancing at the swirling Crystal Heart, and asked, just with a glance. The great magician Ziyue knew this heart-shaped crystal was no ordinary item, and it might even be a divine artifact. Sui Long, I'm really proud of you. The great magician Ziyue said, her eyes glistening with tears, thinking that all of this was done by Sui Long. The great magician Ziyue felt a sense of pride as if a child had grown up, become sensible, and achieved remarkable accomplishments. The light ball hovered beside Crystal Heart, quietly transmitting to her, be careful, Unruly might be looking for trouble with you. Does this mean she did it on purpose? The light ball didn't understand and was greatly shocked. Aren't you afraid he will cause trouble for you? What you're saying is like saying if he wants to find trouble, I can stop him, Crystal Heart replied. That makes sense. You really can't stop him, the light ball finally pointed out. Unruly has collected the remnants of Sembula's soul. Got it, Crystal Heart replied. Having basically finished their conversation, Crystal Heart and the light ball stopped communicating, but suddenly, the mocking voice of Unruly echoed in their minds. Have you all finished chatting? Next time, be a bit more careful. I heard everything this time. The light ball and Crystal Heart were instantly petrified, feeling as if they had been caught in an affair. But how did you do it? Yunbao asked. Just now. Sui Long wanted to tell his friends that everything was done by Crystal Heart and that he was merely an assistant. Suddenly, he remembered that Crystal Heart had forbidden him from revealing that she was sentient, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sui Long, sweetheart, is it inconvenient to say? Jinshi asked. No. I was just thinking about how to explain it better. Sui Long hurriedly waved his hand to reassure his friends. It just suddenly grew. Sui Long said, Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable now? The great magician Ziyue asked anxiously and worriedly. I'm fine. She said it has no side effects, Sui Long quickly explained. Just after saying this, Sui Long realized he might have let something slip and quickly covered his mouth. She? Who is she? The great magician Ziyue asked. Sorry, I can't say. I promised her I would keep it a secret, Sui Long replied. The great magician Ziyue silently scrutinized Sui Long, suddenly chuckling. Then you should keep your promise to her. But there are some things I still need to ask. I'm very worried about you. Sui Long instantly felt a pang of guilt, unable to tell her anything. Go ahead and ask. What I can say, I will definitely tell you, Sui Long said, swallowing hard. Are those wings because of the Crystal Empire? The great magician Ziyue asked. Yes, Sui Long replied. When did you get your wings? The great magician Ziyue continued. I just got them not long ago, Sui Long said. Why did you get them? The great magician Ziyue pressed on. Because I saved Crystal Heart, Sui Long explained. Did you use those wings to gather faith and bring Crystal Heart here? The great magician Ziyue inquired. Yes and no, Sui Long hesitated. Did you do it all yourself? The great magician asked. Kind of, Sui Long replied. I think I understand. You were helped by a certain power from the Crystal Empire, and those wings are a gift from that power, right? The great magician Ziyue concluded. Sui Long nodded, somewhat dazed. The great magician Ziyue knew that the Shi Sulong mentioned must have a very deep connection with the Crystal Empire, and everything happening in the Crystal Empire now stemmed from her. Suilong must know some very important information, but Suilong would definitely keep his promise and not tell her exactly what happened. Chapter 75, The Sky. Unruly shook his head gently and smiled, refusing. No, I still want to stay here for a while. Unruly, you've come all this way. Are you sure you don't want to leave with us? Roro asked, puzzled by Unruly's decision to stay. Well, okay, but you need to be careful. Roro said somewhat regretfully, having just met and now having to part again. I will. Unruly gently nudged Roro toward the great magician Ziyue and the others who were preparing to leave. I'm leaving now, looking forward to seeing you next time. Roro smiled at Unruly and walked over to the great magician Ziyue and the others. The little ponies set off on their way home. Before leaving, Suilong took a deep look at Crystal Heart and quietly said, goodbye, then turned and caught up with his friends. After watching Roro and the others leave, Unruly took out the remaining remnants of Symbula's soul that had been rolled into a ball and walked over to Crystal Heart. Speaking in a slightly angry tone, want a charm? Only Unruly would dare to think of making a charm out of Symbula's soul, especially for a divine artifact like Crystal Heart that relies on the power of faith. If the remnants of Symbula's soul existed beside Crystal Heart for a long time, one day he would regain consciousness and energy, gradually eroding Crystal Heart day by day for his own use. Using this as a charm, does that mean the Crystal Empire has existed for too long? Crystal Heart replied calmly. As long as she remained calm, Unruly had no reason to do anything to her. Unruly boredly tossed the remnants of Symbula's soul into the air and caught it again. I have to admit, you sealed him at just the right time. All the hard work I put into brewing the play and emotions was directly interrupted by you. Given that Unruly had overheard the earlier conversation between him and the light ball, it seemed pointless to stubbornly deny it now. But he also couldn't admit that it was intentional, or he would be torn apart by Unruly. I returned to my position, so naturally. I need to release energy to protect the little ponies of the Crystal Empire. Your matter, I can only say it was an accident, Crystal Heart explained. So what? Everything is because of you, Unruly said, gripping the remnants of Symbula's soul and looking at Crystal Heart with disbelief. At that time, I will need you to use his power to create a sky dark enough to cover the entire world, and the momentum must be great, Unruly said with a playful smile. This should be easy for you, who can purify the entire world's sky in an instant. The light sphere has been seen. And Wushu initially didn't want to argue with Crystal Heart over this matter, but had other arrangements, planning to make Crystal Heart willingly assist him in his grand scheme. Crystal Heart warily looked at Wushu and asked, what do you really want? Wushu rubbed his hands and smiled. I just want to add a bit of fun to the journey for Roro and the others. What if I refuse? Crystal Heart said sternly. Then I'm sorry, but I can only inject this energy directly into your body and make it explode at a specific time to create the sky I desire. Wushu replied indifferently regarding Crystal Heart's life or death. I've been threatened, she thought, but Wushu could indeed carry out such an act. The fact that they could discuss it here was a significant concession. All right, I'll agree to this. But you can't interfere with the matters of the Crystal Empire in the future, Crystal Heart said. Sure, Wushu solemnly agreed. That's a lie, the Light Sphere thought. After receiving Wushu's promise, Crystal Heart asked him for the remnant soul of Symbula, and Wushu handed it over without a second thought. Before Crystal Heart could take it, the Light Sphere snatched the remnant soul first, using magic to check it several times to prevent Wushu from secretly adding anything. After confirming that Wushu had not added anything, it placed a tight seal on it to prevent Crystal Heart from being corrupted by the dark magic within in the future. Watching the Light Sphere's operation, Wushu said helplessly, you really don't trust me at all. With that, he even pulled out a handkerchief to pretend to wipe away tears. The Light Sphere remained silent, looking at Wushu with a forced smile. For others, it might be okay, but for you, Wushu, I really have to be cautious, alright? Although the seal was very tight and easy to break, it was still necessary to be careful, better safe than sorry. The Light Sphere then handed the remnant soul to Crystal Heart and said, here. Crystal Heart blankly accepted the remnant soul of Symbula, feeling that the Light Sphere was being overly cautious, but since it was Wushu, everything seemed reasonable. Chapter 76, They cheered for the hero. A few dozen meters away from the city gate, the great mage Ziyue and her companions saw a large group of crystal ponies rushing towards them. Thinking of Yunk, she was ready to charge forward to fight. Applejack quickly grabbed Yunk's tail and asked, what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to scout ahead. Let go of my tail. Yunk strained to pull her tail away from Applejack. Applejack gently released Yunk's tail, and Yunk was propelled backwards by the force she had used. The large group of crystal ponies rushed towards the great mage Ziyue from below. Ziyue sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted, girls, scatter. The friends quickly dispersed as the group of crystal ponies that had rushed out of the city gate seemed to be purposefully chasing Swaylong. The crystal pony at the front of the group grabbed the fleeing Swaylong, who instinctively shouted, "Help!" Just as the great mage Ziyue and her companions noticed that Swaylong had been caught, they saw him being tossed high into the air. With the crystal ponies shouting in unison, "Swaylong, you are our great hero." Swaylong curled up his body as he was thrown into the air. The cheers of the crystal ponies ringing in his ears, countless crystal ponies singing his praises, proclaiming him a hero. Swaylong relaxed his body as countless hands tossed him up again and again. His heart was unexpectedly filled with pride and honor, and he couldn't help but shout out, "Wow." Now, Swaylong had become a recognized hero among the crystal ponies. Applejack smiled and said, "Looks like Swaylong doesn't need us to save him anymore." Yunk crossed her arms and said, "Yeah, he deserves all of this." The great mage Ziyue added, "Swaylong, my dear, has now become a hero of the Crystal Empire. What do you think I should give him as a memento? If it's from you, then no matter what you give, Swaylong will love it," Ruru said. "On such an important day, we should prepare a proper gift," Jinchi said. "Then you can just attend Kalora's concert," the Princess of Melody suggested. "You invited her to hold a concert here?" Princess Ziyue asked in confusion. Since coming to this world, Princess Ziyue had not heard of any information about Kalora. How could such a top star possibly come to the border? Princess Ziyue nodded in astonishment. Regardless of status, there are always those who strive to make the world a better place. The friends smiled and leisurely followed behind the crystal ponies. New Year Extra, the arrangement of fate. This world suddenly became very strange. The moment Wushu broke the seal, he realized it. Light and darkness, good and evil, order and chaos contend and coexist, unable to completely destroy each other while maintaining a delicate balance. This time, unexpectedly, the forces representing darkness and evil exerted an absolute suppressive effect on the forces of light and goodness. Or perhaps the forces of light and goodness had hidden themselves for some reason. Dark clouds covered the sky, fierce winds swept the land. Natural and man-made disasters followed one after another, plunging the entire world into chaos and destruction. The evil dark forces wreaked havoc and slaughtered innocents in this realm. Wars of invasion were common, and the endless flames of war turned everything in their path into ruins, shrouded in endless dust and silence, pushing this once prosperous world step by step towards collapse. Places that were once flourishing had mostly turned into desolate wastelands. Sacred relics of faith fell to the ground, emitting a suffocating stench of decay. Beings fled everywhere, seeking hope for survival. The 6 major races were all deeply affected, barely maintaining a fragile peace. Although Wushu initially found it somewhat novel and enjoyed everything, he soon became annoyed by the monotonous wars, destruction, and chaos, feeling that everything was utterly boring. Because he had no intention of destroying the world, the little bit of chaotic magic he exerted in this world was like a trivial addition in the face of disaster, failing to draw any special attention from either side. Bored, Wushu concealed his form and lay in the air like a fallen leaf, letting the wind carry him to any corner of the world. Unknowingly, Wushu was carried by the wind to the Eternal Freedom Forest. Thinking of the Harmony Tree in the Eternal Freedom Forest, Wushu's thoughts drifted away. The last time he saw that rival-turned-friend, she was the spirit of the Harmony Tree. She should still be, right? Should he think of a way to wake her up now, to create a common enemy for everyone? After all, this world was truly boring right now. Help! A desperate cry interrupted Wushu's thoughts. 3 magical wolves were chasing a small pony that was fleeing in panic. Wushu watched helplessly as the magical wolf pounced on the small pony, opening its massive jaws. It was the same old script of evil beings harming innocent lives. How boring. Why not have a twist? Wushu injected a bit of energy into the struggling small pony. The pony's pupils instantly turned jet black, and black patterns appeared on its body. With one punch, the magical wolf that had pounced on it was sent flying. The other 2 magical wolves stepped back, baring their fangs as they threatened the small pony. After being knocked back, the magical wolf quickly got up, staring fiercely at the small pony, ready to devour it. The little pony slowly stood up, and the dark power within him surged. He took a quick step forward and punched the nearest magic wolf in the face. The wolf was directly slammed into the ground by that punch. The other 2 magic wolves, seeing this, viciously lunged at the little pony. The little pony turned around and slammed both of them into the ground as well. The previously weak and innocent one had now launched a counterattack. Chaos watched all of this with great interest, believing that everything would unfold as he imagined. Soon, the weak and innocent would grow into a demon that would instill fear in this area. "Mr. Brown Bear, stop them. Hurry." A weak voice sounded not far away. A massive gray bear rushed into Chaos's view and knocked the little pony, who was pounding on the magic wolf, to the ground. "You beast, let me go!" The little pony struggled desperately under the bear's paw, roaring. "Sir, please calm down. Your emotional state is very off," said a light pink-maned Pegasus. Pulling a small cart filled with small animals toward the little pony, her tone urgent and worried. Chaos's interest grew even more. It was rare to see a Pegasus controlling a bear. It seemed that the little pony would not become a demon and was about to be eliminated. "I'm doing great. I've never felt better. Who do you think you are, daring to say I'm not normal? You all deserve to die?" The little pony roared. Watching the little pony's radical, angry, and mad emotional state, with dark pupils and increasingly deep black patterns on his body, the Pegasus couldn't help but ponder. This was a sign of the dark energy entering a living being. Occasionally, some small animals that had been corrupted by dark energy appeared in the Eternal Freedom Forest, but this was the first time she had seen a corrupted little pony. The little pony continued to curse under the paw of the brown bear. Seeing the Pegasus stunned, Chaos's interest was suddenly halved. "Sir, it might hurt a little. I'm sorry." The Pegasus suddenly spoke up, directly apologizing to the little pony. Chaos silently raised a question mark. "What was this operation, Mr. Brown Bear?" "Just knock him out," the Pegasus said decisively without any hesitation. The brown bear nodded, raised his paw, and brought it down on the little pony. "Be gentle," the Pegasus added appropriately. The bear nodded again and struck down hard. There was a bit of personal grudge in that strike. The little pony's curses had been quite unpleasant to hear. The Pegasus closed her eyes and shrank back. Witnessing a brown bear nearly knock out a little pony infused with dark energy, Chaos thought this indeed required an apology. When the Pegasus opened her eyes again, she saw the little pony lying there, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. "Mr. Gray Bear, next time be gentler. You used too much strength this time." The Pegasus sighed and said helplessly. The bear nodded, not telling the Pegasus that he had actually held back quite a bit. The Pegasus's gaze shifted to the three magic wolves that had been slammed into the ground, varying degrees of injury, but had fainted due to head trauma. She could understand being tolerant towards her own kind, but she likely wouldn't let these wolves off the hook, right? How would she deal with them? Chaos couldn't quite understand why she wanted to save both sides. It was one thing to save the impolite little pony who was beginning to become corrupted, but why also save the magic wolves that the little pony should kill? The brown bear whined, expressing concern and refusal. The bear grunted a couple of times, trying to ask the Pegasus to change her mind. "Listen," the Pegasus's tone became more serious. The bear reluctantly hoisted the little pony onto its shoulder, grabbing the three wolves by their tails, and slowly trudged towards the beautiful winged sanctuary. The Pegasus was determined, and if he didn't listen, she would have to stare him down. The Pegasus watched the bear leave, not overly worried about what would happen to the wolf and the three ponies on the way. After all, once corrupted, small animals generally had their physical qualities greatly enhanced. Pulling her small cart, the Pegasus skillfully headed deeper into the Eternal Freedom Forest. Out of curiosity, Chaos followed behind her. Along the way, Chaos summed up one sentence about the Pegasus, a strangely kind little pony. Why? Because every few steps she would respond to a small animal's request, helping them solve some matters, some of which were even absurdly trivial. She didn't seem bothered at all, and remained very patient, even comforting small animals that were making unreasonable fusses gently. The slightly larger matters probably included taking in sick and injured animals, such as a corrupted little squirrel brought over by a large squirrel. When the large squirrel handed the little squirrel to the Pegasus, it looked as if it was entrusting its life to her, saying, "My precious one is in your hands." The Pegasus repeatedly promised the large squirrel that she would definitely heal the little squirrel. How kind could such a little pony be? It would be quite interesting if she ceased to be kind, eager to help. Then she would surely be willing to help a severely injured and weak dragon pony. Chaos teleported to a high altitude, snapped his fingers to undo his previous state, made himself appear disheveled and haggard, and determined that he would fall right in front of that kind little pony. Clearing his throat, Chaos shouted, "Help," and let himself fall, hearing a creature call for help. The Pegasus was taken aback. Who? A massive being fell from the sky, landing right in front of the Pegasus. Once she saw that it was a dragon pony, she instinctively took a step back. "It's Chaos, the legendary king of chaos." Chaos looked at the Pegasus, struggling to raise his hand. "Please save me. Help me." The Pegasus watched Chaos warily. A demon who once ruled the world should definitely not appear so ordinary, at least not in such a disheveled state. She stepped forward to investigate. The small animals quickly lay down in front of her, urging her not to approach Chaos. "If he is truly gravely injured, we shouldn't ignore him just because he's a demon," the Pegasus said seriously to the small animals blocking her way. Chaos smiled slightly from his concealed position, truly kind. The small animals hesitated for a moment and then retreated from the Pegasus. The Pegasus strode confidently up to Chaos and said sternly, I know you are the Chaos who once ruled the world, but why have you become like this? Why are you here? If you want me to save you, please answer truthfully. Quite vigilant, which is normal. After all, I'm not an ordinary demon. Chaos displayed an innocent expression. I could rule the world because I had no opponents. In fact, I can't beat anyone. And I don't know why I ended up here, he said as he began to cover his face and sob. It was quite normal for demons to prey on each other, and it seemed he truly had been bullied. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you just now. The Pegasus's voice softened, feeling a bit guilty. It's okay. I'm used to it, Chaos replied, feeling wronged. Would you like to come with me to the beautiful winged sanctuary? It's my sanctuary, and you can receive better treatment there, the Pegasus suggested. Sure, I'd be very willing, Chaos said. Are you able to follow me now? The Pegasus asked. Oh, I'm not very convenient right now. Can I sit in your little cart? Chaos looked at the small cart the Pegasus was pulling. It's fine. I don't mind, Chaos said. Okay then, the Pegasus replied, pushing the small cart in front of Chaos. Chaos shakily got up, slowly climbed into the little cart, and comfortably laid down in the center, pushing the other small animals aside. Ruru sighed helplessly and said nothing. After all, Wushu seemed to be the most seriously injured and needed special care. With Wushu added to the small cart, it became significantly heavier, making it much more difficult for Ruru to pull. Ruru, pulling the small animals and Wushu, slowly left the eternal freedom forest. Thinking that she still didn't know the name of this kind little pony, Wushu lay in the cart and asked, Benefactor, what is your name? Ruru. Do you often come to the eternal freedom forest to rescue small animals? Wushu inquired. Yes, the outside world is not very peaceful right now. Dark forces are rampant in the eternal freedom forest, so I try to help as much as I can, Ruru replied. Can you completely deal with the dark power on this already corrupted small animal? Wushu casually picked up the already corrupted and tied up squirrel. You should put it down first, Ruru said. Wushu gently set the squirrel down. It is possible. Occasionally, some small animals are corrupted for various reasons. So I specially asked Jinchi to arrange for a magician who can purify dark magic to purify the corrupted animals at the beautiful winged shelter, Ruru explained. With the state of the world, those who can afford a magician to purify dark magic must be quite wealthy. Who is Jinchi? Wushu asked. She is my good friend. A pony who embodies generosity, excellence, and beauty, Ruru replied. Could you tell me more about her? Wushu asked curiously. What kind of pony could receive such high praise? Sure. Jinchi is a very talented fashion designer. Ruru began to narrate the legendary story of Jinchi at a leisurely pace. The journey from the eternal freedom forest to the beautiful wings shelter was long. Listening to Ruru tell the story of an ordinary but talented girl who stepped into the spotlight through her own efforts, Wushu's curiosity about Jinchi faded. Ruru's gentle voice was like a lullaby, and the bumpy little cart felt like a cradle, causing Wushu to drift into a hazy slumber. Seeing Wushu fall into a drowsy sleep, Ruru's story abruptly stopped. She gently reminded the awake small animals in the cart to stay quiet, and smiled as she pulled the cart toward the beautiful winged shelter. When Wushu opened his eyes again, he saw a white ceiling and a soft bed. He suddenly sat up, regretting that he had fallen asleep. You're awake. Would you like some water? Ruru approached with a cup of water. This flavor is really special. He must be a very unique existence, Wushu thought. I'm sorry, but we currently don't have honey grapefruit and dried tangerine peel flavor water. How about you try the regular water for now? Ruru offered the cup. But if you want that flavor, I can find a way to get some for you. Wushu took the cup from Ruru's hands and said regretfully, okay. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Uh-huh. Sure, Ruru smiled in agreement. What a good temper. I wonder if he will ever explode for some reason. Wushu thought while drinking the water and observing Ruru. Wushu, are you aware of your current physical condition? The doctors here can't determine the injuries on you, Ruru said with some concern. Ruru took Wushu and the small animals to the doctor, who provided appropriate treatment for the small animals' injuries and ailments. However, when it came to Wushu, the doctor said he couldn't figure out the injuries and physical condition. Wushu is covered in wounds, and his condition is so poor. Who knows what kind of miserable days he has been through. Of course, the doctor couldn't determine anything, as it wasn't real injuries, but all fake. I will take good care of you. Ruru changed the subject. Since you are here at the beautiful winged shelter, you must abandon evil and do good, striving to be a good dragon horse. What Ruru didn't tell Wushu was that apart from herself, no other pony was willing to care for Wushu. They were all afraid of him. Wushu pretended to nod in agreement, but did not truly accept Ruru's words in his heart. Wushu lay in bed for a few days, during which he made countless unreasonable and absurd requests to Ruru. Most beings would find Wushu annoying on the first day, But Ruru seemed delighted to fulfill his various quirky requests and enjoyed chatting with him, complimenting him as interesting every day. Wushu couldn't understand Ruru's thoughts. Ruru was sure that Wushu was indeed a very special and interesting guy. One day, Ruru, who usually arrived early, was late. Had she finally given up? Was she unable to keep up the act? Although he had been looking forward to this result, Wushu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and sadness. Wushu got out of bed and walked to the door, gripping the doorknob. Wasn't this what he had always wanted? To go out and see Ruru's true nature? Wushu hesitated to open the door. Just wait a bit longer. As the king of chaos, I should give that pony another chance, Wushu muttered to himself. I'm so powerful. It's normal to be a bit more tolerant and wait for her a while longer. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning in bed. Half an hour later, Ruru still hadn't opened the door. Wushu couldn't wait any longer. Got out of bed again and prepared to see what was happening. It had nothing to do with wanting to meet Ruru or what kind of pony she was. Wushu pushed open the door, and outside were a dozen houses identical to the one he was staying in. Wushu felt inexplicably annoyed. It turned out he wasn't the only one living here. As the king of chaos, how could he be the same as others? Wushu quickly used magic to locate Ruru and teleported to her side, demanding an explanation. Ruru was standing on a high platform, being denounced by a group of ponies. Wushu suddenly appeared next to Ruru, and the ponies below fell silent at once. It was a demon, an enemy they could never face. Seeing this scene, Wushu's resentment inexplicably diminished. It turned out Ruru was busy. It turned out she hadn't forgotten about him. Wushu, what brings you here? Ruru asked in surprise, not expecting him to come looking for her. Even though Ruru knew Wushu's body should be fine now, she had continued to care for him just in case. What happened? You made me wait for you inexplicably for so long, Wushu said, the tone of his last sentence noticeably heavier. Because this year's grain harvest is poor. The batch of reserve grain that Jinshi ordered was cut back. The clouds that used to drop various foods have recently disappeared. So it's a bit difficult to get through the winter, and everyone came to protest, Ruru explained. Wushu's mood became complicated in an instant. He was glad that Ruru was indeed a kind pony who didn't deceive him, and that today's delay in coming was just because she had been held up by this group of unimportant ponies. He was also angry that these ponies were protesting over such a trivial matter. He regretted that he had softened his heart and removed the elusive chaotic magic he had placed in Pony Maria because he listened to Ruru. This matter should have come to me. You're short on food, right? Wushu paused for a moment, snapped his fingers, and said, let us see. Suddenly, a large patch of pink cotton candy clouds appeared in the sky, and various snacks began to fall from the clouds. The ponies below erupted in thunderous cheers. Wushu instinctively covered Ruru's ears, looking displeased at the cheering ponies. It's really noisy. Was this cloud also your magic? Ruru asked, looking at the various foods falling from the clouds. Wushu, you're amazing. Thank you, really thank you. Ruru excitedly hugged Wushu. Wushu was momentarily stunned. Realizing that his reaction was somewhat inappropriate, Ruru quickly let go of Wushu, her cheeks slightly flushed. Until Ruru let go of him, Wushu couldn't recover from the chaos. Wushu held his chest, feeling a bit helpless. As a being that mastered chaos, why did his heartbeat feel so strange at this moment? Am I getting sick? Wushu took several deep breaths to calm his heartbeat. This scene made Ruru's heart ache a little. The previous cloud-like aura must have disappeared because Wushu was seriously injured, and now that he was casting this spell, it must have consumed a lot of his magic power. Have you always been this kind to everyone? Wushu asked. Once he had calmed down, Ruru had stayed here today because of those little ponies, and he had approached her deliberately because of her selfless kindness in helping small animals. So all this time, was Ruru's kindness towards him just a habit? Then why are you so good to me? Wushu couldn't help but ask. Ruru was taken aback. It was the first time someone considered her a friend, and she didn't even think his actions were excessive. Wushu, Wushu, Ruru called out to him a few times. After this incident, Ruru's care for Wushu became more meticulous. Wushu, on the other hand, decided not to stay in bed every day anymore and to try to be a good person and not do bad things. However, it wasn't long before Wushu gave up. Being a good person who did bad things clearly didn't suit him. Ruru watched Wushu closely, afraid he might bump into something. Wushu noticed that Ruru had some misunderstandings about his strength and thought he was weak. Although he had told Ruru that he was much stronger than she imagined, she seemed to not believe him, and he also found it inconvenient to show Ruru his true abilities, so he decided to let it be. As time passed, Wushu and Ruru's relationship grew better. Jinshi asked Ruru to run for president of the Animal Protection Association, and Ruru immediately felt a surge of pressure. She turned around in front of Wushu, muttering, "What should I do? Can I really do this? I believe you can, you're the best." Wushu smiled and comforted her from the side. But I'm still a bit worried, Ruru said anxiously. Your love and care for the little animals make you perfectly qualified for this position. Do you need me to accompany you? Wushu asked. Sure. No, if you go. They might chase you away. Ruru's mood took a sudden turn. Don't worry. I have a way to make everyone not notice anything unusual when they see me, Wushu said. Really? Ruru asked. Trust me, Wushu replied confidently. With Wushu's insistence, he got the chance to escort Ruru to the election. On the day of the election, Wushu directly teleported Ruru to the entrance of the venue. The long staircase to the election venue left Ruru stunned. Is Wushu really this powerful? In her brief days, Ruru stepped up the stairs one by one to participate in the election. On the large screen of the tall building was Ruru's photo, a promotional poster from Jinchi's clothing store, but Wushu felt that the photo didn't showcase even a fraction of Ruru's beauty. With a snap of his fingers, Ruru's photo was edited hundreds of times, appearing pure, noble, and beautiful. The waiting process felt a bit long, and out of boredom, Wushu quietly upgraded all of Ruru's photos in the city. A little pony suddenly noticed the change in Ruru's photo but chose to remain silent. As the photo truly looked better. Wushu, I won the election. Ruru cheered as she rushed out, but unexpectedly slipped on the stairs and fell. Wushu caught Ruru and pulled her into his arms, asking with concern, Ruru, are you okay? A little bird flew over and chirped a few times near Ruru's ear. Wushu, let me down. Ruru's mood inexplicably turned gloomy. Wushu gently set Ruru down. Let's go, Ruru said sadly to the little bird. Let's go together, Ruru said to Wushu before they left. Wushu followed Ruru without understanding. The little bird led Ruru and Wushu to a lifeless little bird lying in the flowers. Two little birds brought a branch of flowers to Ruru and Wushu. Let's have a moment of silence, Ruru solemnly reminded Wushu in a soft voice. Wushu bowed his head, lost in thought. Life is truly fragile. Will Ruru die one day too? Should I share my energy with Ruru? No, Ruru might not be able to control it. Ruru is so kind. Why shouldn't she be able to live forever? Kindness. Yes. Didn't that guy previously have a plan to find beings that could represent the quality of the source of harmony? If Ruru can't represent the source of kindness, then I should go and argue with him. Thinking about it, Wushu realized a problem. That guy had mysteriously fallen into a deep sleep, along with his powers. Could it be that Ruru really is the representative of the source of kindness, but because her powers have disappeared, I didn't recognize it at first? Wushu calmed his heart, focusing on sensing the magical fluctuations around him. As expected, Wushu felt a trace of the power of the source of kindness within Ruru's body. Since Ruru is the representative of the source of kindness, as long as she achieves a breakthrough in saving the world, she will have the chance to ascend to become a celestial unicorn and gain immortality. But how do I wake up the one who bestowed this power on Ruru? I can't go myself. That would wake up those seeds first. It's not impossible, though. That could be interesting. But it wouldn't help Ruru much. Wushu, let's go. Ruru's voice pulled Wushu out of his thoughts. Wushu silently followed Ruru, leaving the grand funeral. If you had the chance to live forever, Ruru, would you want it? Wushu asked as he followed Ruru. Wushu was taken aback. How could someone as good as Ruru be allowed to leave this world? After that, Wushu spent a lot of time trying to awaken the consciousness of the Tree of Harmony. To do this, he even went to meet the Source of Harmony and the other 5 representative ponies. Coincidentally, the Source of Magic was researching a prophecy of a being from another world that could save the little ponies of Maria. Wushu casually helped the Source of Magic improve the time-space teleportation magic circle, and while teleporting, he quietly assisted them. Since the day Wushu met Ruru, she had been very busy, dedicating herself fully to making the world a better place. As their relationship grew closer during their leisure time, Wushu and Ruru agreed to go for tea and have a picnic together. Wushu carefully brushed Ruru's hair while she slept against him. Ruru, you will live forever. Because you are the best Ruru in the world, you deserve it. This world will also be as harmonious and beautiful as you wish. Nearby, a little dog from the picnic basket grabbed an apple and ran away. Of course, there would also be some little surprises. The gentle breeze blew, clouds rolled, and time passed peacefully. Chapter 77, Late Night Reflection. Late at night, Princess Ziyue, who had long since lost her habit of going to bed early, accidentally discovered that the lamp of the great magician Ziyue was still lit deep into the night. Thinking that someone her age staying up late must be due to something, she knocked on the door of the great magician Ziyue, wanting to find out what was going on. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The great magician Ziyue, who was leaning over her desk writing a letter, heard someone knock and, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, tentatively spoke. Princess Ziyue pushed the door open and walked in, gently asking, Is something wrong? Why aren't you asleep yet? If it's about the teacher, I don't think she would be disappointed because you couldn't write the report. Princess Ziyue found a stool and sat diagonally in front of the great magician Ziyue. I know the teacher won't be disappointed in me because of one reflection, but I'm not troubled because I can't write the report. It's because I didn't do well. I held my friends back, and now I actually don't know how to explain it to the teacher. The great magician Ziyue said dejectedly. Did you encounter any trouble dealing with Symbula in the Crystal Castle? Princess Ziyue asked. My friends have stayed in the Crystal Empire for a long time, and they must have encountered some difficulties along the way. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but I still need to understand the whole story for future judgment. The great magician Ziyue quietly looked at Princess Ziyue, feeling a hint of bitterness and helplessness inside. It was actually because of me that my friends ended up in a more dangerous situation. Although they feel that this is not my problem and have never blamed me, I know that it's because of my state of mind that the magic of friendship wasn't fully utilized. I feel that it would have been better if I had realized the problem earlier. It's normal to make mistakes and not do things well because of some personal reasons. As long as you correct them in time, there's no need to be too concerned. Princess Ziyue paused and then asked, So where do you think the problem with your state of mind lies? Could you share it with me? Maybe I can give you some small advice. It's a lack of confidence in friendship, a lack of confidence in my friends. Although I really tried hard to be friends with everyone, can I really become good friends with them? I feel that my friendship is a bit excessive and unnecessary for them, the great magician Ziyue said. I can understand your feelings, but please believe in yourself and your friends, and believe in the friendship between you and your friends. Friendship requires mutual effort. It is never perfect with just one party's efforts. It requires empathy and genuine exchange, Princess Ziyue said. I have tried hard and put my heart into it. But have I truly gained friendship now? The great magician Ziyue asked. Feel with your heart, and your heart will tell you everything, Princess Ziyue replied. The great magician Ziyue covered her heart and looked at Princess Ziyue with slight confusion. Everyone has seen and felt your efforts and sincerity these days. So they truly treat you as a friend. Friendship is an ethereal existence, a state where you are in each other, and when you and your friends achieve this, you will have a truly sacred and inviolable friendship, and the magic of friendship will be endless, Princess Ziyue explained. The great magician Ziyue's confusion deepened. It's okay if you don't understand now. Our journey is long, and you have plenty of time to learn about friendship. My experiences in learning friendship were much more tortuous than yours now. I've made mistakes and been confused just as much. Princess Ziyue said with a smile at the great magician Ziyue's puzzled expression. Then I'll take some time to feel and learn, the great magician Ziyue said. Friendship is indeed a profound subject, worth the great magician Ziyue to study seriously. The current great magician Ziyue sincerely wants to be the best friend of everyone. Princess Ziyue nodded and said, It's getting late now. I've said what I needed to say. There's no point in saying more. You should finish your letter quickly and get some rest. The great magician Ziyue quickly nodded. All right, then I won't disturb you any longer. Sleep early, good night. As soon as Princess Ziyue finished speaking, she stepped back out of the room, gently closing the door behind her as she left. Today, Ziyue gained quite a lot. Ziyue is truly growing well. Watching Princess Ziyue gently close the door, the great magician Ziyue quietly looked at the blank letter on her desk, thought for a moment, smiled slightly, and began to write about her experiences over the past few days, reporting good news and not worries. Those not so important little matters are better left unknown to the teacher. Teacher Maria has worked hard, and there's no need to add unnecessary worries. At the end of the letter, when mentioning Princess Yun, the great magician Ziyue felt a bit selfish. In the letter, she earnestly requested the Universe Princess to send the Shining Armor to support the Crystal Empire. The Crystal Empire is in dire need of help, and calling the Shining Armor over now would be a great choice. The bond between her brother and Yun is deep. If it weren't for the national crisis, they might have long become a flawless couple. Chapter 78, Casualty Statistics. After the battle ended, Yunbao flipped through the roster, counting the soldiers who had died fighting to protect Maria near the Crystal Empire front, except for Biki, who was recommended by Princess Ziyue to help with the population census in the Crystal Empire. The other friends chose to follow Yunbao, since there was nothing else to do. The names on the roster were always interspersed with some numbers, and the results following the numbers were all casualties. Do these special numbers have any special meaning? Princess Ziyue asked. They weren't very lucky. They were sent over, but didn't even get the chance to leave their names before they heroically sacrificed themselves. Their comrades assigned them numbers to commemorate them, Yunbao said, raising her eyelids slightly and speaking sorrowfully. Seeing this situation, Princess Ziyue suddenly thought of the little pony rescued by herself and the great magician Ziyue and Suilong, and she instinctively asked, Can you help me find Booba's brother? Booba said her brother was conscripted. She has a brother? Why didn't you all mention this before? Jinshi was taken aback and looked at the great magician Ziyue. Ro and Applejack both looked puzzled. She just mentioned it at that time and forgot to tell you. The great magician Ziyue thought for a moment but couldn't recall Booba's brother's name. Isn't coming to serve in the army all voluntary? Yunbao asked in confusion. That's what she said. This situation does exist, Princess Ziyue smiled. Yunbao fell silent. This was something she didn't know. No wonder some soldiers had to leave right after arriving. It turned out it wasn't voluntary. So what's his name? Yunbao asked. Yunbao closed the roster, took a deep breath, and looked solemnly at Princess Ziyue, saying, now only one name is known to people, called Hero. Perhaps Booba's brother is one of the many numbers or names in the roster. Perhaps Booba's brother is a soldier in this city, currently helping the Crystal Empire rebuild. Perhaps Booba's brother is not in any battle zone or any roster, long lost without a trace. Or perhaps all the little ponies who risked their lives on the battlefield are Booba's brother. I brought you some good news. Before seeing her, they heard Beaky's bright voice. The friends, now looking at Beaky who suddenly appeared before them, could accept it calmly. What? Beaky, you finished the investigation so quickly. Yunbao looked at Beaky in shock, as she still had about half of the ponies left to count. Yes, Beaky proudly smiled as she leaned closer to Yunbao, then discreetly took the roster from Yunbao's hand and quickly flipped through it. So what's the good news? Jinchi asked, although Jinchi enjoyed leisure. Suddenly jumping from busy work to this state of idleness was a bit too boring. Moreover, there were no entertainment facilities here at all. That is, the super amazing Lady Corolla is coming here to hold a concert soon. Beaky exclaimed excitedly. Wow. Ro, Jinchi, and the great magician Ziyue exclaimed. Lala, is she holding this concert here? Applejack pondered. Yunbao didn't have time to exclaim. Looking at the roster that flew into the sky with Beaky, hurriedly said, calm down. At least return the roster to me. Oh, okay. I'll give it back to you once I come down. Beaky smiled as she looked at the roster she had thrown high up. Before Yunbao could finish speaking, she saw Beaky jump into the air, grabbing the roster, and soaring a few more meters upwards with it. The ponies on the ground looked at Beaky flipping through the roster in the sky with a mix of confusion and surprise, like a giant pink feather slowly drifting down. The moment Beaky closed the roster, it seemed as if gravity had returned, and she began to drop rapidly. Applejack, Ruru, Princess Ziyue, and the great mage Ziyue didn't have time to react before they saw a flash of rainbow color. And then Yunbao gently landed on the ground with Beaky in her arms. Beaky looked at the sullen-faced Yunbao with affectionate eyes and said, deeply moved, you saved me. Yunbao expressionlessly released her arms, and Beaky rolled onto the ground. Beaky lay on the ground for a couple of seconds, hugging the roster, and couldn't help but giggle. Stop laughing. Falling from that high hurts, you know? Yunbao said with mild anger. Are you worried about me? I wouldn't let myself get hurt. Beaky laughed as she sat up. I'm not worried about you. I'm just worried about the roster, Yunbao retorted. Beaky stood up and walked over to Yunbao, handing her the roster, smiling. The total number of deaths in the Pony Maria Crystal Empire front is 62,384, and the number of missing ponies is. A solemn atmosphere instantly settled over the arena. With so many casualties, it's not appropriate to keep smiling while saying such serious things. Ruru gently tugged at Beaky. They left to protect our smiles, our joy, and our happiness. If I don't smile and tell them that this world is as they wished, should I cry instead? I believe they wouldn't want us to cry for them, Beaky said with a sense of relief. Different personalities create different habits. Although Ruru felt she could never smile in such a solemn and sad situation, she thought Beaky's words made some sense. Ruru lightly nodded and murmured in agreement. If one day you come to my funeral, you must not cry. You all have to show me your happiest smiles, understand? Beaky added jokingly with a fierce expression. Princess Ziyue had the fortune of witnessing a rather absurd funeral where many ponies were crying in pain. But all of them were desperately trying to maintain a faint smile on their faces, even if their expressions were strange. This was because the deceased loved to laugh and loved seeing everyone smile. Beaky continued from earlier. The number of missing ponies is 8,644, and under Simba's control. The entire Crystal Empire is armed, with no ponies missing, totaling 143,483 deaths. Yes, Yunbao instinctively exclaimed. When she heard that over 20,000 of their own soldiers had died, her heart sank. But now hearing that the death toll of the black-armored soldiers was more than twice that of their own, her previously gloomy mood instantly brightened. Her friends looked at Yunbao in unison. Yunbao cleared her throat and said solemnly, all the casualties were enemies. Enemies who would invade Pony Maria. But that's 140,000. It's not just our victories, but a small part also died due to Simba's enslavement and massacre, Beaky added. No way, is Simba crazy? Those ponies are his soldiers. Yunbao angrily scolded. With his state, he definitely is. Beaky replied. Yunbao suddenly felt that Sembla was inexplicably suppressed, which was really too lenient for him. Chapter 79, Celebration. By the way, when I just announced that Lady Coloraf is coming here, you two didn't seem very excited. Are you hiding something from me? Beaky asked, wrapping her arms around Princess Ziyue and Applejack with a somewhat fierce expression. Princess Ziyue and Applejack were suddenly caught off guard by Beaky's embrace, feeling a bit at a loss as they listened to her feigned ferocity. I knew about it. I wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you, Princess Ziyue said. At that time, I was just thinking about how this concert location is here. And it's just the right time for us to gather, Applejack added. Beaky scrutinized Princess Ziyue and Applejack with her left and right eyes. Under Beaky's gaze, Princess Ziyue and Applejack felt inexplicably guilty, but they also confirmed that they hadn't really done anything wrong. Princess, how did you know Lady Coloraf was coming? I learned this news while doing the pony census. I got familiar with all the ponies in the Crystal Empire and here, and they told me. All familiar? Yunbao exclaimed in surprise. She had been here for years and still wasn't fully familiar with everyone. It was my sister who told me, Princess Ziyue smiled. Such business acumen. Truly worthy of Beaky. So it was Princess Inyun who told you. Next time, I must find an opportunity to have a good chat with her, Beaky said excitedly. Her eyes sparkling. Once you have a serious chat with Princess Inyun, you'll find she's really a super nice and super gentle pony. The great mage Ziyue added excitedly. Princess Ziyue nodded in agreement. Beaky turned her gaze to Applejack and teasingly asked, when did you meet Lady Coloraf? From your tone, it sounds like you two are quite familiar. How come you never mentioned it back in Ponyville? Wow, a reunion with an old friend. We have to throw a party to celebrate. Let's call it the Good Friends Reunion Party, Beaky said excitedly. Girls, the Good Friends Reunion Party is not urgent right now. We have a more important and grand celebration belonging to the Crystal Empire that needs your help to complete, Princess Inyun gently said as she slowly descended from the sky. A more important, grander celebration? What is it? Is it fun? Beaky asked. Is it to celebrate the rebirth of the Crystal Empire? If so, it's indeed worth holding a special celebration, Princess Ziyue pondered. It's a celebration held to celebrate the rebirth and peace of the Crystal Empire. Princess Inyun nodded and said, it comes from your hands, so I believe it will be very interesting. Awesome. Beaky jumped into the air, scattering a handful of colorful confetti. As the confetti flew, the great mage Ziyue took the pieces off her hair one by one and asked, what do we need to do? Princess Inyun began to speak. The Crystal Empire has decided to hold a celebration centered around the Crystal Heart in 1 week to celebrate the rebirth and peace of the Crystal Empire. And finally crown Swailong. Wait, Swailong? Crowned? Jinchi asked in confusion. Oh, I know about this. The Crystal Ponies now really believe in Swailong, and they want him to be their new leader, Beaky said. Jinchi was somewhat shocked. In just 1 day, Swailong was crowned. Princess Inyun nodded and continued. First, Ziyue, you two work together to oversee the operations, ensuring that every aspect of the celebration runs smoothly. Understood, the great mage Ziyue replied. No problem. Princess Ziyue added after a moment of hesitation. Yunbao, you have not resigned yet. You are still the general of Pony Maria. So please maintain order at the celebration site with your soldiers on the night of the celebration. Understood, Yunbao saluted seriously. Princess Inyun, aren't you going to let Yunbao do a few rainbow sonic booms to liven things up? Beaky suggested with a smile. Aren't you going to set off fireworks? Princess Inyun asked in confusion. Fireworks are fireworks, but the rainbow sonic boom is even more spectacular. Beaky said. If Cloudsdale has no problem, I support it from my side. The Melody Princess glanced at Cloudsdale. All the ponies' gazes unconsciously shifted to Cloudsdale. I have no problem, Cloudsdale promised under the gaze of the ponies. But Beaky, how many do you plan for me to explode? Let's start with a string. Beaky exclaimed excitedly. A string? Cloudsdale was shocked. Although the rainbow sonic boom is now easy for me, it's not something I can produce in unlimited quantities without effort. Then you two take some time to discuss the arrangements for the event. The Melody Princess continued to assign tasks. The food for the Applejack Gala dinner is up to you. Okay, I won't let you down. Applejack said. Beaky, please take care of the joyful atmosphere of the celebration. Trust me, this will be an amazing celebration party. Beaky cheered. Rarity, please temporarily assemble a band. I need you for Swailong's final coronation music. Me? But Rarity felt a bit intimidated. Forming a band in a week is too difficult for her. Please believe in yourself, you can do it. The musicians from the Crystal Empire will assist you, the Melody Princess encouraged. All right, I'll give it a try. Rarity thought about what to do next. Jinchi, your workload is also substantial. You need to collaborate with the seamstresses of the Crystal Empire to produce 2 dresses within a week. One for Swailong's coronation and one for me. The Crystal Empire specifically invited me to coronate Sui Long. Leave it to me. I'll have enough time. Jinshi said confidently. Your work may also change because of Kalora's involvement, so please be understanding. I think Lala might just move her concert to your celebration. The themes don't conflict. Applejack said. Well, making a few dresses is nothing to worry about. Jinshi said. I'll do my best. Rarity suddenly felt the road ahead was long. Cloudsdale, Applejack. The magician and the princess. I don't seem to have any changes since yesterday. Beaky pretended to ponder deeply. Please cooperate with each other and be flexible when the time comes. For now, you can go and handle your own matters. The Melody Princess smiled. Aside from the great magician Ziyue and Princess Ziyue, whose work has not yet fully begun, the friends scattered, as their work was indeed not light. There must be quite a lot of work in the Crystal Empire these days. Thank you for your hard work. Princess Ziyue said as she walked up to the Melody Princess. It's okay. It's just that I don't know if Sui Long's governance will be a good thing or a bad thing. Those high-ranking officials who survived and originally led the Crystal Empire are desperately trying to impart various governance knowledge to Sui Long. The Melody Princess said, Will Sui Long become a good leader? I'm not sure, but becoming a good leader in a week is indeed not easy. Princess Ziyue said, Taking over as the princess of the Pony Maria universe has honed me for a long time. Then let us wish him good luck. The Melody Princess smiled. The great magician Ziyue quietly listened to the conversation between the Melody Princess and Princess Ziyue, feeling that the topics they discussed seemed a bit distant to her. Chapter 80, Kalora and the Celebration Progress. 2 days later, Kalora arrived at the city of Bienrong, draped in a scarf. Kalora pulled down the part of the scarf covering her face and said, Hello, I am Kalora. I previously wrote a letter to the Melody Princess, and she agreed to let me hold a concert here. Before Kalora could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a voice. Please come with us. Huh. Before Kalora could react, she was directly taken by 2 soldiers, one on each side. May I ask what I did wrong? Where are you taking me? Kalora asked. Somewhat confused. You haven't done anything wrong. We are taking you to meet Her Highness the Melody Princess. She said that as soon as you arrive, you should be brought to see her, one soldier said. After hearing this, Kalora's heart raced even more. What mistake had she made that warranted the Melody Princess coming to personally interrogate her? Looking at the 2 sturdy soldiers on either side, Kalora immediately abandoned the idea of overpowering them. After all, she was just a musician and singer, even if she miraculously escaped from them. Who knows how many more soldiers like them there were in the city? Ultimately, she could not figure out what she had done wrong that led the Melody Princess to send 2 soldiers to bring her over. In the end, Kalora gave up resisting. If life had to start over, she certainly wouldn't hold a concert here again. Why did you bring her here directly? Seeing Kalora being escorted by 2 soldiers with a look of resignation, the Melody Princess immediately knew something was wrong and scolded, with this gentle voice of the Melody Princess. Kalora was gently placed on the ground, and her eyes brightened. She felt that she might be okay, she could live. Sorry to scare you, the Melody Princess said, somewhat apologetically, extending a hand to Kalora. It's fine, I'm okay. But Princess, you called me over. Is there something you need? Kalora smiled as she grabbed the Melody Princess's hand and stood up. In 5 days, the Crystal Empire will hold a celebration for its rebirth and peace. If possible, I would like you to postpone your concert. That celebration is very important for the Crystal Empire, the Melody Princess said. Why not invite me to hold my concert during the celebration? After all, my songs have always been for peace, Kalora laughed. If you are willing, we would be very grateful, the Melody Princess said. No need to thank me, thank my fans. I am willing to do this because they, who also love peace. Understand my choice, Kalora gently shook her head. You really cherish your fans, the Melody Princess smiled. After all, I got here because of them, Kalora said. Then let them take you to meet everyone, the Melody Princess said, directing Kalora's gaze to the 2 Ziyue. The 2 Ziyue had actually been waiting here for a while. The Melody Princess had just informed the soldiers to bring them over to welcome Kalora, and they came right away. Let us take you to meet Applejack first. She is currently in the kitchen testing dishes for the celebration, Princess Ziyue said with a smile, using the same welcoming attitude she had when hosting leaders from other countries. Great. Let us go, Kalora said enthusiastically. So Applejack is here too. I haven't seen her in a long time. Please follow me, Princess Ziyue said, leading Kalora toward Applejack, letting the good friends catch up before taking Kalora to discuss the upcoming work. Kalora followed Princess Ziyue down a long corridor, and at that moment, she suddenly realized that the decor was exquisitely luxurious and festive, so abundant that it should have seemed gaudy, yet it gave a sense of extraordinary elegance. A beauty born from the collision and fusion of different ideas. The great magician Ziyue glanced at the decor, nodded, and started checking items off a list. That is Beaky. the main person responsible for the decor and celebration party activities here in Pony Maria. Princess Ziyue pointed to Biki, who was hanging a lantern from the ceiling. Princess Ziyue hadn't expected to encounter Biki here first, but since they met, she decided to introduce her. But how is she doing that? Kalora asked in surprise. Looking at Biki. Talent? Or magic? The great magician Ziyue said somewhat helplessly. Although she couldn't understand, she always had to learn to respect it. Wait for me a moment. I'm almost done. This lantern is much harder to assemble than I imagined. Upon hearing the little ponies talking about her, Biki quickly responded. The three little ponies looked up, quietly watching Biki assemble the lantern on the ceiling and then hang it up. After holding their heads up for a while, they felt that even if neck problems didn't exist, they might be cured. Once the lantern was finished, Biki slid down along the wall, complaining, "This is such a hassle. Next time, I will definitely assemble it first before hanging it up." Lady Kalora, Biki exclaimed upon seeing Kalora coming over with Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue. "You don't need to call me lady. I'm just an ordinary little pony outside. Just call me Lala or Kalora." Kalora instinctively took 2 steps back, due to Biki's high volume. Princess Ziyue and the great magician Ziyue both covered their ears with magic. Lady is a term of respect from fans, while Lala is a term of endearment. Both titles are very important, Biki explained. Kalora just smiled, thinking that it was the habit of fans, so it was fine. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Can I have your autograph?" As she spoke, Biki pulled out a photo of Kalora from her hair and handed it to her. Kalora was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the photo, then took out a marker and signed her name on it. "However, I remember you almost finished the setup yesterday. Why are you starting to set up again today?" The great magician Ziyue asked curiously. "It's because Jinshi said the celebration should be more grand and splendid. I think she makes a good point. So I asked her for a lot of very fancy decorations to add to my own," Biki replied. "Then you can continue setting up. We'll take Kalora with us first," Princess Ziyue said as she bid farewell to Biki. "That's right. You have a lot of work to hand over later. I've spent a bit too long here. See you later." Biki chuckled as she handled various decorations in her hands, waving goodbye to Princess Ziyue and her group. Princess Ziyue, along with Kalora and the great magician Ziyue, headed towards Applejack's direction. Upon reaching their destination, Kalora and Applejack exchanged glances from a distance before running towards each other. In just a few steps, the 2 little ponies tightly embraced each other. "Long time no see. AJ, I didn't expect to see you here," Kalora said joyfully. "Long time no see, Lala," Applejack replied. "But I wonder if I have the fortune to taste your cooking now?" Kalora nudged Applejack. "Why wait for the celebration day if you want to eat? You can try it right now," Applejack said, handing Kalora an apple pudding. Kalora accepted the apple pudding without hesitation, popped it into her mouth, savored it, and praised, "AJ, your skills are still so good. Would you like some more?" Applejack asked expectantly. "Of course. If you don't mind, I'd like to taste everything," Kalora replied without reservation. Meanwhile, the great magician Ziyue and Princess Ziyue were openly sneaking bites while waiting for Kalora. It was always necessary to have some time to catch up with old friends. Although waiting was indeed a bit boring, well, Applejack's carefully crafted dishes are indeed delicious. Chapter 81, Work Handover. Yunbao, having arranged every soldier's task, was reluctantly forced by Biki to stay at the training ground, attempting to achieve Biki's idealized plan of flying and creating several rainbow sonic booms, which was basically impossible. Since the matter of Yunbao's rainbow sonic boom could only be resolved by Yunbao herself, Princess Ziyue chose not to disturb Yunbao's process by bringing Kalora along. Instead, she talked to Kalora about Yunbao and the rainbow sonic boom on the way and directly took Kalora to find Ruru and Jinshi. Due to Jinshi and Ruru's exceptional professional skills, Jinshi and Ruru, who were originally only responsible for a small part, were inexplicably nominated as the chief costume designer and chief music conductor. Regarding the chief costume designer and chief music conductor, Jinshi accepted the arrangement very calmly from the start, while Ruru was actually unwilling but couldn't resist everyone's requests, ultimately agreeing out of helplessness. "I think it would look better if we choose a wine red vintage lace." Wine red vintage lace. "Jinshi, you are a genius." The crystal pony with a measuring tape around her neck and glasses generously praised Jinshi. "Oh, thank you for the compliment," Jinshi smiled. "Jinshi, Kalora is here." Princess Ziyue cleared her throat to temporarily end the topic that Jinshi and the tailors were discussing. Jinshi and the 3 designers and 2 tailors from the Crystal Empire shifted their focus from their design drafts. "Hello, Lady Kalora," Jinshi smiled and extended a hand. The tailors and designers from the Crystal Empire looked at Kalora as if they had seen a treasure, their eyes sparkling. "Hello, Jinshi, I've heard so much about you." "You don't need to call me lady. Just Kalora or Lala is fine." Kalora politely shook Jinshi's outstretched hand. Oh, all right. Dear, Jinshi smiled, looking Kalora up and down, asking dear. Besides the fixed song, in your playlist, what other songs are you arranging? 5 pieces. Kalora was somewhat taken aback. 5 pieces of costumes tailored to my songs in 5 days. How long has it been since I had such treatment? I'm both surprised and touched. If everyone is willing to work extra hours, we can make 2 more pieces. Sensing Kalora's emotional fluctuations, Jinshi revealed her final bottom line. Although she truly didn't want to work overtime. No need. Just casually making me a dress is enough. This celebration belongs to Little Pony Maria and the Crystal Empire. I can't overshadow it. Just let me do an opening, Kalora quickly replied. Just casually making is enough? Do you have any requirements for the dress? Jinshi asked in surprise, as top-tier stars like Kalora usually have high demands. It's enough because I plan to sing at the celebration, so if possible, the dress should be a bit more pure. Kalora winked at Jinshi, putting on a pleading expression. How about a multi-layered white tulle base with a layer of starry blue chiffon on top, adorned with sparkling gems and crystals? What do you think? Jinshi pondered for a moment. I believe in your ability. Jinshi, you are the famous costume designer of Little Pony Maria. Kalora affirmed Jinshi. Let the professionals handle professional matters. Although Kalora couldn't imagine what kind of dress Jinshi was envisioning, Jinshi's talent and skill were beyond doubt. Receiving high praise from Kalora, Jinshi wasn't particularly surprised, as her abilities and talents had always been outstanding. Now, is it convenient to take your measurements? Jinshi took out a measuring tape and began measuring Kalora. It's convenient. Kalora nodded. After taking the measurements, Kalora chatted a bit more with everyone before leaving with Princess Ziyue to the next location for the work handover. The great magician Ziyue stayed behind to confirm the current progress of the work with Jinshi. Oh, sir, that's not right either. It's too cheerful to the point of being stiff. Maybe it needs to be a bit softer, Ruru said. What Ruru wants is like this, Biki said with a grin. Exactly, just like that. Ruru quickly nodded in agreement. The little pony playing the cello didn't say what was on her mind, but the rhythm and feeling were indeed much better than her own perfection. Biki, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be setting things up? Corolla looked at Biki in surprise. Clearly, in such a short time, she shouldn't be here. I've finished all the arrangements. And Ro here needs a little help from me, Biki said with a grin. Ro nodded repeatedly beside her. Corolla watched in astonishment as Biki suddenly disappeared from in front of her and then quietly appeared next to her, leaning in close and mysteriously whispering, and I just said, we will meet again soon. Corolla looked at Biki, who was smiling beside her like a little son, full of goodwill and not annoying at all. No wonder Applejack said Biki was a very magical little pony. She really was quite magical. Corolla, we can provide the accompaniment here. Do you have any requirements for the accompaniment or harmony? Ro asked. You don't have to call me madam. Just Corolla or Lala is fine. I don't have any big requirements for the accompaniment or harmony, as long as nothing goes wrong on stage, Corolla replied with a smile. Then what are your pieces, Corolla? Ro asked. Just these 3. Corolla pulled out the sheet music from a thick folder she had just taken from her bag and handed it to Ro. We need a little time to practice, Ro said, looking at the 3 pieces. Do you need help? Corolla asked with a smile. If you are willing to help us, we would be very grateful, Ro exclaimed excitedly. Corolla shook her head slightly, saying, I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Corolla, you and Ro continue your handover. I have to go meet a dragon in a bit, so I'll leave first. If you need anything, you can find Wizard Ziyue. She should be arriving soon. Seeing that Corolla seemed to be spending a lot of time here, Princess Ziyue took her leave. Corolla nodded in acknowledgement of Princess Ziyue's early departure. Corolla had already heard a lot from Applejack, and she was generally quite clear about the situation. The great Wizard Ziyue arrived late and confirmed the work progress with Ro before taking over the reception duties previously handled by Princess Ziyue. Chapter 82, Coronation. Every part of the celebration was proceeding in an orderly manner. Both the Crystal Empire and Ponyville had invested a lot of enthusiasm and effort. This celebration was not only to celebrate the rebirth and peace of the Crystal Empire, but also a symbol of the end of the war between the Crystal Empire and Ponyville. On stage, Corolla's opening directly brought forth the ponies' latent feelings for peace. At the climax of the song, a rainbow sound explosion punctuated the moment perfectly. The activities of the celebration were numerous and interesting. The food was delicious, and the ponies were enjoying themselves, feeling content. Suilong, dressed in royal attire, was surrounded by soldiers and ministers from the Crystal Empire as he walked to the left of the Crystal Heart. Princess Inyun arrived from the right in a noble and dignified white gown, standing to the right of the Crystal Heart. Following Princess Inyun was a crystal pony, serious-faced and simply dressed, holding a tray with a crystal crown on it. Today, We are fortunate to gather here to witness the coronation of our new leader of the Crystal Empire. Now, with the witness of the Crystal Heart, we will have our special guest from Ponyville, Princess MyLittlePony, crown our great hero, the esteemed Swaylong. Let's aim for more explosions this time. Beaky bounced and said to Yunbao, I'll try. Yunbao replied helplessly. Although she wasn't very confident, she still hoped for success. After all, they had practiced for so long. Watching Yunbao's figure disappear, Beaky gently tossed her hair, and a controller popped out, which she caught in one swift motion, ready for the fireworks that had been prepared for so long to light up the whole venue. Swaylong stepped forward and slightly nodded, while Princess Inyun picked up the crystal crown from the tray and placed it on Swaylong's head. At the moment the crown settled on Swaylong's head, Beaky's fireworks and Yunbao's rainbow sound explosion went off simultaneously. Unfortunately, the rainbow sound explosion only produced one burst, and Beaky felt a bit regretful. But she knew Yunbao had done her best. Ro watched from backstage as the sky lit up with fireworks and the single rainbow sound explosion. She was a bit worried about Yunbao. The failure of the rainbow sound explosion must have put her in a bad mood. Is my treatment a bit too high? Corolla said, somewhat confused, sitting next to Applejack. It's okay. Beaky's fireworks are in full swing. Applejack smiled and reassured her. Corolla also smiled back at Applejack, indicating she felt comforted. I'm sorry, I failed, Yunbao said dejectedly, feeling like all that practice had gone to waste. Yunbao knew she was so close, and that if given another chance, she could succeed. It's okay, have a bite of apple pie, Beaky said with a smile, handing over an apple pie. Aren't you disappointed? Yunbao suspiciously took the apple pie, took a bite, and asked, You're amazing, and you've already tried your best. Why should I be disappointed? Beaky smiled. Yunbao nodded at Beaky with a smile. Yes, if you've already given it your all. It doesn't matter what the result is anymore. Now, our King Swaylong will give us a speech, the host said passionately, feeling thrilled as he anticipated the new leader taking the stage. Swaylong stood on the high platform, looking at the ponies below. He recalled the tragedy of leading the Crystal Empire poorly, which had caused its decline. He remembered the words of Princess Ziyue when he sought her help 5 days ago while struggling to learn how to govern. A week is indeed too short to learn how to rule a country. But since you have been elected, you must take on your responsibilities and not let everyone down. Swaylong slowly took the crown off his head. At this moment, the audience gasped in surprise. What does he want to do? Beaky exclaimed. I think I'm not fit to be your leader yet. I still have so much to learn. Swaylong paused, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, You need someone more suitable than me to lead you into a prosperous era. You are our most suitable leader. A crystal pony's voice stood out among the crowd. No, I'm not. A week is too short for me to learn how to be a perfect leader, Swaylong said helplessly. If you can't do it, then who do you think can be our leader? Another voice rang out. Princess MyLittlePony from Ponyville. Swaylong looked at Princess Inyun and said seriously. The audience instantly fell silent, and Princess Inyun was taken aback. This is the revelation I received from the Crystal Heart last night, Swaylong declared with conviction. The Crystal Heart, which had been spinning steadily while observing and enjoying the spectacle, suddenly slowed down at Swaylong's mention and then hurriedly resumed its spinning speed. What do you mean by the revelation I gave you? It was clearly you who couldn't sleep last night and came to chat with me. Last night, Swaylong had wrapped himself in a small blanket and sat down beside the Crystal Heart. Congratulations. You'll be crowned tomorrow. The Crystal Heart was the first to congratulate before Swaylong could speak. Sigh, there's nothing to congratulate about. Aren't you worried about the bad impact on the Crystal Empire if I don't rule well? Swaylong asked. What do I have to worry about? I'm just a guardian artifact. If evil forces appear, I will naturally resist them. As for the rule of the Crystal Empire, starting tomorrow, it will depend on you. You are the choice of the people, and whether the Crystal Empire will be blessed or cursed in the future will be up to you. Crystal Heart said confidently. But suddenly taking over a country feels so difficult, Swaylong said helplessly. Usually, you don't really have difficult tasks. You just need to complete the busy work of working from 5 in the morning to 10 at night without mistakes. Learn to endure sleepless nights due to unexpected situations. Maintain impeccable etiquette when dealing with others, and handle the meddling ministers from other countries, and you'll be fine, Crystal Heart said. Just fine? Swaylong instantly lost color. Why did what he found so hard sound so easy coming from her? Although he knew all this, hearing it so plainly made him feel such a huge trauma and pressure on his young heart. I'm just a little dragon. I can't do it. Hey. Don't lose heart. Even if there are some negative effects, so what? Success always requires experiencing some setbacks. Worst case, you just won't make any progress in your job for a few years, and everyone will ask you to step down. Noticing that Swaylong seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown, Crystal Heart hurriedly said, If they want me to step down, then why should I even wear a crown tomorrow? Suilong cried out, expressing the hardships and heartaches of the past few days of learning to govern the country. Crystal Heart immediately infused a large amount of love and hope energy into Suilong's heart. Are you a little calmer now? Crystal Heart asked. Suilong, whose emotions had been forcibly turned around and was now strangely in a good mood, nodded. Tomorrow you will be crowned. And you can't let the little ponies here think you're a fool, understand? Crystal Heart said earnestly. I understand, but I think even if they see it, they will convince themselves to understand it, Suilong said helplessly. In these past few days, he felt that the little ponies of the Crystal Empire had somewhat excessively revered him. That filter was about to deify him, and if it continued like this, the next step might be that heroes don't need to go to the bathroom. No. Now it's probably that some little ponies think they don't need to, they just don't know who they are. Faith is somewhat normal for the Crystal Empire. After all, you saved them, Crystal Heart said without surprise. After all, Suilong has been elected as the new leader. A leader who acts recklessly and goes into battle every week. If one day I really have to step down, or if it were you choosing this time, who would you choose as the leader of the Crystal Empire? Suilong felt two emotions clashing within him, but his heart was surprisingly comfortable. Maybe Princess Melody. She is suitable from every aspect, Suilong thought for a moment casually. Well, I look forward to the prosperous era you will bring to the Crystal Empire, Crystal Heart said. Yes, I will, Suilong said solemnly. Back in the Crystal Castle, Suilong lay on his spacious bed in his empty room. The large and cold bed made him feel small, and he missed his little nest a bit. That night, Suilong couldn't sleep, thinking about the affairs of the Crystal Empire. The Crystal Empire needs a good leader to lead it to a prosperous era, and Princess Melody is a leader recognized by Crystal Heart who is more suitable than himself. In the end, Suilong decided to find a way to make Princess Melody the new leader of the Crystal Empire. Crystal Heart never expected that Suilong would come up with such a big plan, using her name to create momentum. He watched as Crystal Heart's spinning speed changed, and the trust of the little ponies in Suilong's words instantly rose from 5 points to 8. Crystal Heart was angry but could not speak. Suilong took the opportunity to present the crystal crown to Princess Melody. Princess, in the name of the current leader of the Crystal Empire, I sincerely ask you to accept this crown and become the new leader of the Crystal Empire, leading it to a glorious era. To be honest, Suilong was unsure whether Princess Melody would agree. Bringing up Crystal Heart, the little ponies would definitely have no objections, but Princess Melody was not guaranteed to agree. Princess Melody quietly looked at Suilong, and just by looking at her cute emblem, she knew she had an intricate connection with the Crystal Empire. If what Suilong said was true, that it was the directive from the sacred object of the Crystal Empire, Crystal Heart, that allowed her to ascend, then accepting this matter would be her destiny. If not, it didn't seem to have any downside. After all, she came to the borderlands to defeat the enemy, recover, and lead the Crystal Empire. I am willing to serve, Princess Melody said devoutly as she lowered her head. A glimmer of joy flashed in Suilong's eyes, but he did not show it on his face, thanks to his temperament of keeping his emotions in check this week and his training in expressions. Softly, she immediately directed the band to play the coronation song once again. Hurry up, hurry up. This time it has to succeed, Pinkie urged Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash took a deep breath and went up again. This time it would definitely succeed. 3 rainbow sonic booms exploded one after another, illuminating Suilong and Princess Melody's faces. The crown fell, power transferred, and the most beloved and anticipated leader of the Crystal Empire just brushed past the throne of the Crystal Empire. From then on, Suilong gained a reputation for not seeking fame and fortune, but for sincerely thinking about the Crystal Empire. Wow! Seeing her own success, Rainbow Dash exclaimed. In office, I will do my job. Since I have chosen to accept this identity, I will do my best to secure a glorious era for the Crystal Empire. Princess Melody pledged solemnly. Pinkie pulled out some spare fireworks, adding new colors to the sky for a brief few seconds. I thought you were out of fireworks, Rainbow Dash said in surprise. How could that be? Pinkie laughed. Good. Suilong led the little ponies below to applaud and cheer for Princess Melody. Thunderous applause and cheers echoed in the air. Now, can a little crystal pony present the power of faith to Crystal Heart, to bless our new leader, Princess Mia Makadon? The host directed. A leader who has not received the blessing of Crystal Heart cannot be considered a true leader of the Crystal Empire, but at this moment, Suilong had already become an immortal leader in the hearts of the little ponies. The little ponies bowed their heads, and the power of faith transmitted along the floor to Crystal Heart. Thousands of praying voices told Crystal Heart, "We are willing to follow your guidance and that of our great hero, and we honor Princess Mia Makadon as our new leader. Let her lead us to a glorious era. It really isn't my guidance, but that dragon decided it on his own. Okay." At this point, despite her dissatisfaction, Crystal Heart had to fulfill the blessing. Crystal Heart's spinning speed increased, her surroundings became bright, and the water blue magic enveloped Princess Melody. Princess Melody was instantly lifted into the air by the water blue magic, feeling a force seep into her body, merging with her magic. Seconds later, Princess Melody landed, and her wing tips gained blue markings. She felt her power had at least doubled. Accompanied by cheers and applause, the new leader of the Crystal Empire was crowned. Chapter 83 Departure. The celebration concluded perfectly, and Princess Melody took over the authority to become the new leader of the Crystal Empire. Although Crystal Heart found the boundaryless dragon somewhat annoying, she had to hold it in due to her identity. I'm not saying Pinky. Although I really appreciate you donating half your fortune for military supplies, but we don't have to walk all the way to save the world, right? Rainbow Dash said. Pinky really donated a lot, including that unreliable car. She was genuinely worried that the car would cause other problems. Originally, there was a little pony who wanted to temporarily build a small broken cart for Ziyue and the others. But because Jinchi thought it was ugly and Princess Ziyue felt it was unnecessary, the final result turned into traveling light and walking. Don't you think measuring every step with your feet is quite poetic? Jinchi said. I don't think so. It just seems like more trouble and labor, Yunbao replied coldly. We actually have everything we need. If it really comes to it, I have equipment to assemble a hot air balloon here, Princess Ziyue said. If worst comes to worst, we can teleport. Biki directly teleported to the other side. Yunbao waved her hand in resignation, admitting that she still hadn't mastered the skills that Biki handled so easily. Woo-woo. My throne, my subjects, my gems, goodbye, goodbye. Suilong sat on the back of the great mage Ziyue, looking at the Crystal Empire that was gradually receding. Unable to hide her regret and sadness, wiping her tears with a handkerchief and sobbing. Wasn't that your own choice? Are you reluctant now? The great mage Ziyue said. Actually, I am a bit reluctant, Suilong replied. Then you can stay. The Crystal Empire will definitely keep a spot for you, making you a distinguished guest of the Crystal Empire. Jinchi laughed. No way, I want to be with you. Suilong tightly hugged the great mage Ziyue's neck. Suilong, don't hug so tightly. I can't breathe. The great mage Ziyue said with slight anger. Sorry, Suilong quickly released her grip. The great mage Ziyue looked at Suilong with some displeasure. Suilong showed a well-behaved smile. The great mage Ziyue sighed helplessly, knowing that she could only spoil her own dragon. Girls, do you feel something strange here? Applejack said cautiously. As a land pony who dealt with dirt all day, Applejack was very clear that such barren land could not grow such rich and prosperous plants. What's strange? I think this place is great, Ruru said. We're getting farther away from the Crystal Empire, and the environment is getting better, Jinchi said. From an aesthetic perspective, this place is indeed more pleasing than the area just outside the Crystal Empire, Jinchi added. No. It's just that Applejack didn't finish her sentence before she saw a long red carpet stretching towards them. The red carpet perfectly unfolded right in front of them. Then, a figure in a small suit, with a black bow tie, appeared out of nowhere right in front of the friends. Unordered. It's been a while. Ruru excitedly stepped forward. Ruru, wait a moment. Unordered calmly stopped Ruru from rushing over. Ruru was taken aback and chose to obey Unordered's arrangement and took a step back. Unordered turned and pulled a conductor's baton from his ear, shouting, Line up. Play music. Dozens of unordered figures holding various instruments appeared on both sides of the red grass. And with the conductor's baton, they began to play the symphony of the Crystal Empire. After the performance, the dozen or so unordered figures playing the symphony instantly disappeared. Do you like it? Congratulations, you saved the Crystal Empire, Unordered said. For me? Thank you. But this is everyone's joint effort, Ruru replied, taking the pink flowers. So why are you here? Princess Ziyue asked. Of course. I came to congratulate you on saving the Crystal Empire, Unordered laughed. I didn't notice that at all, Yunbao complained. Isn't there more? Did you modify this place? Applejack asked. The glowing ball, which was in a state of invisibility, silently gave a thumbs up. Who would have thought that not long ago, pigs were flying in the sky, fish were running on the ground, and birds were swimming in the water here? I made a slight modification, Unordered laughed. As expected, Applejack said. Unordered, your modification must not be small. There are no other creatures or demons here. So you should have authority over this area, Princess Ziyue said. Haha, congratulations, little princess. You are correct. This area is one of my territories, Unordered laughed. One of? I thought you didn't have any territory. Princess Ziyue said. After all, I am a demon. Having a few small territories is quite normal, isn't it? Besides, I haven't occupied any large areas. I've just taken up a little bit of the border between two sides, Unordered said nonchalantly. Don't say it so lightly. Such places often have conflicts, which are very dangerous. The glowing ball said, So it turns out that I was in the front line watching them fight. And now I'm directly enforcing truth, goodness, and beauty to stop the war, which is also quite good. Unordered, you should avoid dangerous places in the future, otherwise. I will worry about you, Ruru said. I know. I will pay attention to safety, Unordered replied. Princess Ziyue pulled Ruru and said we should go. Ruru nodded and turned to Unordered, saying, We're leaving. Take care of yourself. No need to come congratulate us next time. Where are you going? Do you want me to see you off? Unordered asked. No need, Princess Ziyue said. Either way is fine, Ruru said. Princess Ziyue and Ruru exchanged glances. Unordered is very good, Ruru said sincerely to Princess Ziyue. But we are on our way to solve the demons that have been tainted by dark energy along the way. Princess Ziyue said helplessly. But no matter how detailed your approach is, in the end, you can only solve a small part of it. Most of those demonized ordinary demons have been tainted and demonized by the dark power of the yellow demon, and naturally, they obey the yellow demon. If you want to deal with those demons that are not very strong but are extremely numerous, I still recommend that you deal with the yellow demon first. Unordered suddenly spoke up. Are you saying that if we deal with those demons that invade various races step by step, it won't have much significance? Princess Ziyue said in surprise. You can understand it that way, Unordered smiled. Then do you have any suggestions? Princess Ziyue asked. Although Unordered was often unreliable, sometimes his ideas and opinions could indeed be very helpful to everyone. Of course I do. I suggest you first deal with this, Unordered said. With a snap of his fingers, all the ponies teleported to another place following Unordered. The ponies disappeared in front of the glowing ball, which was somewhat surprised, wondering what Unordered was up to now. What came into view was a stone formation in the dense mountains and forests, with lifelike stone statues of 6 sages. Their resolute gazes seemed to tell the beings that came here what they were facing and what they needed to protect. It's the stone circle array. The sealing formation of the 6 sages sealing the Stygian. Chapter 84. 8,000 Years of Misunderstanding. Xingxuan. This is Whitebeard Xingxuan. The great mage Ziyue said excitedly. Lightning Magnus. Yunbao turned in the sky a few times, leaving a rainbow sonic boom, and then proudly landed next to the statue of Lightning Magnus. Mist Blue Mane. She has even more presence than I imagined, Jinchi said happily, taking out a handkerchief and carefully wiping the statue of Mist Blue Mane. Stonehoof. Applejack took off her hat and placed it on her chest, solemnly stating, Could it be the legendary dream crystal that answered the riddle and saved the ponies from the demon sphinx? Biki said. Meiji Chingshimedo? Ruru said uncertainly, as she had seen her in a book about masks. Although I don't know who placed their statues here, putting them in such a remote place is very disrespectful. Jinchi complained after polishing the statue of Mist Blue Mane until it shined. I've never seen a statue carved so vividly. It should be placed in the center of the Canterlot Museum for everyone to admire, the great mage Ziyue said. Through the resonance of the source of harmony, the late arriving orb of light looked at the stone circle array, feeling a bit shocked. What is Disorder planning to do? Is it too early for me to unseal them directly? It could lead to another strong enemy. Is it possible that they are not stone statues, but the real ones? Just transformed into stone statues to seal their friend who fell into darkness? Princess Ziyue said. The friends were a bit shocked. They are all real. They are living seniors. Idols. If you can rescue them, I think your journey to save the world will become much easier. Disorder said sincerely, appearing to care for his friends. The orb of light was speechless. Really? Are you sure they won't add another strong enemy due to mishandling? So they are all alive. But right now they are like the dead, sleeping inside the statues? Biki said with a smile. The friends all looked at Biki, especially the gaze of the great mage Ziyue, which sent chills down Biki's back. Biki looked at the great mage Ziyue, whose gaze seemed to want to cut her. I was just joking, don't be so serious. Biki said with a grin. Biki, this is not funny at all. This is the great Whitebeard Xingxuan. And it is not a joke. The great mage Ziyue said seriously. The great mage Ziyue had a bit of blind admiration for Xingxuan. So how should we rescue them? Jinchi asked. To rescue them, we need their artifacts, combined with a magic array. While rescuing the 6 sages, the Shadow Horse will also be released, which is their friend Stygian who fell into darkness. Stygian is a knowledgeable little horse, well-read, and he is friends with the 6 sages, but due to a small misunderstanding, he accidentally fell into darkness. 1,000 years ago, Stygian had no power or magic. He longed to fight alongside his friends. In his eagerness to achieve results, Stygian took the artifacts of the 6 sages to the stone circle array without their consent, wanting to replicate a set of artifacts. The 6 sages did not know that Stygian just wanted to copy a set of artifacts to fight alongside them. They only discovered that Stygian had taken their artifacts. So they misunderstood him, thinking he wanted to claim their artifacts for himself. Ultimately, the 6 sages stopped Stygian's plan. He was unable to create a replica of the artifact. Perhaps due to anger from a friend's betrayal, the 6 sages did not listen to Stygian's explanation and directly expelled him. After being driven away and abandoned by his friends, Stygian was tainted by dark energy and fell into darkness, becoming the Shadow Horse. The 6 sages sealed the Shadow Horse in the stone circle to prevent it from ruling over Little Maria and falling completely into darkness, at the cost of their own selves. To this day, the 6 sages have kept the Shadow Horse sealed in the stone circle for 1,000 years, and their misunderstanding has also lasted for 1,000 years. Therefore, once we rescue them, we must immediately help them resolve this misunderstanding. Princess Ziyue explained. But how should we do that? And where are their artifacts? The great mage Ziyue asked. Princess Ziyue was momentarily at a loss. Back then, they found the artifacts thanks to a map, but now without a map, how could they find those artifacts? At this point, Disorder had been staring intently at the orb of light, almost directly sending a message. The orb of light felt like a tool without emotions. The orb of light used magic to contact the little horses wearing the source of harmony. The magic of the source of harmony converged from 6 directions to the center of the stone circle and then spread out. As the magic spread, scenes of 1,000 years ago, when the 6 sages sealed the Shadow Horse, played before the little horse's eyes. When the story ended, a shadowy map gradually unfolded, marking the locations of the 6 artifacts. No, this isn't right. Why are the artifacts perfectly distributed in the areas of the 6 races? The orb of light was somewhat surprised and looked at Disorder, who appeared indifferent. Good news. Xingxuan's magic book is in Little Maria, although it's in a somewhat remote location. The great mage Ziyue said excitedly. Yes, it's in Equal Town. Starlight should still be there, carrying out her idealized rule. Princess Ziyue said. I wonder how Starlight is doing here. Starlight? Rule? The great mage Ziyue said. She is a very good little horse, with great talent and high attainment in magic. Due to a childhood trauma concerning friendship, she established an idealized Equal Town. Of course, we can have a good chat with her. She can turn over a new leaf. The great mage Ziyue nodded. Perhaps I can talk to her about magic. The southern part of the inner sea? I really can't understand why the beautiful artifacts of the misty blue mane would be in the territory of the illusionary race. Jinchi said in confusion. What is surprising about that? Magnus the lightning shield is still in the dragon domain. Young said. Where is the dream crystal's blindfold located? It's in the sea. Biki said. That S in the sea Maria, the second habitat of the hippogriffs. Princess Ziyue added. Wow, are you saying they live in the sea? Biki instantly teleported beside Princess Ziyue in amazement. Yes, they migrated to the sea to escape the rule of the Storm Emperor and turned into seahorses. Princess Ziyue said. It's amazing to think about little horses living in the sea. Biki said excitedly. The iron shovel of the stone hoof is on Griffin Island. A pony from the Apple family has been there before and said they are snobbish and reclusive. Applejack said. Griffin Island? That's Gilda's hometown. I haven't seen her in a long time. This is a good opportunity to visit her. Snobbish and reclusive? I think I've heard her mention a bit about it before. It might be influenced by regional culture. Gilda is actually quite easy to get along with. I can introduce you to her. Young said. And me? I haven't made friends with a griffin yet. Biki said. Do you think they are still intact where they are now and can be used normally? The mask of the clear stream meadow is in Axaton. I'm worried it might be damaged. Roro said. The atmosphere became a bit heavy for 1,000 years. The sage's artifacts have fallen to various places, and whether they are still intact remains uncertain. The orb of light sighed. These artifacts might have still been in Little Maria a week ago. Rather than worrying about whether they are damaged, it's better to worry about whether Disorder has prepared any surprises. I think everyone shouldn't worry too much. They should still be intact because they are their artifacts. Moreover, in my world, when friends found them, they were all fine. Princess Ziyue's words swept away her friends' worries. Chapter 85. Lifespan can match friendship's length. Let's hope so. Ro smiled slightly, reassuring herself and her friends. So where should we go first? Applejack asked. The 6 places where the artifacts are located clearly are not suitable for acting alone. We can only act collectively. Princess Ziyue looked at the map and thought for a moment. Let us go to Equal Town first. If we have the support of Starlight, it will greatly assist us in defeating those demons. The issue with Equal Town is neither big nor small. It is located within Little Maria, under the protection of the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, so we basically don't need to worry about anything extremely tragic happening there. Starlight's rule may be paranoid, but she definitely won't harm the little ponies, and may even provide a so-called equal sky for the ponies in the town. Princess Yue originally planned to not get involved in the matters of Peace Town until she dealt with troublesome characters like Symbula, the Cocoon Queen, and the Yellow Demon. Once all the troublesome issues were resolved, she intended to have a good talk with Starlight to address the problems in Peacetown. However, since they had to go to Peacetown due to the issue with the magic book, they decided to head there early. Having an additional magic-skilled Starlight in the team would make resolving the issues easier. Sounds good. More ponies mean more strength, Applejack said. No time to waste. Let's hurry and set off. Rainbow Dash exclaimed. But do you know exactly where we are now? Twilight asked. Everyone had been transported here in a chaotic manner, and no one knew where they actually were. Pinkie Pie pulled out a flashlight, illuminating her spooky face. A remote wilderness. No creature can live here. In the dense mountains and forests, where the light was already scarce. Rarity was startled when she saw the light reflecting on Pinkie's ghostly face and instinctively stepped back several paces, accidentally tripping over a rock and nearly falling. But was caught by Chaos, who had appeared behind her without her noticing. Be careful, Chaos said, gently covering Rarity's ears with his hands, using magic to block her perception of external sounds. Thank you. I'm fine, Rarity replied, taken aback, as her world suddenly fell silent. Rainbow Dash witnessed the whole process and sighed. What a scaredy cat. Chaos helped Rarity regain her balance, and when she looked up, she saw Rainbow Dash flying towards Pinkie Pie. Chaos smiled slightly as the magic covering Rarity's ears quietly dissipated. Rarity could hear again. The first thing entering her ears was Rainbow Dash's exasperated voice. Pinkie, you scared Rarity. Pinkie Pie looked over towards Rarity, who was now several meters away from the stone circle. Sorry, Pinkie said with a slight smile, expressing her apology. Do you need me to take you to that place? Chaos asked, standing next to Rarity. No, thank you, Princess Ziyue and Rarity unanimously agreed. Princess Ziyue sighed helplessly and said to Rarity, just listen to me, okay? Follow my plan. Although Rarity didn't quite understand why Princess Ziyue would refuse Chaos's kind offer, she nodded and chose to comply with Princess Ziyue's arrangement. Princess Ziyue felt helpless. Was it so hard to accept Chaos's kindness? Besides Rarity, who had received Chaos's special favor, other ponies would feel quite disordered if they weren't given a surprise. Princess Ziyue looked at Chaos, whose obedient demeanor made her feel uneasy. She took a deep breath to calm herself and said, Chaos, thank you for bringing us here. No matter what your reasons are, I appreciate it. Princess Ziyue changed her tone and said firmly, but we won't trouble you to take us to Peacetown anymore. I brought the materials to assemble a hot air balloon, and we will go by balloon. All right then, what a pity. I was hoping to help you. Chaos said with an innocent look. Maybe we should consider accepting his help. He hasn't done anything particularly bad so far, Twilight suggested. No thanks. Princess Ziyue smiled and declined. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. You have no idea how outrageous Chaos can be. Of course, if he were any less outrageous, he wouldn't be the king of chaos. Princess Ziyue took out the components for the hot air balloon from her backpack and quickly assembled a balloon that could carry all the ponies. The ponies bid farewell to Chaos one by one and took off in the hot air balloon. The balloon drifted farther and gradually disappeared into the sky. The once ordinary environment suddenly began to change bizarrely. Birds jumped into the pond, and fish crawled onto land. Flowers and grass hummed a sad farewell tune, and the trees danced a parting dance. Chaos took out a coffee cup printed with his and Rarity's faces, and a brown cloud floated above it, filling the cup with strong coffee. Ah, the farewell came so quickly. The next time I see Rarity, it will be a long, long time, Chaos lamented. The light sphere looked around, noticing that apart from the stone circle, nothing had changed, and couldn't help but fall into silence. After a while, he spoke through gritted teeth. You might want to hold on a little longer. They just left. Oh, does that pose a problem for me? Chaos leisurely sipped his coffee. The light sphere fell silent again. Yes, it's no problem for you. I was a fool to help make this place normal. The light sphere took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but instead became even angrier. Why hasn't this world been destroyed yet? With this guy around, what is the point of my rescue? Is it meaningful? Realizing his thoughts were problematic, the light sphere immediately began to brainwash himself. My mission is to save the world. No matter what this world looks like, I will save it. I will do everything I can to make this world a better place. After calming down, the light sphere looked again at Chaos, who was sipping coffee in a very relaxed manner, seemingly waiting for the light sphere to speak. Those magical artifacts were specifically scattered by you, right? The light sphere asked. This question had puzzled her since she first saw the stone circle. No. What are you thinking? I only moved a few of them to let them gather dust in a different place, Chaos immediately retorted. So some accidentally ended up there. And some you moved. What is the point of doing this? The light sphere asked, confused. Isn't it a bit troublesome for you to set up such a trap? Riding such a trap, you don't seem to have much involvement. Chaos smiled slightly, making the light sphere feel a sense of calculation and conspiracy. Great merits lead to long lives. Like that little dragon named Suilong. He saved the Crystal Empire, gained the belief of its people, and received blessings from the Crystal Heart. Now his lifespan is probably much longer than that of an ordinary dragon. After all the twists and turns, Rarity has the right to live long. Chaos smiled meaningfully. It's confirmed. It's not a conspiracy but an obvious scheme. But even if Rarity becomes a celestial unicorn, she cannot achieve immortality. Her lifespan cannot exceed yours. You are longer lived than heaven and earth. The light sphere said, puzzled. The light sphere knew Chaos had deep feelings for Rarity. But the significance of this plan seemed insignificant to Chaos. Honestly, I don't care whether Rarity becomes a celestial unicorn or not. I'm just trying to find ways to extend her life, Chaos replied nonchalantly. What do you want to do? A sense of foreboding arose in the light sphere's heart. A secret, guess, Chaos said, placing a finger on his lips with a mysterious smile. What exactly does Chaos want to do? He wouldn't think of destroying the world and taking Rarity as a burial companion, would he? In a moment of anxiety, a thought flashed through the light sphere's mind. Maybe Rarity cannot achieve immortality, but her lifespan may be equivalent to the length of their friendship. Beings with immortality usually have innate missions. Those who achieve longevity through acquired means are generally rewarded for outstanding contributions to the world. If they spread friendship, save the world, and understood the meaning of their friendship and personal qualities through this journey, I could reward them accordingly through the source of harmony. Of course, even so, Rarity cannot live longer than you. That sounds great, Chaos said with a smile, looking very pleased. Gongqiu felt inexplicably that she had been schemed against. Chapter 86, Tyrex Ambush. Watching the disorder gradually shrink and disappear, Roro couldn't help but feel a bit sad. It seemed like it would be a long time before she saw disorder again. The hot air balloon was controlled by Princess Ziyue, drifting toward Peace Town. The hot air balloon floated leisurely, giving off a sense of carefree relaxation. The ponies on the balloon were not bored either. They were chatting and laughing about the dazzling stars. Unexpected events often occurred, and a dark red magic shot through the hot air balloon. The balloon instantly deflated and began to plummet. The quick-thinking Princess Ziyue immediately used magic to support the hot air balloon, preventing it from falling further. They had reached the valley near Peace Town, not far from their destination. Is everyone okay? After stabilizing the hot air balloon, Ziyue hurriedly asked. Her friends shook their heads. What happened? Applejack asked. Even though our hot air balloon exploded, isn't that necessarily a bad thing? Pinkie said optimistically. In times that seemed critical, it often wasn't suitable to feel sad. Who did this? I'm going to check it out. Cloudsdale, feeling a bit angry, shot into the air. Wait, a voice called out. But Cloudsdale watched helplessly as a creature with red skin, white fur, black hair, black horns, and hooves, part bull, part sheep, part horse, collided with the basket containing her friends, sending it flying along with the voice of the plea. In an instant of anger, surprise, and shock, Cloudsdale, empowered by the source of loyalty, kicked fiercely. The rainbow-colored flash and the sudden fierce kick happened within seconds. The creature didn't have time to react. Cloudsdale's kick caused the creature to veer off from its original plan to directly strike the hot air balloon basket containing the ponies against the mountain. Both sides exerted their full strength, and in an instant, they were both knocked back. Seeing Cloudsdale fly out, Princess Ziyue quickly called out, urging her to stay back. Rushing out when the situation was unclear might not be a good idea. Before her words were fully out, a powerful shockwave hit them directly. At this moment, they couldn't stay in the hot air balloon basket any longer. Otherwise, they would be crashed into the mountainside. Princess Ziyue spread her wings, used magic, and helped her friends escape from the rapidly crashing hot air balloon basket. The friends lay haphazardly on the magical platform Ziyue created in midair. Who was so excessive? This has made my hair frizz. Jinshi exclaimed angrily. Do you know how important hair is to a beautiful girl? Princess Ziyue felt a bit pained. She had just assembled the hot air balloon not long ago. But fortunately, it seemed her friends were all unharmed. Cloudsdale must have rushed out. A blue figure flew toward them. It was Cloudsdale. Suilong and Roro flew toward Cloudsdale at the same time, working together to catch her. The powerful impact propelled Cloudsdale along with Suilong and Roro several meters forward before they finally stopped. Fortunately, all three could fly, and after stopping, they quickly stabilized themselves. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Roro asked anxiously. I'm fine, and you all are fine too, that's great. Cloudsdale said excitedly. What happened? How did you fly over? Suilong asked, puzzled. What kind of monster is that? I was knocked away when I tried to attack him. Cloudsdale pointed toward the creature still lying in the dirt pit, unable to get up. Confirming that Cloudsdale was okay, Princess Ziyue looked in the direction Cloudsdale pointed. It was Tyrek. Seeing Tyrek here shocked Princess Ziyue. Why was he here? Having recognized Tyrek earlier, the great sorceress Ziyue, still stunned by his presence, immediately answered Cloudsdale's question. It's Tyrek. He came from a distant place to steal the magic of Ponyland. After being imprisoned in Tartarus for his crimes, he vanished without a trace after escaping. My teacher specifically searched for him, but was unable to find him. But doesn't Ponyland have a protective barrier set by the teacher? How did he get in? Ziyue wondered. He might have been very weak when he entered Ponyland. The barrier allows extremely weak beings to seek shelter. The great sorceress Ziyue explained. You had good intentions, but you didn't expect it would bring trouble. It was both unexpected and reasonable. No one had thought Tyrek could sneak into Ponyland, yet he had quietly infiltrated it, secretly stealing Ponyland's magic from its hidden corners. Tyrek finally managed to climb out of the pit, shaking off the dust. The strength of that Pegasus was a bit stronger than he had expected. But if she hadn't ambushed him, how could he be in such a predicament? In an instant, Tyrek wondered if provoking them was a good thing. But if he could absorb the Pegasus's power, he would have a chance to break free from his current controlled and passive state. No matter the cost, it would be worth it. Being used as a tool by a pony was a disgrace to a demon. Tyrek looked up and saw a purple platform floating in midair. On the platform were 2 unicorns, 2 earth ponies, 2 Pegasi on the left, a little dragon, and a Princess Alicorn on the right. They seemed to be discussing something. The blue Pegasus that had just attacked him could still fly. He was already in such a mess. And she, a mere ordinary Pegasus, must have been injured. In a typical situation, Tyrek would choose to flee when faced with such a lineup, as he really couldn't be sure he could win. A dark red light flickered in Tyrek's eyes, greed spilling from his gaze. But this lineup was too good. A princess who had just become an alicorn. A little dragon that seemed weak but bore the power of faith and blessings. 2 earth ponies, 2 unicorns, and 2 Pegasi, one of whom was injured, were not to be feared. Take a gamble, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. If he succeeded, not only could he drain the magic from the pony controlling him and treating him as a tool, but he could also become the new master of Ponyland. A guaranteed win. Greed fueled Tyrek's courage. With a greedy, sinister smile, Tyrek unleashed a dark red spell toward the platform. Chapter 87. The Mysterious Disappearance of Tyrek. Seeing Tyrek unleash a dark red spell, Princess Ziyue immediately raised a protective shield. The red magic collided with the shield but failed to shatter it. Ziyue was a bit surprised. Through her perception of the shield, she found that Tyrek's magic was weaker than expected. In Ziyue's understanding, based on Tyrek's growth rate, he should have already stolen a large portion of Ponyland's power. As for why Tyrek hadn't grown stronger, was it merely due to the lack of Disorder's help? That was indeed possible. After all, Disorder could not only empower himself, but also others. The specific reason was still unknown to Ziyue. However, this was good news as they had one less formidable enemy. Ziyue lowered the shield and casually sent a nearby mountain peak flying toward Tyrek. I will hold him back, and you use the magic of friendship to seal him. We cannot allow him to continue developing further. Princess Ziyue said, spreading her wings and diving down towards Tyrek. Hearing Princess Ziyue's words, the friends exchanged glances, clasped their hands together, and magic overflowed from the source of harmony, enveloping them and beginning to merge. The demon that robs little pony Maria of her magic and harms her interests must be punished. Tyrek looked at the mountain coming towards him and shattered it with magic. Through the flying debris, Tyrek saw the Alicorn princess flying towards him. Just in time, I'll have some fun with you first. Without thinking, Tyrek used magic to pull Princess Ziyue towards him. The sudden pull made Princess Ziyue feel very uncomfortable. After a moment's thought, she chose not to immediately break free from Tyrek's magic. Seeing that the Alicorn princess was powerless to struggle within his magic control, Tyrek was first surprised, then delighted and proud, wearing a smug expression. Seeing that Tyrek had captured Princess Ziyue, the friends immediately unleashed their magic of friendship. Just as Tyrek pulled Princess Ziyue within less than a meter of himself, she broke free from his magic control and struck Tyrek on the head. The powerful purple magic sent Tyrek crashing into the mountainside. Princess Ziyue landed steadily, and the rainbow-colored magic of friendship surged from above her head towards Tyrek. Seeing the rainbow-colored magic of friendship, Princess Ziyue was certain that Tyrek had no chance of winning. After being struck by Princess Ziyue, Tyrek was already seriously injured. And looking at the approaching rainbow-colored magic, he felt half hatred and half regret. It clearly didn't seem strong. So how could it be this powerful? Why did I provoke them when I had nothing to do? Now I have to pay with my life. Realizing he was powerless to resist, Tyrek had no choice but to accept his fate, cursing the little ponies who were about to take his life. just as the rainbow magic was about to hit Tyrek. Princess Ziyue suddenly saw a flash of blue magic appear behind him. Not good. Someone is saving him. The rainbow magic crashed into the mountainside, and the mountain instantly seemed to be endowed with powerful vitality, flourishing with trees and greenery. Still surprised about who saved Tyrek, Princess Ziyue was suddenly gently tapped on the shoulder. I just saw you being controlled. It scared me to death. Are you okay? Biki asked anxiously. At this moment, Yumba also arrived next to Princess Ziyue, but her expression was not good. I'm fine. I did that on purpose to make him lower his guard for an attack. Princess Ziyue replied. That's good, Biki said with a smile. A princess should know to be more composed. I don't know why you rushed in without discussing it with us, Yumba said indignantly. Yumba, you just did the same, and I didn't stop you. Princess Ziyue laughed. I know. I'll be careful next time, Yumba admitted reluctantly after a moment of silence. The great magician Princess Ziyue has arrived. What about them? Princess Ziyue asked. They are all running down the stairs, Biki replied. Jinchi and Applejack were quickly flying down the stairs, accompanied by Ro and Sui Long. How did you all get here? Princess Ziyue asked suddenly. We teleported directly here, Biki laughed. Of course, we flew over, Yumba said. Isn't that normal? Teleport to the ground, and then run over. The great magician Princess Ziyue smiled. As a unicorn, she couldn't understand why none of the Earth ponies could teleport as quickly. After Jinchi and Applejack landed, the spiral blue staircase disappeared instantly, and Princess Ziyue also removed the platform that was previously hanging in the office. Sui Long, Jinchi, Applejack, and Ro arrived late, and as soon as they came over, they asked if everything was okay. Princess Ziyue smiled and assured them that she was fine and they didn't need to worry. But where should we go next? And how? Jinchi asked. According to my memory, we should go in that direction. Princess Ziyue pointed towards the direction of Equality Town in her memory. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry up, Yumba urged. After hearing Princess Ziyue talk about many new things about Starlight Glimmer, the friends' curiosity and goodwill towards her had reached a peak, even though they already knew that Starlight Glimmer was probably not a good pony. Princess Ziyue paused and led her friends to navigate through the valley. Tyrek had already been rescued, and it would be impossible to find him right away. Going to Equality Town to find Starlight Glimmer was clearly the best solution for now. Just like how the townsfolk of Equality Town had sent Princess Ziyue and her friends to chase after Starlight Glimmer back in the day. It didn't take long for them to get lost in the valley, just as they decided to give up on walking through the valley and seek another way out. A cute purple pony with a carriage marked with an equal sign appeared in front of them. Hello, I am Starlight Glimmer. The purple pony introduced herself with a smile, her tone polite and calm, exuding a strong sense of approachability. Ro's fondness for Starlight Glimmer increased a few degrees. How could such a polite pony be a bad one? Biki looked at Starlight Glimmer's smiling face and felt that although her smile was polite, it lacked sincerity. Not as genuine as when she was in neighboring town. Sui Long, Applejack, Jinchi, Yumba, and the great magician Princess Ziyue were curious yet cautious towards Starlight Glimmer due to Princess Ziyue's introduction. After introducing herself, Starlight Glimmer asked with some concern, Why are you here? Tyrek often operates in this area, and it can be very dangerous for you to stay here for long. Do you need help? At this moment, the friends didn't have a low opinion of Starlight Glimmer. They were just a bit wary. The target had appeared, and without thinking, Princess Ziyue directly approached. Yes, we need your help. One of the reasons we came here is to find you to resolve the issues concerning Equality Town. What do you need me to do? What problems does Equality Town have? Starlight Glimmer politely asked back with a smile. We need you to take us out of here now. I believe you know more about the issues concerning Equality Town than I do, Princess Ziyue said. Princess Ziyue and Starlight Glimmer were both exerting their influence, subtly competing. Starlight Glimmer chuckled, and the tense atmosphere eased a bit. However, her tone then turned serious. But I don't believe my town has any problems. I believe my townsfolk don't think there are any issues either. If you think there is a problem, feel free to visit my town and take a good look to understand it better. Chapter 88, Equality Town. Watching Starlight Glimmer gradually walk away. Her earlier statement had basically dispelled the friends' wariness towards her. Let us go. Let us follow Starlight Glimmer to Equality Town, Princess Ziyue said. After that, she followed Starlight Glimmer's footsteps, and the friends hurried to catch up with Princess Ziyue. Princess, do you think there might be a slight difference between your world and ours? I feel that Starlight Glimmer is not a bad pony, Ro whispered. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Starlight Glimmer knew they were following her. Originally, Starlight Glimmer thought this group of ponies had come to deal with Tyrek, but she didn't expect they were here for her and the town she had worked so hard to manage. However, it's fine. In Equality Town, being so equal, They naturally don't mind having a few more of them. Following the winding mountain road and the sparkling footsteps, they arrived at Equality Town in less than 5 minutes. Equality Town was enveloped in a white protective shield. With just one glance, Princess Ziyue and the Grand Sorcerer Ziyue both realized at the same time that this protective shield had defensive power, but it wasn't very strong. Rather than being used for protection, it was more suitable as a sensor for detecting entry and exit. As they approached the protective shield, Sparkling Star proudly turned around and said, "This protective shield is granted to us by the same staff that is one of the 9 treasures of sorceress Meiji Qingxi Meadow, protecting us from the magical harm of Tylek." Puffed, Beaky couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing the same staff, the friends immediately thought of what Princess Ziyue had said before, that the same staff was just a branch that Sparkling Star found in the desert, and the real ability to strip away the cute mark came from Sparkling Star's magic. "What are you laughing at?" Sparkling Star asked gently, suppressing her anger. "Just thinking of something interesting," Beaky replied with a slight smile. "Although what you did was quite impolite, I forgive you." Sparkling Star put on a grand demeanor and continued. "Since Equality Town welcomes every little pony to enter and join, you can enter normally. The protective shield won't stop you." Sparkling Star walked directly through the white protective shield and entered Equality Town. Princess Ziyue and Grand Sorcerer Ziyue nodded to their friends and followed her in. Upon entering Equality Town, they were greeted by 2 simple rows of houses, the kind that were as plain could be. From an aesthetic perspective, this place is really very simple and retro, Jinshi commented as she looked at the identical, simple houses on both sides. "Our architectural philosophy here is the same as our philosophy of equality, equal, harmonious, and pure," Sparkling Star explained. "Perhaps our understanding of aesthetics has a slight gap. My understanding of purity has some differences here." Jinshi smiled. "Maybe so, but our pursuit of equality is genuine," Sparkling Star said as she handed her cart to a little pony waiting at the entrance of the town, acting as a guide. "Next, I'll take you on a tour of Equality Town. I believe after this tour, your impression of our town will greatly improve, and you might even want to stay here. Of course, if you don't want to stay, just sitting in our town and experiencing our culture is also great." Inside the town, all the little ponies had identical smiles and similar hairstyles, constantly greeting them with welcomes and hellos. During the tour around the town, other than spending a small amount of time at the beginning asking Princess Ziyue and her group's basic information, Sparkling Star spent most of the time repeatedly stating the town's philosophy, occasionally introducing a few examples of how equality brings harmony, giving people a feeling of being brainwashed. "I didn't expect our town to be finished so quickly," Sparkling Star said with some regret. At this point, Yunbao's head was almost spinning from all the information. Applejack, Jinshi, and Grand Sorcerer Ziyue were feeling somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. Princess Ziyue remained calm, finding the official documents much more tedious and brainwashing than this. For Beaky, this brainwashing was nothing. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Shujbai's extremely unappetizing muffins and what they might taste like to turn her face green. "It really went by a bit fast," Ro also said with some regret. The many polite little ponies in the town really made her feel very positively about the place. "I don't know if you're interested in joining us in Equality Town, but if you are, I can take you now to use the same staff to help you remove the source of inequality, the cute mark," Sparkling Star said persuasively. Ro was taken aback. She had indeed thought about joining, but losing the cute mark would mean that friendships without it weren't real. "Thank you, but I'm not interested," Princess Ziyue said, standing in front of Ro to protect her. "Well, that's too bad. Next, you can wander around the town on your own. If you need anything, just find any little pony. They will be willing to help you. Trust me, losing the cute mark is a good thing. It can bring true equality and friendship. Whenever you come to terms with it and want to give up the cute mark, you are always welcome to find me. The doors of equality are always open to every little pony," Sparkling Star said. Sparkling Star said goodbye to Princess Ziyue and her group one by one and turned to leave, as she still had other things to do. Her dog wasn't behaving and needed to be trained repeatedly. From the actions of Princess Ziyue and her group, Sparkling Star knew they must know something. Although she didn't know where they got their information about her town, Sparkling Star could be sure that this information definitely didn't come from the town itself. Every little pony in the town was under Sparkling Star's control. They couldn't and wouldn't dare to leave. After Sparkling Star left, Beaky quickly led her friends to find Shujbai and ordered 3 muffins to try. When Shujbai saw the little ponies looking at her with eager faces asking for muffins, she was momentarily touched and nostalgic for the days when she still had her cute mark, although she knew this thought was wrong and shouldn't be the case. Chapter 89, The Inedible Muffin. Beaky sat at the dining table, eagerly waiting for the muffins. "I really don't understand. The princess already said that you turn green from eating the muffins. Why do you want to try them now?" Jinchi asked in confusion. Aren't you curious about how bad they taste? Beaky replied. Jinchi fell silent. Well, it seems I am indeed a little curious. Even wanting to take a small taste to see just how bad they could be to make someone with a stomach of steel like Beaky turn green, she thought. What do you think of a quality town? Do you understand the issues here? Princess Ziyue asked. It's strange, very strange, Suilong said solemnly. It's just a form of authoritarian rule disguised as equality, Applejack added. Beaky laughed and said, my thoughts are pretty much the same as yours. Most of their smiles are fake, not real at all. Beaky's tone shifted from cheerful to slightly somber. But it seems that some of the little ponies among them genuinely maintain that false smile of their own free will. Beaky's tone turned cheerful again. Of course, there's also the possibility that they have been brainwashed too deeply. Beaky knew that a smile comes from the heart. Expressions can be faked, but the heart doesn't lie. It leaves traces on the face, expressing true thoughts. I actually think this place is quite nice, aside from Sparkling Star wanting us to give up our cute marks. Roro said honestly. She truly felt that the little ponies here were very polite and really nice. Just like you said, Roro has fallen for it. Yunbao said helplessly. The aesthetics here, I just can't understand. Jinchi, who pursued aesthetics, was somewhat desperate at this moment. It's okay, we came here to change this, right? Grand Sorcerer Ziyue comforted. Shujbai brought over the 3 muffins Beaky ordered, wearing a standard smile as she said, thank you so much for wanting to eat my muffins. I already hate them to the point that I even dislike their taste. They are really terrible. If you don't want to smile, you don't have to smile like that. Muffins made with heart will always taste good. As she spoke, Beaky smiled and took a muffin, stuffing it into her mouth. It's really delicious, really delicious. Beaky was definitely feeling sick. Her friends watched in horror as her face turned greener and greener. She was clearly smiling, yet her expression was extremely twisted. That tiny bit of curiosity to taste it vanished in that instant. Shujbai was very moved to see Beaky like this, still encouraging and affirming herself. And couldn't help but say, if one day I can manage, I probably won't be able to make tasty muffins in this lifetime. No. You have to have confidence in yourself. We can struggle a bit more. Beaky, whose face had completely turned green, looked at Shujbai with a glimmer of hope that quickly extinguished and hurriedly advised, I just ate something that tasted worse than wood or candles, partly because of you. You can't give up like this. Beaky felt a bit like crying without tears. I have my reasons and considerations. Sorry, Shujbai apologized. It's fine. But can you tell us about it? Beaky asked. Not really, Shujbai said helplessly. All right, Beaky replied regretfully. Then I will take my leave first. Enjoy your meal. And I hope you can enjoy it. Princess, in your story, she should have taken us to the basement with the other 2 little ponies. But she didn't give us any hints, Applejack said. It's a strange feeling, but she must have her reasons, Jinchi said. This seems to deviate a bit from my memory. Princess Ziyue said. There is a deviation, but it's not a big deal. The problem is how we solve it, said the great magician Ziyue. Actually, we don't have to follow this line. We can go directly to the cute symbol vault and release everyone's cute symbols. Wouldn't that be good? It's better to understand the whole story before making plans. I feel like she has many concerns, Roro said. Maybe what do you think? Beaky asked. Yunbao said. At this moment, Beaky seemed to have lost her soul and wailed. I don't know if it's strange, and I don't understand the cause and effect. But the muffins she made are really terrible. Would taste better than those muffins. Then what reason do we have to find her? Suilong asked. Princess Ziyue looked at Beaky, and the friends followed her gaze. No way. Are you going to make me eat them all like the me from that world? Beaky exclaimed in confusion. Beaky, we need their help, Princess Ziyue said helplessly. Beaky, why don't you give it a try? We don't have stomachs as strong as yours, Jinchi sincerely suggested. If you really can't eat it, I can help share a little, Roro volunteered. Roro, you should forget it. I'm really afraid you might get food poisoning. Beaky said helplessly. The great magician Ziyue shifted her gaze from the muffins to Suilong. Upon noticing the great magician Ziyue's gaze, Suilong retreated several steps. I really can't eat it. Jinchi heard Suilong's voice and turned to look at her. At the moment their eyes met, Suilong thought that if Jinchi asked her, she might not refuse to eat. Taste is precious, but life is worth more. If it's for Jinchi's sake, both can be sacrificed. Beaky looked at the 2 remaining muffins in front of her with a heart full of despair. If I try, I'll die. I can already see myself looking ashen by the end. If time could rewind, she definitely wouldn't have ordered 3 muffins, just half to taste. Beaky struggled to control her hand, picked up a muffin, and awkwardly brought it to her mouth. Suddenly, the great magician Ziyue spoke. Beaky can actually not eat it. Suilong instantly became alert. In that moment, Beaky felt she saw hope in not eating the muffins. I have a little suggestion. Let us have Suilong accidentally turn the muffins to ash, and that LL be that. I have no problem with that. Suilong sighed in relief and smiled. Turns out it's not about making me eat. That's great. I think that's a good idea, Applejack said. Suelong smiled, rubbed her nose with her hand, and breathed fire to turn the two muffins to ash. Suelong, you are my hero. Beaky looked at the ash in the plate, threw the plate away, and gratefully hugged Suelong. Chapter 90. The Threat Outside the Town. Once Beaky's emotions settled down, Princess Ziyue spoke at just the right moment. Oh dear. All the delicious muffins have turned to ash. Let's go ask for some more. This operation had a somewhat self-deceiving aspect, but everything had to be justifiable for convenience. Princess Ziyue led her friends down to the basement along the path of her memory. In the dimness, they found Shujbai sobbing. The muffins were terrible. We can improve slowly. I won't hate your muffins. Beaky took the lead to comfort her. Seeing Beaky smile and hearing her comforting words, Shujbai's heart gradually warmed without her noticing. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and said, "Thank you for your comfort, but I know the muffins I made are really terrible and disgusting. All right, I admit your muffins are indeed not tasty, but please don't cry, okay? Otherwise, I will be sad," Beaky sincerely said. Shujbai chuckled. Is it really that straightforward? Shujbai never expected that the Beaky who had just turned green and was praising the muffins would so openly point out how bad her muffins tasted. It is what it is. A kind lie can occasionally exist, but not too many, Beaky said with a smile. Well, you're right, but why did you come here? Shujbai asked. At this moment, Shujbai's mood had improved significantly. She was genuinely warmed by Beaky. Not just me, it's us. Beaky moved aside, allowing Shujbai to see the friends who had been waiting behind her, joking. Of course, contrary to what you think, we did come here to ask you for muffins. Seeing the group of little ponies behind Beaky, Shujbai felt a bit surprised. Why did they all come? Did they come to find me just to eat those disgusting muffins? It's not about the muffins. Asking for muffins is just an excuse to come here. We mainly want to ask you about the issues in Equality Town. Princess Ziyue said. Shujbai fell silent, and after a while, she slowly spoke. There are indeed some problems in the town, but this is a choice made by every resident. It is the price we are willing to pay for pursuing friendship. But have you really gained friendship now? Beaky countered. I don't know. But every little pony in the town is nice to me. Even though this kindness is sometimes not sincere, it's just the basic requirement of Equality Town. Shujbai felt a bit lost, as if she was about to lose herself. So since you've discovered the contradiction, why not solve the problem? What are you afraid of? Is it the fear of losing friendship because of everyone's differences? Or is it Starlight Glimmer? Princess Ziyue asked. Maybe it's the fear of losing friendship. Or maybe I've already become complacent. I'm not afraid of Starlight Glimmer. Every pony in town isn't afraid of her, at most. Some have a little more respect and faith in her. Most of us are friends with her. Starlight Glimmer brought us equal friendship. We sacrificed our own traits to pursue this equal friendship. That is the price of friendship, Shujbai explained. But if that's the case, then you all don't even count as your true selves. How can you make real friends? The great magician Ziyue asked in confusion. The knowledge about friendship that Princess Ziyue had taught her was vastly different from this. In Shujbai's words, the friendship brought by Starlight Glimmer indeed achieved absolute equality. But it also lost the essence of friendship. In this intangible friendship, I learn your strengths, and you improve my weaknesses. It is precisely because of the differences between friends that we can become better versions of ourselves through our differences. I don't know why Shujbai is confused. In fact, she has long had her doubts, but she has already lost the option to leave. She cannot and does not want to leave here now. Shujbai, this is not your fault. It can only be said that this little town built on starlight has some flaws. Ro comforted. Shujbai turned her gaze and asked seriously. I have had a question since I first faced you all. With your different talents and personalities, how did you become friends? How do you get along without generating various conflicts? Jinshi replied cheerfully, Of course there will be conflicts, dear. When I first met Applejack, we had quite a few disagreements. At that time, I couldn't understand why a little pony would enjoy dealing with dirt. But after getting to know her, I found she is truly a wonderful little pony. Disagreements among friends are hard to avoid, but quarrels do not worsen our relationship. They only help us understand each other better and improve our bond. If you really fell out over a simple little conflict, it just shows you might not be suited to be friends. Not every pony can be friends with every other pony in the world. You have to accept that there are one or two exceptions in life. And becoming friends requires effort from both sides. Friends should be tolerant and support each other. And it is precisely because of our differences that we have become friends and have become better than we once were, Ro added. Really? Shujbai asked, half believing. The hope in Shujbai's eyes rose again, only to be extinguished. Forget it. I can't and don't dare to leave here. So you are willingly maintaining the status quo? Yimbao asked, confused. Why give up? Why can't you? Why don't you dare? Is it because Starlight Glimmer forbids it? What are you afraid of? Because Tyrek is outside. So I don't dare to ask Starlight Glimmer for the cute mark to leave here, Shujbai explained. Ah, Tyrek. The Tyrek you're talking about has actually been dealt with by us. Yunbao said in surprise. You guys dealt with Tyrek? Shujbai exclaimed in astonishment. This demon who has been hovering outside Equal Town for nearly a few years has finally been taken care of? He ran away, didn't you know? Princess Zus said in surprise. We thought he, like Sombra, just disappeared. Biki said casually. The friends nodded in agreement. Because Sombra had disappeared directly when Tyrek vanished. All the other ponies naturally assumed Tyrek had also disappeared, except for seeing that little bit of blue magic from Princess Zus. But that's fine, next time we see him. We can chat with him about our thoughts on almost defeating him this time, Biki added with a smile. Next time, we absolutely won't let him run away. Yunbao said seriously. Perhaps the next time we see him, we can help him turn over a new leaf. Since he stole the magic from Ponyville. All we need to do is let him accept punishment and then return the magic to Ponyville, Ro suggested. Hearing this, Yunbao was somewhat puzzled. Why give a chance for redemption to a villain who harmed Ponyville? Well, if he is willing to apologize for my hair and for stealing Ponyville's magic and pay the corresponding price, I am willing to forgive him, Jinshi said generously. As of now, Tyrek hasn't caused significant harm to Ponyville. If he voluntarily goes to Tartarus to atone, a sentence of 1800 years would be fine. The great magician Ziyue analyzed. Hearing the great magician Ziyue calculate Tyrek's sentence, Princess Ziyue said somewhat helplessly, I don't think he will accept this choice. After all, his friend from ancient times couldn't persuade him to turn over a new leaf. Then let's give it a try. What if he is willing to apologize? We should give him a chance to apologize and correct his mistakes, especially since he hasn't done anything unforgivable yet, Ro said. All right, let's give it a shot. It will also spread the idea of friendship, Princess Ziyue said with a smile. As of now, Tyrek indeed hasn't done anything that would cause significant trauma to Ponyville. If Tyrek is willing to turn over a new leaf, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But would he really be willing to change? When did he run away? Applejack asked. Before your friendship magic hit him, he was saved by a blue magic, Princess Ziyue said. Next time, let's not let him run away. It will be a good opportunity to implement your plan for redemption, Yunbao said. To be fair, Yunbao wasn't very supportive of the redemption plan. But it was also not unacceptable. Chapter 91, The Rules of the Town. Perhaps we can talk to Starlight Glimmer, Shujbai said. After that, we will definitely go find Starlight Glimmer to have a good talk. But can you clarify the matters in the town a bit more before that? It's very important to us, Princess Ziyue asked with a smile. Sure, Shujbai nodded repeatedly. Starlight Glimmer is great. Over the years, she has not only worked hard to implement her concept of equality, but has also treated us very well. Under Starlight Glimmer's leadership, the townspeople in our town have firmly adhered to the concept of equality. They believe that only through equality can we have friendship. Only through equality can we have the harmonious life we have today. The cute mark is the cost we voluntarily pay for pursuing friendship and the life we currently have. Don't you think this cost is a bit high after all these years? And is Starlight Glimmer's concept a big problem? The great magician Ziyue asked. But we have never thought it has a significant problem over the years, Shujbai said with a self-deprecating smile. Everyone is just a bunch of cowards. Although some ponies, like me, are dissatisfied, most ponies have chosen to endure and maintain this seemingly harmonious and equal life over the years. But you are really going to have a hard time like this, Biki said. That's right, without the cute mark. We won't become targets for Tyrek's attacks because he can't extract any magic from us, Shujbai said. No, even if Tyrek can't extract magic from you, he can still attack you, the great magician Ziyue said. Without the cute mark, the same staff within the town will still protect us. The outer protective shield is the protection given to us by the same staff. As long as we don't leave the town, we are safe. Aren't you all just a bunch of cowards? You'd rather be oppressed, harmed, and lose your freedom than break out of your cage. Yunbao said. Equal Town is willing to accept every pony that is just like us, even if they have previously shown unsteady behavior. Going out to purchase supplies? Are you all so afraid of Tyrek? Isn't Starlight Glimmer afraid of Tyrek? Princess Ziyue asked. Starlight Glimmer said she is the town mayor, for our sake. This is what she should do. She just needs to be a little careful. After all, she no longer has the cute mark, so she won't become Tyrek's target. As for why to save them, Starlight Glimmer said. They have already lost their cute marks, and they have become just like us, whether they are willing or not. We should take them in, Shujbai said with admiration. Starlight Glimmer is also willing to take in innocent citizens. She is in harmony with us. Ruru looked at Jinshi excitedly. But I feel like there's something strange that's hard to explain, Jinshi said. But now there's a very real and terrifying problem. Starlight has her own cute mark. Removing your cute marks has never been the magic of the same staff, It has always been Starlight's own magic, Princess Ziyue said helplessly. What are you talking about? How is that possible? Shujbai said, shocked, enunciating each word carefully. Although it's hard to accept, you have to believe her. She is a princess from the future of another timeline, and she knows many things that we don't, Applegyre said. After processing for a while, Shujbai retorted, no way. Absolutely impossible. Starlight is the most steadfast defender of equality. How could she possibly keep her own cute mark? Why is it impossible? Starlight wants to maintain equality. And the best way to do that is to retain her own power to control the town herself. Moreover, in my world, Starlight personally admitted that the same staff is just a branch, Princess Ziyue said calmly. Then what does that cute mark look like? Shujbai asked with her last bit of skepticism. The cute mark is stored in the vault, and Shujbai has seen Starlight's cute mark. These newcomers definitely haven't been there. Even if they have, with so many cute marks, they wouldn't be able to tell which one belongs to Starlight. She struggled at the end, piecing together the beliefs she had held on to for so many years and the friendships she had followed. A purple Bethlehem star with 2 turquoise wave patterns. Princess Ziyue's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it sounded deafening in Shujbai's ears. In an instant, the naked reality was laid bare before Shujbai, and she felt her faith completely crumble and break. Accompanied by her body trembling continuously, tears couldn't help but flow from her eyes. How could Starlight possibly do this? Everyone has sacrificed so much for her. She clearly cares so much for everyone. If everything was planned by Starlight, then this is truly terrifying. Why would she do this? What is the purpose of doing this? Just for that so-called equality? Shujbai pondered one question after another in her mind, praying to find a suitable answer. Princess Ziyue and the others just quietly watched Shujbai. In this situation, she could only figure it out by herself and come out of it. No one could help her. Any comfort right now would further disrupt her chaotic thoughts. She just needed to calm down and take the time to think it through. After a daze for a while, Shujbai slowly spoke. The information you got from me definitely isn't very comprehensive. I can only represent the thoughts of a portion of the townsfolk. I'll take you to meet some other ponies so you can fully understand the thoughts of the ponies in our town. Shujbai silently made up her mind. Let's hold off for a bit. Some things might need to be settled. All right, Princess Ziyue's group nodded in agreement. Also, one reason we're here is to find Starshuan's magic book. Do you know anything about it? Noticing that Shujbai's emotions had stabilized, the great magician Ziyue asked before leaving. She hadn't forgotten the initial purpose of coming here. Sorry, I don't know, Shujbai apologized. The matter of Starlight had already made Shujbai quite troubled. And now they were asking her about a magic book. It's okay, there's no rush about the magic book. Just take us to meet them first. The great magician Ziyue smiled. If I have any relevant news, I'll let you know, Shujbai said wearily. Thank you. The matter of the magic book wasn't urgent for everyone because they all knew it was right here. As long as everything in the town was settled, the magic book would naturally be found. Shujbai maintained a standard smile and led Princess Ziyue and her group out of the bakery's basement. She was going to take them to get a sense of the town, to let them understand another side of the town that wasn't known to others. A side that even Starlight wasn't very clear about. The most real side of the town. Chapter 92, The Townsfolk's Opinions. Shujbai led Princess Ziyue and the others to knock and open one door after another. If Starlight showed Princess Ziyue and the others the absolute equality and harmony of the peaceful town, then Shujbai showed them the unknown beliefs and numbness of the ponies within the town. Have you decided to join the equal town? Oh, well, you really lack vision. Don't regret it. I must tell you, if you want to join our town, do it soon, or you might miss this chance to gain equality. Being led by such a great pony as Starlight is our honor. You have no idea how great Starlight is, so don't speak carelessly. What are you talking about? How could Starlight possibly have a cute mark? How could the same staff possibly lack magic? Shujbai, don't be fooled by their seductive words. Remember, we are the most steadfast defenders of equality. A pony who fled and happened to encounter a Tyrek attack while passing through said this. What is wrong with me? I just enjoy this kind of life. I'm not asking you to be like me, so don't ask me to be like you. Just do what you want. As long as you don't drag me into it. Does it matter whether Starlight has a cute mark? Does it matter whether the same staff has magic? What does it have to do with me? The sun and moon never comforted me, but Starlight did. The Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess failed to bring me stability, but Starlight did. I have all this now. What more do I need? I don't care about any cute mark or the same staff. Shujbai, you must remember. We pursue friendship through equality. Those who give up their cute marks have already given up. Don't think about it anymore. What are you saying? Impossible. Starlight cannot have a cute mark. The same staff must have magic. A pony who came to the equal town in pursuit of friendship, giving up her cute mark, said this. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. The truth, the consequences, these are not very important to me. Whatever Starlight wants to do, let her do it. I just want her to run this town well, protect our safety, and maintain our sustenance. That's enough. What more can I pursue, having lost my family? I'm just an old pony wanting to seek a few more days of peace. A weathered, displaced old pony who accidentally came here and willingly gave up her cute mark said this. When I went to get the cute mark, you weren't with me. Now you talk about the cute mark again. What do you want? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? If my cute mark were still in the vault, I might go with you, but my cute mark is gone because of my recklessness. I have no way out. I can't leave here. You go by yourself. What is the point of telling me this? I can do nothing. Whatever Starlight did, I can do nothing. Said another pony. Some follow their beliefs, some are indifferent, some are content with the status quo, and some feel powerless. In one town, in one equality. There are myriad opinions. As one little pony after another was seen, the sun was also ready to switch places with the moon. I never expected that in such a small town, while outwardly promoting absolute equality, the inner workings were so intricate and complex, one couldn't help but exclaim. It was also very unified. The vast majority of ponies firmly upheld equality, while a small portion, although somewhat resentful, still complied with it. Without a significant stimulus, they probably wouldn't change their views, said the great magician Ziyue. But what kind of stimulus could change their views? They seem to not care about much at all. Applejack remarked. If the villagers can't be persuaded, then we can only start with Starlight Glimmer, Princess Ziyue said. But Starlight Glimmer, who could establish such a town? Might also be difficult to deal with. Rarity said. Just a Starlight Glimmer. Even if it's a bit tough, I believe we can handle it. After all, we've fought with Sombra before, said Rainbow Dash confidently. The ponies nodded. They had already faced difficulties and had the courage to confront them. So what was there to fear? However, did Starlight Glimmer know about these underlying thoughts that masked equality? Princess Ziyue turned to ask Shujbai. Actually, Starlight Glimmer doesn't understand these thoughts either. You can only know them because I'm asking. They subconsciously regarded you as new peers, which is why they spoke to you. Shujbai smiled wryly. Princess Ziyue smiled and nodded. Starlight Glimmer doesn't know everything here, nor does she understand. Perhaps Starlight Glimmer also doesn't care. After all, she only wants the friendship brought by equality, even if that friendship is a balance obtained under coercion. Are we about to wrap things up? I feel like we've made a full circle here. Suilong said. It was getting late, and on this day in Equality Town, the friends followed Shujbai to conduct a simple, yet similar investigation. Although the investigation was not complicated, it was exhausting both physically and mentally. To be honest, Suilong was already feeling a bit tired. Suilong could also see that, aside from the extremely energetic Pinkie Pie, everyone else was feeling a bit weary. That's right. We are wrapping up. We should only have the last Mr. Party Favor left to meet. Pinkie said. Shujbai, who was leading everyone to Party Favor's door, was a bit surprised. Do you know Mr. Party Favor? I don't know him, but when Starlight Glimmer was giving us a tour of Equality Town, he was the only pony left we hadn't visited yet. Pinkie laughed. Shujbai's pupils suddenly widened inadvertently. Having memorized the faces of all the ponies in town in a short time, she could be considered a remarkable pony. Shujbai brought Princess Ziyue and the others to Party Favor's door, and upon gently knocking, the door opened slightly. Party Favor neither locked the door nor bothered to close it properly. Shujbai curiously asked, Party Favor, are you there? Some friends have come, and we have some things to discuss with you. Please come in. Party Favor's voice came from the crack in the door. Listening to his voice, Shujbai inexplicably sensed a hint of detachment in his tone. Shujbai pushed the door open completely and led Princess Ziyue and the others into the living room. As soon as they entered, everyone saw Party Favor sitting with his back to them, meditating. The recording playing from the tape recorder was brainwashing and addictive. Equality breeds harmony. Specialties bring disaster. Stay away from your cute mark, reject the special, and accept the blessings of equality. All the ponies were inevitably shocked by this scene, including Shujbai. What are you doing? Shujbai asked in astonishment. Raising my thoughts to a higher realm, eliminating the delusions about cute marks, and achieving a state where it doesn't matter whether there is a cute mark or not, Party Favor replied calmly. You're just giving up your cute mark entirely. Shujbai said, utterly confused. It's not giving up, it's choosing to accept the reality. I'm beginning to accept the purification and cleansing of the ideology of equality, Party Favor said in a detached manner. To be honest, Shujbai found it hard to accept this fact. Just a few days ago, Party Favor was on the same front as her. And today he wanted to completely abandon his cute mark to achieve some transcendental state where the existence of a cute mark was irrelevant. It was truly suffocating. Equality breeds harmony. Differences bring disappointment. Excellence brings failure. Do not attempt to be different. Follow the rules to regain your freedom. Only by settling for mediocrity can you enjoy blessings. You are all the same as others. The tape recorder continued to play, but Shujbai found the recording extremely noisy, making her anxious. Hee hee ha ha ha. Sorry, your culture of equality is really too funny. This recording is really addictive. Pinkie laughed, hearing the cheerful laughter and voices of other ponies in the background, which were neither familiar to her nor typical of the town. Party Favor guessed they were some new ponies. Your culture here is truly amazing. So brainwashing. Ponies who join you here, they don't all listen to this stuff, do they? Rarity asked. Rarity had seen tape recorders in the homes of ponies in the town, and now she couldn't help but be curious about the purpose of that tape recorder. This recording is generally only used as a punishment when you do not adhere to equality but still want to stay in the town and are locked in a little black room. Shujbai rebutted, explaining, do you want to give up your cute mark and join our town? What brings you to me? Whatever it is. I will be happy to assist if I can, Party Favor said, while Shujbai was still chatting with Ziyue and the others. Party Favor had quietly turned off the tape recorder and approached Shujbai. They don't plan to join the town. I brought them to find out what you think about our town's equality and to tell you that Starlight Glimmer might still have a cute mark. And the same staff has never had magic. The magic that has always stripped us of our cute standards comes from Starlight Glimmer. Are you joking? How could Starlight Glimmer possibly have that? Party Favor said in disbelief. Like most ponies who came to Equality Town early on, voluntarily giving up their cute marks in pursuit of the friendship of equality. When they heard the news that Starlight Glimmer still had a cute mark and the same staff had no magic, they thought, you must be kidding me, Starlight Glimmer. How could she possibly? Shujbai pointed toward Princess Ziyue. The newcomer knows what Starlight Glimmer's cute mark looks like. Shujbai said seriously. Party Favor was taken aback, struggling. So what if she knows? What if they knew each other a long time ago? For me, knowing Starlight Glimmer was indeed a long time ago. My perspective is from the future, which looks somewhat different from my memories of the present, Princess Ziyue said. Practice makes perfect, since we can't be sure. Then let us put it to the test. As long as we can prove that Starlight Glimmer's cute mark still exists, the so-called equality of the town will be shattered, said the great magician Ziyue. Then can't we just deal with Tyrek first? Rainbow Dash said confidently. Dealing with Tyrek is not as easy as you say, Party Favor said helplessly. Others may not be able to, but we definitely can, Pinkie said. Looking at their confidence made Party Favor instinctively believe that what they said was true. So it seems that as long as we deal with Tyrek first, then expose everything that Starlight Glimmer said, and finally deal with Starlight Glimmer, that should be enough, said the great magician Ziyue. However, the question remains, where do we find Tyrek? Princess Ziyue said. The scene fell into silence. How can we find Tyrek? This is indeed a problem. The last accident allowed him to escape, and after that, he would inevitably hide from Ziyue and the others until he developed. After a long silence, Shujbai spoke, but this will be very dangerous, Roro said with concern. He has been harming our town for a long time. If we can take him down at the cost of the cute emblem, I am willing to give it a try, Shujbai reassured everyone. At this moment, Shujbai looked like a hero standing before millions. Chapter 93, Retrieve the Cute Emblem. Is there anything I can do? Do you want me to go with you? Pei volunteered. No, it's too dangerous, Shujbai replied. If you are willing to help us, I would like you to help us expose the deeds of Xingguangyi Yi. There are some things we will definitely be on guard against when we go to Xingguangyi Yi, but your presence will not raise their suspicion as much, Princess Ziyue said. Okay, but what will I need to do then? Pei asked. We need some water to see if we can wash away the cute emblem drawn by Xingguangyi Yi. Proving that the cute emblem is not in the cute emblem vault, but on her, Princess Ziyue explained. When will we do this? Pei inquired. All right, Pei said seriously. With a rough plan arranged, it was already very late. Shujbai handed Ziyue and the others over to Shuangzwen, who was responsible for arranging their accommodation, and let Shuangzwen take Ziyue and the others to the house arranged for them in the town. Shuangzwen led Ziyue and the others towards the newly built house by the townspeople. Along the way, Shuangzwen suddenly spoke. Are you confident about our town situation? If you're not sure, please don't let Shujbai walk down a dead-end path. Our equal friendship is truly hard to come by, but your friendship is not equal at all. It is a pathological friendship, the great mage Ziyue retorted. This is a shared choice, and I actually hope we can have a normal and perfect friendship. But maintaining the status quo is also a good option, Shuangzwen chuckled. You guys are really something, the great mage Ziyue said helplessly. Forget it. Unless we solve everything in the end, they are unlikely to change their views. They will continue to uphold their equality, Jinshi comforted. If we can truly bring you real friendship, would you be willing to trust us once and support us? Princess Ziyue asked. Shuangzwen smiled helplessly and said, then perhaps I am willing. I wish you all the best, and may our tomorrow be better. Shuangzwen gently closed the door for Ziyue and the others and turned to walk towards her own house. The night in Equal Town is always tranquil. So quiet that there is not a trace of human warmth. Who wouldn't look forward to a better town? But if a better state cannot be reached, then maintaining the status quo is not the best option, is it? Ziyue and the others looked at the temporary house built for them by the townspeople with some helplessness. This house was even less luxurious than Jinxi's car. It was simple, plain, and shabby. Perhaps we can do some simple renovations, Jinxi suggested, pulling out curtains, brooms, dustpans, paint, rollers, and various other items. I think we should rest early. Tomorrow's tasks are no less than today's, Roro said. All right. Jinxi thought that even if they painted and renovated from start to finish, it shouldn't take too much time. Early the next morning, Jinxi made the decision to renovate, thinking that one shouldn't suffer alone, and even if they were just staying here temporarily, it had to be done. Good morning, everyone. Upon opening the door, Shujbai saw that Shujbai and Ziyue had come together, and Xingguang Yi walked out of the room, smiling and greeting them. Did you bring them to find me so early for something? Have they decided to join our town? Xingguang Yi asked with a smile. Xingguang Yi was taken aback. It was a bit excessive to have turned one of my townspeople in just one day. Are you sure? I'm sure, Shujbai affirmed. Xingguang Yi showed a look of disappointment. But since this is your choice, I respect it. I wonder if you remember that according to the rules of Equal Town, once you obtain the cute emblem, you must leave as soon as possible. Xingguang Yi's tone became a bit serious. From the moment you obtain the cute emblem, Equal Town will no longer welcome you. The town's equality cannot be disrupted by you. I understand. I will leave as soon as I can, Shujbai replied. Xingguang Yi gave her an invisible sense of pressure, making Shujbai feel inexplicably guilty. It was clearly a mutually voluntary matter, but now it felt as if Shujbai had betrayed the town. Then what about the ones who came with you? What do they want to do? Xingguang Yi glanced at Ziyue and the others. They voluntarily escorted me out. You know that Tyleek is rampant outside the town, Shujbai said, feeling an inexplicable guilt. Then I wish them luck in escorting you out, as Tyleek is indeed very dangerous. Xingguang Yi wished. Thank you, Shujbai said. Now let's go to the cute emblem vault to get your cute emblem. Saying this, Xingguang Yi swept past Shujbai and headed towards the location of the cute emblem vault. Okay. Shujbai quickly followed in Xingguang Yi's footsteps. Do you want to go see the source of our inability to practice equal evil? Maybe after seeing it, you would be willing to join our town? Sure. Thank you. After a moment of thought, Princess Ziyue agreed. Following Xingguang Yi at least ensured Shujbai's safety. Princess Ziyue brought her friends along as well, subtly reminding them to be cautious of Xingguang Yi and not to be hit by her magical attacks, which could lead to losing the cute emblem. As they climbed the mountain, everyone remained highly vigilant. Following Xingguang Yi's lead, they entered the cave where the cute emblem vault was stored. The tense atmosphere relaxed upon seeing the vault of cute emblems. All of them instinctively gasped at the spectacular wall of cute emblems. It's truly magnificent. It's unimaginable. This is a kind of wonder. Shujbai, I must say, you are really very lucky. Xingguang Yi walked in front of the cute emblem vault, searching for Shujbai's cute emblem. Xingguang Yi opened the glass panel that locked Shujbai's cute emblem. At the moment the cute emblem was returned to its place, Shujbai's colors instantly brightened. She remembered all her food recipes and realized where the problem lay in her disgusting and unappetizing muffins. The sense of confinement that had tightly bound her disappeared, replaced by a familiar sense of ease. This familiar feeling was the pleasure of being oneself. Chapter 94, Ambushed. Seeing the smile on Shujbai's face, Biki immediately knew that Shujbai was genuinely happy. Thank you, Xingguang Yi. Shujbai nodded heavily and turned to run towards Ziyue and the others. Watching Shujbai excitedly run towards Ziyue and the others, Xingguang Yi's gaze shifted slightly, and she smiled faintly. I finally know how to make muffins delicious. Letting you eat such horrible muffins was truly my fault. As she spoke, tears unconsciously slipped from Shujbai's eyes. I will use my kitchen to make you a plate of delicious muffins to try soon. Great. Now that I've tasted your horrible muffins, I definitely want to see how good your delicious muffins will be. Biki responded with a smile. Coming out of the cave, nothing happened, and Princess Ziyue felt a sense of disconnection from reality, as she had thought there might be a tough battle to fight. The luggage for leaving the small town had already been packed last night, and now, everything had to be reorganized. However, Shujbai didn't need to worry. Her heart was entirely focused on the cooking she loved. Biki and Applejack entered the kitchen to help Shujbai. Time passed second by second, and Shujbai seemed to reach a state of selflessness. Various exquisite dishes came one after another, and the little ponies praised the flavors of the food endlessly. Biki and Suilong lay contentedly on the ground, rubbing their round bellies. Shujbai, unfazed, worked at a speed far exceeding that of everyone eating. and the food unintentionally piled up higher and higher. Just when everyone's bellies were full, Shujbai brought out a plate of MLPFanfic and invited everyone to taste it. "Dear, we really can't eat anymore. Please stop making more," Jinshi said elegantly, gently wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. "Sorry, I got carried away and made too much." Shujbai smiled helplessly, yet her heart was filled with immense satisfaction. "Even though I can't eat anymore now, if you give me 3 more days, I can finish all of this." Biki, who had turned into a ball from eating, rolled over and declared earnestly, "I suggest you share the extra food you've made with the residents of the town." Jinshi smiled at Shujbai, winking to indicate her suggestion. "Aren't you going to let me finish it all?" Biki said with a hint of grievance, leaning towards Jinshi. "If you eat it all, you'll have a stomachache." Jinshi gently pushed Biki away. I'm fine, but will they be willing to accept my food?" Shujbai hesitated. "Trust me, no little pony can resist the temptation of delicious food," Biki said sincerely. Shujbai's eyes sparkled as she brought all the food from the little kitchen that hadn't been served yet to the dining table. In an instant, a small mountain of food piled up on the table. "With so much here, I suggest you pack it up in batches to send it out," the great sorceress Zeus suggested, forcing a smile as she looked at the food hill. Her already full stomach began to feel uncomfortable, and it really started to hurt. "Okay, that sounds good, but how can we divide it so that everyone gets an equal share in accordance with the town's principle of equality?" Shujbai asked. "As long as each little pony gets about the same amount, right? I don't think anyone will notice the slight differences," Suilong said. "But the little ponies of Equality Town will notice. They firmly uphold equality here," Shujbai replied. "Then let's ensure they all look the same, so they can't tell the difference at first glance," Jinshi suggested. However, Shujbai hesitated a little. "All right," Shujbai said, taken aback, but then firmly agreed. Jinshi pulled out hundreds of large brown paper bags from her backpack and distributed them to everyone. After receiving the bags, everyone began to pack the food. From the end of packing to the completion of delivery, quite a bit of time passed. By the time Shujbai finished tidying up her luggage and set off to leave, it was already afternoon. As agreed, Shujbai, a lone little pony, walked far ahead, while Zeus and the others tried to discreetly follow behind. Walking alone in front, Shujbai looked at the winding mountain road and the bare mountainside. Although she knew Zeus and the others were quietly following behind, she felt a strange loneliness walking ahead as a single little pony. Thinking that she was walking alone to lure Tyrek out made her feel a bit excited. While she was lost in thought, a massive figure blocked her path, and a chilling voice echoed, "Hello there, little pony." Shujbai was taken aback, looking up to see Tyrek's horrifying smile. She was about to run but was instantly trapped by Tyrek's magic. "Zeus, princess, everyone, Tyrek is here." Unfortunately, Shujbai did not see Zeus and the others rushing to rescue her. The direction behind her was empty. Shujbai's expression instantly froze, and Tyrek's eerie voice came again, "Stop looking. They won't come. They are lying to you." Between Tyrek's 2 horns appeared an orange, red, and black orb of light, and Shujbai felt her magic power draining away. As hope slowly faded, the light in Shujbai's eyes dimmed bit by bit. "They actually deceived me." As the last trace of magic was drawn from her body, Shujbai lost her lovely mark once again. If the starry wand was to confine her talents and physical abilities, then Tyrek's magic was purely to strip away her gifted abilities. Without magic, Shujbai was casually thrown to the ground by Tyrek. This casual toss was partly out of Tyrek's frustration, although he thought he hadn't used much strength. Shujbai felt as if she had taken a heavy blow and lost consciousness the moment she hit the ground. Tyrek looked at the injured little pony lying on the ground, who had already lost consciousness, grinding his teeth and picking her up again, since he still needed her for later. Now suppressed by her, she was powerless to resist and could only temporarily follow his orders. "One day, when I regain my strength, I will make her pay for what she did today." Chapter 95, Upholding Equality. As Shujbai disappeared around the corner ahead, Zeus and the others hurried to chase after her. However, a white magic circle silently unfolded in front of them. Focused on Shujbai's safety, they had no time to react and collectively stepped into the magic circle, becoming immobilized. Initially shocked, the friends soon began to scream and struggle. Starry light leaped down from a height, magically controlling her descent as she floated down slowly. Accompanying her was an ancient spell book that glowed white, already opened. "It's the spell book of Xingxuan." Zeus recognized it immediately, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "How did it end up in Starry Light's hands?" "What did you do?" Yimbao shouted. "Just a revised magic circle used by Xingxuan to control demons." Starry Light replied calmly with a smile. The friends struggled to attempt to use the source of harmony, but their bodies were completely immobilized, and the source of harmony showed no response. Starry Light controlled the spell book leisurely. using its magic to take away the source of harmony and the belongings that Ziyue and the others were carrying. Ziyue and the others watched helplessly as Starry Light took away all their belongings, unable to do anything. Give up. The inability to move your bodies is just a locking control skill attached to this magic circle. This magic circle is mainly used to restrain magical artifacts. No matter what kind of magical artifact it is, as long as it is within the circle, it will be blocked and cannot be used during the blocking process. Starry Light smiled, her tone filled with endless confidence. She was certain that Princess Ziyue could not escape with her own strength and also believed that no little pony would come to save them. At that moment, Starry Light resembled a strategist, orchestrating from afar, ready to reap the fruits of victory. Ziyue, Princess, everyone, Tyrek is here. Shujbai's voice echoed from afar. Oh no. What a coincidence. Just as we got trapped, Shujbai has run into Tyrek. Looking at the lightly smiling Starry Light in front of them, the friends couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion in their hearts. Could they possibly be in cahoots? Was it Starry Light who saved Tyrek before? Starry Light. No matter what you're up to, let us go now, so we can save Shujbai. She is in great danger. Princess Ziyue urged anxiously. Starlight glanced calmly in the direction of the sound and asked, Are you planning to escape under the pretense of rescuing Shujbai? What are you thinking? Over there is Tyrek. Do you realize how dangerous Shujbai is right now? Hearing Starlight's doubt about their intentions, the great mage Ziyue angrily retorted. Upon hearing Ziyue's furious shout, Starlight's gaze shifted to the controlled Ziyue and the others, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. So they truly are heroes willing to make sacrifices? It's a pity our perspectives are different now, but that's okay. I believe our views will soon align. Starlight smiled kindly and said, Don't worry, Shujbai will be fine. What she is enduring now is merely a small price she must pay for abandoning the spirit of equality in our town and leaving us. Tyrek wouldn't dare do anything excessive to her. After all, the consequences are something he can't bear. If one does something wrong, they should be punished. Blue magic overflowed from Starlight's magic corner. Equality is the only true path to friendship. The cute symbols of Ziyue and the others were forcibly stripped away by Starlight. At that moment, when the cute symbols were taken, all their strength was completely bound, as if it had vanished, yet their forms remained firmly controlled by the magic array. Look how beautiful your cute symbols are. Starlight smiled as she looked at the cute symbols she had taken from Ziyue and the others. From that moment on, the friends, except for Ro, basically lost all their goodwill towards Starlight. Princess Ziyue really didn't expect to be able to go through this script again. Sure enough, Starlight could only accept talk therapy. Physical and magical attacks were always a bit troublesome when dealing with Starlight. If you have the ability, return my cute symbol to me. And let's have a fair fight, Yunbao shouted. Starlight glanced at Yunbao, took out a glass jar from her backpack, and began to stuff the cute symbols of Ziyue and the others into the jar right in front of them. What are you thinking? I'm not that foolish. I've already controlled you, so how could I give you a chance to struggle? You sneak attacked me, you scoundrel, you shameless, you despicable. Jinshi angrily retorted. What if she has her own difficulties? Ro weakly suggested from the side, but after receiving the daggers of glances from her friends, she chose to remain silent. Even if she was hurt, was she still willing to believe that the little pony hurting her had her own reasons? What a kind little pony, but alas, excessive kindness is useless and will only put you in a passive position. Starlight smiled cheerfully and said, Thank you for your concern. Hearing Starlight's gratitude, Ro felt very pleased and quickly replied, Oh, you're welcome. If you're willing to, your pursuit of friendship differs from mine, and your methods are also different. You have no right to criticize my right or wrong. No pony is absolutely perfect. Every pony has some flaws. The only way to compensate for and overlook those flaws is to achieve equality. Under equality, every pony is the same, with no differences, and every pony can attain perfect friendship. But your perspective is an idealized result that is fundamentally unattainable, the great mage Ziyue said. My town has achieved it. My town has realized equality. Starlight retorted. You don't even know that there are ponies in your town who are dissatisfied with your rule, Princess Ziyue said. Yes. Just because they smile and appear perfect as you wish doesn't mean they are genuinely happy when they smile, Biki added. Isn't this because of your arrival, which disrupts their beliefs? Starlight retorted angrily. Before you arrived, the townsfolk were very well behaved. You came on the first day and Shujbai was taken away. Chapter 96, Cellmates. That's not how it is. If they truly supported you, how could they be persuaded by our few words? The cute symbol of the equal sign emitted a gray light, and Applejack stuttered in rebuttal. Although she somewhat expected to stutter, the tangible feeling was still different from what she had anticipated. Yes, you don't even know how superstitious your few followers are. Beaky's high spirits instantly dampened as the cute symbol of the equal sign glowed gray. It was about to become a doctrine of Starlight. There might still be some deviation now, but that's okay. They just need a little more time to accept it. Trust me, one day in the future, you and they will all become the most loyal supporters of equality. Starlight believed she could create a place of equality and harmony, where all ponies could attain equal friendship. It hasn't fully been achieved yet, simply because the time isn't ripe. Everyone just needs a little more time to completely discard their self-identity and give up their uniqueness, Starlight stated firmly. Yet Ziyue and the others felt a sense of impending danger. Tyrek, carrying Shujbai, arrived at Starlight's side. Seeing Starlight speaking eloquently, Tyrek wanted to sneak attack her from behind. However, considering his still undeveloped strength and looking at the group of powerful beings controlled by Starlight, he hesitated. Upon seeing Tyrek bring the already unconscious Shujbai over, Princess Ziyue exclaimed in disbelief, "Starlight, is this what you meant when you said we shouldn't worry, that Shujbai would only pay a small price?" At this time, the friends also began to shout, expressing their dissatisfaction. Aside from having her magic drained, it was evident that Shujbai was also injured. How did she get hurt? Starlight coldly asked. Starlight's gaze was dangerous and icy, and a sense of ominous foreboding surged in Tyrek's heart. Starlight had to deal with him. It was now evident that Starlight was not pleased with what he had done. In the current situation, whether Starlight would still honor the deal and let him go was uncertain. Given his current strength, he truly couldn't deal with her. The injuries she has are from her resistance. It has nothing to do with me. Tyrek quickly cradled Shujbai in his hands and presented her to Starlight, trying to shift the blame with a flattering smile. Starlight lightly hummed, smiled, and gently used magic to take Shujbai from Tyrek's hands. After receiving Shujbai, Starlight slightly raised her eyelids, looking at Tyrek with a cold gaze, her face full of disbelief. Xingxuan's spellbook silently turned 2 pages, emitting a white light. And in the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in another place. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a tiny bit of weak light. The bindings on Ziyue and the others disappeared instantly with the change in location, but before they could be happy, they realized they were trapped in a huge black iron cage. Starlight, you are untrustworthy. Tyrek was shackled with silver handcuffs and a collar. The other end of the collar connected to the wall by a chain. While Tyrek screamed and accused Starlight of being untrustworthy, he struggled to escape. The chain firmly pulled Tyrek, binding him there. Starlight conjured a bed, gently placed Shujbai on it, and began to cast healing magic on her. Completely indifferent to Tyrek's current emotions, speaking in a very indifferent manner. We had an agreement long ago. You cannot harm my townsfolk or destroy my town. And today you let Starlight Glimmer get hurt. It was you who instructed me to drain her magic. Tyrek shouted angrily. But I didn't tell you to drain her completely, just to throw her to the ground. Don't you know that a pony without magic is very vulnerable? Starlight Glimmer replied with mild anger. At this moment, Starlight had already healed Starlight Glimmer's minor injuries. Tyrek certainly knew that a pony without magic was very vulnerable, but if it weren't for Starlight Glimmer, he wouldn't care about the lives of those ponies whose magic he had drained. Clearly, they were accomplices, yet Starlight Glimmer was acting so righteous. Anger surged in Tyrek's heart, and without considering the consequences, he unleashed a magical attack directly at Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer effortlessly opened a protective shield to block Tyrek's sudden attack. The golden patterns on the shackles and handcuffs instantly lit up, and then Tyrek's whole body began to convulse, golden electric sparks floating on the surface of his body. Finally, Tyrek was covered in a layer of shining electric light, illuminating everything around. Through the light, Twilight and the others realized they were inside a cave. With a loud bang, Tyrek fell to the ground, a burnt smell wafting from him, and the few white hairs on his body were tinged with gray. Wow, look over there, Pinky exclaimed excitedly. The cute emblem of the equal sign played its role again. There's nothing much to see. Originally watching the commotion and enjoying the show, Twilight and the others never expected that Starlight Glimmer would purely and unilaterally suppress Tyrek, leaving him with no ability to fight back. Starlight Glimmer slowly walked in front of Tyrek and harshly stomped on his back, coldly saying, I hope from now on you can remember this, or you will face the consequences. Tyrek trembled a few times and chose to play dead. He knew that touching Starlight Glimmer's bad side again would be pure suicide. Then Starlight Glimmer turned to look at Twilight and the others, smiling as she took out a recorder and began to play a recording. Equality breeds harmony. Next, please feel and experience the essence of equality. I believe you will gain something from it. I hope you like the gift I have carefully prepared for you. And I also hope you enjoy the upcoming equality. The speed at which Starlight Glimmer changed her demeanor left Twilight and the others in awe. It was truly a real-life double standard. We will not yield, Rainbow Dash declared firmly. Don't rush to conclusions. There's still plenty of time. I will come to see you every day from now on, and the doors of the town of equality will always be open for you. Starlight Glimmer smiled without haste or anger. Rainbow Dash felt her anger hitting a wall of cotton. Unable to release her pent-up fury, Rainbow Dash charged at the cage with all her might, only to bounce back onto the ground. Don't think you can break the cage and escape. After all, this cage was made to contain you. Starlight Glimmer's gaze drifted to Tyrek, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Looking at Tyrek, who was in poor condition on the ground, Twilight and the others simultaneously had a thought. What right do I have to be compared to him? Why should I be on par with such a wicked and evil demon? Chapter 97. The Story of Tyrek. Tyrek, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, heard Starlight Glimmer say, "After all, this cage was made to contain you." In an instant, the pent-up blood in his chest felt like it was about to burst out. Tartarus had only stripped him of his freedom, but now it was more about humiliation. The confinement in Tartarus had prevented Tyrek from obtaining magic, leaving him very weak. Although the dark energy from the outside world had become abundant, Tyrek had only barely managed to gather enough strength to escape from Tartarus. Upon emerging, he found the world had changed dramatically, turning into a chaotic realm filled with demons. In order to seize a piece of territory and to obtain all the magic in the world, Tyrek began to frantically develop his powers without rest. Just as he had made some progress, Tyrek was very fortunate to encounter the Yellow Demon's invitation. But how could Tyrek be willing to be someone else's subordinate? To be someone else's lackey? He wanted to dominate the world himself. He also believed he could dominate the world. Thus, Tyrek proudly and firmly rejected the Yellow Demon's invitation and mocked him severely. The result was a beating, and the Yellow Demon drained all the magic he had painstakingly developed using a bell. Before the beating, Tyrek had never expected that this relic of the old era could be so powerful. What could he do without magic? He could only start over. In order to develop steadily, Tyrek set his sights on the relatively stable Ponyland. The defenses in Ponyland were strict, and it took Tyrek several months of efforts to finally succeed in infiltrating. He thought it was the beginning of success, but it turned out to be a frustrating starting point. Tyrek, unfortunately, targeted Starlight Glimmer, who appeared to be brimming with magic when he was still quite weak. On that seemingly ordinary day, Tyrek attacked Starlight Glimmer just as he had done with other ponies before. Starlight Glimmer easily dodged Tyrek's sudden control, and then a magical duel began between them. After 3 exchanges, Tyrek found himself at a disadvantage, and Starlight Glimmer seized the opportunity to directly control Tyrek's magic. Instead of handing Tyrek over to the authorities, Starlight Glimmer decided to keep him secreted in a cage, thinking that Tyrek's magic might aid her pursuit of equality. In Starlight Glimmer's eyes, Tyrek's magic and her own equality magic had a certain similarity, and the ponies whose magic Tyrek had absorbed perfectly fit the requirements of the town of equality. If she could obtain Tyrek's help, her pursuit of equality would surely achieve greater progress. When Tyrek was bound by Starlight Glimmer's magic and placed in the cage, he was bewildered. Watching the cage that contained him rise several times a day left Tyrek even more confused. When Starlight Glimmer released him from his magical restraints, standing outside the cage with paper and pen, looking at him greedily, Tyrek's confusion reached its peak. Who is the real demon? Are you a normal pony? Tyrek had also considered breaking the cage and escaping, but the cage was sturdy and had the ability to absorb and rebound magic, leaving him with no advantage and forcing him to bide his time inside the cage. In order to make Tyrek willingly cooperate with her research and be her assistant, Starlight Glimmer offered him 2 choices: immediate death or helping her maintain equality. As Starlight Glimmer expected, Tyrek chose to help maintain equality. Although Tyrek didn't want to choose either, this pony was really a bit insane. A normal pony would never imprison a demon and use the demon like this. To prevent his grand ambitions from failing halfway, Tyrek resolutely chose to help Starlight Glimmer maintain equality. Once he had developed his powers, he would deal with this detestable pony. For months, Tyrek remained locked in the cage without being released. Starlight Glimmer came to see Tyrek every day, receiving his help from outside the cage. During this time, Starlight Glimmer not only made further breakthroughs in removing the cute emblems from ponies, but also unexpectedly acquired Star Swirl's spellbook. With Star Swirl's spellbook in hand, Starlight Glimmer's magic advanced further. Now possessing the spellbook, Starlight Glimmer, whose equality magic had further progressed, began to reconsider how to deal with Tyrek, who now seemed to have become useless to her. In the end, Starlight Glimmer chose to develop Tyrek into an assistant to maintain equality rather than directly resolving the issue with him or handing him over to the state. Starlight Glimmer believed that wanting friendship while unwilling to give up one's own traits was truly selfish. She asked Tyrek to help her maintain equality in the Equality Town, making Tyrek's freedom a condition for her request. To escape his cage and regain freedom, Tyrek agreed to the terms. Tyrek was to operate within the boundaries set by Starlight Glimmer, who was required to provide him with certain assistance within that range. Tyrek could move freely as long as he did not harm the town's residents or the town itself. Starlight Glimmer would not interfere too much with what Tyrek did. Tyrek was required to assist Starlight Glimmer in punishing those ponies who were not steadfast in maintaining equality in the town. The magic absorbed from the ponies who left the Equality Town belonged to Tyrek. There were only a few ponies left in the town, but Starlight Glimmer did not allow Tyrek to harm them. Tyrek felt a sense of powerlessness, as if he had ambitions but nowhere to exert them. Starlight Glimmer shaped Tyrek, the magic-devouring demon, into a ruthless being that committed all sorts of evil. To seek revenge and grow stronger, Tyrek decided to escape the area defined by Starlight Glimmer. Upon reaching the border, Tyrek genuinely laughed at Starlight Glimmer for making a deal with a demon, thinking how could she expect a demon to keep a promise? Not long after leaving Starlight Glimmer's defined area, Tyrek encountered her once again, smiling. Another battle ensued, and Tyrek was defeated once more. Being locked in a cage again, Tyrek was calm and resigned, as it was not the first time. However, this time he was shackled with cuffs that generated electricity whenever he used his magic. Tyrek found this quite ridiculous. Is it really necessary, Starlight Glimmer? Chapter 98, Tyrek and Starlight Glimmer. After being locked up for a month, Tyrek had noticeably become much more obedient. Starlight Glimmer calculated that she had built up enough momentum and could now let Tyrek out to intimidate them. So, with a smile, she proposed to Tyrek, "If you can help me punish some disobedient ponies in a couple of days, I can let you go and not pursue you for breaching the agreement." To regain his freedom, Tyrek agreed. Starlight Glimmer did not expect that the next day, 7 ponies would come to her asking for their cute marks and wanting to leave. Starlight Glimmer did not stop them. She simply smiled and asked, "Have you all made up your minds?" After receiving their affirmative responses, she generously returned their cute marks and let them leave. Tyrek, following Starlight Glimmer's arrangement, ambushed the 7 ponies on their way, draining their magical talents. Starlight Glimmer arrived late, putting on a performance of a mayor worried about her townsfolk, risking herself to save them. The moment she appeared before them, using her small body to block the now massive Tyrek, and declared, "My townsfolk, I will not allow you to bully them." Starlight Glimmer's image became sacred and inviolable in their hearts. In fact, that day, Starlight Glimmer and Tyrek did not engage in direct conflict. She merely appeared in front of the departing ponies, blocked Tyrek, said a powerful line, and then took them away right in front of him. After absorbing the magic from those 7 ponies, Tyrek genuinely wanted to fight Starlight Glimmer, who stood in their way. However, considering he was still no match for her, he gave up. Revenge can wait 10 years. There's no need to seek death now. Starlight Glimmer gradually became a deified figure in their minds. They buried their desires and hopes deep within and began to obediently follow the rules of Equality Town. Few ponies traveled far and passed through this place, but they all encountered Tyrek's attacks, as he wanted to develop faster and break free from Starlight Glimmer's control. Starlight Glimmer was pleased with Tyrek attacking ponies. Equality Town was growing stronger. During this time, Tyrek also attempted counterattacks and ambushes, but they were effortlessly resolved by Starlight Glimmer. Each time he failed, his punishment likely amounted to being forced to reflect in the cage for a few months. In other words, when Tyrek would regain his freedom depended on Starlight Glimmer's mood and needs. Sometimes, she would even forget about it, suddenly remember, and release the long-caged Tyrek. Tyrek thought this time he would at least be locked up for half a year. It felt like he was out of prison, yet not really. Why was it almost? This time, the cage was given to those ponies to stay in. Starlight Glimmer certainly knew that Tyrek had always harbored thoughts of counterattacking her. But she also knew that Tyrek could not develop in such a place. Regarding Tyrek's reckless attack on Twilight and her friends, which almost cost him his life, Starlight Glimmer expressed her confusion, thinking he was just seeking death. However, considering Tyrek was one of her important conditions for maintaining equality, she gritted her teeth and saved him at a critical moment, directly teleporting him to the cage she had set up in a cave for him. They say that over time, even stones can develop feelings. Starlight Glimmer and Tyrek had been interacting for their mutual benefit for a long time. As time passed, Starlight Glimmer felt her feelings for Tyrek deepening. She had evolved from being indifferent at the start to wanting to kill him upon seeing him. Although if Starlight Glimmer really had a dog, she would indeed develop a deep affection for it. But the difference between Tyrek and a dog was that Tyrek could speak and was not obedient at all, making him increasingly disliked by her. Starlight Glimmer did not like such disobedient dogs. Timing her actions perfectly, she pretended to pass by and led Twilight and her friends into Equality Town. After introducing them to the town, Starlight Glimmer quietly slipped away, arrived at the cave where Tyrek was held, and berated him. Starlight Glimmer had originally planned to keep Tyrek locked up if he was useless. Well, Tyrek had once again proven to be useful. Starlight Glimmer invited Tyrek to join her in ambushing the ponies led by Sunset Shimmer, using freedom as a condition once more. Tyrek agreed. The situation with Sunset Shimmer being injured could be serious or trivial. The main reason for locking Tyrek up again was that Starlight Glimmer was displeased with him. Starlight Glimmer did not talk long with Twilight and her friends before directly taking Sunset Shimmer and preparing to leave the cave. I think we should talk. Princess Twilight sincerely initiated a conversation invitation to Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer remained silent and directly refused, saying, "No, you have not yet understood the meaning of equality. We cannot continue this conversation." Starlight Glimmer knew that Twilight and her friends were still foolish, and their outdated thoughts were deeply ingrained. Her ideas about equality had not yet entered their minds, making them unable to understand her. No matter how they talked or what they discussed, it would ultimately lead to no results. Starlight Glimmer would definitely talk with Twilight and her friends in the future, but only after they had been baptized by the idea of equality and understood its meaning. Starlight Glimmer believed that eventually, Twilight and her friends would accept the idea of equality. At most, they would just take a little longer than other ponies.